Chapter 1393, You seem to be awfully happy today. I can't believe I got a hangover from grape juice, William groaned as he buried his head into something soft and warm. Sleeping beside him was a lady with short blue hair, who decided to stay with him for the night after seeing him drinking grape juice in the garden alone and eating peanuts. It was none other than the virtuous lady of prudence, Xianxia. When the half-elf opened his eyes, he found his head nestled on her soft and tender breasts, which he found comforting despite the headache he had at the moment. His relationship with Xianxia wasn't that of a lover, but more like a friend with benefits. At first, the virtuous lady was inspired by envidia to enter the world of fashion, and since then, she had been pestering William to give her merit points, which was used as currency inside the Thousand Beast domain. The young lady would often go look for William whenever she ran out of merit points after spending it all in buying the fashionable clothes in her favorite fashion store, Vicky's Secret. Why were you drinking here alone? How about you drink my blood instead? It is only 10,000 merit points, so you're getting yourself a bargain. These were the words they exchanged last night, and before he knew it, one thing led to another as he drank his fill of her blood. Xianxia was still a chaste maiden, not because she cared for it, but she felt that now was not the right time to let the half-elf go all the way with her. Unlike William's lovers who always wanted his attention, Xianxia was a spirited individual. She went at her own pace, and didn't want to be tied down by a relationship, where she would have to compete with other women, in order to get the half-elf's attention. Right now, the half-elf had so many lovers, that he could make love with a different woman every night. Xianxia didn't want any part of that, and William respected this. However, since she had become a fashionista, she would often look for the red-headed teenager in order to get some merit points, by offering her blood in exchange. Just as the half-elf was enjoying the soft warmth that was pressing against his face, he felt a hand brushing his head, making him look up to see a sleepy lady looking down on him. That will be 5,000 additional merit points, Xianxia said before kissing William's forehead. Thank you for your patronage. William couldn't help but smile after hearing the young lady's attempt to squeeze more points than usual. Do I have to pay for the kiss as well? William asked. No, Xianxia replied as she pulled the back of William's head closer to her chest, burying the half-elf on her soft peaks. That one is a freebie. William sighed in comfort as Xianxia continued to pat his head, while his face was immersed in her voluptuous chest. Truth be told, the half-elf was also fine with the relationship he had with Xianxia right now. Everyone around him was either his wife or lover, so having the virtuous lady of prudence by his side gives him a sense of balance that allowed himself to be rooted to the ground, reminding him that not every girl around him was his woman, and he was fine with that. Half an hour later, with Xianxia's urging, the half-elf and her went to have breakfast together. They were currently in the palace of Edelweiss, which was going to be the venue of the conference that would be held to discuss the aftermath of the giant invasion. Even the dwarven king, Ildan, would come to participate, in order to discuss the grand alliance that would work hand in hand to fight against the common threat that all of them faced a few days ago. To their surprise, they were not only ones who were early to the dining table, that was meant for honored guests. Medusa, Aranis, and Cherry were there as well, and eating pancakes that Charmaine and the elves had prepared for them. Good morning, Master, Medusa happily greeted William who sat across from her. Good morning, Medusa, Aranis, and you too, Cherry, William replied with a smile. Good morning, Cherry replied before quickly lowering her head. Although she was now getting more accustomed to seeing William, she was still unable to meet his gaze head-on. Good morning, Will. Aranis smiled like a flower that was about to bloom, making the half-elf feel as if his hangover was about to melt away. The group of 5 ate happily until all the pancakes disappeared from the table. Master, are you going to be busy today? Medusa asked. I heard from the others that the kings of the western continent will be arriving tomorrow. Are you going to take part in the preparations? William shook his head. King Alexis will handle everything. I will only take part in the conference once it starts tomorrow. Medusa's eyes sparkled after hearing William's reply. Then, can we take an afternoon nap together like we usually do? Medusa asked. Bacon and Charu are Miss Master's company. Of course, this time, Aranis and Cherry will be joining us as well. Are you free later? Okay, William replied. It has indeed been a while since we took afternoon naps together. Let's do it today. Medusa happily nodded her head after gaining William's agreement. Aranis also smiled because it had been a while since he had spent some quality time with William. Because of this, she just used her William hugged pillow, that was custom made from Amasun whenever she slept at night. Cherry didn't say anything and just tugged on Medusa's clothes, telling her that they should explore the other parts of the city that they hadn't been before. After a little bit more small talk, the three girls went to do their daily excursion alongside a guide that the king had personally assigned to them. You are really loved, Shayna said in a teasing tone. Do you love them as well? I do, William said in a confident manner. Even my sister, Cherry. Don't tell me you are going to sell your sister to me for merit points. Instead of answering him, Shayna just giggled. She never thought of doing any of the sort. Even though she liked to have merit points, Cherry was her precious sister. She didn't want to force her to do anything she didn't want to do. After leaving the dining area, Will saw one of Alexis's trusted aides, who seemed to be waiting for him to finish breakfast. Knowing that it was now time for business, Shayna bade him goodbye and opened a portal to go to the Thousand Beast domain. After the incident of William losing his memories, the other girls were barred from entering and exiting his private domain, which caused a lot of concerns. Because of this, William had given everyone the ability to freely enter and exit his domain whenever they wanted. The portals would reject anyone and anything from entering them without his approval. Those who forced themselves in would find themselves trapped in the dungeon of Atlantis, staring at the corrupted giants that were now serving under him. Good day, Will, King Alexis said in a friendly manner. My aides just finished compiling the damages that all the members of the Gunner Federation received during the giant invasion. Most of the cities only received partial damages, with the exception of 3 cities that belonged to the kingdoms of Quince, Fennel, and Zinnia. Alexis didn't bother to hide the glee on his face after saying that his rival, Kieran, the king of Quince, suffered a lot during the farce that he had concocted with the half-elf. In truth, the capital city of the Fennel kingdom didn't receive a lot of damage from the giants. The one who was responsible for almost destroying half of the city was none other than Silenus, who got carried away in trampling the invaders that had dared to slap his handsome face. You seem to be awfully happy today, Alexis, William replied. Are all the preparations for tomorrow's conference finished? Not yet, Alexis admitted. But they will be finished by tonight. Some of the kings will be arriving at any time today, so I wanted to ask you if you wanted to meet them when they arrived. The half-elf shook his head. Actually, he felt quite guilty about the destruction that he had caused the kings of the Gunner Federation. Although rebuilding the city would take only a month at most due to the power of the earth mages that would help with the repairs, he still felt sorry that he had to resort to an extreme method, just to show them a taste of what the future held. Alexis, who could see the guilt in William's expression, no longer insisted on the subject, and decided to discuss with him the details of the conference that would be happening the next day. An hour later, a messenger had arrived in the castle, reporting that the king of the dwarves, Ildan, had arrived. As expected of the dwarven king, Alexis said, he's someone who doesn't like to make people wait. The red-headed teenager nodded with a smile. Although William didn't want to meet the other kings of the Gunner Federation, he didn't mind meeting his in-law, who had come to support him in the conference that would be held the next day. The half-elf also wanted to discuss some important matters with the king of the dwarves, so he decided to go with King Alexis to give the dwarven king the grand welcome that he deserved. Chapter 1394. The 3 sovereigns that were joined lane the hip. Welcome, King Ildan, to my humble kingdom, Alexis said as he shook hands with the dwarf king, who was the first sovereign of the western continent to arrive in his kingdom for the conference that would be held the next day. It is an honor to be here, King Alexis, Ildan replied. I thank you in advance for your hospitality. I do hope that you enjoy your stay. I hope for that as well. Alexis and Ildan held each other's gaze for a brief moment before the dwarf king shifted his attention to William, who was standing at the side to welcome his arrival. William, I pray that you've been well since we last saw each other. Ildan gave the half-elf a knowing gaze, making the red-headed teenager give his grandfather-in-law a bitter smile. I've seen better days, King Ildan, William replied. But, having you here puts my heart at ease. The dwarven king chuckled because he understood what William was hinting at. It had not been an easy journey going this far, but it had to be done. Someone had to do it, and the half-elf decided to become the villain that will throw the dice. He had been informed by the half-elf through Durin what the king of Edelweiss had planned, and after hearing it, the dwarven king could only shake his head due to how ruthless King Alexis was to his neighbors. However, since it worked, the dwarven king decided to not say anything about it because, at the end of the day, something far worse would happen in the western continent in 2 years' time, when the real enemies descended from the void. I know that you're exhausted from your long journey, Alexis said. Please, let us go to the palace so that you and your entourage can have a proper rest. Ildan nodded because he had many things to discuss with William and Alexis that were not meant for the public to hear. Several minutes later, the three sovereigns sat inside a private room, where food and refreshments were served. They discussed the recent incident, and future plans for how they could combat a similar threat in the future. King Ildan had already seen one of the gods of destruction in the Deadlands. Compared to that godly presence, he'd rather fight demigods and pseudo-gods all day. King Alexis was both a wise and sly king. Since William, who had the ability to command demigods and pseudo-gods, was not intent on world domination, he understood that the red-headed teenager was looking at the bigger picture. He had no doubt that if the half-elf wished it, the western continent would fall under his rule in just a few days. For William to even talk to them as his equal proved that the danger that they were about to face was real. As someone who cared for his nation, King Alexis decided to give his full support to the grand alliance that the half-elf was planning to make. We definitely need to create weapons that will be able to kill myriad-ranked monsters, Ildan said as he stroked his beard. As for weapons against demigods, this will be hard to make. We need the technologies of the other kingdoms if we even stand a chance in creating these things. William wholeheartedly agreed with Eldon's proposal. The general consensus was that the mortal armies would deal with the myriad-ranked beasts, and below, while the apex fighters in their alliance would deal with the demigods and above. For the time being, this was the plan that they had in mind, unless the Grand Alliance, that spanned the western, northern, eastern, southern, and central continents, could invent other methods to help them overcome the great disparity in the strength between two forces. The total population of Hestia might outnumber the army of destruction 10,000 to 1, but numbers meant nothing in the face of absolute strength. Well, even if we go down fighting, Alexis stated in a firm manner. To think that I will be a part of an epic battle that will go down in the history books if we win, makes my blood boil. What a time to be alive. Indeed, Ildan commented. I just hope that after we survive that war, no more wars will be waged in this world. Let's make it the war that will end all wars. Alexis grinned as he swirled the wine in his cup. Actually, if we do survive this war, let's just make William the hegemon of the world, Alexis said. As long as he is around, no one will dare to stir trouble. By the way, Will, I know that you're already married, and have many lovers as well. Since that is the case, adding a few more won't be too much of a problem. You see, my daughter has just come of age. She's quite the beauty, and she told me that she liked you. How about we set the wedding before the Giants app? Let's talk about that after we win this war, Ildan interjected in the conversation because he already knew where this was going. Clearly, William was someone who could move unhindered in the world of Hestia. If someone were able to make such a man as their in-law, they would be set for life. Come now, King Ildan, Alexis said in a teasing tone. William's heart and bed are big. He can add a few more girls to his harem. By the way, since the three of us are already joined at the hip, why don't you also have one of your daughters marry William? That way, the dwarves would not fear anyone again. Ildan didn't reply and simply smiled at Alexis's teasing remarks. However, deep inside, he was snickering at the shrewd king of Edelweiss. Before William had reached his current position, his granddaughter, Chiffon, had already become his wife. This position was unshakable, which meant that even if the half-elf did marry other girls in the future, his pink-haired granddaughter had already secured a place in William's heart. In order to prevent the discussion from moving down the wrong path, the red-headed teenager decided to stir it back to their current discussion. Tomorrow, my steward in the central continent will also hold a conference, William stated. Once we have finalized the details of our alliance here, we will join their conference, so that together the sovereigns of the north, south, east, west, and central continents can openly discuss our countermeasures. King Ildan and Alexis nodded their heads in understanding, but there was one big problem. How would William be able to gather all the sovereigns from all the continents to sit down and talk in the same conference room? When King Alexis asked this question to William, the half-elf just smiled and said that he would give all the rulers permission to enter the floor of Asgard, using the Bifrost Bridge. The three kings talked about a lot of things, which lasted for several hours before they parted ways to rest. Later that afternoon, Medusa, Aranis, and Cherry came to look for him as promised. As the four of them took an afternoon nap, the kings of the other nations started to arrive in the kingdom of Edelweiss, one by one. Chapter 1395. Those who play with the lives of others. The next day, the entire palace of Edelweiss was buzzing with activity. Servants hurriedly walked the hallways, as they fetched things that were needed for the conference. Guards were positioned in every corner of the palace to prevent anyone from harming any of the sovereigns. Each king had been given the right to bring 2 guards with them inside the conference room as their protectors. Since the recent incident had shocked the entire realm, they didn't feel safe without their own guards by their side. William was one of the first people to enter the room, while waiting for the other kings to arrive. Standing behind him were his 2 friends, Sha and Zhu, who served as his 2 protectors. William didn't bring any of his personal guards, namely Astrape, Bronte, or Titania, inside the conference room because he was afraid that everyone would just ogle them instead of focusing on the discussion at hand. The meeting between sovereigns was an important issue, so he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere by having beauties that could topple nations by his side. William waited for 3 hours as all the kings gathered inside the room. All of them looked dignified in their own right, and the half-elf could tell at a glance that they were true kings, and not someone like him, who was crowned an emperor because no one else would take its place. "Welcome, dear friends," King Alexis said as a way to start the conference. "I know that you are worried about your respective kingdoms, so let's get straight to the point. Several days ago, we encountered a threat that we have never seen before nor heard about in the past. A threat that turned our peaceful world upside down. Fortunately, our guardians, His Excellency Ifrit, His Excellency Silenus, and His Excellency Henkaizazui, came to our rescue in order to drive the invaders away. Unfortunately, they were unable to protect everyone. If not for the fact that His Majesty, William von Ainsworth, was here visiting my kingdom, things might have gotten completely out of hand." King Alexis glanced in the direction of the half-elf and the latter bowed lightly. All the other kings then glanced in William's direction. However, their gazes were not ones of gratitude, but contempt. "So, this is our great savior, the King of Quince," Kieran said in a sarcastic tone. "Must we thank you on bended knees?" The other kings stared at the half-elf as if dissecting him piece by piece. Silence descended inside the room as the kings did nothing, but simply stared at the half-elf who had a calm and collected expression on his face. "Do not think for a moment that we didn't find this call for a conference suspicious," Kieran stated. "I mean, if you are going to create a farce, you should go through with it until the very end." "You're losing your touch, Alexis," the King of Quince snorted before continuing his statement. "Imagine, only a day had passed after the invasion and you immediately sent a messenger to inform all of us to gather here in your kingdom to discuss a grand alliance. Oh please, we were not born yesterday, Alexis. At the very least, you should have waited for a week to make it look like it was all a coincidence, no?" All the kings glanced in the direction of the King of Edelweiss. All of them wished that they could slap him silly until he coughed blood. Their capital cities were attacked, and yet, he only had one old and decrepit fortress destroyed as proof that his kingdom was attacked as well. This made all the kings' teeth itch. Since the Gunner Federation was established, all of them had been fighting in the shadows. No large-scale wars were held, and yet, each one would intentionally make things difficult for the others. Even so, none of them went as far as to break the delicate balance that they had created for the past 100 years. Alexis remained calm as if he was enjoying everyone's attention. A moment later, a laugh escaped his lips, breaking the tense atmosphere that had descended inside the conference room. "As expected of my rival, you understand me well," Alexis commented with a smile that made all the guards standing behind their respective rulers want to draw their swords and stab him until he became a pincushion. "But, allow me to correct your little misunderstanding, Kieran," Alexis stated. "A farce was it? You call this a farce? Tell me, if William didn't send reinforcements to save your capital cities, do you think this farce would have ended with just a part of your city being destroyed?" Alexis laughed once more, and this time, his laughter grated on everyone's ears, similar to nails scratching a chalkboard. "Well, let's get straight to the point." Alexis finally stopped laughing and lightly tapped the table with his hand. "What you all experienced is just a preview of what is going to happen 2 years from now. If you think those hundreds of giants were already a threat to your kingdoms, then what will you do facing millions of them? Tell me, compared to that farce, would you rather see the real deal? Oi oi, don't even think that you will get away with just a capital city being destroyed." Alexis then snorted, "Fools, You should thank us for showing you such a farce. Because if we were serious, none of you would be standing here right now. Why you? Kieran roared as he pointed his finger at Alexis's face. Who gave you the right to play with the lives of others? Alexis smirked as if he had just heard the greatest joke in his lifetime. Play with the lives of others? Alexis sneered. Excuse me, is there anyone inside this room who doesn't play with the lives of others? Are you that innocent? How did you become king then? Don't make me look down on you, Kieran. Just admit the fact that in the face of absolute strength, the schemes that you used to become the king of Quince were useless. The king of Edelweiss, Alexis, raised his voice as he stood up from his chair. Last year, the granary that was newly built at the border of my kingdom, which was meant to feed the villages near the border, was burned down, Alexis said coldly. Do you know how many people suffered last year? Do you know how many people went hungry? Alexis then raised a finger and pointed it in. Kieran's face before his words, filled with restrained fury, reached everyone's ears. Do you know how many people died? Alexis asked. All the kings frowned, but none of them spoke. For them, this was just one of the many things that they had done to each other over the past 100 years. So, Kieran asked back with a sneer on his face. Do you know how many died when you built a dam, cutting off the flow of the water that went to one of the cities on my border as well? Do you know how many farmers lost their only source of water with which to irrigate their crops? Be grateful that I only burned a granary. I would have burned the villages along your borders if my wife didn't beg me to stop. Alexis snorted. Exactly my point. The king of Edelweiss sat down on his seat once more, and patted the top of the table twice. All of us are guilty of playing with other people's lives, Alexis stated. The only difference is the severity of how we play with the lives of others. But, there is one person who is very different from us. An emperor who rules an empire whose lands far outstrip our own. And yet, he refused to play with the lives of others in order to get what he wanted. The king of Edelweiss then raised his hand and pointed at the red-headed teenager, whose head was lowered. It is him, Alexis stated. In order to make a grand alliance, he decided to meet with the demigods and used force to make them bow down to his will. Those are demigods. They're not a cabbage that you can see growing in your fields that you can buy in bulk. For what reason did he do that? Simple. He wanted to ask them to talk to you guys about joining an alliance for the sake of defending, not only your people, but your kingdoms, and everything you hold dear. He did all that because what he wanted to protect was not just his empire, but this whole world. Do you know, while talking to him, I felt extremely dirty. It was as if all the filth in my body was oozing from my very pores. If it were me, I would have gone on a quest to make this entire world bow to me. But, he didn't do that. He'd rather go and beat up some demigods, so a peaceful resolution could be made. Alexis took the cup of water by his side and drank. It seemed that all of the talking had made his throat dry. A moment later, he gently placed the cup down on the table and scanned the faces of the kings inside the room, who were all looking at him with conflicted expressions on their faces. Now, let's stop talking nonsense, Alexis said with a determined look on his face. Are you ready to fight the last war that we will be fighting in this lifetime? Or do you plan to run away and hide, until your cities, your kingdoms, and everything you cared for in this world, gets trampled by the very giants that you faced a few days ago? Believe me when I say that the next time you see them, it will no longer be a farce. A solemn silence descended into the room before Alexis said the words that everyone didn't want to hear. The next time you see them, it will be the real deal. And I hope that, when that time comes, you will be standing alongside me, in a battle not for our sake, but for the future of the next generation. Chapter 1396, Elle can live with that. After Alexis finished his speech, no one in the room said anything. They were fully aware that if what happened a few days ago had not been a farce, they, and their kingdoms, might not be standing here today. All of them felt bitter about it as they glanced at the red-headed teenager, who was staring at the table in front of him, and seemed to be pondering the meaning of life. When they finally understood that those horrifying giants were under his beck and call, they had no choice but to re-evaluate the half-elf who was probably the youngest emperor in Hestia. A few more minutes passed before someone broke the silence. It was not any of the human kings, but the dwarf king, Ildan, who wasn't part of the Gunner Federation, who took the initiative to address the issue at hand. I'm sure that all of you are now aware of the dangers that we are facing, Ildan stated. All of you may still hold grudges in your hearts, but that is fine. That is your right as sovereigns of your own kingdoms. Even so, we must make a decision now. What Emperor William wants is to unite the entire world so we can face this danger together. This proves that even he, with all the forces under his command, is not confident to win against these invaders. Believe me when I say that I do understand what all of you are thinking right now. If we can't even beat 100 giants, how could we hope to fight against millions of them? Ildan paused to allow everyone to focus their attention on him. The answer is simple. We can't fight, Ildan stated. We can't win. There's no way that we can ever hope to overcome this hurdle. I mean, we are about to fight not one, not two, but 3 gods of destructions. If I look at this rationally, why should I even bother? Let's just enjoy these 2 years to the fullest, and face death in resignation. The Dwarven King smiled. Truth be told, he really did want to enjoy those 2 years to the fullest, but after seeing Maple and Cinnamon, he began to hope. Hope that there was a future when he would be able to hold those 2 adorable little dwarves again. For that future, he was willing to go all out, and stand on the front lines, commanding his troops to fight against demigods, pseudo-gods, and gods. That's actually a good proposal. Alexis chuckled. Let's just enjoy our lives to the fullest and die without any regrets, shall we? Unlike Ildan, Alexis was quite serious with his words. Even with the Grand Alliance, he believed that there was no way to win against such enemies. If he could enjoy those last remaining years in comfort, he might really have no regrets when he crossed to the afterlife. The other kings kept their silence as they too thought of just enjoying their remaining days in the pleasures of life. However, just as everyone was being pulled towards this way of thinking, a loud laughter broke the silence. Everyone shifted their gaze at the King of Quince, Kieran, who nearly got into a fist fight with Alexis, due to their great grudge against each other. Alexis smiled after seeing his rival laugh. It had been many years since he had heard Kieran laugh, and it made him remember when they were still young princes, who toured the western continent together. Okay, you cowards can go to the countryside and live in peace, Kieran said after he finished laughing. Make sure to abdicate your thrones, and hand them over to me. Don't worry, I will promise all of you that you will be able to live a life of comfort for the rest of your days. Kieran had a very casual smile as he said these words. It was as if his earlier outburst was just an illusion, that didn't happen in the first place. The King of Quince then shifted his attention to the half-elf who was looking at him. Your name is William, right? Kieran inquired. William nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Kieran chuckled. An emperor calling me Your Majesty feels weird. Just call me Kieran, and I'll just call you William. The two exchanged smiles as if coming to an understanding. Okay, let me hear your plan, Kieran stated. Since these morons plan to surrender their kingdoms to me, I will take it upon myself to clean up their mess. So, William, what must we do to even have a chance at winning this war? The kings gave Kieran the, since when did we say that we are going to hand over our kingdoms to you? Glare, which the latter ignored because he didn't mind, and they didn't matter. I plan to have all the nations share their technologies with each other in order to create weapons that can turn the tide of battle in our favor, William stated. The armies will operate these weapons and annihilate all the myriad rank giants and below. As for the demigod rank and above, I will deal with them. Kieran nodded his head in understanding. However, his next question was what everyone really wanted the answers for. A question that would ultimately decide if they could win the war or not. How do you plan on dealing with the gods of destruction? Kieran asked. Do you have a way to fight them? William shook his head. Right now, I don't have a method for dealing with them. A collective sigh was heard inside the room, as the kings, as well as their guards, couldn't help but feel disappointed at the half-elf's firm reply. Okay, so we just bring down as many of these bastards as we can, decimating their ranks and prevent them from attacking other worlds after ours? Kieran asked. I can live with that. Kieran's words may have been said in a casual manner, but the half-elf could tell that he was being serious. It was the mentality of a warrior to take out as many enemies as he could before he died on the battlefield, which could be considered as a victory in its own way. Very well, from this day onwards, I declare that my kingdom of Quince will join your Grand Alliance, Kieran said as he stood up and rested his fist over his chest. He was a warrior king, and didn't shy away from battle. This was why he hated Alexis, who hid behind his schemes, instead of confronting him face to face. Now that we are in agreement, how about we talk more about the issue with this Grand Alliance of yours, Kieran stated. You said that the kingdoms in the central continent will be joining us as well, right? The king of Quince completely ignored everyone else, as if they didn't exist, making the other kings want to slap him, and this included Alexis. This bastard, Alexis thought. I was the one that cooked up this whole discussion and he's acting as if he is the one calling the shots. The nerve. William smiled before standing up from his seat. Let's go, Kieran, William said. My steward has informed me that the conference between the North, South, East, and Central Continent is about to start. Since you are the one representing the Western Continent, I will take you to the venue, so you can meet your new comrades, who will be fighting alongside you in the war 2 years from now. Kieran grinned before nodding his head. William then scanned the faces of everyone in the room before arching his eyebrow. Who else wants to go with us? William asked. Last call for a trip to the Central Continent. Chapter 1397. When the world all fight is won. Unbelievable, Alexis muttered as he stood on the Bifrost Bridge and stared at the palace of Asgard in the distance. So this is the legendary 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. The other kings shared his sentiment as they gazed at the floor that belonged to the half-elf, whose name had resounded to all the corners of the world, proclaiming him to be the true conqueror of the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. After Kieran decided to join the Grand Alliance, the other kings felt that they had nothing more to lose, so they decided to join as well. As they walked the shimmering rainbow bridge, they noticed that they weren't alone. Several other people, wearing crowns on their heads, stood at the center of the bridge, as if waiting for their arrival. Among them was someone that William recognized right away, and it was none other than the king of the Helen Kingdom, and Estelle's father, Noah Ernest V. Helen. 3 other people were with him, and among them was a young teenager, whose age wouldn't exceed 15 years old, wearing a crown on his head. He was none other than Princess Sidoni's little brother, King Carl, who had taken over the Aenarion's dynasty that she had left in the southern continent when she came to the central continent with William. Right beside the young king was a man in his early 20s with short purple hair and eyes, who was also wearing a crown. He also caught the half-elf's attention. He was none other than Princess Isla's older brother, Alaric Sol Zelen, who was now the king of the Zelen dynasty. The 4th king was the king of Frisia, who was Princess Sidoni's birth father. He was already in his early 60s, and yet, he still looked like he could ride a bull just by using his 2 legs. They were the sovereigns that represented the southern continent, and they had answered William's call and joined his Grand Alliance. Your Majesties, welcome to the floor of Asgard, William said as he gave the 4 kings a brief nod of acknowledgement. Nisha had painstakingly told him that he shouldn't bow down, and should get used to addressing other people of the same rank with a brief nod as a sign of respect. The half-elf almost always forgot this because in his heart, he didn't feel like an emperor, but in order to not make his steward, who had been overworked as of late, nag at him, he decided to pay heed to his actions, so she wouldn't force him undertake an etiquette training on how an emperor should act in front of other people. It has been a long time, William, King Noah replied. I still can't believe that the young man whom I had knighted as my knight commander, is now an emperor. You have really come a long way, my boy. A lot of things happened, William stated. Things that were outside of my control. King Noah nodded in understanding. How is Estelle? Is she well? Yes, she is currently inside my domain. When will your wedding be held? It's not good to delay these things since the end of the world is fast approaching. I still want to hold my grandson before we all kick the bucket. The kings who heard King Noah's words gave him a weird look. Bruh, this is not the right time to be making babies. Are you mad? Even William, who wanted to have babies of his own, knew that now was not the time for this. Estelle was one of the fighters that would participate in the battle, so he didn't want her to fight so soon after giving birth to their child. Also, he didn't want to make babies irresponsibly, especially when the world was facing a crisis. This was why, his child with Selene, who was currently in the Elysian Fields, would be his only child, until they had won the war against the army of destruction. Let's go inside the palace, William said in order to change the subject. The other kings are gathered there right now. The half-elf walked briskly, almost leaving everyone behind. King Noah chuckled as he followed the boy whom his daughter had liked since the day they had undergone the trial of courage together, and fought against the Cyclops monster with everything they had. A quarter of an hour later, William arrived in the halls of Valhalla, where the kings were waiting for him. All of them were seated as they waited for his arrival. Nisha, who was William's steward, stood beside the high throne, where Odin would sit whenever he dined with the Aenarions during their feasts. She was waiting for the half-elf to take his place, and looked down on the other sovereigns, who were seated on an elevation lower than the throne. However, instead of going to the throne, William summoned an ordinary chair, and sat down at the base of the steps, leading to it, and faced the kings who had come to join him to fight against the war. When Xianxia saw this, the latter only bitterly shook her head before walking down the stairs, to stand by his side. She was William's steward, and the manager of his harem. If his emperor wanted to sit on a simple wooden chair, then she would let him do it. However, once the conference was over, she would make sure to have a private talk with him, inside his bedroom, while the two of them were connected. The majority of the kings gave William a nod of approval in their heart because he was treating them as equals, and not someone who was in a position that was higher than them. This made those who didn't know him change their opinion of him, which made the atmosphere inside the halls of Valhalla, where the bravest warriors in the world gathered, become less tense. I'm sure that my steward, Xianxia, had already told everyone about the dangers that we will be facing, William said. All of you gathered here today are the monarchs of your respective nations and, because you care for your people, have decided to join the war that will end all wars. For this, I will be forever grateful. William paused for a bit before waving his hand. A projection of the Battle of Ragnarok appeared behind him, showing everyone the fight in the half-elf's perspective from start to finish. Just as if they were watching a movie in the cinema, the kings and their escorts couldn't help but feel their blood boiling, both in fear and anger, as they watched the brave men and women fight against the giants who towered above them. However, one thing stood out to them while they were watching the battle. None of the warriors retreated. They fought with everything they had, until their weapons and bodies broke. The kings gazed at this scene and felt their heart ache, for they knew that even after breathing their last, these brave warriors never backed down, and fought until the bitter end. The battle wasn't that long, and it wasn't that short either. All in all, it lasted for 2 hours, with the final scene of a silver-haired warrior, dying in the embrace of his beloved elf, until both of their bodies were burned to ashes. The scenes they had watched had touched their hearts and souls in ways that they never thought possible. After the projection faded, no one mentioned anything about the silver-haired warrior looking like the red-headed teenager, who was seated in front of them. That was not important. The important part was that they had seen what their enemies were capable of, and those who were proficient in the art of war started to formulate the things that they might have done differently, if they had been on that battlefield. Today, I officially declare the birth of the Grand Alliance, William announced. Now, let us start our discussion about how we will deal with these invaders from the void. After talking with his grandpa, James, William knew that there was no use in worrying about the future, for it comes soon enough. Just like James had said to him, this time, they would win. And win they shall, because, from this moment, he and the rest of the people in the world would all fight as one. Chapter 1398, You motherfucker. Elle knew you'd say that. See here, if we create several layers of mirrors to increase the intensity of the magical cannons, allowing them to hit a smaller area, we will be able to pierce through the protective carapace off the adamantium beetle, which is the sturdiest of the myriad beasts in our world. But in order to do that, we will need to create these mirrors. Using a crystal that can withstand such magical intensity. We don't have such things in the Silvermoon continent. Us dwarves have many crystal ores. Should I bring in some of them so all of you can see which one fits the one you need to make these mirrors? Perfect. I knew you dwarves could sometimes be useful. Shut up, gnome. When was the last time you took a bath? You stink. Friends, let us not fight. We are here to discuss things in an orderly manner. Shut up, elf. Your ears are too long. Perfectly fair skin, handsome face, and a good brain to boot. Coo, someone take this guy out of this laboratory. Looking at him annoys me. Calm down, gnome. It's not his fault you were born ugly. Piss off, demon. Haven't you seen your face in the mirror? You look like a pig. Too many ideas. Not enough hands. Someone get me the latest design of the positron cannon from the Valyrian kingdom. There is something in their design that I think might help us configure the performance of the dreadnought destroyer. Heated discussions could be heard everywhere as the greatest minds of the world gathered in several workshops performing various tasks, in preparation for the upcoming war. It had been 2 weeks since the Grand Alliance had been founded, and the different kingdoms of the world had started to train all able-bodied individuals to fight. Swing your swords. Don't stop, sir, please, I can't do it anymore. I can't lift my arms any longer. Okay, then start running. You can still move your legs, right? Give me 10 laps. What's this? You've been training for archery for almost a week, and you still can't even hit the bull's eye. I've hit it a dozen times already. It's fine, as long as I hit the target. My opponent is a giant. It's impossible for me to miss. You do have a point. My bad, it's fine. Are you free tonight? I know this brothel. High up in the skies of the floor of Asgard, thousands of aerial units were performing joint military exercises together, creating a non-stop magical barrage from the skies. Hippogriff strikers, move out. Wyvern riders, intercept. Dragon riders, unleash dragon breaths. While everyone was busy preparing for war, the half-elf was currently on the third floor of the Tower of Babylon, laying on the grass and looking at the clouds that were moving in the sky. His head rested on the mace, Sharuer, using it as a pillow. The chatty mace didn't mind because this was one of the rare occasions where everyone gathered to take an afternoon nap, so he didn't make any noises and simply allowed William to use it as a pillow. On the half-elf's right side, Aranis was fast asleep, with her arm wrapped around his chest. On his left, Cherry slept peacefully, while being hugged by Medusa, who was doing her best to help the virtuous Lady of Charity to get over her fear of her master, who was very kind to her. Bacon aka Gullenbursti lay on William's stomach, sleeping like the little pig that it was. Its snout would move from time to time as if it was eating something, and its legs would twitch from time to time also. Whenever the red-headed teenager wanted to escape the hustle and bustle of his surroundings, he would go to Oogway's domain, where he had spent some time with Chiffon when the two of them had to climb the Tower of Babylon. Oogway's disciples, Donatella, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Narnia, were busy sparring with each other in the distance, while making as little noise as possible. The third floor was one of the most beautiful floors in the Tower of Babylon. It was a domain filled with many waterfalls, so several rainbows could be seen at any given time depending on where you looked. It was also lush in greenery, which had been maintained by the little turtle, Oogway, who liked to eat cucumbers and sandwiches. The air was fresh, and it constantly blew in the surroundings, making it the perfect place to take an afternoon nap. The past 2 weeks had been some of the busiest days in William's life. He was always present in the joint events, to inspire everyone to work hard, serving as the face of the Grand Alliance. There were days when he wasn't able to go back to the Thousand Beast domain, nor to his room to have a proper rest. He would often be seen sleeping on the ground, on the table, on chairs, or on tree branches, which made her lovers quite worried about him. In the end, Nisha took it upon herself to give the half-elf a short vacation, to allow himself to recover from the stress that had accumulated over time. The veiled beauty had also assigned the 3 little girls, who had the most free time in the world, to accompany the half-elf and ensure that he rested, instead of continually working. William's lovers and wives were busy in their own way. Wendy, Estelle, and Haleth always joined the military exercises to help organize the formations that they would use on the battlefield. Princess Aila, Anne, and Amelia busied themselves in helping the medical teams learn how to proficiently perform emergency treatment on the battlefield. Bel and the rest of the demigods would have mock battles among themselves in order to overcome the weaknesses they had. Lilith, Vesta, and Priscilla assisted Nisha in the management of William's territories. The members of the Deadly Sins, the Heavenly Virtues, and the Elders of Deus were busy formulating an 11th circle spell that they could use to combat the giants. Deus had once used an 11th circle spell in an attempt to make the southern continent their own, while the Holy Order of Light used an 11th circle spell to summon Bel to their world. Since they had 2 years to prepare, they planned to use that time to erect several altars in the world of Hestia in order to cast a continental-wide spell that would help them overcome the difference in ranks between them and the invading army of destruction. "Will, time's up," Oogway's voice reached William's ears, informing the half-elf that it was now time for him to do the other task that he needed to do. As the guardian of the third floor, Oogway could pass his message from anywhere from inside it. "Understood," William replied inside his mind. "Thank you, Master Oogway. Rest is important, so don't hesitate to visit this place whenever you wish. I am always grateful for your hospitality." William turned to his right side where Aranis was sleeping beside him and kissed her forehead. "Aranis, it's time to go," William said softly. "Please wake up." The doll-like beauty then opened her eyes before looking up at William with eyes filled with affection. "Did you sleep?" Aranis asked before kissing William's lips. "You're supposed to rest, but seeing that you're wide awake, I'm guessing that you didn't sleep." "My mind is too awake to sleep," William replied before lightly shaking Cherry, who was sleeping beside him. "Wake up, Cherry. It's time to watch the movie you wanted to watch." FWEH. Cherry abruptly opened her sleepy eyes before looking at the half-elf. A moment later, she once again closed them and returned to sleep, making Aranis, who was looking at her friend, giggle. William arched an eyebrow as he looked at Aranis, who had a sweet smile on her face. "You think this is funny?" Aranis nodded. "Look at the bright side. At least, she's no longer that scared of you, right?" If this was in the past, she would have bolted and ran away with all her might. The half-elf couldn't refute Aranis' words and simply nodded his head in agreement. Just as he was about to wake Cherry and Medusa again, he heard Nisha's voice inside his head, informing him that they had discovered some demon tribes that were hiding deep within the mountains of the demon realm, and wanted to know how William wanted to deal with them. A round mirror then appeared in front of William showing Nisha's image. "Sorry to cut your vacation short, but I will need you to personally speak to the two patriarchs of these demon tribes," Nisha said. "They are claiming that they know you, so they want to talk to you personally." Aranis, who was by William's side, frowned as she looked at Nisha. The half-elf had just started his vacation, and it hadn't been a day before he was called to work again. However, she didn't say anything because she knew that William had many responsibilities, and this was one of them. Soon the image of a Borkin appeared on the round mirror. Upon seeing its face, William's body stiffened because he had seen that face before. In fact, there was even a time when he had been tempted to slap it silly due to how annoying it was. The two stared at each other for a full minute before William broke the silence. "Swiper, no swiping," William said with a teasing smile on his face. "You motherfucker," Swiper replied in anger. "I knew you'd say that." Indeed, the one in the projection was none other than the Borkin that William had met in the Deadlands. It was none other than Swiper, who led the demon faction, and worked as Morax's subordinate, which seemed like a lifetime ago. Chapter 1399, Old Acquaintances and New Bonds. Although he was quite reluctant to part with Aranis, Medusa, Cherry, Bacon, and Sharur, the half-elf still went to the demon continent using the Bifrost Bridge to meet with an old friend that he hadn't seen for quite some time. "Why didn't you tell me that you were from Hestia?" William asked. "You didn't ask," Swiper snorted. "Also, even if you did, what makes you think that I'd have given you an answer?" The two sat facing each other on the grass, while the Borkin casually smoked his pipe. Even now, Swiper couldn't believe that the person he had met in the Deadlands was now the overlord of the entire demon realm. When Ahriman and Felix came to power, Swiper immediately ordered his tribe to hide deep in the mountains, so that they wouldn't be involved in the invasion of the central continent. The demon realm was a very big place, so there were plenty of places to hide to escape the compulsory draft that Felix decreed when he became the heir of darkness. It was not only Swiper and his tribe that managed to hide away in the mountains. Several other demon tribes had gone to great lengths, so that they wouldn't fight a war that they didn't want in the first place. Nisha had tasked several of her agents, as well as the demons who had pledged loyalty to William, to look for these scattered tribes, and bring them back to the surface for the war that would happen in 2 years' time. The Veiled Beauty's subordinates were quite thorough, and they did a very detailed sweep across the land, looking for traces of the demon tribes that escaped Felix's draft. The Borkin tribe that Swiper belonged to was just one of these many demon clans that were found. However, when Nisha's subordinates told them that the heir of darkness was no more, and was replaced by a half-elf emperor, they thought that they would finally be able to live their lives peacefully. Unfortunately, what awaited them was another war, and this time, there would be no place in the world where they could run to and hide from the invaders that were intent on extinguishing all life in the world. "You already know what is going on, right?" William inquired. "What are your plans?" Swiper didn't answer William's question right away and just blew a cloud of smoke in front of him. Half a minute later, the Borkin emptied the contents of his pipe before glancing at the half-elf with a serious expression on its face. "I already have a hunch, but I'll just ask in case," Swiper said. "Back then in the Deadlands, a giant grabbed Morax and allowed him to escape. Is that the same giant that you are going to fight against in this upcoming war?" Swiper groaned after confirming his suspicion. He had already seen how powerful that giant was, and he knew that fighting against it was not the best way to commit suicide. The half-elf remained silent and just stared at the Borkin, whose face had now turned pale from fright. As someone who had seen the giant, Surtur, firsthand, he could understand what Swiper was feeling right now. "Fine," Swiper stated after a few minutes had passed. "At least promise me that you will die before me. I am afraid of dying, you know." The half-elf smiled before giving the Borkin a middle finger. Swiper grunted because the red-headed teenager refused to die before him, which made him have the great urge to look for a place to hide, and somehow survive the end of the world. Just as he was contemplating these things inside his head, Swiper suddenly remembered something important. Actually, there was another tribe that I met while we were looking for a place to hide, Swiper said. They are not from the demon tribes, but they are as feisty as demons when it comes to fighting. Guess who I found? The Borkin smiled evilly, making the half-elf have the strong urge to slap him. Just tell me who it is, William replied. I don't have as much free time as you. Swiper scoffed before telling the half-elf who he had met on his journey in the demon realm to look for a place to hide. Lindir, Swiper. Do you remember him? The half-elf faintly recalled the name. But, due to many things that happened in the past, he couldn't remember every name that he had come across with. Who is he again? William asked. The things that happened in the Deadlands are like a blur to me at the moment. Swiper chuckled because the half-elf didn't recall who Lindir was right away, which made him feel that he had more of an impression than the annoying lizardfolk because William remembered who he was. Lindir was the leader of the Swamptide shelter back in the Deadlands, Swiper answered. He is now the patriarch of the lizardfolk that are currently hiding in the marshlands of the northwest regions of the demon realm. I see, I now remember him. William nodded his head. Lindir was the lizardfolk who often hung around with Ildan whenever he had free time. However, his presence wasn't that big during their time in the Deadlands, and the lizardfolk's territory was far from the Glory Shelter, where he, Lilith, and Razel stayed. Do you know the exact location? William asked. Might as well drop by and ask him to join the Grand Alliance. Swiper smiled because this was what he wanted to have happen in the first place. Since he couldn't run away from William's grasp, might as well drag his acquaintance along. This way, he would not be the only one who would suffer, but both of them would suffer at the same time. The half-elf didn't know what the Borkin was thinking, nor did he care. However, he found it quite amusing how the casual encounter he had with Ildan, Swiper, and Lindir in the Deadlands, would somehow tie them all up together back in Hestia, making him feel that fate was truly a fickle lady who did things in a roundabout manner. Chapter 1400. A place to call home. By the way, how is that demonic dog, Soglav, doing? Swiper asked as he walked side by side with William in the marshlands. We fought side by side during the war, and we were able to kill Wade together back then. He's dead, William replied. He fought against a pseudo-god in order to protect me. Ah, that's too bad. I thought that someone like him would live a long life because he was afraid of death, just like me. True. William didn't refute Swiper's words because that was indeed Soglav's mentality. He would not allow himself to be killed so easily because for him, his life was very precious. Still, in the end, the demonic dog didn't back away and faced Princess Iron Fan with everything he had. He died bravely for the sake of friendship, and the bonds that he shared with the other beasts in the Thousand Beast domain. It didn't take long before the two of them found Lindir's lizardfolk tribe, who had managed to camouflage their hiding place quite well, using the terrain, creating blind spots in every direction. If not for the fact that William had Optimus, who could map his surroundings, and detect the presences of living things, the half-elf might have missed the lizardfolk tribe that had hidden themselves well. When William and Swiper entered their tribal domain, all the lizardfolk warriors took out their weapons and encircled the two trespassers with the intent to kill. If not for the fact that they had recognized Swiper, who was an acquaintance of their chieftain, they would have already attacked without mercy. Oi, Lindir, get your sorry ass out here now. Swiper shouted. I brought an acquaintance with me. He's someone you know as well. A minute later, a 2-meter-tall lizardfolk emerged from the biggest hut in the tribe, and looked at his uninvited guests with annoyance. Swiper, you bastard, Lindir shouted. Why aren't you dead yet? How can I possibly die when you're still alive? Swiper shouted back. Come here, someone is looking for you. The lizard man clicked his tongue as he walked to where the crowd was gathering. The lizardfolk all parted to let their chieftain pass, allowing Lindir to finally see the one accompanying Swiper. Lindir's body stiffened when he saw the familiar red-headed teenager, who had fought head-to-head with Morax in the past. To everyone's surprise, Lindir shouted in alarm before shaking his hips side to side. A moment later, his tail fell off, which made all the lizardfolk around him gasp in shock. With a pained face, Lindir picked up his tail with both of his hands and walked towards William. He then knelt and offered his tail to the half-elf in a very respectful manner, making William's and Swiper's lips twitch. Bruh, we just came here to talk to you. Why are you offering your tail to us like this? It's not like we came here to kill you or anything. These were the thoughts that passed through the half-elves and the Borkins' heads the moment they looked at the tail, who was still twitching in Lindir's hand. I offer my tail as an offering of peace, Lindir stated. Please take it and leave our tribe alone. We don't want to be involved in the wars of the demon and central continent. We just want to live in peace. William glanced at the wriggling tail, which was at least 2 meters long, before shifting his gaze to the lizard man, who had his head bowed in submission. Are you taking it? Swiper asked with a complicated look on his face. William shook his head. Of course not. What am I going to do with a tail? What, are you not a cultured person? Don't you know that the tails of lizardfolk are a delicacy? Swiper looked at the half-elf as if he was a country bumpkin. Why do you think they shed their tails whenever they face a strong monster? They do it so that the monster will eat their tail, and allow them to escape unharmed. Since you don't want it, I'll take it myself. Swiper nonchalantly grabbed hold of Lindir's tail before the lizard man could even react to his action. A moment later, an awkward silence descended on the lizard tribe, making the onlookers feel both relieved and embarrassed about their chieftain's actions. William, who was now in the center of everyone's attention, scratched his cheek before shifting his gaze on the still kneeling lizard man in front of him. Let's talk first, William said. If you really don't want to fight, I won't force you. But, hear me out first. Lindir nodded his head in agreement. He also felt embarrassed about what he did earlier, but after he saw William, he immediately felt threatened, so he followed his instinct and shed his tail, allowing him to have a chance of survival. The smell of something being roasted spread inside the chieftain's house. It smelled so good that for a moment, William had the strong urge to taste it. However, he resisted this strong urge because it would be awkward to eat the tail of someone he knew, so he simply sat and stared at the lizard man, while Swiper hummed and roasted the latter's tail in the fire pit, located at the center of Lindir's home. Beside the lizard man, the elders of the lizard tribe were also present, and all of them were quite surprised by the story that William told them. Lindir, who was the chieftain of the lizard folk, sighed after hearing William's tale. His tail had already regrown because the half-elf had used life magic on him, allowing him to instantly regenerate his tail. We just want to live in peace, but it seems that it is no longer possible, Lindir stated. This is like the Deadlands all over again. Either we fight, or die like pigs in a butcher's house. Swiper, who was busy roasting Lindir's tail, glared at the lizard man. Although he was technically not a pig, he still took offense to Lindir's words because pigkins were still his distant cousins. Indeed, William agreed. All of us can run, but none of us can hide. Lindir nodded in understanding before looking at William straight in the eye. I just have one request. Name it. William could tell that Lindir had already decided to join his alliance, so he decided to hear him out and grant his request if it was within his ability. Our tribe has lived far away from the other demon tribes, and constantly migrated from place to place, in search of a place where we don't have to go to war against our neighbors, Lindir stated. If we survive this war, I want you to promise me that you will give us a piece of land where we can live permanently. It doesn't have to be big, but it must be enough for all of us to build our homes and hunt. Also, I want you to become our guarantor that no other clans, demons, or other races would seek to harm us in any way possible. If you can promise me this, I will devote everything, even my life, to fight for your cause. The half-elf smiled before nodding his head. Deal. Aside from the floor of Asgard, there were other floors that belonged to him after he had kicked their previous owners out. He would give one of these floors to the lizard clan, so that they would no longer have to fear the bullying of other races again. The half-elf and the lizard man then shook hands in order to seal the alliance, making the elders of the lizardfolk nod their heads in satisfaction. 2 hours later, the half-elf had taken all the lizardfolk to the Tower of Babylon. Now that William had given them a promise that they would be given a land of their own, they no longer needed to constantly migrate again, which had left them feeling like they had no place that they could call their home. Chapter 1401. The burden doesn't only lie in your hands. Days passed. Weeks passed. It had been 3 months since the Grand Alliance was founded, and slowly, but surely, things were starting to take shape. The geniuses of each kingdom, tribe, and clan, all gathered and made significant breakthroughs when it came to weapons, battle formations, and high-level spells, that made everyone feel a little more confident that they would be able to make the giants feel a world of pain once they descended into their world. Right now, William was having a private meeting with the 2 most powerful existences in the world of Hestia, who had come to look for him of their own accord. Seated across him were two men whose ages he couldn't ascertain due to their features. Both of them had long white hair that flowed down to their waists and were wearing gray clothes. The half-elf already knew one of them, which was Leviathan, the guardian of Atlantis. He was the overlord of the ocean. William had fought him once, but their battle was a tie. Even with Sun Wukong's perfect fusion, Leviathan was a true powerhouse, making him a very dependable ally in the upcoming war. The second one was the overlord of the lands of Hestia, and he was known by the demigods as Tarisk. This was the first time the red-headed teenager was meeting Tarisk in person, and although the pseudo-god's human form looked amiable, and even gentle, the power that was radiating from his body wouldn't lose to Leviathan in the slightest. They were the two true protectors of the world, and they had come to William in order to discuss some important matters with him. "I am very happy with how you handled this situation," Tarisk said with a smile. Even during the era of the gods, when the world was covered in darkness, and the gods were fighting against each other, the races of the world didn't unite as one like what I'm seeing today. It's quite heartening and fills me with hope. Leviathan nodded his head from the side because he, too, shared Tarisk's sentiment. "I am glad that you feel that way, Your Excellency," William replied. "But I'm sure that you didn't come to find me just because of this, right? Getting straight to the point. I like this attitude as well." Tarisk nodded. "Very well. Since you want to know why we came to visit you, I will no longer tarry and give you some good news." Tarisk leaned forward on his chair and smiled. "What if I tell you that we have a way to turn all the demigods in this world into pseudo-gods?" Tarisk stated. "But, in order to do that, you must gather all of them here first, including those that are currently inside the hidden domains." Leviathan, who had been quiet on the side, spoke up as well. "This is just a one-time thing, so in order to not waste it, we must gather all the demigods in one place, and have them all transform into pseudo-gods," Leviathan commented. "I know that you have already started to visit the Forbidden Grounds one by one in order to add them to your army, but you must make haste if you want to maximize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is there perhaps a time limit?" William inquired. There was a sense of urgency in Leviathan's tone, making the half-elf feel that there was a deadline for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, making him a little anxious. "Yes," Leviathan replied, "you have 10 months to gather as many demigods as you can, and bring them all here in the central continent. The reason being, that is when the magical power of this world will be at its peak. It is strong enough to empower an 11th circle spell, which can be used to raise the ranks of all the demigods to the next stage." The half-elves took this news seriously because this was indeed some very good news. He had often wondered how the disparity between the quality and quantity of the higher-ranking combatants of both parties could be overcome, but this issue had been stressing him out for a very long time. No matter how small, any advantage that he could strive for was a welcome addition to his cause. "I will work harder in order to hasten the conquest of the Forbidden Grounds," William stated. "I will mobilize all the pseudo-gods under my command to start looking for the locations of these Forbidden Grounds at once." "There's no need for that," Tarisk said before handing William an aged scroll. "These are all the locations of the Forbidden Grounds, as well as the hidden ones within the lands of Hestia." Leviathan also handed the half-elf another scroll. "These are the Forbidden Grounds located in the seas and oceans of the world," Leviathan stated. "I'm afraid that even if you do your utmost for the next 10 months, you will not be able to visit them all." William accepted both scrolls and opened them to allow Optimus to record them, just in case the scrolls were lost. "Your Excellencies, why did you just give me these scrolls now?" William asked. "If you could have given it to me sooner." Leviathan and Tarisk glanced at each other before shaking their heads at the same time. "We also wished we could have given them to you sooner," Tarisk replied. "However, we just finished surveying the entirety of this world today and jotted down those locations on the map. The world is a vast place," Leviathan stated. "Even if we are the overlords of our respective domains, we don't know every nook and cranny of this world. This is why it took us a while to look for these places, so we could give these to you as soon as we could." The two pseudo-gods gave William a brief bow before standing up. "Please use it well, Your Majesty," Tarisk said softly. "You don't have to visit them all. Visit what you can, and after the ceremony, you can visit the others." Leviathan gave the half-elf a sidelong glance before opening the door to leave. "Remember this, William," Leviathan said as he walked past the door. "Everyone is doing their best in their own way. The burden doesn't only lie in your hands. Tarisk smiled as he followed behind Leviathan, leaving William to ponder his next course of action. They had seen how much the half-elf had worked behind the scenes, so they also took it upon themselves to work just as hard, leaving him the fruit of all of their hard work. Chapter 1402, To Love at First Sight. Elescent that cheating. A month had passed since Leviathan and Tarisk had visited William. Since then, he had already conquered 5 forbidden grounds, raising the number of pseudo-gods under his command by 5 more. Just like the other forbidden domains, aside from the pseudo-gods, they also had demigods which served as the boss monsters of the upper floors. As an example, the fairies guarding Titania's Tir na Nog were scheduled to have their ranks upgraded to pseudo-gods when William had finished visiting as many forbidden and secret domains as he could during the time that was allotted to him. Unlike Astrape, Bronte, Titania, and the nymphs, William didn't make any contracts with them, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. His soul couldn't afford to form any more contracts with demigods, so he used the destruction of the world to get them to join his side willingly. William also explained to them in detail of why he was conquering their domains, which made some of the pseudo-gods doubtful of his words. As for those who were unwilling, they faced the one-sided beating of several pseudo-gods, until they finally understood that joining the Grand Alliance was the least painful option. However, since William had conquered their dungeon and made it his own, they had no choice but to give him the benefit of the doubt, and tag along with him to conquer the other forbidden grounds, to further raise the number of William's forces. Having 5 more pseudo-gods greatly increased the capture rate of the dungeons located in the forbidden grounds, which led Nisha to give the half-elf a short vacation in order to take a breather. The half-elf didn't reject the offer and left the central continent to go to a more peaceful place. A place where he had spent his childhood days happily with the members of his small herd. Back then, I was more handsome than you, a shepherd said while laying on the soft wool of the sheep under his head. Now, I am still more handsome than you. The half-elf rolled his eyes after hearing the words of his first best friend whom he hadn't seen in a while. But, even though I'm more handsome than you, I'm hearing rumors that you already have over 30 wives. Theo, the shepherd boy who would always accompany William whenever he took his goats to the pasture to graze, propped himself up and looked at half-elf with bloodshot eyes. I'm so envious. Theo grounded his teeth in frustration. Did they have sisters? Even cousins will do. Introduce me. Piss off. You smell like sheep. William pushed Theo's face, who was breathing like a dragon in his face, away. Theo swatted William's hand away from his face before glaring at the half-elf who had become a winner in life after he left Lant. Shut up, milk drinker. Theo glared. Is that your secret? Because you drank goat milk when you were young, you became super popular with the ladies. No, bro, it's all about the looks. William wagged his finger in front of his best friend, who had remained in Lant and lived his life peacefully. Can't you see how handsome I am? Even if you take a bath every day, you will not reach this level of handsomeness in your lifetime. It would be a sin if the ladies didn't flock to me. Theo clicked his tongue before rubbing his hands over his face. To think you even made Princess Aila your lover, Theo said grudgingly. I had a crush on her back then. I thought that she would be my girlfriend after a year. But that old fart Owen took her with him when he went to the central continent. I missed my chance to confess. William arched an eyebrow before looking at his friend from head to toe. Theo used to be a chubby boy when they were younger. Now, he was a young man with a well-toned body, as well as above-average looks. Truth be told, Theo was quite popular with the young ladies in Lant. It would not be hard for him to find one whom he could spend his life with. However, William didn't expect that the frog had tried to eat a swan, which he had eaten, after it flew to the central continent before following him to the demon continent. Sorry bro, but you didn't stand a chance from the very start, William said as he patted Theo's shoulder with a smug smile on his face, which made the latter so annoyed that he lunged at the half-elf, making both of them roll down the grass hill. The early bird catches the early worm, Theo lamented as he laid on the ground panting for breath after his short scuffle with William. I wasn't early enough. With my good looks, I'm sure that she would have said yes, if I confessed to her. If you say so, William said with a teasing smile on his face. Still, if you want to marry princesses, there are many out there. I'm sure you will find the one that is meant for you sooner or later. Theo shook his head before he stared at the half-elf as if the latter wasn't well versed in the art of love. I won't fall in love with just a random person. Theo patted his chest proudly. It must be similar to love at first sight or none at all. How about you? Did you make the ones whom you fell in love with at first sight, your wife? William pondered for a bit before answering Theo's question. The first one he fell in love with on Earth was Belle, who had now become his wife. The one he fell in love with at first sight was his master, Celine. Technically, she was not yet his wife, but she had already given birth to his baby, making the half-elf scratch his head about how the order of things had been jumbled up. Well, in a way, I ended up with the two girls I fell in love with at first sight, William replied. What? How can there be such a thing? Theo looked at the half-elf in disdain. To love at first sight? Isn't that cheating? The half-elf laughed because this talk about random things made him realize that even though the end of the world was coming their way, that wouldn't stop the people of Hestia from enjoying the simple pleasures of life. Just as he was about to talk nonsense with Theo again, a beam of light descended a few meters away from him. There, Nisha, who was wearing a veil like always, as well as a girl whom William hadn't seen for a long time, appeared a few meters away from him. Greetings, Your Majesty. The young lady beside Nisha gave William a respectful bow before raising her head. I was planning to wait for you to return to the floor Asgard, but Lady Nisha and I met each other in the hallway, and she decided to help me reach out to you. William glanced at the veiled beauty, who only nodded her head, before shifting his gaze to his ex-fiancée, whom he hadn't seen since the last time they met in the Misty Sect. It was none other than Rebecca, the genius girl who had broken her engagement with William, many years ago. William subconsciously lowered his gaze to look at her chest in amusement. It wasn't small, but failed to reach the cup C requirement that he had stated when he was asked by her grandfather, Lawrence, who was the former Duke of the Dukedom of Griffith, what his ideal woman was like. Chapter 1403, Reminiscing about the Past, Part 1. Rebecca, what are the qualities you like to see in your future husband? Well, first, he must be stronger than me, Rebecca stated. Third, he must be someone with ambition. I don't like mediocrity. That was the scene that appeared inside Rebecca's head after she reunited with the half-elf who had risen to heights she could never hope to imagine within the short time that they had parted ways with each other. Many years ago, she really thought that she was too good for a dirty shepherd, who spent his days herding goats and sheep in the countryside. To this day, whenever the disciples of the Misty Sect talked about William Von Ainsworth, they would remember her. The person that broke their engagement, and wondered if she regretted her decision back then. Truth be told, Rebecca was a bit regretful, but she didn't fully regret her decision. No one knew what the future would hold. When she decided to break the engagement with William, she had already thought of the possibility of him surpassing her in the future. Even so, she was still firm in her decision. If she were to be given the opportunity to return to the past, she would make the same decision. After all, she understood more than anyone else that the half-elf had faced challenges that surpassed even her wildest dreams, in order to reach the rank and position he now had. The young lady with long, light brown hair, and green eyes, held William's gaze, whose eyes were of the same color as hers. However, a second later, his gaze moved downwards, looking at her chest, making Rebecca remember the words that the half-elf had said to describe his ideal lover. She didn't meet the first, and she couldn't say that she met the second requirement either. As for loyalty, she was willing to devote her life to someone that had earned her trust. Right now, she hadn't found that person, but she firmly believed that once she had chosen someone to love, she would be loyal without a doubt. As for the last condition of being a beauty that could bring the downfall of a nation, Rebecca was a beauty, but her beauty didn't reach Princess Sidoni's, Titania's, Nisha's, Celine's, Princess Isla's, or even Aranis' standards. Among William's wives and lovers, these women had the beauty that could topple nations. Of course, his other wives and lovers were extremely beautiful women. The 8 deadly sins, and the 8 heavenly virtues, were all beautiful in their own right, and any man in the world would fight to have one of them as their lover. Belle, Wendy, Estelle, Ash, Lilith, Acedia, and the rest, there were simply too many to list. In short, William didn't have a shortage of women in his harem, which could be said to be the dream of all the men in the world of Hestia. It's been a while, William said softly. Have you been well? Yes, Rebecca replied. Life has been full of ups and downs, but we must continue to move forward, in order to grow as individuals. After Nisha had brought Rebecca to William's side, the veiled beauty didn't stay for long and returned to the floor of Asgard. However, before she went, she dragged Theo, who had the look of, "This is some juicy gossip material," away. Nisha knew that the two needed some alone time together. She had investigated William's background and had made sure to memorize the faces and names of the people that were close to him. Among those that struck an impression to her was Rebecca. She was William's ex-fiancée, and the girl who decided to break the marriage agreement because she found him lacking. Nisha couldn't help but giggle after reading this piece of information, and made sure to always keep an eye out for William's ex-fiancée, whom no one had seen for the past hundreds of chapters. An awkward silence descended between the two after that brief exchange. This silence lasted for a full 5 minutes before Rebecca took the initiative to restart the conversation. The reason why I came to the floor of Asgard is to represent the collective decision of the elders of the Misty Sect, Rebecca said. All of us will participate in the Grand Alliance, and wish to have stronger ties with the Ainsworth family. William chuckled and crossed his arms over his chest. I am honored to have the Misty Sect join the Alliance, William replied. But, I'm curious, who was the one that made you say the last part of your declaration? My master, Lady Eleanor, Rebecca stated with a bitter smile. She wanted to know if you still hold a grudge over what had happened several years ago. The half-elf smiled and nodded his head in understanding. You know, back then, when I first heard that my Gramps had already planned for my future marriage partner, I felt that the old man was in too much of a hurry, William said as he looked at the sheep and goats grazing in the distance. He couldn't possibly tell Rebecca that he had been aware of their engagement since he was a baby because the old coot, James, would often brag to him that he had nabbed him a beauty before he could even learn to walk. I too was surprised when I learned that I already had a marriage partner, Rebecca commented. I believe I was 6 years old when my grandfather told me about it. As a child, I didn't really understand what having a marriage partner was. Because of this, I felt that someone was deciding my own future for me, which made me hate the idea as I grew older. You don't like someone manipulating your life for you, right? Yes, this is why I decided to break the marriage agreement. If I were to fall in love, I wanted to fall in love on my own terms, and not because my grandfather agreed to marry me to someone whose face I hadn't even seen once. William once again nodded his head in understanding. In truth, he also hated the idea of someone forcing him to marry someone he didn't like. So, for him, Rebecca breaking the marriage agreement wasn't necessarily a bad thing. You looked so cute back then, William said softly. Dressed up like a doll, and acting like the noble you are. The half-elf paused before glancing at the lady by his side. Now, you have grown into a beauty, William commented. I'm sure that there are many in the Misty Sect that are hoping to become your lover. Suddenly, Rebecca chuckled, which made the half-elf wonder if he said something very funny. Everyone in the Misty Sect is too afraid to approach me, Rebecca replied. They think that if they were to really make me their lover, you would return and bury them in night's oil. Even my guardian, Her Excellency, Meredith, refused to accompany me on this journey, knowing that I would be meeting with you. The half-elf lightly scratched his cheek after hearing Rebecca's words. There had been a time when he had been very reckless and did things that were not appropriate. However, he didn't regret his decision back then. The circumstances had forced him to do what he did, which gave the guardian of the Misty Sect a trauma that still haunted it to this day. Let's not talk about that incident anymore, William smiled as he faced his ex-fiancée with an inquiring gaze. It's all in the past. Rebecca nodded. I agree. The young lady then took out something from her storage ring and handed it to the half-elf, who took it with a curious expression. This is? William asked. Rebecca sighed before answering William's question. That is the letter that your familiar, Elliot, left me, Rebecca answered. He said that I should give it to you after your battle with Ahriman and the Heir of Darkness was finished. The young lady gave a bitter smile before bowing her head lightly in apology. I'm sorry, I am only able to give this to you now because many things happened within the Misty Sect when the demons attacked. Some of our elders had been injured, and we were forced to close off the territories around the sect with the power of Her Excellency, Meredith. Then, your battle against the Holy Order of Light reached our ears, which prompted me to wait until the outcome had been decided before I came to see you. The half-elf's expression became solemn as he broke the seal on the letter, so that he could read it. He had only come to learn recently from Chloe that Elliot had the power of clairvoyance after they returned from the Tower of Babylon. With that said, the familiar might have already foreseen his death, and might have written the letter as a last will to tell William the things that he wanted to pass to him after his death. Chapter 1404, Reminiscing about the Past, Part 2. That is the number of times my heart was supposed to beat before I passed away. But, Alas, it was not meant to be. I, who lived a short, yet happy life, have many regrets, and among those regrets was to die, a virgin. Ahem, don't look at me with those eyes filled with ridicule and contempt, for I am sure that you, yes you, the one reading this right now, is the same. Both of us are virgins. The corner of William's lips twitched as he read the opening paragraphs of Elliot's letter. The words that were written were very familiar to him, and somehow, he felt too embarrassed to continue reading it because he already had an idea of what would come up next. The half-elf was no longer a virgin, and had become a veteran in the arts of love-making. Since Elliot was a part of his soul, he was sure that his familiar was just poking fun at him in order to make him relax a bit more as he read the letter. Although I can't see it, I believe that your lips should be twitching right now. There are not many things you can hide from me because I know everything about you. I know that it has been a long time coming, but I'd like to applaud your boldness for having the guts to steal a pair of Celine's panties while you were still undergoing her training back in Lant. The half-elf folded the handwritten letter in his hands for a brief moment before looking at the sky to contemplate the meaning of life. Rebecca, who was standing beside him, wondered what was written in the letter because the half-elf's expression had changed so many times in just a short period of time. Elliot's letter must be very profound, Rebecca thought. William's face is a bit flushed right now. Is he all right? What she didn't know was that the half-elf was planning to burn Elliot's letter as soon as he finished reading it to erase any evidence of what had happened in the past. If Celine, or any of his wives, and lovers, were to accidentally read it, they would probably look at him in a weird manner, making the half-elf unable to know how to react to their stares. After regaining his composure, he once again opened the letter and started to read. Fortunately, Elliot had stopped teasing him and finally got down to business. By the time you are reading this letter, I have long been dead. It's quite funny, you know. People think that seers that can see the future could prevent the bad ones from happening completely. But this isn't the truth. The most we can do is help steer the future to a more favorable one by laying out foundations in advance. Perhaps you didn't know, but the giants had attempted to attack Hestia in the past. I didn't tell you this because there were other things that needed your immediate attention, so I decided to make Rebecca my subordinate, as well as enlist Chloe's help, in order to prevent the giants from arriving in this world sooner. Back then, no one in the world was ready to face them. Not Molokai, who was traveling the world of Hestia to look for remnants that were left behind during the era of the gods that could help win the war against the invaders of this world. Not our Gramps, who is probably off somewhere, looking for, never mind. This is not something for me to say, but know that the old coot is doing his best in his own way. And, not you, who still don't know your true identity. I tried so hard to reach a point where I could guide you to reach your full potential, but sadly, that is not possible now. The battle with Ahriman should have ended with you being defeated, and your core being absorbed by Felix, making him the true hegemon of this world, enveloping it in endless suffering and darkness. In order to prevent that from happening, I talked to those that could help prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. Kusaganaga and Conan agreed to my selfish request, and had already prepared themselves to sacrifice their lives for your sake. My vision of the future ended with Ahriman, and I couldn't see past that, which only meant one thing. That meant that I would no longer be around to see whether my plan to save you succeeded, or not. Still, I believe that you will be able to survive. I also apologize because I'm sure that you would have experienced excruciating pain after Conan and I died, but pain is a good thing. It means that you are still alive to experience it. I really wish I could have seen how things turned out, but if you were to really read this letter, that means that all has been well, and our sacrifices have not been in vain. Will, on behalf of Conan, we would like to thank you for bringing us to this world. Our life was short, but it was fun. I am very happy to have been your friend, and familiar. Although I did things behind your back, know that I only did it for your sake, and for your sake alone. Do you know, I confessed to Chloe, but she rejected me. I can't believe someone as handsome and awesome as me was rejected. But that just means that the one she chose over me was better, right? Make sure to treat her well, because she loves you very much. Also, Rebecca might be a proud individual, but she is not inherently bad. She made the choice back then, knowing that the future is uncertain. What I'm saying is that it would be a shame if some other guy hit her up, so since you were her ex-fiancé, can you add her to your harem as well? I'm sure that Gramps, and his friend, Lawrence, will be happy with this outcome. Of course, You are free to reject this proposal. After all, I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do. I can't even imagine what the world is like after you read this letter of mine. I'm pretty sure that if you manage to survive Ahriman and Felix, you will be facing off against the giants. I'm guessing that you'd rather fight Ahriman than them, which makes it even harder to envision what the future will be like several years from now. Still, I ask of you, do not lose hope. Live, not only for my sake, but for Conan's as well. Wherever we may be, we will always watch over you and pray that you will find all the happiness this world has to offer. I already mentioned it, but Rebecca is a good girl. Although she isn't a C cup, she is a very loyal person. She will also give birth to healthy babies, so Gramps will be happy to have her around. Lastly, be safe, Will, and may all the promises you made in your past and present lives be realized in full. The half-elf slowly closed his eyes as he controlled the surging sadness that was slowly rising up from his chest. The handwritten letter already had dried-up tear stains in it, which proved that Elliot had cried while writing the letter. His angelic familiar was a calm and collected person, who seemed to be a devil in disguise. He was very different from Conan, who seemed to be more of a good guy, despite being a devil familiar. He carefully folded the letter and placed it inside his storage ring. He no longer had any intention of burning it because it was the last remaining legacy of his familiar, who did everything in his power to give him a future. Rebecca, who noticed that tears had started to stream down the side of the half-elf's face, took out her handkerchief but hesitated to wipe them away. After a brief internal struggle, she took a step forward and dabbed her handkerchief on the half-elf's cheeks, drying his tears. Although her relationship with William was more of an acquaintance, rather than a friend, the sadness emanating from the half-elf had moved her heart, making her take a bold step to reach out and cross that gap that had separated the two of them, since the day that she had decided to break off the marriage agreement that had been forced on her, regardless of her will. Feeling the soft handkerchief touching his face, the half-elf opened his eyes and looked at Rebecca with a profound sadness that seemed to be coming from the very depths of his soul. "I'm sorry, but can you let me borrow your shoulder for a while?" William asked. Rebecca nodded and reached out to hug the half-elf and rub his back, allowing the latter to cry on her shoulder. William was someone who held the highest authority in the world at this moment, and for him to show her this side of him made her feel that even someone as powerful as him could still shed tears like a normal person, making her have a better understanding of him. As the sun disappeared from the horizon, and the first stars appeared in the sky, William's ex-fiancée, who was once promised to become his wife in the past, accompanied him until he no longer had tears to shed. Chapter 1405. I didn't choose the harem life, the harem life chose me. The sounds of the night, as well as the crackling of the campfire, could be faintly heard in the background. "Have you ever thought that something like this would happen between us?" William inquired. "No," Rebecca replied in a heartbeat. William chuckled. "Me, neither." Right now, the half-elf was resting his head on Rebecca's lap, as he looked at the star-studded sky. After he recovered from his grief, he already found himself lying on Rebecca's lap. He couldn't remember how he ended up in that manner because he had been in a daze after reading Elliot's letter. The half-elf thought that he had already overcome his sadness for the loss of his two familiars, but that was only on the surface. Elliot's letter was proof that he was still saddened by their deaths, and was merely keeping himself busy, so that he wouldn't think about them more. "What is it like to be born a genius?" William asked. "Do you want me to hit you?" Rebecca replied. "You of all people shouldn't ask me this question." The half-elf smiled because, after realizing what he just asked, he had undoubtedly stepped on a landmine. "I already said that when I first saw you, I found you very cute and adorable," William stated. "Back then, I thought that my grandfather's decision to have an arranged marriage wasn't necessarily a bad thing. How about you? What was your first impression of me?" Rebecca didn't reply right away. Instead, she closed her eyes as she recalled the first time she had met the shepherd, who had come home covered in dirt and grass. "Dirty, smelly, and looked like an obnoxious brat," Rebecca replied. "I am older than you by a year, and just the thought of spending a lifetime cleaning up your mess made me want to get rid of you as soon as possible." "You're not holding back with your praises, are you?" "Because it's the truth. A shepherd isn't really my ideal husband. Back then, I wanted to marry a prince, like those in the fairy tale books I read when I was younger. Also, as a member of the nobility, and the daughter of a duke, I was bound to marry a person with high social standing." William rolled his eyes after hearing Rebecca's answer. He didn't think that the 100-year genius was a hopeless romantic who only thought about a prince charming in fairy tales that would save the princess from a fire-breathing dragon in a tower far away. I can somehow understand the longing for a fairy tale ending, William commented. I'm sure that everyone would like to live a happily ever after, but life never follows our wishes. Instead, it gives us these trials, breaking us at times, and sometimes, pushing us to the limits, making us wonder if there is a happy ending at the end of all of our suffering. Rebecca nodded in agreement to William's words. She had learned firsthand that if you really wanted something in your life, you needed to strive for it with everything you had. How is Sir Lawrence? William inquired. It has been a long time since I last saw him. Rebecca wrinkled her nose after she was reminded about her grandfather, who was egging her to reconcile with William in an attempt to salvage their relationship. Her grandfather still hadn't given up on playing matchmaker between her and the half-elf, who now stood at the very top of the world. My grandfather is still very healthy and as ambitious as ever, Rebecca replied. He still has plans to rekindle our broken engagement and hope that our family can benefit by holding onto your thigh. No wonder he is Gramps' friend, William commented. They are two birds of the same feather. Right, Rebecca agreed wholeheartedly. The sect master is truly a greedy person. William could only bitterly smile after Rebecca reminded him that James was now the sect master of the Misty sect. The previous sect master had become the vice sect master, whom James had assigned to manage the Misty sect while he was away. In short, the sect, that once stood as one of the most powerful factions in the central continent, was now at his grandpa's beck and call. William still didn't know how his grandpa had managed to do it, but knowing James, the latter could definitely scam people even if they knew that they were being scammed. How many wives do you have right now? Rebecca suddenly asked a question that William didn't expect she would ask. Officially married, William asked back. Around 5. His official wives were only Wendy, Ash, Chiffon, Princess Sidonie, and Belle. This reminded the half-elf that there were still some people that he promised to marry, but right now was not the time to do it. Originally, he planned to marry Estelle and Lilith after returning to the central continent from Earth, but many things happened, preventing him from following this plan. Even now, that the silver-haired beauty had been freed from the curse, and was always with him, he still couldn't find the right time to host a wedding for her. Lilith was also waiting for him, and he knew that he only needed to say the word and the entirety of the Ainsworth Empire would move mountains to prepare a grand wedding that would be remembered in history. The half-elf also remembered the lazy elf sleeping in the spring of life, located at the roots of the world tree. He planned to marry Acedia as well, making him start counting with his fingers. He had promised Belle that he would only have 9 wives and lovers, but the number of ladies around him had surpassed that number already. With these 3 ladies whom he was sure to marry, the number of wives had now gone up to 8. Then, there was Kathy, who had proclaimed herself to be his 9th wife. The last person he wanted to marry was Celine, closing the number of wives at 10, which was his original plan. But now, that plan was no longer possible. You have so many women, Rebecca commented. And yet, you only have 5 wives. Do you plan to have more? She had noticed that William was counting with his fingers and found this quite amusing. I do, William sighed as he gave up counting with his fingers and just laid his hands by his sides. I plan to take responsibility for all of them. Did you plan to become a harem king from the start? I didn't choose the harem life chose me. Rebecca could only smile upon hearing William's reply. Whatever he wanted to do with his life, she didn't have the right to have a say in his affairs. Say, Rebecca, if I ask you a hypothetical question, William said. Can you give me a hypothetical answer? Rebecca arched an eyebrow, but still nodded her head in the end. Would you marry someone like me? William asked. Rebecca's body stiffened because she didn't expect William's hypothetical question to be something like this. A few minutes of silence passed before the young lady gave her answer. That night, under that star-studded sky, 2 people laid on the grass and looked for shooting stars, whose swift trails of light flew fleetingly through the distant sky. Chapter 1406. So, where are the 2 little troublemakers? 3 days after William met Rebecca, the half-elf returned to the Ainsworth Empire to resume his goal to visit as many forbidden grounds as possible. Rebecca had also returned to the Misty sect to handle a few things that William asked of her, allowing the half-elf to focus on things that needed his immediate attention. However, as soon as he arrived at the royal palace, he found someone waiting for him, whom he didn't expect to see at this point in time, Welcome home, darling. A lady whose looks were just a little above average reached out to give William a hug before planting a kiss on his cheek. Missed me? The red-headed teenager stared at his supposedly ninth wife, who now appeared before his eyes. Yes, I missed you, Kathy. William replied as he looked at the lady who represented the eighth heavenly virtue of hope. What are you doing here? Boo, aren't you supposed to kiss me back? Kathy pouted. Well, I can't just arbitrarily kiss you, you know. William replied, especially when you're sharing that body with other people. You say that now, but we've done more things than just kissing, remember? This is this, that is that. Besides, it is best to not force this issue in order to respect their feelings as well, right? Instead of pouting more, Kathy smiled after hearing the half-elf's reply. She and William knew that Vesta, Pearl, Priscilla, and Amelia were still not too comfortable when it came to being intimate with him, so the half-elf refrained from doing things like kissing, since the last time the two of them had met. But William was fine sucking Kathy's blood because it was truly too irresistible to resist. Among his lovers, the virtuous Lady of Hope had the most delicious blood of all, and he could drink to his fill without any worries. Okay, I'll leave aside the fact that you won't kiss me for now, Kathy commented. But have you forgotten about some other important matters that you had put on hold? I told you last time, didn't I? We still need to go to the underworld to bring your wives back to the surface world, or are you fine letting them stay there? William's expression immediately became serious after hearing Kathy's words. Although he hadn't forgotten that he needed to go back to the underworld to bring the souls of his wives back to Hestia, Kathy had told him that they would need some help in order to get to the underworld because all the entrances that led to it had been forcefully closed by Thanatos, to prevent William from going back to save his wives. Did the two of them manage to escape again? William asked. He was referring to none other than Maple and Cinnamon, who could almost travel anywhere due to their special ability. Yes, Kathy replied with a smile. The little ones managed to run away from home again. The half-elf gave a bitter smile because he could already tell how panicked the two little gluttons' parents would be when they found out that they had disappeared once again. However, he also felt that this was a good opportunity to go to the underworld and rescue his wives once and for all. Should I bring some pseudo-gods with me? William asked. He knew that Thanatos would make things difficult for him, and there was also a high possibility that he and the god of death would come to blows. Silly. If you do that, it would be the same as declaring war on him. Kathy rolled her eyes at the half-elf who planned to bring his heavy hitters to face off with the god of death. He is barely tolerating your existence. Adding fuel to the fire will do you no good. The only person you need to bring along is none other than Aranis. Since you need someone to help you move around in his domain, the best person to assist you is none other than a ferryman of the underworld. William nodded his head in understanding. The underworld had many layers, and there were strict rules about how one could traverse them. Having Aranis around was like having a supervisor guide you inside their office, which would be far easier than William trying to brute force his way in. Don't worry, this time, we will use a special method to sneak you inside without the big boss knowing you were there, Kathy stated. Of course, there is still a chance that he will find out. But when that happens, I want you to be calm and talk to him in a civil manner. Never, ever, use violence against him. That is the god of death, you know. He's called a god of death for a reason. William could only give Kathy a bitter smile. When he left the underworld, he had felt Thanatos' rage-filled gaze as he stepped onto the staircase that would allow him to return to the surface world. Several months had passed since that incident, and he hoped that the god of death had already cooled his head, and would show him a bit of mercy as he snuck around inside his domain. So, where are the two little troublemakers? William asked. Last time, he went to Earth alongside his lovers in order to find Maple and Cinnamon. Since Kathy told him that the two were once again away from home, he expected to find the two little gluttons wandering around looking for something good to eat. Seeing his expression, Kathy already understood what the half-elf was thinking, making her smile. We don't have to look far to find them, Kathy replied. They are currently in the demon continent, and staying with your cousin, Eve, in the temple of the gods. William sighed internally because he thought that he would have to go back to Earth again to look for Maple and Cinnamon. The Bifrost Bridge had already set its coordinates to Earth, but the connection between the two worlds was still unstable, so William didn't want to risk going there for the time being. Since the two gluttons were only in the demon continent, it didn't take long for William, as well as Kathy, to arrive at the temple of the gods where his cousin, Eve, was currently staying. Chapter 1407. If I have to go to hell and back for us to be together again, then so be it. When William arrived at the temple, he found Maple and Cinnamon playing cards with Eve and the six-eared macaque. The game that the four of them were playing was Old Maid, and judging by the look of things, the six-eared macaque seemed to be one on the losing side. The half-elf didn't even need to think how this happened because he was sure that the pseudo-god was losing on purpose in order to entertain the three girls, who were looking at him with teasing gazes. A few minutes later, the game ended with the six-eared macaque looking pitiful, while Maple and Cinnamon clapped their hands happily because they were the first to finish the game. Cousin Eve, who finally sensed William's presence, stood up and walked towards him with a smile. I haven't seen you in a while. William smiled and gave Eve a hug before planting a kiss on her forehead. I've been quite busy as of late, William replied. How about you? Are you not overworked as of late? No, everyone in the temple has been nice to me, Eve commented. Also, the recent changes in the policy of the demon continent made by Big Sister Nisha were well received by the demon tribes, giving everyone some peace of mind as they focus on the upcoming war against the giants. William nodded his head in satisfaction because Nisha had really gone above and beyond in order to ensure that the demon realm would no longer have any civil strife. Eve was also widely loved and respected by the demons. With the six-eared macaque guarding her, no one in their right minds would dare to even touch a strand of her hair, or else they would face the wrath of the pseudo-god, who only acted like a fool and a loser on the surface. Have you come for Maple and Cinnamon? Eve asked as she glanced at the two little girls who had also walked up to William with expectant faces. Yes, William nodded before shifting his attention to the two pink-haired girls who were being petted by Kathy. Have the two of you been good girls since the last time we saw each other? I am always a good girl, Maple replied. Cinnamon has always been a good girl, Cinnamon answered. William smiled because in his eyes, the two little troublemakers were indeed good girls. Deep inside he gave a silent prayer to their worried mother, who was still not used to seeing her two daughters suddenly disappear from time to time. After saying goodbye to Eve, William took Maple, Cinnamon, and Kathy to the floor of Asgard. Kathy said that it would be best to open the portal leading to the underworld inside the Tower of Babylon because the spell that she would cast would require a place that was not privy to the gazes of the gods. The Tower of Babylon was such a place. The young lady carved out some runic words as she created a magic circle that Maple and Cinnamon would use as a platform to open the portal. The spell that Kathy was going to cast would hide William's, Aranis, and the two girls' presence the moment they entered the domain of the dead. It was simply impossible to enter the underworld without being noticed by the god that governs it. However, because Kathy represented hope, she had the power to temporarily hoodwink the god of death, allowing the half-elf and the others to slip through undetected. Remember this, Kathy said as she finished creating the magic circle. This spell will not last for long. There is also a possibility that Thanatos will be able to detect all of you once you enter his domain. He has already prepared for the possibility that you will find a way to sneak past his blockade, so be extra careful. I already told you to talk things out with him, but there is a chance that he will not listen to your reason or excuses. Kathy then tossed 3 empty vials to the half-elf, which the latter caught easily using wind magic. You can store the souls of your wives there, Kathy explained. You don't need to look for Celine. She is not bound by the rules of the underworld because she is part of the living. Her patron goddess has already taken care of her, so that is one less load on your shoulders. Kathy's expression became serious as she looked at the half-elf, who had a determined look on his face. Maple and Cinnamon can open a portal to enter and exit the underworld, so no matter what happens, protect them at all costs, Kathy stated. If there is no other choice but to fight against Thanatos, remember this, do not let his death scythe hit you no matter what. Because when that happens, your soul will be cleaved in two, which is similar to an eternal death. Kathy's body glowed briefly as she undid the fusion with the other girls. However, before she disappeared completely, the half-elf heard her encouragement. May fortune be with you always. That was the last thing Kathy said before her body turned into particles of light. A moment later, 7 ladies stood before William, looking at him with different expressions on their faces. Through Kathy, they knew that the red-headed teenager planned to go to the underworld in order to rescue the souls of his wives. This act of bravery moved them, and even Pearl, who hated William the most among the 7 girls that represented hope, looked at the half-elf who was about to face the god of death with steely eyes. Aren't you scared? Pearl asked. I am, William replied. But, Nothing scares me more than living the rest of my life without the women who love me with all of their hearts by my side. If I have to go to hell and back for us to be together again, then so be it. Suddenly, Haleth ran towards William and hugged him. Please be careful, Haleth said softly. Remember that there are others who love you, and are waiting for you to return. William replied as he lightly patted Haleth's back. I will return, I promise. Aranis smiled as she walked towards William and held his hand. Don't worry, Aranis stated. I will protect you from father. The half-elf wanted to laugh after hearing the doll-like beauty's words. After spending a few months with Medusa and Cherry, Aranis became a bit braver in her words and actions. But, since it would ruin the atmosphere, he just smiled and nodded his head. We're off, William said as he looked at Maple and Cinnamon. Let's go, Maple, Cinnamon. Cinnamon will do her best. The two little girls held hands as they swung their free hand in a circular motion, creating a small spark in front of them. Slowly but surely, a circle started to expand, opening the pathway to the underworld. After many months of separation, William would once again enter the land of the death, and, this time, he would not return until the souls of his beloved wives were back safely by his side. Chapter 1408. About time you get here. Nothing's changed, Aranis muttered as she looked at her surroundings. Right, William agreed. It looks the same as when we left. When they entered the underworld, the two found themselves inside Aranis' house, which was located on a small island, surrounded by rivers of flames. A small sigh escaped the doll-like beauty's lips before looking at William with a determined expression on her face. Let's go, Aranis said as she walked towards the door. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return. William nodded, and held Maple's and Cinnamon's hands before following Aranis outside the house. Aranis was a ferryman of the underworld, and owned her own flying ship that could cross the domain of the death unhindered. Even so, she decided to play it safe and told everyone to stay in the cabin, as she controlled the ship, while sitting on the bed. Maple and Cinnamon sat beside her, while William leaned on the wall. Their first destination was Gluttony's Paradise, where Chiffon was currently staying. Since William had already been there before, he no longer needed to collect points in order to buy a ticket that would allow the purchaser to pass through the third circle of hell, where his pink-haired wife was waiting for him. The flying boat moved unhindered, and easily reached their destination. However, Aranis and William frowned after seeing that hundreds of armed monsters were guarding the gates of Gluttony's Paradise, which was more than the ones they had seen in the past. Aranis glanced at the half-elf, and the latter only shook his head helplessly. We can't alert them, William said. I'm sure that the moment they raise the alarm, your father will immediately appear and things will get messy. Aranis agreed with William's words, but this was the only entrance that led to the palace they wanted to get into. Knowing her father, the doll-like beauty knew that the moment a flying boat, or a ferryman from the underworld appeared, and tried to negotiate entry, the guards would immediately move to apprehend them. There has to be another way, Aranis muttered as she narrowed her eyes. William was also racking his brain for another means they could use to enter the palace, made of sweets, undetected. But, no matter how much he thought, no answer came. Suddenly, the two heard an adorable question that came from one of the two pink-haired girls, who were currently accompanying them on their rescue operation. Is there some kind of problem? Maple asked. Why aren't we going inside the castle? Aranis glanced in Maple's direction and smiled. We can't go in because there are monsters guarding the gates, Aranis explained. Then, why not enter it in a different location? Maple asked in an innocent tone. Because there is no other place to enter, Aranis answered. Cinnamon, who was busy eating gummy bears, tilted her head in confusion. Last time we went here, we didn't go through the gates, Cinnamon said before glancing at her sister. We didn't enter the gates, right? Maple firmly shook her head. Why should we enter the gates? They don't even look tasty. Right, I don't really like to eat steel. It tastes bland, and the aftertaste doesn't taste good either. The walls taste better. They taste like graham cake. William and Aranis, who had been thinking of ways to enter the Palace of Gluttony, both looked at the two little girls in shock. They never thought that there was this method to bypass the guards, and it made them feel that they had overlooked something important. That's right, William muttered. Almost everything in the third circle of the underworld can be eaten. Aranis nodded and even felt embarrassed because she had overlooked such a simple thing. The reason why she had forgotten about this matter was because she and William couldn't eat anything in the third circle of hell, especially the half-elf, who would be unable to leave the underworld if he ate anything inside it. Only those who were guilty of the sin of gluttony would be able to stomach the extreme sweetness, bitterness, saltiness, spiciness, and other sensations that were brought by the foods that were present in the third circle. Although eating through the wall sounded simple, it couldn't be done by ordinary people, making the half-elf and the doll-like beauty look at the two little gluttons as if they had brought elite helpers to help them infiltrate the third circle of hell. Without wasting any time, the flying boat flew to the very edge of the gates that protected the Palace of Sweets. No flying ships were able to fly past it because an invisible barrier had been set in place. Only those that were given explicit permission by the god of death could bypass these rules, and Aranis was certain that all of her rights were revoked by her father the moment she left the underworld with the half-elf, who had chased the loneliness in her heart away. Last time it tasted like graham cake, now it tastes like pudding, Maple commented as she scooped up a handful of the wall and ate it. Cinnamon likes pudding, Cinnamon commented. Can I start eating now? Maple nodded. Let's leave some room for desserts later. Cinnamon agreed. The two pink-haired girls then faced the wall and opened their mouths at the same time. A moment later, the wall made of sweets started to break apart and fly in the direction of their mouths. The sturdy blockade crumbled easily in the face of two gluttons, whose appetites were just as bottomless as their mothers, who carried the sin of gluttony. It just took a few seconds before a large hole appeared in front of them. Thank you, Maple, Cinnamon, William said. You can stop eating for now. You can eat more later. Hearing the half-elf's reminder, the two girls stopped eating and gave him two innocent smiles, which made Aranis shake her head helplessly. If she didn't know what the two little girls were capable of, she might find it extremely hard to believe the scene that she had witnessed just now. Let's go, Aranis said. We will be using this method as we break through the palace. Although it doesn't look like it, there are gingerbread men that guard the hallways. One shout from them, and the others will be alerted. I like gingerbread men, Maple commented as she walked while holding William's hand. They taste really good. Cinnamon likes them too, Cinnamon stated. The last one I ate was a bit noisy. It was screaming just before it entered my mouth. William and Aranis pretended that they didn't hear the two girls' comments. Both of them said a silent prayer for the pitiful gingerbread men, who would be unlucky enough to get in their way. Fortunately, no gingerbread men blocked their path, so they were able to enter the inner palace without too much problem. Just as the four of them were sneakily making their way to the giant white lotus that floated in the river of hell, where they believed Chiffon to currently be, a teasing voice reached their ears, making the four of them almost jump up in fright. About time you got here. William, Aranis, and the two little gluttons all turned around to see who the owner of the voice was. A moment later, the four of them sighed in relief because the person they saw was none other than the goddess of gluttony, Adephasia. The goddess of gluttony had almost recovered her fatness, making the two little girls shout in joy and cling to her like two little koalas that had found a nice tree to perch on. Lady Adephasia, it's been a while, William said as he gave the fat goddess a respectful bow. I'm glad that your recovery is going well. Adephasia chuckled because she had indeed mostly regained her strength after eating her fill in the third circle of hell. In truth, she could have returned to the temple of the gods to complete her recovery, but she decided to accompany her daughter in the underworld, while waiting for the half-elf to come to her rescue. I know that you came here for Chiffon, so it is best that you see her as soon as possible, Adephasia said. Thanatos has been very cranky as of late. He has even increased the number of guards at the entrance, just to make sure that you will not be able to rescue your wife without a fight. The fat goddess chuckled as she patted the heads of the two little darlings that were still clinging onto her legs like little koalas. Just be careful, Will, Adephasia advised. He has assigned someone to always check whether Chiffon is still here in Gluttony's paradise or not. Fortunately, the last inspection happened yesterday. He usually comes here once every 2 to 3 days, so you have a day or two at most to finish your rescue operation. Do you understand? William nodded her head. I understand. Thank you, Lady Adephasia. The goddess of gluttony smiled before grabbing Maple and Cinnamon, and lifting them up so they could sit on her shoulders. Follow me, Lady Adephasia said. I will ensure that none of the residents inside the palace say anything. They might be living in the underworld, but their fate lies in my hands. None of them have the guts to defy me, so you all can rest easy. True to her word, Adephasia escorted them to the White Lotus where Chiffon was currently resting, making the half-elf's heart start to beat wildly inside his chest. He had missed Chiffon terribly, especially after seeing Maple's and Cinnamon's mother, who had come to talk to him several months ago. Although they looked the same, the half-elf knew that the pink-haired lady was not his chiffon, and never would be, making him long to embrace his own dear wife desperately. Chapter 1409, Reunion in Lust's Abode, Part 1. Chiffon hugged William tightly as soon as she laid her eyes on him. I missed you too, William replied as he hugged Chiffon just as tightly as she was holding him. This time I came here to take you back to the surface world. Are you ready? Although she believed that it was not going to be easy, she believed that her husband would be able to bring them back to the world of the living, where they would be able to be with him under the sun. Maple and Cinnamon glanced at each other before running over to hug William and Chiffon as well. Adephasia wiped the tears in her eyes with a handkerchief, while Aranis simply looked at this scene with a smile. Go, Adephasia said softly as she patted Chiffon's head. Be happy, okay, yes, Chiffon replied as she gave her patron goddess a hug. Thank you for everything, Mama Adephasia. You're welcome, Adephasia smiled. Now, go. Thanatos has been cranky as of late. The sooner you leave the underworld, the sooner I'll be able to breathe easy. Chiffon nodded as she held William's hand. The half-elf bid Adephasia goodbye and led everyone along the path that they had used earlier. Only when they were safely aboard Aranis' flying boat did they all breathe a sigh of relief. Our next stop is Lust's Abode, Aranis said with a worried expression on her face. Because I can no longer use the routes that are meant for a ferryman of the underworld, we will have to take a long detour. But, even then, that place might have someone guarding it as well. I want you to prepare for the possibility of us being discovered. When that happens, we will no longer hesitate and bulldoze our way to the other layers of hell in order to escape this place. The half-elf nodded in understanding. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of getting discovered, so he had already prepared himself to fight his way out of the underworld if need be. According to Aranis, there was only one way to leave the underworld, and that was to go up the stairway that led to the gates of heaven. This was the same stairway that William had used to take Aranis away from the underworld, causing the rift between him and the god of death, who was also the halfling's father. Several hours later, the flying ship finally arrived at the border of Lust's Abode. However, Aranis didn't dare urge the ship forward because the entire place was guarded by thousands of beasts, some of them having wings in order to patrol the skies of Lust's Abode. This is worse than I thought, Aranis said as she looked helplessly at the countless monsters in front of them. William frowned because this was indeed not good for their rescue operation. Unlike Gluttony's Paradise, where the defenders were mostly stationed at the gates of the palace, the defenders this time were all over the place. There was no gap they could exploit, making the half-elf's frown deepen. Even Maple and Cinnamon didn't know what should be done in this situation, as they sat beside Chiffon on the bed, and hugged her from both sides. Just as William and Aranis were thinking of other options, they noticed a small carriage in the distance that was headed towards the gates of Lust's Abode. Aranis, who immediately recognized the flag that was waving on top of the carriage, immediately grabbed hold of William's hand before saying, "This is it." Without another word, the halfling urged the flying ship to land on the road, and block the path of the carriage completely, making it come to a complete stop. "Who dares to block our way?" an anteater lady asked. "Don't you know who is inside of this carriage? How dare you block Lord Kazoo? Do you want to face the wrath of our fan club?" A dozen anteaters emerged from the carriage and glared hatefully at the flying ship that was blocking their path. They had worked hard in order to trick air, convince Lord Kazoo to accompany them to Lust's Abode for sightseeing purposes, when in fact, they planned to make baby anteaters with the most popular star in the underworld. "It's me, Diana." Aranis jumped off the ship, making the anteaters on the carriage all jump up in surprise. "It's the president." The anteater whose name was Diana exclaimed happily. "Good to see you, President. All of us have missed you." Diana was the vice president of the I Love Kazoo fans club, which Aranis had founded in the underworld. Because of Aranis' backing, the fan club grew in popularity and most of its members were lady anteaters who had fallen in love with the rainbow-colored anteater that had taken the underworld by storm. "President, where have you been?" "President, we have recorded Lord Kazoo's latest soundtrack. Don't worry, we also managed to have it signed." "President, there will be another live concert next month, will you be able to come and watch it?" The anteaters all encircled Aranis and happily asked how she was doing. When the club was just founded, it was the halfling who had taken good care of her members, and because of this, everyone in the club adored her. "Ah, it's you, Aranis." Kasaganaga stepped out of the carriage with a smile. "Is Will perhaps with you?" The rainbow-colored anteater was wearing black sunglasses, and clothes similar to what Elvis Presley wore when he was still alive, which made him stand out from the crowd. "I am here," William said as he landed in front of his anteater friend. "It has been a while, Kasaganaga. I knew you'd be back sooner or later, Will," Kasaganaga replied with a smile. "Do you know, you are on a wanted poster that has been spread all over the underworld. Anyone who catches you will be given a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation with the ideal life of their choosing. For most of the residents of the underworld, it is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so make sure to not let yourself get caught, okay?" William nodded before telling Kasaganaga the current situation. A few minutes later, the rainbow-colored anteater nodded his head in understanding. "Let me get this straight," Kasosanga said. "You want me to look for your wives in Lust's abode and tell them to try to leave the gates using Princess Sidoni's powerful charm, right?" William nodded. "As long as she is able to charm everyone, they will be able to leave without too much problem." Kasaganaga agreed to this plan, and climbed back into his carriage, along with the other anteaters. Due to his popularity, Kasaganaga and his entourage could go just about anywhere in the underworld. William, Aranis, and Chiffon watched with bated breath as the carriage made its way to the gates of Lust's abode. Because they had been concentrating so hard on Kasaganaga's carriage, they were unable to see a single flying ship that was hovering in the air, a kilometer behind them. "So, you're back, Aranis," Callie said softly. Aranis had been her best friend for many years, and she could recognize the halfling's flying ship a mile away. Right now, Callie was hesitating if she should inform the god of death that his daughter had returned to the underworld, or keep this information to herself, allowing her best friend to pursue the happiness she had yearned for all of her life. Chapter 1410, Reunion in Lust's Abode, Part 2. While Callie was hesitating, the rainbow-colored anteater's carriage had successfully entered Lust's abode, allowing William, Chiffon, and Aranis to sigh in relief. Only when the carriage disappeared from sight did Aranis sense that another ferryman was near her. Her face turned grim when she discovered that there was a flying ship that was right behind hers, making her want to slap herself for not paying close attention to their surroundings. However, before Aranis could chastise herself, she received a mental message that came from the ferryman who had discovered her identity. "Long time no see, Aranis," Callie said. "Have you been well during your stay in the land of the living?" The halfling's eyes widened in shock because she had recognized the owner of the voice. "Callie, is that really you?" Aranis asked back. The ferrymen of the underworld could talk with each other telepathically, making communicating very convenient for all of them. "Who else?" Callie replied. "Still, you took a great risk to return here. You should have stayed in the surface world." "I returned because of important reasons." "I'm sure you did, else you would not be here right now." Callie had decided to keep Aranis' return to the underworld a secret. After being around the Howling for several years, she just couldn't bear the thought of seeing her drown in despair after her father had locked her up in a place that was far away from everyone's sights. As the two ferrymen talked, their ships approached each other, until they floated side by side. William, who had also had the opportunity to meet Callie in the past, thought of a good way to prevent themselves from being discovered. However, he knew that what he was about to propose also contained risk, and might even endanger Callie's safety if it was discovered. "You want to hide in my flying ship?" Callie's face turned pale after hearing William's proposal. She was about to shout, "Are you out of your mind?" but managed to hold it back in time because she saw Aranis' desperate expression. "Do you know what would happen to me if they found out that I was harboring a wanted criminal in the underworld?" Callie glared at William. "Do you know how serious this offense is?" "No," William replied. "I'm sorry. Forget what I said. It was wrong of me to involve you in our problems." Aranis lowered her head because she didn't want to involve Callie in something that would have her severely punished by her father. Harboring a criminal of the underworld was the same as being branded as a traitor. The god of death disliked traitors the most, and he would not hesitate to use his death scythe to cut their souls in half before tossing them to the river of flames to suffer for a millennia. "I'm sorry, Aranis." Callie bowed her head in apology. "I am willing to keep your return here in the underworld a secret, but I can't help you in this dangerous endeavor. I don't want to get punished by your father." "I understand, Callie," Aranis replied. "Thank you for keeping my return to the underworld a secret. That alone is enough. You should leave now while you can. If you are discovered with us, things will become difficult for you in the future." Callie gave Aranis an apologetic gaze before nodding her head. "Be careful, Aranis," Callie said. "You too, William." Make sure to protect her at all costs. If something bad happens to her, I will not forgive you, do you understand? William smiled before nodding his head. Rest assured, I will protect her with everything I have. Thank you for being a good friend to her. Callie gave her best friend a bitter smile before urging her flying ship to fly away. Unlike Aranis, Callie had experienced what it was like to live in the surface world. She had died a violent death, and when she woke up in the underworld, she found herself as one of the few individuals who had been chosen to become a ferryman of the underworld. Callie was already happy with what she had right now, and didn't want to ask for anything more. She prided herself in being able to ferry the souls of the dead in the underworld, and thought of her job as the best thing in the world. She no longer needed to fear feeling hungry, being hurt, or even dying. Everything she needed, and everything she wanted, was already hers for the taking, so endangering her position for William's sake wasn't worth it. As the flying boat disappeared from view, the halfling became more vigilant of her surroundings. She felt lucky that the one that discovered her was Callie, and not another ferryman. If it was the latter, the god of death would have already descended in Lust's abode and confronted them right away. Since Aranis was focused on their surroundings, it was up to William to focus on what was happening at the gates of Lust's abode. 2 hours, 3 hours, finally, in the 4th hour, something unexpected happened. Hundreds of people walked out of the gate as if they were just taking a random stroll outside of Lust's abode. None of the guards stopped them because they had no reason to. They were just ordered to keep everyone out of Lust's abode, and not to keep everyone inside it. For most of the residents of the 4th circle of hell, they didn't have any particular need to leave the city. They could all fornicate wherever they wanted, and no one would bat an eye at what they were doing. Not even the guards wouldn't stop them from doing what they wanted. Among these people who marched out of the city were Princess Sidoni, Morgana, and Ash. After hearing Kasaganaga's story, the 3 ladies immediately came up with a plan for how the 3 of them could escape Lust's abode without being detected by the guards. William's plan to charm the guards wouldn't work because these beasts were of a different breed and were resistant to charm spells. Because of this, Princess Sidoni and Morgana decided to charm the people of the city instead. They believed that if the 3 of them walked out of the city, they would be immediately stopped by the guards. However, if there were hundreds of them, then it would be a different matter altogether. Just as they planned, they were able to leave the city without being found out by the guards. William, who could communicate with his wives telepathically, guided them to where Aranis' ship was hiding. A tearful reunion followed as Princess Sidoni and Morgana clung to William in tears. Ash, who was more composed than the 2 succubus ladies, hugged the red-headed teenager from behind to feel his warmth. Just like Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, and Morgana, Ash had missed the half-elf terribly. If not for the current situation they were in, she would have already dragged him to another room and tumbled on the sheets with him. It's time to go back, William said to the 3 ladies who still held him in a tight embrace. We can hug each other as much as we want after we leave this place. The 3 ladies finally let go of their darling and sat on the bed. Before we go, I need to house your souls inside these crystal vials, William explained as she showed his wives the vials that Kathy had given him. Only then will I be able to take all of you out of the underworld. The vials were made from special materials, so he couldn't store them inside his storage ring and simply kept them in his pocket for the duration of the journey. Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, Morgana, and Ash had no objections to William's proposal. One by one, the souls of his wives entered the vials without any problems. However, as soon as Ash's soul entered the last vial, the flying ship started to shake, making the half-elves and the halflings' faces turn pale. You half-elf bastard! A loud and angry roar shook the entire 4th layer of the underworld, as the god of death made his appearance in the skies above Lust's abode. His tattered robes fluttered in the breeze, as his bony hand held a black death scythe, whose blade was now crimson in color. All the denizens of the 4th layer gazed at their god with awe, fear, and admiration. For them, Thanatos was the law of the underworld, and whatever he wished for, would become a reality. Give me back my daughter or die. Thanatos' roar echoed within the entirety of the underworld, making those who heard it tremble. Aranis, who was inside the flying ship, started to hyperventilate due to the fear and shock that assaulted her at the same time. Don't worry, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her small frame, making her calm down a bit. I'll deal with your father, William said as he patted the halfling's head. Stay here with Maple and Cinnamon. I'll handle this. He handed the crystal vials, which contained the souls of his wives, to Aranis for safekeeping. Without another word, William left the cabin and floated above the flying ship. As soon as he made his appearance, the god of death growled. Clearly, he didn't like seeing the half-elf's face, especially after he had taken his beloved daughter away from him. "Hello, father," William greeted the god of death, which made Princess Sidoni, Morgana, and Ash, who were inside the crystal vials, cover their faces with their hands due to embarrassment. They knew that William had a bad habit of teasing his opponents when he felt like it, but right now, he wasn't teasing an ordinary opponent but the god of death himself. From high above the temple of the 10,000 gods, a sigh escaped the primordial goddess' lips. Thanatos and her had a nice long talk with each other, and she promised the god of death that she wouldn't interfere if he, and William, were about to trade blows with each other. "Well, since it has already come to this then so be it," the primordial goddess rested her beautiful face on the palm of her hand. "Now then, Will, I wonder how you will fare against a god who wants nothing more than to beat you into a pulp." In truth, the primordial goddess found this situation quite amusing. She didn't know how William would be able to get out of this mess, so she decided to simply watch, and see how this battle between the god of death and her prince would unfold, as she sat on her heavenly throne. She wanted to see how much William had grown since the last time he fought against a being, whose strength far surpassed his own. Chapter 14:11. Playtime's Over, Part 1. "You've got spunk, but can you back it up, boy?" Thanatos asked. Suddenly, the fourth layer of hell trembled as the lord of the underworld prepared to fight the bastard that kidnapped his daughter, right under his nose. "Sweep away all adversaries," William roared as he summoned the golden cudgel that would allow him to fight to his fullest. Thanatos sneered as he disappeared from where he stood a moment ago, and reappeared in front of the half-elf who noticed that his summon had not taken effect. "Die!" Thanatos kicked the red-headed teenager's chest, sending him crashing towards the ground. "Will!" Aranis shouted in fright when she saw the half-elf take a direct hit from her father, whose blazing eyes were filled with fury. Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, Morgana, and Ash all glanced in the direction where their husband had fallen with anxious gazes. They had seen William fight before, and knew that whenever he was in a pinch, he would use his heroic avatar to gain Sun Wukong's power and sturdiness, allowing him to fight opponents who were stronger than him. Thanatos looked down at the ground, which was now covered by a dust cloud. He intended to beat the half-elf and make him regret he was ever born, so he made sure to control his strength so that his prey wouldn't die until he had his fill of suffering. The sound of a cough then spread across the battlefield before the dust cloud dispersed, showing the red-headed teenager trying to pop himself up from the ground while coughing up blood. "What's wrong?" Thanatos asked in a teasing tone. "Did you lose your ability to fight after losing your connection with that monkey?" William wiped the blood at the corner of his lips with the back of his hand before looking up at the death god who had a sneer on his face. He could still feel Sun Wukong's connection with him, but for some reason, he was unable to use his heroic avatar and summon the Monkey King to the underworld. "Boy, this is the land of the dead," Thanatos said. "All the entryways to the underworld were sealed long ago. Even if you call upon that monkey, he won't be able to come to your rescue. So, just be obedient and allow yourself to get beaten up." The god of death once again disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of William. Before the half-elf could even react, Thanatos' right foot collided with the side of his face, sending him skidding across the ground face first. However, the god of death wasn't finished. As the half-elf's body continued to skid across the ground, he disappeared from where he stood once again and reappeared above William. He then smashed his foot against the half-elf's chest, pinning him to the ground. A mile-wide crater then spread across their surroundings as Thanatos grounded his foot into the half-elf's body as the half-elf screamed in pain. "Does it hurt?" Thanatos asked. "You have no idea how much it hurts having your daughter taken from you by a mongrel who only managed to enter my domain because of someone's backing." The god of death once again kicked William, sending him towards the city walls of Lust's abode, breaking everything in his path. Sun Wukong, who was watching the battle from the heavens, smashed his fist against the temple's floor in anger. He had tried to enter the underworld repeatedly, but just as the god of death had said, all the entrances were shut tight, preventing anyone, except for the souls of the dead, from passing through them. "This is what you really are, half-elf." Thanatos spat on the ground. "Without outside help, you are nothing. You only got this far because there are people who are always helping you in the background." People sacrificing their lives for you. The reason why you are living now is because of luck. Nothing more, nothing less. The god of death then stared at the flying ship where his daughter was currently at. Take a good look, Aranis, Thanatos said. Take a good look at the man you thought would make you happy. You thought that he could protect you. He can't even protect himself. The god of death's words were filled with hate as he unsummoned his death scythe. He then raised his right arm and pointed it in William's direction. A moment later, several death rays escaped his hand and descended on the half-elf, creating explosions that shook the fourth layer of the underworld. Those who stayed in Lust's abode ran in different directions, and fled from the location where William was. None of them wanted to be involved in this one-sided battle against the god of death, whose anger knew no bounds. Stop it, Aranis shouted. Please, stop it, father. Thanatos stopped his onslaught and glanced in the direction of his daughter whose tears were streaming down the side of her face. Do you want me to stop, Aranis? Thanatos asked. Before Aranis could even answer, a loud shout emerged from where William was at. I'm fine, Aranis, William shouted as he propped himself from the ground. His clothes were already tattered, and several wounds dyed his body in the color of blood. Oh, you're still fine. Thanatos laughed. Good, I still haven't had my fill yet. The god of death then used both of his hands to unleash several death rays in William's direction, pummeling the half-elf's body like a punching bag, making the latter scream in pain. That's it, scream, Thanatos roared. Scream for me. You're just a pathetic worm who thinks he is special because he is favored by two goddesses. Scum like you should know your place. No, stop it, Arenzi shouted. Knowing that her father wasn't planning to stop, she urged her flying ship to fly towards William. The halfling planned to use her flying ship to block her father's attacks, but the latter understood what she was planning. With a snap of his finger, hundreds of dark chains sprouted from the ground and bound the flying ship, preventing it from moving forward. He also made sure to create a dome in order to trap his daughter, preventing her from leaving the ship and coming to the half-elf's aid. What he wanted to do was to show Aranis William's pathetic state to let her know that she chose the wrong person to love. He wanted to make her understand that the person she chose didn't have the power to protect her from anything. Only he, who was a god and ruled over death, could truly protect her. The corner of the primordial goddess' lips rose slightly as she watched the battle. Although the half-elf was suffering, she couldn't help but think that this entire event was amusing. She was the one that orchestrated for the soul of William's wives to be taken to the underworld. She was also the one that set the condition that in exchange for the safety of his wives, he must kill Bel in exchange for allowing the souls of his wives to return to the surface world. Now that the deal was no longer possible, she wanted to know how the half-elf would handle Thanatos' wrath, who seemed intent on making the half-elf suffer. You're not allowed to help him, okay? The primordial goddess said as she looked up at the constellation that was shining brightly above her. This is a battle between men. Us ladies have no place in it. The light on the constellation flickered brightly as if telling the primordial goddess to mind her own business, making the latter giggle. Although the radiance from the constellation was becoming more intense, it didn't do anything, and simply glared at the god of death, who was hell-bent on making the shepherd she raised suffer from his one-sided beating. Chapter 14:12. Playtime's Over, Part 2. The half-elf collapsed on the ground covered in wounds. It took everything he had to remain conscious after the god of death's repeated attacks on his body. He could tell that Thanatos had no intention of killing him, but that didn't stop the latter from making him suffer excruciating pain until his life hung by a hair's breadth. Right now, he couldn't even move a finger, due to the injuries he received. Please, father, Aranis pleaded. Please stop hurting Will. Thanatos snorted before crossing his arms over his chest. I will spare him, but you must promise to remain here in the underworld with me, Thanatos replied. You can no longer return to the surface world, and you will break all of your connections with this weakling. You are also not allowed to see, or talk to him in any way possible. If you agree to these conditions, I will let the half-elf go. Aranis looked at William who wasn't moving from the ground and bit her lip. She didn't want the half-elf to suffer, and if she could trade herself for his safety then she would gladly do it. If I do as you ask, will you allow him to take the souls of his wives back to the surface world as well? Aranis asked as her vision blurred due to her tears that were falling like rain. Yes, Thanatos replied, I will allow it. The halfling took one more glance at the half-elf whose blood had already started to create a small puddle on the ground. Aranis knew that if this continued, even if her father was holding back, the person she loved would die. Because of this, she took a deep breath and opened her lips to give her father an answer. Believe in him. The halfling looked down at the crystal vials that she was holding in her hands. Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, Morgana, and Ash looked at her with determined expressions on their faces. Stop interfering, you pests! Thanatos roared as he raised his hand to make a grabbing motion. A moment later, the crystal vials in Aranis' hands floated in the air and flew in the direction of the god of death, who grabbed them firmly in his hands. If I knew that all of you would just cause me endless trouble, I would have minded my own business and allowed Ahriman to absorb all of your souls. Thanatos gripped the crystal vials firmly, causing its exterior to crack. You ungrateful wenches, I should have thrown all of you into the river of flames where all of you belonged. Thanatos crushed the crystal vials, causing Chiffon's, Princess Sidoni's, Morgana's, and Ash's souls to float around him. I've been too soft as of late, I should have made you understand who makes the rules in this place. Thanatos growled. The god of death then summoned hell flames to burn the souls of William's wives, making the halfling who was still bound inside the flying ship to scream in anger, fear, and frustration. William had come to the underworld to save his wives, and if their souls were bathed in hell flame, it would cause severe damages to their souls. Even if William succeeded in returning their souls to their bodies back in the surface world, it was possible that they would remain in a vegetative state for life. However, before the hellish flames could reach the soul of the four ladies, a wooden staff smashed into the side of Thanatos' face, making him take a few steps back. The truth is, I sympathize with you, William said as he slowly moved the fingers on his hand. If I had a daughter as lovable as Aranis, I would probably lock her up as well to prevent her from getting hurt. The half-elf who had been lying on the ground earlier, slowly propped himself up using his right hand. If there was a guy who suddenly appeared to take her away from me, I would also beat the crap out of him until he was half dead. However, I disagree with your methods of parenting. The color of William's hair slowly turned silver. You have done everything in your power to protect your daughter, but you have failed as a father. If I have a daughter like Aranis, I will never, ever, leave her alone, making her feel lonely. The half-elf then raised his head to look at the god of death with a steely gaze. I will give her the best presents on her birthday, and tell her happy birthday. I will take her to the amusement park on the weekends to have fun. I will buy her toys that she can play with. I will make sure that she is always smiling. And last but not the least, I will tell her I love her. The wooden staff that had accompanied William since he was a baby flew in his direction, and the half-elf held it firmly in his hands, using it as something to lean on to support his body. You've already hurt your daughter, and now you plan to hurt my wives. The half-elf roared as the wounds on his body started to heal at a rapid pace. His green eyes, which glowed like emeralds, slowly turned golden, and a pair of white wings sprouted from his back. It's hard to fight with only a quarter of my soul, William stated as the white gem in his chest turned blue. Chiffon's, Princess Sidoni's, Morgana's, and Ash's souls flew towards his chest, merging with him. A golden flame suddenly appeared on William's forehead, and two small horns grew out of his head. Particles of blue light spread out from under his feet, making him float in the air, as if they were some kind of rocket booster. My soul may not be complete, William said, but now, the sleeping part of my soul has finally merged together, allowing me to have half of my soul. A shockwave erupted within the fourth layer of the underworld with William at the center. His rank that had stagnated at the peak of the demigod rank, had finally broken through after the other half of his soul, which had been sleeping in the bell of Amalthea finally awakened, allowing him to break through to the pseudo-god rank. Holding the wooden staff in his hand, a weapon that had rightfully belonged to him since birth, the half-elf faced the god of death, who had re-summoned his death scythe. Playtime's over, boy, Thanatos declared as the death scythe in his hand turned crimson. William faced the god of death fearlessly as the silhouettes of his wives appeared behind him, supporting him in his fight, by lending him their powers. Yes, William replied as a small spark ignited within the depths of his golden eyes. Even though he had become a pseudo-god, it was still too early for him to fight against a god. But, right now, he felt as if he had awakened a small part of the power that had long remained dormant in his soul. A power that had accompanied him throughout his past lifetimes. A power that was supposed to become part of a prophecy that had been fulfilled in a roundabout manner. Deep inside William's subconscious mind, Optimus felt himself shudder, half in excitement, and half in fear of the unknown potential that William was slowly, but surely, starting to awaken from its thousands of years of slumber. Chapter 14:13. You don't have a sense of humor. A few minutes before Thanatos descended on the fourth layer of the underworld, Callie, who had just left the fourth layer after meeting Aranis, suddenly found herself frozen in place. Suddenly, her entire vision was warped by a bright flash of light. When the light receded, she found herself face to face with the god of death, whose eyes had already started to blaze crimson. You have met Aranis, the god of death stated. Tell me, where did you see my daughter? It wasn't a question, but a direct order, making Callie's body shudder. All of the ferrymen of the underworld were personally chosen by the god of death. They had gained a unique privilege that others could only dream of in the underworld, which had allowed them to live a life of comfort. However, all of them were subject to the whims of the god of death. If Thanatos no longer had any need for them, they would be stripped off of their roles, and tossed into the river of flames as punishment for breaking his trust. It was at that moment when Callie found herself choosing between the happiness of her best friend and her safety. Her teeth chattered due to fear and anxiety because she knew, with utmost certainty, that she couldn't lie to the god of death. Because of her current panicked state, she had temporarily lost her voice, which made Thanatos impatient. Without another word, the god of death placed his hand on Callie's head and forcefully extracted her memories. He had placed a spell on all of the ferrymen of the underworld that the moment they met Aranis, they would immediately be transported to his palace, where he could extract the information from their lips, or their brains, if they refused to cooperate. Half a minute later, the god of death tossed the body of the crippled ferryman to the floor before teleporting out of his palace to descend to the fourth layer of the underworld. Aranis, Callie said in a hoarse voice as she tried to prop herself up, but she no longer had the strength to do it. Aranis' best friend collapsed on the floor as tears streamed down the side of her face. Run, Aranis, he is coming. After squeezing out those words from her lips, Callie lost consciousness. As much as she wanted to keep Aranis' location a secret, there was nothing she could do against the god of death who ruled the underworld and held their fates in his hands. Fourth layer of the underworld, Lust's abode. Aranis' flying ship, which had been shackled by countless dark chains, swayed in place as strong gusts of wind blew across the fourth layer of the underworld. William and Thanatos had exchanged several attacks with each other, with the half-elf always being blown away with each exchange. However, he always managed to regain his balance before Thanatos could follow up with his attack, which the half-elf would always dodge by a hair's breadth. Die! Thanatos unleashed countless death rays at the half-elf who was zigzagging across the sky, evading his attacks with the help of Optimus' high-speed calculations. Quickshot War Art's first form, William roared as he dodged the death rays that fell on him like rain. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the tip of William's wooden staff, dispersing the death rays in front of it before speeding towards Thanatos, who blocked it with his death scythe. The god of death was pushed back by William's attack by a few meters before the power of the railgun disappeared. Quickshot War Art, burst form, William shouted as he once again unleashed a powerful attack. Railgun burst. 3 railguns fired consecutively from the tip of William's staff, pushing the half-elf back due to its powerful recoil. Thanatos roared as he once again blocked the 3 railguns that were fired in his direction. However, due to the consecutive attacks, he was pushed over a dozen meters from where he stood, making him roar in anger. Enraged by the half-elf's futile attempts to keep him at bay, Thanatos disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in front of William, with his death scythe prepared to strike. However, instead of the half-elf, what he saw was Soleil, whose entire body shone as brilliantly as a star that was about to explode. Bloom in the battlefield, William roared, Fleur du Soleil Ars Nova. A powerful explosion, similar to a nuclear bomb, shook the entire fourth layer. William reappeared in front of Aranis' flying ship, and created a barrier to protect it from harm. As if coming to a silent understanding, William and Thanatos had fought miles away from the chained flying ship to prevent it from being involved in their battle. However, after activating Soleil's Ars Nova, whose power was similar to a nuclear strike, the half-elf teleported in front of the flying ship, and created a barrier, just in case the attack was strong enough to pose danger to the halfling, who was currently trapped inside it. William narrowed his eyes as he stared at the brilliant, mushroom-like explosion in the distance, which was the aftermath of Soleil's full-powered attack. A moment later, the mushroom was split apart, from its center, showing the god of death, whose face was no longer hidden by the tattered hood of the cloak that he always wore. The god of death had long, platinum blonde hair that was held in place behind his back by what seemed to be a black ring, with a skull embedded at its center. His blue eyes, which were very similar to Aranis, stared hatefully in his direction, making the half-elf feel a shiver run down his spine. Just like his daughter, the god of death was extremely handsome. Compared to him, William only looked like an above-average guy, proving that his beauty far surpassed the realm of mortals. "Is that your best, half-elf?" Thanatos asked with a sneer. Clearly, the damage he received from William's attack was nearly non-existent, making the half-elf smile. "No," William replied, "how about I fight you again when I have recovered the other half of my soul?" Thanatos scoffed, "Very funny." "Yeah, you don't have a sense of humor," William replied as he quickly thought of another way to fight against the god of death, who simply shrugged off Soleil's full-powered attack. In truth, the half-elf was also using this battle as a way to better understand what kind of attacks could hurt a god. Although his situation was not very optimistic, the half-elf wanted to gauge if any of his attacks could pose a significant threat to a god, which would be beneficial when the gods of destruction finally descended on the world of Hestia. Chapter 14:14. I apologize in advance if I accidentally kill you. Unknown to William, his fight with the god of death was being watched by several gods in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. His patron god, Gavin, and those who had always supported the half-elf like Issei, Lily, David, and the rest of the gods who had a good impression of him, watched the battle with varying expressions on their faces. Some found this battle amusing, while others had started to bet with each other on who would win the battle. Surprisingly, all of them sided with Thanatos, making the bet void because no one wanted to bet on the half-elf, who was currently fighting a desperate battle against one of the strongest gods in existence. Selene watched this battle from the Elysian fields as she hummed a lullaby to her baby, who had just finished breastfeeding. Lisa, the goddess of wrath, looked fondly at Selene's baby boy before shifting her gaze to the battle that was happening on the fourth layer of the underworld. "Aren't you worried?" Lisa asked using telepathy as she glanced at Selene, who was still humming a song. Selene shook her head as she continued to hum her lullaby. "William might not win against Thanatos, but he wouldn't lose to him either," Selene replied. "Oh, you believe in him that much?" "Of course, I was the one who taught him how to fight, after all." Besides, the beautiful elf caressed the side of her baby's face before shifting her gaze to the projection of the battle in front of her. "He knows that he is now a father," Selene stated. "He will not allow himself to kick the bucket before he can even hold his child." Lisa smiled because she didn't know where Selene's blind confidence was coming from. However, for some reason she found herself agreeing with her, as she looked at the elf boy that was wrapped up in a light blanket. Selene's child was a full-blooded elf, with one major distinction. He had red hair like his father, and purple eyes like his mother. After being born, Selene had given him a name, which she and William had both agreed upon if the child she gave birth to was a boy. Maxwell Von Ainsworth. He was William's firstborn, and would become the elder brother of the kids that would be born after. Because of this, Selene vowed that she would raise her child properly, so that he would grow up to become a person who would pave the way for the next generation. "Your father is fighting right now, Seal," Selene muttered as she lovingly held her child. "Let's cheer for him, okay?" As if responding to his mother's words, Seal opened his eyes and smiled at her, making Selene's and Lisa's heart melt, temporarily forgetting that the father of the baby in front of them was fighting with his life on the line, against the god of death, who ruled the underworld with an iron fist. World End Tempest. William smashed his right palm on Thanatos' chest, making the latter take a step back before punching William's chest, which sent the latter smashing towards the wall of the fourth layer. Even the power of Rule Breaker is not enough to deal damage to him, William thought as he wiped the blood away from the corner of his lips. "I need a stronger attack." The half-elf had already tried all of his attacks against Thanatos and none of them worked. Stormcaller, and Soleil only managed to give him a slight bruise, which healed in a matter of seconds. His special attack, World End Tempest, wasn't good either. At most, it only tickled Thanatos, and made him take a step back due to the force behind the attack. What's next? William dodged frantically as the god of death once again unleashed several death rays, only this time, the death rays were as big as an electric pole, disintegrating everything that it touched. William had repeatedly tried to call out to the wooden staff in his hands, but it was to no avail. When he was back in the alternative world of Camelot, he was able to unlock the wooden staff's true form, allowing him to split Merlin's domain in half, and make Lancelot lose consciousness during their exchange. The half-elf believed that if he could use that attack again, he would be able to deal significant damage to the god of death, making the latter feel a world of pain. Unfortunately, the wooden staff remained dormant no matter what kind of method he tried. William instinctively felt that the staff would only respond to him when his soul had fully recovered, allowing him to wield the weapon that could make even gods fear for their safety. "I guess you're not ready yet," a voice spoke inside William's mind, making the half-elf frown. Suddenly, the scenery around him changed. He was no longer inside the fourth layer of the underworld, but in a place with a clear blue sky, and an ocean that expanded as far as the eyes could see. William knew that he was inside his sea of consciousness, and right now, he was looking at the silver-haired Aenarion, who was wearing the battle regalia that he had worn during the Battle of Ragnarok. "Although I have recovered, we still haven't completely merged together," the Aenarion William said. "But, before we do, can I ask you a question?" William nodded as he looked at the past him, who had kept his memories of Asgard during his many lifetimes. The soul that had slept within the Bell of Athanasia, remained uncorrupted by darkness, and had fought against Ahriman, when the Dark Prince had gone berserk during his fight against the Heir of Darkness. "Why do you fight?" the Aenarion William asked. "Isn't that question a bit strange?" William asked back. "Why ask me the obvious? You are me, and I am you. You know everything about me, so you already know the answer to this question." The Aenarion William smiled. "I want to hear it from your lips. That is the only way for the two of us to once again become one. When you were corrupted by darkness, our resonance with each other waned. Although we still share the same goals, our viewpoints have changed. Isn't that normal?" William replied. "The only permanent thing in this world is change. If we stand still, nothing will change. This is why we must move forward and do the things we have to do, for the sake of the people who believe in us." The Aenarion William walked towards the half-elf until they were only an arm's length away from each other. "I'll ask again, why do you fight?" The Aenarion William stared at the half-elf with a smile. "Tell me why." William took a deep breath before extending his fist, until it rested on the Aenarion's chest. "To keep the promises that we failed to keep thousands of years ago," William replied. "And to keep the promises we made in this lifetime. We cannot turn back time, but we can strive, with everything we have, to prevent the same thing from happening again." The half-elf then retracted his arm before pounding his own chest with conviction. "Even in the face of great adversities," William said. "Even against the whims of fate," the Aenarion William smiled before he, too, pounded his chest with a fist. "Even when facing our greatest fears, and the challenges we've overcome through the years, even when there is no hope in sight, we will make our stand and fight, and keep the promises we have made, for those whose love we were bound to take. In a world where everything is grieving, it is proof that we are still living." The Aenarion William laughed as he turned into particles of light and merged with the half-elf, becoming truly whole once again and allowing the half of his soul he still had to merge completely. As the two parts finished merging together, the Aenarion William gave the half-elf some parting words. "Do not shun our origin, for that is what we truly are," the Aenarion said softly. "Accept the power that lies within, and fight the flames that slay the living." The sound of a bell echoed within the fourth layer of the underworld, as William's body radiated a silvery light. His golden eyes gazed steadily at the god of death, who started to unleash his heavenly might. "Try not to die, Father," William said as he gathered the silver light in his hands, turning it into a sword. "I still can't control this power, so I apologize in advance if I accidentally kill you." William knew that with only half of his soul, he could only use this ability once a day. Thanatos firmly gripped his weapon as he stared at the half-elf whose silvery radiance was expanding continuously. For the first time in his thousands of years of life, Thanatos felt that he was now facing something that truly had the power to kill him. Chapter 14-15. Love and Happiness That Were Rightfully Hers from Birth, Part 1. Thanatos' expression had turned incredibly serious as he gazed at the silvery sword that had formed in William's hands. Even the spectators from the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, who found the battle to be entertaining, couldn't help but change their stance after seeing the sword that the half-elf was currently holding. "I guess the cat is now out of the bag." Lily chuckled as she gave the onlookers a mischievous gaze. Issei and David nodded their heads because this was the secret that the gods that were close to William had kept to this day. They, who had seen the battle between the half-elf and Ahriman, had discovered the red-headed teenager's unique ability for the first time. Although they felt a lingering fear when they saw the aftermath of the battle, They believed that William was responsible enough to only use that power as a last resort. Now, the half-elf was using that power as a last resort, in order to fight against a god, and a father, who wanted to make his life a living hell. Godslayer, that child is a godslayer, one of the gods on the scene muttered. All the gods and heroic spirits watching the battle knew what it meant to be a god-slayer. Those who had this title were not someone who simply wielded a weapon that could potentially kill gods. No, it was a label that gods placed on an individual who had the power to kill them, even if they weren't wielding a god-slaying weapon. A moment later, a sigh was heard in the temple as one of the gods patted his chest in relief. Fortunately, I don't have any quarrels with that boy, a god said with relief. Although his god-slaying powers are unstable, because he only has half a soul, I'm still amazed to see a god-slayer in my lifetime. Freya frowned before shifting her gaze towards the primordial goddess, who was lazily watching the battle from her throne. As if sensing her gaze, the otherworldly beauty glanced in Freya's direction and arched an eyebrow. It was as if the primordial goddess was asking Freya if she had a problem with her, making the latter shake her head. She knew from the beginning that William has this kind of power, Freya thought. Now her avid interest in his soul makes sense. Freya had only gotten to know William when he became an Aenarion in Asgard. She never dreamed that the boy, that one of her Valkyrie captains had married, would turn out to be a god-slayer. During the Battle of Ragnarok, William didn't show even a little hint that he had this ability, which led to his death against the god of destruction, Surtur. Is it just a coincidence? Freya shifted her gaze back on the half-elf whose entire body was radiating a silver glow. Did he suddenly become a god-slayer in this lifetime due to necessity? Freya didn't know the answers to this question. Because of this, she planned to descend into Hestia in order to talk to William, after he had settled his battle with the god of death, who now planned to fight William seriously. Apologize in advance if you accidentally kill me, Thanatos asked. Kill the god of death? You must be daydreaming, boy. Better wake up to reality. It is I who should apologize if I accidentally kill you. William didn't answer because he was done talking. Words had no meaning right now. Only action would make the god of death understand that he could not treat the half-elf like a sandbag that he could beat up anytime he pleased. The half-elf flapped his wings before charging towards Thanatos at great speeds, almost turning into a silvery blur. A moment later, the sound of weapons colliding against each other reverberated throughout the fourth layer of hell, making cracks appear in their surroundings. William wasn't proficient in handling swords in his current lifetime because he had mostly trained with a spear. However, for some reason, he was able to wield the weapon in his hand as if it was a part of his body, making his attacks faster and fiercer than ever before. The half-elf didn't have any hesitation with every slash he made because he understood that Thanatos would no longer hesitate to kill him. Although the god of death was stronger than William, the brilliance that the half-elf was radiating was suppressing his godlike powers, making him unable to fight using his full power. William was currently a pseudo-god at its initial stages, but right now, he felt with utmost certainty that he had the power to kill a god. Thus, instead of retreating, he advanced, trading blows with Thanatos, even though he was being blown away by his godly strength each time they clashed. Aranis, who was watching this scene, felt torn. She didn't want William or her father to get hurt, but she couldn't do anything because her flying ship was being held in place by several dark chains. William and Thanatos clashed several times, causing the entire fourth layer of the underworld to slowly break apart, each time they exchanged blows. When both fighters were pushed back by their last clash, the god of death took that opportunity to gather the power of death in his surroundings. Tactus, Thanatos shouted as he gathered death energy in his left hand. Mortis, the half-elf, who was also thinking of delivering a powerful attack on the god of death, didn't back down either. Instead, he charged at the god of death as he prepared to unleash a powerful attack of his own. Divine, William roared as he gathered the silvery radiance in his hands. Tempest, the two once again clashed, and this time, the sky above their heads, and the land under them, shattered as if they were made of glass. The god of death was powerful, but he had rarely fought in his life. After living for thousands of years in the underworld, alongside the souls of the dead, Thanatos had never had the opportunity to fight to his fullest because no one dared to antagonize him. Except for one person. The person had not only intruded on his domain, but the young man had decided to take his daughter away from him. Is it the difference in experience? Thanatos thought as his body crashed towards the ground due to the blow behind William's attack. For him to be able to overpower me like this. The god of death's eyes locked on the red-headed teenager who had regained his balance midair, and was currently charging at him like the angel of death who had come to take the souls of the dead to the underworld. Make the gods tremble in your wake. William's entire body glowed brightly, turning into a silver comet with the tip of his sword aimed at the fallen god. God-slaying Ars Nova. Within that dark world, William shone brightly like a newborn star that was about to deliver the coup de grace to the god that had stood in the way of his happiness. However, before he could even stab Thanatos with his sword, a halfling suddenly appeared between the two of them with her arms spread wide. 4 pairs of gray wings protruded behind Aranis' back as she faced William with an unyielding gaze, with the intention of protecting her father from harm. The brilliant light, that was almost blinding, collided with the little girl, who used her body to shield her father from her lover's deadly blow. The gods who were watching the battle took in a deep breath when they saw the end of the battle that they initially believed to be an easy win for the god of death. On the 4th layer of hell, Aranis' tears fell as the blade that was meant to slay gods pierced the flesh of one of the 2 most important people in her life, marking the end of the struggle between her father and the half-elf, whose blood stained her soft and delicate hands. Chapter 14:16. Love and Happiness That Were Rightfully Hers from Birth, Part 2. Aranis held onto William, and supported his body, as blood seeped from almost every pore of his body. When the halfling suddenly appeared in front of him, the red-headed teenager forcefully cancelled his attack. This caused a backlash, which created severe internal injuries. Truth be told, William had almost lost his senses when he initiated his final attack against Thanatos. The blood inside him boiled as if it was set on fire, urging him to thrust his sword on the god of death's chest, piercing his divine heart, and obliterating it to pieces. However, after seeing Aranis stand in his way, he regained his sanity and forcefully cancelled the blow that was meant to kill Thanatos while his god-slaying powers suppressed his divinity. Just like Super-MN being weak to Krypton Te, gods were inherently weak against god-slayers. It was similar to the hunter and the prey. Both were natural enemies, with the god-slayer overcoming all adversities, killing the god he was fighting against. It was the typical hero versus demon lord scenario where the hero always gained the upper hand against a being who couldn't be defeated by anyone else but him. "I'm sorry, Will," Aranis cried as she clung to the half-elf that was heavily injured because of her. Blood spilled out of the corner of William's lips, but he paid it no mind and hugged the crying halfling who was hugging him tightly. "It is I who should be sorry," William said after he had forcefully swallowed the mouthful of blood that had risen up from his throat. "I got carried away. I'm sorry." Aranis, who could smell the strong scent of blood on William's body, only cried louder, similar to a little girl whose favorite toy had been taken away from her. Thanatos slowly propped himself up from the ground before staring at the half-elf who was holding his daughter in his embrace. When he saw Aranis suddenly appear to stop William from plunging the sword into his chest, he felt as if his very soul had left his body. For him, Aranis was his precious daughter, who brought life to the dull world of the dead that he governed. Although he didn't spend much time being with her, he would always watch over her from his throne, making sure that he was safe from any harm. When William appeared in the underworld, the god of death was very tempted to kick him out. However, he couldn't do that because of his mother, the primordial goddess, favored the half-elf. He endured more, and continued to endure. Each time he saw his daughter look at William with tenderness, he had the strong urge to leave his palace and toss the half-elf into the river of flames, making him suffer. The half-elf would always pat his daughter's head, and kiss her forehead, especially when he told her goodnight. Back then, he was really afraid that Aranis would become pregnant because of the half-elf's gestures. Gods were born from the beliefs of people, while their children were born from their bodies. Some of them didn't even need to have a partner to give birth to a child. Aranis was born in that manner, so Thanatos was worried that the half-elf's constant skinship with his daughter would leave her pregnant. Fortunately, the half-elf didn't do anything untoward with his daughter until he met with him face to face. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late. Aranis had already fallen in love with William and chose to go with him to the surface world. There, the half-elf had taught her a lot of things, which would have made Thanatos forcefully descend into Hestia just to snap William's neck. Fortunately, he wasn't able to see what was happening in the surface world due to certain restrictions placed on him as the god of the dead. Thanatos hated William because he had stolen something very important to him. His love was different from others because he believed that, if you truly wanted your child to grow strong, you needed to let them leave the nest and fend for themselves. Similar to how wolves, lions, and birds were pushed away by their parents to live on their own, Thanatos believed that it was the only way for Aranis to become an independent person, and grow to become an individual who wouldn't need to rely on others to survive. However, after hearing William tell him that he failed as a father, he finally understood that the distance he created between him and his daughter had made her very lonely. This was why he vented his anger on the half-elf, and wanted to show his daughter that she had chosen wrongly. He wanted to prove to her that the one she chose to fall in love with didn't have the strength to protect her. But, in the end, it wasn't Thanatos that protected Aranis. It was the other way around. Despite the dangers, his daughter came to his rescue and used her small and frail body to stand in front of the sword that was meant to take his life. "You've grown strong, Aranis," Thanatos thought as he looked at his crying daughter, whose dress and body were now stained with the half-elf's blood. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Thanatos had to face reality. The half-elf he had looked down upon had become an existence that threatened beings such as him, who stood above mortals and wielded great powers and could make the entire world tremble if they wished for it. 2 hours later, Aranis finished wrapping William's body with bandages, which almost made the half-elf look like a mummy. Even so, she didn't find the situation funny because she knew that the reason why her lover suffered so much was because of her. "I think it's about time I have a proper talk with my father," Aranis said. "Do you need me to accompany you?" William asked as he stared at Aranis' blue eyes that closely resembled Thanatos' own eyes. "No, I want to talk to him alone." William could see the determination in her eyes, so he no longer insisted on accompanying her. The Aranis of the past would cower whenever her father was around, but now, there was strength in her gaze, which assured the half-elf that everything was going to be all right. The halfling left the half-elf inside her cabin before flying towards her father, who was busy repairing the fourth layer of the underworld that was on the brink of total collapse. "Father, we need to talk," Aranis said as she landed behind Thanatos. The god of death turned around to look at his daughter, whose eyes were no longer filled with fear, as she looked at him with a steady gaze. "Are you leaving again?" Thanatos asked. He knew that this wasn't the reason why Aranis wanted to talk to him. The god of death knew that Aranis would accompany the half-elf back to the surface world, so this question was useless. Even so, he still asked, not because he knew the answer to it, but because he wanted to hear the answer from Aranis' own lips, so she could make her stance clear to him. "Yes," Aranis replied, "I will go with him. However, I promise to visit you twice a month." "I see." Thanatos turned around to continue to repair Lust's abode. However, the real reason why he turned around was to prevent his daughter from seeing the smile that had appeared on his face. He thought that Aranis would leave him for good, but after hearing that she would visit him twice a month, he felt a happiness that he had not felt for a very long time. In order to hide his current mood from his daughter, he decided to ask her why she came to talk to him. "Father, I just want to say that I have been lonely for many years," Aranis said. "You never came to see me on my birthday. You never came to see me whenever I was sad." Tears once again streamed down Aranis' face as the pent-up sadness she had endured over the years burst forth like a raging river. The halfling told her father all of the things that she had felt throughout the years that she hadn't been able to see him, and the things that she had wished had happened over the past few years of her life. Thanatos didn't make any comments, nor did he stop Aranis from pouring out her resentment to him. Only when the halfling was too sad to talk, that only sobs escaped his lips, did the god of death turn around and wrap his daughter in a loving embrace that had been long overdue. "I'm sorry for making you lonely and sad," Thanatos said as he hugged his crying daughter. "I know it's a bit late, but I'd like to talk to you more, do things with you more, and understand you a little more." William, who had strong hearing, heard Aranis' pain-filled cries from inside the cabin. However, even though her sobs were filled with sadness, they also contained relief, and a sense of peace, as if the burden she had carried for a very long time had finally disappeared from her heart. "I'm happy for you, Aranis," William said softly as he placed his hands over the blue gem in his chest. He could tell that it was not only him who felt this way, but also his 4 wives, whose silhouettes were currently hugging him from all sides, easing the pain he was currently suffering from with the power of their love. All of them knew that after they returned to the surface world, the halfling, who had lost her voice, would regain the things she had lost, as well as gain the love and happiness that was rightfully hers by birth. Chapter 14-17, Overflowing Feelings Part 1. William stayed in the underworld for 2 more days because Aranis wanted to stay with her father a little while longer. To her surprise, Thanatos accompanied her during those 2 days, and left the workload to his subordinates. Right now, he wasn't a god of death, but a father who was doing his best to make up for the lost time that he hadn't spent with his daughter. Finally, on the 2nd day, Thanatos came to find William, so that the 2 of them could talk in private. After making sure that no one could overhear their conversation, Thanatos asked William the question that had been bothering him for a long time. "What is Aranis to you?" Thanatos asked as his blue eyes stared at the half-elf, making sure that the latter knew that he was asking a serious question. "If you just plan to fool around with her, it would be best if you don't take her back to the surface world. My daughter is not an accessory that you can carry around whenever you please, and toss aside when you no longer need her." William held Thanatos' gaze before answering his question. "I wanted Aranis to be by my side forever," William answered honestly. "When I first saw her, I only thought that she would play an important role in my life because she is one of the faces of hope, but after spending some time with her, I found out that she is a very sweet and considerate girl who cares about others." "So, do you plan to make her your concubine?" Thanatos asked in a steely tone. Clearly, he didn't like the idea of his daughter becoming the half-elf's bed warmer, whose position was lower than the half-elf's wives. William shook his head firmly. "No, I plan to marry her and make her my wife." Thanatos' piercing gaze never left William's face, looking for any sign of falsehood in his answer. However, after a few minutes, the god of death only snorted, which meant that he couldn't find any lies in the half-elf words. "Remember this, half-elf," Thanatos said as he looked down on the red-headed teenager who was going to take her daughter away from him for a second time. "Aranis is my only child. If you make her cry, I will descend to Hestia and kill you. Do you understand?" William nodded. He didn't plan to convince the god of death with words, but with his actions. Half an hour later, the half-elf returned to the flying ship to find an anxious Aranis, who hugged him the moment he stepped on the deck of her ship. "Did my father say anything harsh?" Aranis asked. "Did he hurt you?" William smiled as he patted the anxious halfling's head. "No, we just talked," William replied. "Talk between men." Aranis breathed a sigh of relief knowing that the one she loved and her father were no longer at odds with each other. What she didn't know was that during the time Thanatos and William talked in private, the 2 were having an intense discussion about something which concerned the doll-like beauty's future. "Say your goodbye to your father," William said, as he crouched down to kiss Aranis' forehead. "It is time for us to go back to the surface world. It will be a while before you see him again, so say your goodbye properly." Aranis nodded. Gray wings sprouted from Aranis' back which allowed her to fly towards her father, who was standing in the distance, waiting for her. William looked at this scene with a tender gaze because he could tell how much Thanatos loved his daughter. A few minutes later, a teary-eyed halfling returned to the flying ship. After saying her goodbye to her father, she felt as if she had finally managed to take that final step, allowing her to grow as an individual. Thanatos watched as the flying ship soared towards the sky, headed towards the portal that he had created. As the god of death, it was easy for him to allow anyone to leave his domain whenever he wished. "Goodbye, Aranis," Thanatos muttered as he looked at the flying ship that was about to pass through the portal. "I'll be waiting for your return." The moment Aranis' flying ship passed through the portal, they found themselves in a familiar place. The sacred grove. William scanned his surroundings to confirm his suspicion. It is indeed the sacred grove. Aranis, who was hugging his waist, nodded her head because this was indeed the same place where William's mother stayed. Suddenly, a clapping sound reached their ears, making the 2 look up at one of the branches of the world tree where the sound was coming from. "Welcome back, Aranis," Arwen said with a smile. "It has been a while." The beautiful elf jumped off the tree branch, and glided gently towards the ground. The smile on her face widened after seeing the halfling clinging to her son's waist. Due to Aranis' adorable beauty, Arwen was very tempted to take her home with her, and cuddle her to oblivion. "Mother, Aranis is not a toy, please don't look at her like that," William said as he shielded the halfling from his mother, whose thoughts were clearly written on her face. "You're going to scare her." "Nonsense," Arwen replied as she walked towards William to give him a hug. Naturally, she also gave Aranis a hug and even slightly pinched her cheeks, while holding back the urge to take her home with her. "Since you're here, and came from the base of the world tree, I'm guessing that you just returned from the underworld," Arwen said. Did you succeed in recovering the souls of my daughters-in-law? William nodded his head. Yes, mother, I brought them back with me. Arwen had long wanted to talk to the ladies that had married her son. He wanted to spend some time with them, and subtly encourage them to give birth to William's babies, so that she could hug her grandchildren sooner rather than later. Living in the sacred grove could be quite lonely at times, and if not for the fact that Skyla, the white crane, was keeping her company, she might have not been able to bear the loneliness of her duty. Her husband had once again fallen into a hibernation state, so she was unable to talk to him. Because of this, she spent most of her days going to the Spring of Life, trying to coax Acedia to talk to her, whom the latter ignored completely. You did well, Will. Arwen sighed in her heart. I can finally hold my grandchildren. William, who heard Arwen's words, couldn't help but smile because his mother didn't know that Selene had already given birth to his child. After talking to Thanatos, the god of death confirmed that Selene had already given birth. However, he told the half-elf that the goddess, Lisa, wanted to let the child stay in the Elysian fields for a few more days before they returned to the world of Hestia. Selene's patron goddess didn't say why the mother and child couldn't go with him back to the surface world, but since the goddess had once descended to help him fight against Ahriman, the half-elf decided to just wait for a few more days for Selene's arrival. But, before leaving the underworld, William asked Thanatos to pass a message to Selene, which made the god of death arch an eyebrow. Since it was part of the things that the red-headed teenager and him had talked about, the god of death agreed to pass the message. Aranis, I'll go and see them first, William said as he crouched down to look the halfling in the eye. Stay with mother for a while, but if she does anything weird, don't hesitate to escape and lock yourself inside your cabin, okay? Aranis smiled and nodded her head. I understand. Arwen, who heard William's rude words, crossed her arms over her chest and pouted. Seeing that his mother got the message, the half-elf took his leave and headed down the path that would take him to the Spring of Life. With the soul of his wives stored within the gem on his chest, the red-headed teenager's steps quickened, as if he couldn't wait to arrive at his destination. A few minutes later, the half-elf waded towards the spring, to return the souls of his wives to their rightful bodies. However, before he could do that, several strands of hair rose up from the water and wrapped itself around his body, preventing him from moving. A moment later, he was dragged underwater until he came face to face with the beautiful elf, whose hands wrapped around the back of his head, pulling him into a long and passionate kiss, making the half-elf sense Acedia's overflowing feelings for him. Chapter 14:18. Keeping his past and present promises. For a brief moment, William blanked out because he didn't expect Acedia to take the initiative to give him a passionate kiss. Although they had kissed a few times in the past, the kiss she was giving him now contained a strong desire that she rarely showed him, making the half-elf momentarily forget why he had come to the Spring of Life. A few minutes later, their kiss ended, but it seemed that Acedia still wanted to kiss William because she kept on pecking his lips, as if to tease him. The half-elf smiled and used water magic to allow himself to move his body under the water. Since the lazy elf seemed to have missed him so much, after not seeing him for several months, he decided to pamper her a bit and started to peck her lips as well. Soon, the pecking turned into a long kiss, then into a passionate one. The hair that was wrapped around William's body loosened, allowing the half-elf to move his hands, which he used to wrap around Acedia's body, holding her in place so that he could continue to kiss her. Finally, after several minutes, their lips parted and the two looked at each other. I love you, William said before planting a kiss on her forehead. After today, you will start living with me, okay? A smile then appeared on the beautiful elf's face as she nodded her head. I love you too, Will, Acedia said softly. Always have, always will. The half-elf felt touched because of her words, so he hugged her tightly, not wanting to let go. They stayed in that position for a few minutes before William reluctantly pulled back. Acedia nodded her head in understanding and made a gesture for her beloved to do what he had come to the Spring of Life to do. William gave Acedia a brief nod of acknowledgement before picking up Chiffon's body, which was by the beautiful elf's side. She had been using Chiffon's body as her personal hug pillow ever since the half-elf had placed the pink-haired dwarf's body inside her territory. Acedia liked to hug Chiffon in her sleep because her body was soft, small, and felt good too. The touch. William gently supported the back of his wife's head with his hand before giving the pink-haired girl a kiss on the lips. As if waiting for that moment, the gem on William's chest glowed faintly. After the crystal vials were destroyed, the half-elf had no choice but to store the souls of his wives inside his sea of consciousness to keep them safe. In short, the half-elf returned Chiffon's soul to her body with a kiss, allowing her to once again take full control of her vessel, which had been nourished and strengthened by the spring of life. The pink-haired dwarf's body started to glow as her soul slowly, but surely, merged with the body that rightfully belonged to her. William watched with bated breath as Chiffon opened her lips to take in a breath of air. Even though they were underwater, the spring of life provided them with oxygen, allowing them to breathe without any problems. William's wife slowly opened her eyes, and looked at him with a faint smile on her face. "I'm back," Chiffon said. "Thank you, Will." The half-elf hugged Chiffon and kissed her forehead. In truth, he was feeling a bit worried that the method he chose wouldn't work. Now that he succeeded in returning the soul of one of his wives to her body, the weight that seemed to hang in his heart finally disappeared, allowing him to breathe easier. Soon, Princess Sidoni and Ash opened their eyes as well. Although they had been successfully revived, they still couldn't move their bodies properly. But that was fine. They knew that it would take some time for them to adapt to being returned to their renewed bodies. After spending several months in the underworld, the three ladies were finally able to return to the surface world, where their beloved had worked hard while he waited for the time of their revival. 2 hours later, William returned to the sacred grove, carrying Acedia in his arms in a princess carry. He planned to take the lazy elf with him, so she would always be by his side. Princess Sidoni's, Ash's, and Chiffon's movements were still a bit stiff, but they no longer had any problems with walking on their own feet. "Won't you stay for a bit longer?" Arwen asked while holding Aranis in her arms. "Even a day will be good." William was tempted to agree to her mother's request, but in the end, he firmly shook his head. After talking with Thanatos in the underworld, he understood what he needed to do right now, and he could not wait even a single day in order to put his plan into action. "I'm sorry, Mother, we can't stay," William said. A disappointed expression briefly appeared on Arwen's face, but it soon disappeared after she forced herself to smile. "I'm sorry for being selfish," Arwen said. "I know that you have a lot of responsibilities, so forget what I said earlier." William knew that his mother was feeling down, so he decided to share some good news with her, which made the beautiful elf's eyes widen in shock. "Is this true?" Arwen asked. William nodded. "It is true. Also, I have more good news for you, Mother." Arwen narrowed her gaze as she focused all her attention on William. She was afraid that if she blinked, she would be unable to hear the good news that he was about to tell her. The moment the half-elf shared the good news with his mother, Acedia, Princess Sidoni, Ash, Chiffon, and Aranis looked at him in surprise. "Wonderful." Arwen happily clapped her hands and rested her hands on William's shoulder. "What are you waiting for? Go. Make sure to prepare everything as soon as possible. I will definitely attend no matter what." William nodded his head in understanding because he knew that his mother would react this way because of the good news that he shared with her. A moment later, a beam of light descended from the sky as the Bifrost Bridge took the half-elf and his wives to the floor of Asgard, where his subordinates were waiting for his return. "What did you say?" Nisha exclaimed as she gazed at the half-elf who was still carrying Acedia in his arms. "Your Majesty, are you sure about this?" "Yes," William replied. "Nisha, I know that you are already busy. It doesn't have to be grand. I just want to keep the promises that I made long ago." But this is too sudden," Nisha commented. "Are you really sure you want this done?" The red-headed teenager nodded as he glanced around the ladies that had gathered to welcome him back to the floor of Asgard. "Make the preparations," William ordered. "A month from now, I am getting married. Wendy, Estelle, Ash, Chiffon, Princess Sidoni, Lilith, Princess Aila, Acedia, Kathy, and Belle." These were the 10 ladies that he planned to marry, even though he had already married some of them in the past. When he married Wendy and Ash, it was in the temple where he had taken the trial of courage alongside Estelle. He married Chiffon on the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon in order to save her from the guardian who wanted to eat her heart in order to gain her divinity. The beautiful succubus princess, Sidoni, was someone he married in a grand wedding in the Crater Empire. Lilith had become his fiancée after he returned from the Deadlands. He had wanted to marry her, but things were too hectic back then, preventing him from doing so. As for Princess Aila, after regaining his memories of her, the half-elf decided to right the past wrongs and wed her. The lazy elf, Acedia, had been with him until the bitter end, during his last struggle in Asgard. He had promised to meet her again in the past, but this promise was broken after he died in Midgard and lost his memories in Asgard. As for Kathy, she was his self-proclaimed ninth wife. Among the 7 women who completed her form, 4 were William's lovers, including Aranis. Vesta, Priscilla, Amelia, and Pearl were the only ones who had kept their distance with him, but he was fine with that. Kathy once told him using telepathy that none of the 4 girls dislike him. Even though Pearl originally resented him from brainwashing her sister, the elf had already come to terms with the fact that she couldn't rewind the past. Also, while William was away, she and her sister, Charmaine, had a heart-to-heart talk, allowing her to finally let go of the grudges she felt for him. Of course, Kathy admitted that it was also due to the fact that she always made William drink her blood whenever they were merged together. This made the 4 girls experience a pleasure that made them yearn for his touch. The half-elf felt a bit conflicted about this discovery, but Kathy assured him that it was already a done deal. She even insisted that the 7 girls, who completed her form, only needed William's determination to woo them. Because of this, the half-elf planned to use the month-long gap between now and his wedding to form a closer relationship with Pearl, Vesta, Priscilla, and Amelia. Lastly, there was Belle, the one he loved back on Earth, and married with the blessings of her parents. The half-elf had many other lovers, and he intended to marry them all. However, for now, he planned to marry the ladies who had stuck with him throughout his past and present lifetimes, in order to make them understand how much he truly loved them. Although everyone was shocked by his declaration, Nisha still decided to push through with it after making William promise him that she would be among the next batch of wives that he married. The half-elf agreed with her condition, which made his steward more motivated to prepare a grand wedding that would make the half-elf the envy of all of the men in the world. Chapter 14:19, A Fresh Start, Part 1. After the initial uproar of William's declaration to get married passed, the preparations for the grandest wedding in Hestia were underway. Nisha spared no efforts to ensure that the half-elf's wedding would be a complete success. Although she was envious and jealous of his wives, the steward of the Ainsworth Empire endured because of William's promise to marry her as well after a year. The veiled beauty knew that when it was time for her wedding, she wouldn't be able to emulate the scale of the wedding preparations that she was juggling right now. However, she was fine with that. Now that the end of the world was just around the corner, the most important thing was that all the loose ends would be dealt with, so that they could focus all of their attention to the battle that would decide the fate of Hestia. Finally, only a week remained before the half-elf and his wives would become the center of everyone's attention. The sovereigns of various nations went out of their way to find the best gifts that they could find. Although some were still unwilling to admit it, the fact remained that William was the most influential person in the North, South, East, West, and Central continents. There was simply no one else who could take his place, so regardless of what they thought about him, they made sure that they would not come empty-handed to the wedding that would be talked about for years to come. Thousand Beast Domain. Do you know where William is? Vesta asked Charmaine as soon as she found the half-elf's personal maid inside the villa. Priscilla and I have been looking for him for the last hour or so. Charmaine shook her head. Sorry, I don't know where Master is. Priscilla, who was standing beside Vesta, sighed. Forget it, he must be very busy in preparation for the wedding. Let's just look for him later. Vesta pinched the bridge of her nose before sighing. Charmaine, if you find him, tell him that we are looking for him, okay? Vesta said, I can't believe that I've been dragged into this marriage fiasco because of Kathy. Vesta's words were filled with complaint, but the blush on her face was enough to make Charmaine understand that the latter only wanted to spend some time with her master before the wedding took place. For the past few weeks, William did his best to make Vesta, Priscilla, Amelia, and Pearl like him. Since the time was short, he didn't have the time to make their relationship match the level of his wives and lovers. What William wanted was for them to consider having a relationship with him, and promised to do his best to love and care for them as much as he did for his wives. What William didn't know was that although Vesta, Priscilla, and Amelia seemed uninterested in him, deep inside they envied Aranis, Haleth, and Anne, who were already the half-elf's lovers. Vesta just wanted to play hard to get, but after having her blood drunk several times by the half-elf, she knew that she would be unable to find someone who could make her feel so good. Priscilla, on the other hand, respected William ever since they had met in Helen Academy. She had witnessed how her master, Princess Sidoni, pursued the half-elf and used whatever means necessary to become his lover. Naturally, Priscilla supported her with everything she had, and because of this, William had become so outstanding in her eyes that she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to become his lover as well. Amelia, on the other hand, felt that she wasn't qualified to become one of William's lovers. Although she was born from a noble family, the red-headed teenager's status was so high that someone like her felt insecure about being with him. Fortunately, her friend, Wendy, was there to convince her, and with William's kindness and gentleness, she finally took that leap of faith and agreed to marry him. Well, I guess the only problem now is your sister, Pearl. Vesta glanced at Charmaine, who was busy cleaning William's room. Your sister still doesn't want to accept him, and the marriage is only a week away. What are we going to do if she suddenly decides to run away? To Vesta's surprise, Charmaine just gave a giggle before the elf hurriedly covered her lips with her right hand. Don't worry about my sister, I will do my best to convince her, Charmaine stated. If all else fails, we can always knock her unconscious. It won't matter as long as the 7 of you transform into Kathy. By the time she realizes it, it'll already be a done deal. Vesta and Priscilla nodded their heads in agreement. A moment later, the two bid their goodbyes to Charmaine and left to look for their sisters, who represented the virtue of hope. When Vesta and Priscilla left the villa, Charmaine smiled mischievously before closing the door of William's room. Sorry, Vesta, Priscilla, Charmaine said as she glanced in the direction of K-City, which had now become the main attraction of the Thousand Beast domain. I won't allow you girls to disturb my sister's happiness. In a park somewhere in K-City. It was just past lunch, and most of the people were either in the theme park or busy helping with the preparations for William's wedding. Because of this, the park was mostly deserted, so no one was able to hear the faint sound of two people kissing in one of the most secluded places that was surrounded by trees. William's body was pressed against a tree, while an elf with light green hair had her hands wrapped around his head, holding him in place as she pressed her soft lips against his. When their lips parted, the elf panted for breath before looking at the half-elf's eyes with a flushed expression on her face. Do you understand now? Pearl asked. Yes, William replied. Thank you for forgiving me. Pearl took a step back and wiped her lips with the back of her hand. A day ago, William asked for Charmaine's help in order to bridge the gap between him and her sister, Pearl, who always avoided him whenever he tried to talk to her. But, to his surprise, Charmaine just smiled and told William to meet up with Pearl somewhere in K-City at 10 in the morning. Go out on a date with my sister, Charmaine said. Don't worry, I'll make sure that she will come. William followed Charmaine's advice, and just like his personal maid stated, Pearl made an appearance wearing a white sundress, with a skirt that only reached her knees. Pearl's body was quite curvaceous, so wearing something like this brought out her natural appeal, which surprised the red-headed teenager. Usually, Charmaine's older sister wore ranger clothes that covered most of her body. When William saw her wearing something fashionable, the half-elf almost didn't recognize her and wondered if he was looking at a different person. Then, their date started. William took her to a cafe that Charmaine had recommended to him, and ordered a strawberry parfait for the silent elf, who didn't even bother to look at the menu in order to place an order. Overall, it was an awkward date with William being the only one talking, as he took Pearl from one place to another. In the end, the half-elf thought that Pearl preferred a place that was surrounded by nature, so he took her to the park to get a breather. As they were taking a random stroll in the park, Pearl suddenly grabbed his hand and took him to a secluded place surrounded by trees. Pearl pinned the half-elf's body to a tree using her body, and stared straight into his eyes. I've been thinking a lot these past few days, Pearl said. I also had a heart-to-heart talk with Charmaine, and both of us agreed that we can no longer turn back time and return to the past. The attack on the southern continent, my sister getting brainwashed, we can't go back to that time and set things right. The half-elf didn't push away the elf whose light green eyes showed her determination. You know, I've always hated you, Pearl stated. I really hated you. William nodded. I know. However, the more I've come to know about you, the more I feel that you weren't the one at fault for what happened to my sister, Pearl continued. However, I didn't want to accept it. I refused to accept it. This is why I always told myself that I should hate you. I always told myself that if my anger disappeared, I would lose my reason to be around you. But no matter how many excuses I made to myself, no matter how much I tried to find reasons to hate you, it all led back to the fact that the one who started the war was not you. However, since that was the case, who should I hate? I don't want to admit that I had misplaced my anger on you, so I continued to hate you. Even now, I find myself trying to convince myself to hate you still. Pearl started to pound William's chest with her closed fist, but it lacked the strength to actually hurt him. In the end, Pearl buried her face in the half-elf's chest in order to hide her embarrassment, and the tears of frustration that she was holding back. William couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief because he finally understood that Pearl no longer hated him. Since that was the case, he would also take that step to ensure that both of them could have a fresh start, and give their relationship a chance to grow. Chapter 1420. A Fresh Start, Part 2. I'm sorry, William said as he rested his hands on Pearl's shoulders. But, if it will make you feel better, I did my best to treat Charmaine, and the other elves who served me, with respect and kindness. I didn't do anything to hurt them. Pearl nodded. I know, Charmaine confessed everything to me. Aside from having their blood sucked, and you being a breast lover, you didn't do anything to harm them. The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard the part about him being a breast lover. However, with everything that he had done in the past up to now, he couldn't come up with any words to refute Charmaine's claim. Since that was the case, he made a vow that later tonight, he would punish Charmaine in bed, and make her understand that she shouldn't share the embarrassing things about him to other people, especially her sister. Pearl talked about other things, and William simply listened. In the end, it was Pearl who took the initiative to kiss him, taking him by surprise. Let's start over, Pearl said before turning around. Is what I'd like to say, but I will be marrying you in a roundabout manner a week from now. The elf turned around because she didn't want to let William see her current expression. However, even though the half-elf couldn't see her face, he could see how red her ears were, making him feel relieved. Out of the 7 ladies that merged together to make Kathy manifest, Pearl was the one who had been going out of her way to avoid him. Now that they had finally had a proper talk, he felt that the wall that stood before them had finally crumbled, allowing him to see her for who she really was. A caring and kind older sister, who truly loved her little sister Charmaine. Charmaine is very lucky to have a sister like you, William said. I bet you say that to all the girls you've met, Pearl said as she started to walk away. Let's go and continue our date. By the way, that strawberry parfait was my favorite food in that cafe. It seems that Charmaine told you about it. William looked surprised for a moment because Charmaine didn't really say that her sister liked to eat strawberry parfaits. His personal maid only told him that he should take a girl to a cafe and let her eat something sweet to lighten up her mood, and it just so happened that the place and food type that Charmaine had recommended were actually Pearl's favorite cafe and dessert. What are you waiting for? Pearl asked as she turned around to look at the half-elf who was still leaning against the tree. Do you not want to continue this date? William smiled before walking toward the elf whom he found cute with every passing minute. Let's go, William said. But, before that, the half-elf reached out to hold Pearl's hand, and intertwined his finger with hers. Pearl looked at William's hand, that was holding her own, for a few seconds before nodding her head. She, too, locked her fingers with his, holding onto him firmly, making the smile on the half-elf's face widen a bit. Soon, the two of them walked together while holding hands, and spent the day in each other's company, enjoying every minute of it. Later that night in William's room, sore, sorry master, Charmaine pleaded as she panted for breath. Shouldn't have said, that you were, a breast lover. A tingling sensation ran down her spine as William lightly bit onto her right breast, sinking his fangs on it. William and Pearl had a wonderful date, and had dinner together. They also shared a kiss, filled with promise before parting ways, as they decided to give their budding relationship a chance. What Pearl didn't know was that as soon as William returned to the Thousand Beast domain, he immediately called for Charmaine to visit him in his room. Curious about what happened on her master's and sister's date, the elf happily went to see William, only to be subjected to his punishment, which made Charmaine writhe in pleasure. An hour later, the elf rested her head on William's chest as she enjoyed the afterglow of their love-making. Thank you, Charmaine, William said. You helped me a lot today. Charmaine shook her head as she wrapped her hand around William's waist. It is I who should thank you, master. My sister has been looking for an opportunity to have a proper talk with you, and apologize. It just so happened that both of you decided to ask for my advice at the same time, so I thought that if the two of you went out on a date, things would get cleared up eventually. But, you shouldn't tell people that I'm a breast lover. They will have a bad impression of me. Understood, Master. I will no longer tell anyone about it. William smiled because he knew that Charmaine had already learned her lesson. With only a few days left before the grand wedding started, he was able to finally make peace with Pearl. Truth be told, this matter had been weighing on his mind a lot as of late. He didn't want to force anyone to marry him, and he knew that Kathy wouldn't declare with confidence that she would be his ninth wife, if she didn't have any evidence to back her claim. Although his relationship with Pearl was just at the starting point, it was enough. He would work hard to get her to accept him for who he was, and he would accept everything about her in return. The important thing was that both of them were now moving forward towards a future that was worth fighting for. Now that he had finally gained the acceptance of all the ladies who represented the virtue of hope, he was able to breathe easy that, on the day of their wedding, he would be able to embrace all of the ladies who would be part of his life forever. Chapter 1421, William's Wedding, Part 1. One day before William's wedding, the half-elf sighed because he had been banned from seeing his wives before their big day. The brides were busy finishing up the last-minute additions to their wedding dresses, and they didn't want the half-elf to see what they looked like while they were wearing them. Because of this, William busied himself with working alongside Xianxia in order to ensure that everything was ready when morning came. He had heightened the security of the Ainsworth Empire, and positioned the pseudo-gods, as well as the demigods, in key locations around the venue, in order to ensure that no one would dare to mess around on his special day. William silently vowed that if someone was stupid enough to attempt to ruin his marriage, he would make them regret being born in the world. So far, the number of guests has exceeded our expectations, Xianxia commented. All the inns in the Empire are filled to the brim with the guests that have come from all over the world. Because of this, we allowed them to temporarily stay on the floor of Asgard, as well as the other floors that are under your control in the Tower of Babylon, Your Majesty. Good, William replied. Thank you, Xianxia. I'm also sorry for being selfish. The veiled lady hung onto William's arm as they walked the palace grounds to oversee the wedding preparations. I think this is good as well, Xianxia commented. Everyone has been feeling tense because of the upcoming war. This celebration will help ease that tension, and give them a reprieve for the hard days ahead. No one knows what the future will hold, so we must enjoy this fleeting moment of happiness, no matter how short, or brief, it will be. William smiled because Xianxia had a way of telling him things from her own perspective. Among his lovers, Xianxia was someone that he had been wary of in the past. However, after having a heart-to-heart talk with the primordial goddess, all those worries disappeared. The primordial goddess told William that, although Xianxia was her avatar, she had a life of her own. She was free to like whoever she wanted, and support whoever she deemed was worthy of her expertise. Of course, the primordial goddess also admitted that since Xianxia was her avatar, Xianxia would also have an interest in the person that she was interested in, which was none other than William. Well, we can talk things out more in the future, William thought as he continued his patrol around the palace with Xianxia. Several hours later, both of them were quite satisfied that everything was in order. Before they parted, the veiled beauty dragged William to her office to ask for her reward for doing such a good job. Naturally, the half-elf was more than happy to oblige, and the two spent an hour together before William returned to the Thousand Beast domain to rest. At least, that was his original intention. Tomorrow is your big day, why don't you have a drink with us? Lyra asked as soon as she saw William return to the villa. I have studied how to mix cocktails as of late and I want you to taste them. Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody all clung to William, preventing him from escaping their grasp. Clearly, they had no intention of letting him go, and would not take no for an answer. Just give it up, Will, Nvidia commented from the side. These girls are going crazy because of your wedding. What kind of juice did you feed them? William looked at Nvidia, who was playing cards with Superbia and Audrey. He was very tempted to tell her if she wanted the same kind of juice, she could join in, but he knew that doing that would just be adding fuel to the fire. Now that he was cornered by the virtuous ladies, who were also his lovers, he couldn't possibly shoot his own foot while he was in their presence. In the end, he just smiled bitterly at the lady who bore the sin of envy, who was looking at him with a smug look on her beautiful face. Nvidia, Superbia, and Audrey, the three ladies who were not part of the half-elf's harem, had become good friends once the dispute between William and the Holy Order of Light had ended. Let's go, Will, Ephemera said as she hugged the red-headed teenager from behind. Although it is only 3 in the afternoon, this is the perfect hour to go drinking. Can I pass? William asked. Although he already knew that the answer would be no, he still decided to try, just in case the ladies around him would show him mercy before his wedding day. In the end, he was dragged away by the 4 ladies, and was made to drink until late into the night before having their way with him. William stood in front of the mirror and combed his hair for the 3rd time that day. He was already wearing the suit he would wear for his wedding, but for some reason, he was feeling a bit nervous, and settled on combing his hair as a way to calm himself down. Even though he had drunk a lot the night before, and tumbled on the sheets with the 4 ladies, who made him swear that he would marry them as well, he didn't feel exhausted, nor did he have a hangover. If others were to see this, they would think of you as a narcissist. William ignored Optimus' snarky comment as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Okay, I'm done, William said. Are there any signs of trouble? So far, there are no signs of trouble. Remember, if you find anything or anyone suspicious, tell me right away, okay? Got it. William glanced at the system map, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Almost all of the small dots on it were green, with a few yellow dots scattered in between. It meant that there were only friendly and neutral entities in his surroundings, confirming that no enemy was in sight. A moment later, a loud knock was heard on the door, and Nisha came in without even waiting for William's reply. The preparations are complete, Nisha said as she approached William and undid the necktie of the half-elf's suit. You can go to the venue anytime, Your Majesty. The red-headed teenager arched an eyebrow at his steward who was slowly fixing his necktie, which had been just fine earlier. Even so, he just stood there and allowed Nisha to have her way. A moment later, the veiled beauty took a step back and admired her handiwork. You look stunning, Your Majesty. I know. Feel free to praise me more. Nisha giggled before sharking her head. I won't do anything more than this today because today is your wedding day, Nisha stated. Although this is a bit late, congratulations Your Majesty for being the most envied man in Hestia. William smiled because he couldn't refute Nisha's words. Today, he was indeed the happiest and luckiest man in Hestia because he would be marrying 10 gorgeous ladies, who loved him very much. Several minutes later, William stood in front of the altar, as he waited for his brides to arrive. The wedding was held in the courtyard of the royal palace because there were simply too many people who wanted to attend the half-elf's wedding. Some of them were even sitting on specially made artifacts that floated in the air, so they could still observe the wedding from a safe distance. Standing beside William was his mother, Arwen, who was wearing the Saintess' ceremonial robe. She looked at her son fondly, because this was the first time that she had been able to attend his wedding. In the past, she didn't get the opportunity to take part in the festivities. But now, no one was going to stop her from witnessing her son's special day. Don't be nervous, Will, Arwen said in a teasing tone. Breathe deeply and slowly, just relax, your brides are not going anywhere. Although he was already an emperor and had control over vast swaths of land, in Arwen's eyes, William would always be that small baby that she had held lovingly for only a few days before they parted from each other. Elves lived long lives, and William could still be considered very young in Arwen's eyes. Even so, she was still very happy for him, and looked forward to her grandchildren's arrival, whom she would love and hold dearly. The surroundings were already buzzing with excitement as the people who attended the wedding made small talk with each other. The kings and emperors of the various nations were seated in front, and many of them found William's nervousness quite funny. As someone whom everyone revered as the most influential man in the world, seeing him look nervous made them realize that he was just like them, and not someone who looked down on anyone because of the position he was currently in. Suddenly, the sound of trumpets was heard, making the buzzing of the crowd come to a complete halt. They then shifted their attention to the very back of the courtyard, where 3 adorable girls, holding a basket of flowers, walked side by side, as they threw a handful of flowers along the aisle they were walking down. The wedding had officially started, and everyone looked on with expectation as they waited for the brides, whose identities were not known to everyone, to appear. Chapter 1422, William's Wedding, Part 2. The 3 adorable girls walked happily in the aisle as they threw flowers all around them. Eve, Medusa, and Cherry smiled brightly as they showed off their pink, fluttery dresses that brought out their cuteness, making the lolicon god give a thumbs up from the heavens. If Aranis was with them, everyone might have vomited sugar, due to the sweetness overload that they were already witnessing. William's breath was almost blown away, as he looked further behind the 3 girls, seeing the women that he was going to marry today. Dressed in white wedding dresses, his wives walked behind the three flower girls, alongside their family members. Wendy, William's first wife, was escorted by her father, Joaquin Cy Armstrong, the current Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. Estelle was escorted by her father, King Noah, who was the king of the Helen Kingdom. Ash was escorted by her father, whom William hadn't had the chance to meet in the past. He went by the name Hywel, and the half-elf could tell how much Hywel cared for his daughter from the way he was glaring at him. "I'll talk to him at the reception later," William thought as he endured his father-in-law's glare with grace. Chiffon was being escorted by King Ildon, who was already teary-eyed due to the overwhelming emotion he was feeling at the moment. He made sure to create the best dwarven wedding gown for his granddaughter, which brought out her natural charm, making all the dwarven boys present at the wedding curse William in their hearts. Princess Sidonie was escorted by her father, Redmond Val Frisia, who ruled the kingdom of Frisia in the southern continent. He had already heard of William's exploits, and looked forward to having a nice long chat with him after the wedding ceremony was over. Lilith, who was wearing the Amazonian bridal gown, was being escorted by none other than Empress Andraste, whose smile reached her ears. Although she didn't get the chance to kidnap William, and have him become the studhorse of her empire, she was still happy that her daughter found happiness with him. Princess Aila was escorted by her brother, Alaric Sol Zelen, who was the current king of the Zelen dynasty. Even now, he still couldn't imagine that his distant cousin, and the person who saved his sister from being wed several years ago, would one day marry her as well. When Acedia made her appearance, everyone almost couldn't believe their eyes. The elf lady was being carried on a stretcher, which made the corner of William's lips twitch. "You're even too lazy to walk down the aisle on your wedding day." William couldn't help but shake his head helplessly due to Acedia being true to her nature. The elf lady was being carried by 4 other elf ladies, who treated her like a queen, despite the fact that there was drool staining the side of her lips. Perhaps, the weirdest of them all was Kathy. Since she was composed of 7 people, there were several men who were awkwardly walking beside her. Vesta's father, Joash, the Black Dragon, who was also a demigod, walked with grace despite the weird gazes that were being shot in his direction. Another man, who was wearing a tattered cloak, was also walking beside Kathy, whose very presence made everyone feel as if they were staring death in the face. As the group of 8 passed by, their gazes then landed on Belle, who was being escorted by her father, Raymond. When they reached the altar, all of them lined up side by side, with Wendy and Belle at the very center, standing directly behind William. Even Acedia, who had been lying on the stretcher, reluctantly stood up, as she used her hair to prop herself up in a standing position. All the people who had come to attend the wedding looked at these young ladies with mixed emotions. Some felt happy for them, some envied them, some wished they were them, while others cursed William non-stop for having a harem of beautiful women. Each of them were beautiful in their own right, which was more than enough to tell everyone how capable the half-elf was for making these ladies love him. It was at that moment, when a veiled priestess walked to the altar and faced William and his wives. "Today is a glorious day, so I will make an exception just this once," the veiled priestess said in a volume that only William and his brides could hear, as she removed the veil covering her face, making those who saw her gasp in shock. "Also, I worked hard to achieve this result, so I'm going to preside over this wedding whether you like it or not." William, Wendy, Chiffon, and Princess Aila looked at the beautiful woman, whose face they couldn't forget. It was none other than Freya, the goddess of Asgard that had tied their fates together, even though thousands of years had already passed. As soon as the crowd quieted down, Freya smiled and began the opening words of the wedding ceremony. "Welcome, everyone. We are gathered here today to join William Von Ainsworth and his brides in holy matrimony. Therefore, should anyone present know of any reason that they should not be joined in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold your peace." Laxos, who was floating high above the altar, spread her arms wide as she prepared to unleash hell upon those who dared to ruin her beloved's wedding day. Everyone knew that those who dared to even speak a word to stop the wedding would immediately face a fate worse than death, so they glanced around, hoping to see something that would entertain them. After waiting for a few seconds, no one spoke up, so Freya smiled and continued the wedding ceremony. "Since no one has any objections, we will now euro." A loud shout was heard at the very back of the courtyard, which made William, as well as the other pseudo-gods and demigods, look at the person who dared to court death. However, before they could even do anything, a lady wearing a wedding gown, walked down the aisle. She had purple hair, which was tied up in a princess braid, making the anger in William's heart dissipate. The bride walked down the aisle with grace, as she was escorted by a beautiful woman, who wore a red dress, which fluttered like live flames as she walked beside the bride. Behind them, a very fat lady, carrying a baby in her arms, walked with a smile on her face, making Chiffon, who was standing beside the altar, almost cry out in surprise. Beside the fat lady was another woman, who was wearing lightweight armor, and radiating a righteous vibe, which was similar to old-fashioned knights, who were loyal to their lords. Estelle, Ash, as well as Isaac, who were in the venue, all looked at their patron goddess, Astrid, with surprise because they never thought that she would make an appearance. "Boy, I tried my best to convince her, and here she is," Lisa, the goddess of wrath, said as she stopped at the base of the altar. "You should have seen how much she resisted. Fortunately, we talked some sense into her, and dragged her here from the Elysian fields. You better make her happy, or else." The goddess of wrath flashed a devilish smile to the half-elf, making the latter smile back. "Thank you, Your Excellency," William replied. "I knew that I could count on you." The half-elf then extended his hand towards the beautiful elf, who had come to share this important day with him. Celine reluctantly offered her hand, and allowed herself to be pulled towards the altar, where William's other brides were standing side by side. Before leaving the underworld, William asked Thanatos to pass a message to Lisa, who was currently with Celine in the Elysian fields. He knew that the wrathful goddess wouldn't allow her daughter to miss such a grand occasion, so he made sure to tell her to convince Celine to come to his wedding, as his bride, a month after he left the underworld. "You know that I don't need to marry you in order to be happy," Celine said softly as she stood at the altar. "But, since Lady Lisa was so insistent, I decided to go along with it, so she wouldn't drag me by force." William chuckled after hearing Celine's complaint. Even so, he knew deep inside that the elf who had given birth to his child also wanted to be officially declared as his wife, and that this was a step towards achieving that goal. Freya smiled after seeing this scene. Now that all of William's brides were finally present, she once again continued her ceremony, and this time, she went straight to the vows, not even giving the rest an opportunity to ruin the special day that she had waited thousands of years for. Chapter 1423, William's Long Night, Part 1. After Celine made her appearance, sounds of murmur spread in the surroundings. They also noticed the baby that the fat lady was carrying, which gave birth to a speculation that Celine might have been a mistress that William was hiding from the public eye. However, since she had appeared to be one of his brides, those who were looking for juicy gossip couldn't seem to sit still with this unexpected news. Fortunately, Freya took control of the situation and bid that the guests remain silent during the ceremony, or they would be thrown out of the venue. After this stern and firm warning from the priestess that presided over the wedding, the buzzing was put on a temporary hold. Thanks to this, the proceedings went smoothly. William made his vow to his brides to love them, and honor them, until he drew his last breath. His brides, in turn, said the same vow, and promised to love, and honor the half-elf, until they, too, drew their last breath. The relatives of the brides couldn't help but tear up as the final phase of the ceremony neared. Freya smiled, as he looked at the half-elf, as well as his brides, who were now bound with the blessings of the gods. "You may now kiss your brides," Freya announced as he gave Will a nod of encouragement. The half-elf smiled as he lifted the veils that covered the faces of his brides, and kissed them one by one. The last one he kissed was Kathy. As if wanting to make her part memorable, the virtuous Lady of Hope wrapped her arms around William and gave him a long passionate kiss, which was longer than the kiss the half-elf had given his other brides. Even when William tried to pull back, Kathy still clung to him, making the people who were in the venue cheer. "Seriously, you need to keep things in moderation, Kathy," William said softly in a volume only Kathy could hear, when he finally managed to pry his mischievous wife away from his body. "I'll punish you later tonight. I look forward to it," Kathy replied with a wink, making the half-elf shake his head helplessly. Then, the finale of the wedding began. All the brides tossed the bouquets they were holding in their hands high up in the air, as part of the tradition on Earth. They said that whoever caught these bouquets would be the next ones to get married. William didn't expect his other lovers to take this matter seriously, and the simple event of throwing bouquets became a fierce battle, involving 4 pseudo-gods, Nisha, Lyra, Ephemera, and Melody. Since everyone seemed lively, Medusa and Cherry joined in the fun, and accidentally caught a bouquet each, making those who were unable to get one, bribe the two girls to hand over the bouquet in their hands. Even though I've already promised to marry them at a later time, they still decided to do this. William couldn't help but scratch his head after seeing the great battle that transpired. Loxos originally wanted to have all the bouquets, so she asked her sister, Opus, to shoot several arrows, while she maneuvered them to get all the bouquets at the same time. Little did the young nymph know that Astrape, Bronte, and Titania also shared the same sentiments, so instead of monopolizing the bouquets, they were scattered in different directions, allowing those like Medusa and Cherry to each get one. When the scuffle ended, it was time for the grand reception, which William and his wives hosted with grace. The kings, emperors, empresses, and other representatives of their respective nations all came to congratulate William and his wives on their marriage. Food and drinks flowed like a river, and everyone had a good time. Those who had high positions of power used this opportunity to mingle with similarly minded individuals and formed connections. Several hours later, William and his wives went to the floor of Asgard to escape the crowd and finally relax a bit. At least, that was the original plan. However, since they had been busy with the wedding preparations, William hadn't had the chance to embrace his wives for the past few days, making him unable to remain calm after the mischievous succubus Princess Sidonie started to seduce him by slowly stripping her wedding dress off in front of him. To William's surprise, Wendy, Estelle, Acedia, and Kathy left the room and moved to a separate room. Unlike William's other wives, they were still chaste maidens and wanted to have a more intimate time with him in private. Because of this, the half-elf found himself being pinned to the bed, stripped off all his clothes, and kissed on every part of his body. Ash, Chiffon, Princess Sidonie, Morgana, Lilith, Princess Aila, Celine, and Belle. These 7 ladies all worked together and serviced their beloved at the same time, forbidding William to do anything, but simply lie on the bed, while they had their way with him. However, who was William? He was someone who wouldn't lay quietly and let his wives do everything for him. Using the techniques that he had refined over time, he made sure to make his wives writhe in pleasure, letting their seductive sighs of pleasure echo inside the room as he made love with all of them to the best of his abilities. Chiffon's body shuddered before hanging limply on William's chest. His seed flowed slowly down her thighs, as his excess essence escaped her body. This was the 4th time that William had released his seed inside the womb of his pink-haired wife, which was already filled to the brim with his love. Lying around them were Princess Sidonie, Morgana, Ash, Lilith, Princess Aila, and Belle. Celine had left the room after William did it with her once, with the excuse that she needed to breastfeed her firstborn, Seal. Because of this, she wasn't one of the ladies that was laying on the bed with satisfied looks on their faces, as they slept soundly. When William pulled out his, from Chiffon's, more of his essence flowed out, soaking the sheets with the proof of their union. Among his wives, Chiffon's endurance was not the strongest, so he didn't want to push her too much. After gently laying her down, and cleaning her body with magic, the half-elf planted a kiss on her forehead before leaving the bed to visit the rest of his wives, who were patiently waiting for him. Times like this, I'm glad I have Donger's prowess with me, William mused as he silently closed the door, leaving the room so his wives could rest properly. The night was still young, and he had plenty of time. A mischievous smile appeared on the half-elf's face, as he made his way towards the second bedroom, where his other wives were waiting for their turn. Chapter 1424, William's Long Night Part 2. Disclaimer. This is the final push before we go to the end game. Unless someone throws me a super gift after the novel ends, and specifies which character they want to have a love scene for, I will not post any of these SNU chapters in the after stories, so enjoy them for the last time. The sound of water splashing was faintly heard inside the big bathtub, as Wendy, Estelle, and Kathy washed William's body together. Although he had cleaned his body before coming to see them, the 3 girls insisted that he get washed a second time, to ensure that no traces of his previous lovemaking remained on his body. It feels unfair that even though I am your first wife, I will be one of the last people you are going to make love to, Wendy complained as she used her hands to wash William's back. Estelle was washing his chest, while Kathy was washing something else, making the half-elf want to pry her soft and mischievous hands, that were busy stroking his, away. I'm sorry, Wendy, William said. I also wish that we could have done it earlier. Still, we did it plenty of times inside your sea of consciousness, Wendy muttered. That should count too, right? Kathy giggled when she heard this, but didn't say anything else since the hierarchy of William's wives was already set. A few minutes later, the three returned to the bedroom, and followed the agreement that the three girls had decided on while waiting for William to arrive. According to Wendy and Estelle, both of them would be embraced individually by William. Since it was their first time, they wanted William to give them his undivided attention during their love-making. Kathy, on the other hand, told William that she would separate herself and allow the half-elf to embrace all 7 of the ladies that merged together to make her appear. Her reasoning was simple. She wanted Vesta, Pearl, Priscilla, Amelia, and Aranis to be embraced separately by him as well because the 5 of them were still virgins. Haleth and Anne had long tumbled on the bed with the half-elf, so they would be last in the order. After the half-elf was briefed of the situation, he just smiled and agreed to his wife's requests. No matter, how hard you, suck my breast, nothing will come, out. Wendy did her best to prevent her moans from coming out, but William's lips, tongue, and hands were attacking her sensitive spots at the same time, making it impossible for her to keep her calm. William's lips were suckling on her right breast, his left hand, kneading her left breast, and his right hand was busy teasing her maidenhood, making the blonde beauty's body heat up due to the desire that the half-elf was fanning on her lower abdomen. Estelle and Kathy watched from the side, studying William's movements and Wendy's reaction. As Wendy's sighs grew louder, the blush on their faces became redder. Even the ladies inside Kathy's sea of consciousness were paying close attention to what they were seeing through the eyes of the virtuous and mischievous Lady of Hope. Wendy thought that she already knew everything about William, but today, he learned something new. The red-headed teenager that she had met several years ago had learned many ways to pleasure a woman. The blonde beauty shuddered as the half-elf made her reach her first orgasm using only his fingers. Her first climax was so intense that Wendy blacked out, almost scaring Estelle, who was also quite nervous about having her first time with William. She's fine, William assured Estelle, as he used a bit of life magic to help Wendy recover faster. Half a minute later, Wendy regained consciousness, and immediately became embarrassed due to what happened to her earlier. In truth, William wanted to tease Wendy so much that he made sure that her first orgasm would make her lose her mind. Well, in a way, he succeeded, but after seeing how embarrassed his first wife was, he decided to be gentle as he coaxed her that everything would be alright. A few minutes later, William spread Wendy's legs apart, and rubbed his member at the entrance of her. Ready? William asked as he lowered his head to kiss her cheeks. Yes, Wendy replied, it's fine, I can take it. Getting her permission, William lowered his hips and became one with her. Wendy subconsciously clenched the bed sheets the moment she felt William enter her. However, the pain that she was expecting didn't come, only a numbing pleasure, and realization that she had waited for this moment all of her life. Perhaps, due to the fact that the half-elf made sure that she was ready to receive him, the blonde beauty didn't feel much pain the moment her beloved took her chastity. Seeing that she was fine, William moved his hips, consummating his marriage with his first wife, who had waited for him to make her his woman, and leave his mark inside her, for the past few years. The half-elf made love to her as gently as he could, but he ended up being a little rough with her at the end because Wendy had subconsciously wrapped her arms and legs around William and moaned so sweetly in his ears. That was enough to break his control and he was unable to stop himself from moving his hips faster. As the pleasure slowly built up, taking Wendy to the peak, she felt as if William was also reaching his limit. Just as she expected, a grunt escaped the half-elf's lips. A second later, she gasped in shock when she felt something hot and powerful shoot inside of her, melting her from the inside out. It's so hot, Wendy panted for breath, as William painted her womb with his color, leaving his seed deep inside of her. Wendy's body shuddered, as another wave of pleasure washed over her body, making her scratch William's back with her nails, as he continued to pump his essence inside of her. A minute later, both of them panted for breath, as they basked in the afterglow of their lovemaking. I love you, Wendy, William said after he regained his breath as he looked down on his wife with eyes filled with love. I love you too, Will, Wendy replied. She then wrapped her hand on the back of William's head and pulled him down, kissing him passionately. Kathy, on the other hand, placed her hands over William's back, and healed the marks that Wendy had left behind, which were already starting to bleed. A few minutes later, the silver-haired beauty with crimson eyes writhed on the bed, as William used his tongue to kiss and lick her entrance, which was already wet with desire. The half-elf's hands weren't being idle, as he groped, pinched, and played with Estelle's breasts, which hadn't been touched by anyone aside from him. Unlike Wendy, Estelle had many intimate moments with William because she wanted to learn how to please him. They had shared many intimate moments inside his sea of consciousness, as he taught her the ways to make him feel good. Perhaps, among William's wives, she was the most earnest, and most innocent of them all when it came to the ways of love. Her clumsy attempts to kiss, lick, and suck his, only intensified the ache in the half-elf's loins, who longed to soil her unsoiled womb, and turn her into a woman. Unlike Wendy, William was unable to hold back when it was Estelle's turn. The moment he took her innocence, the storm inside his chest raged on, making the silver-haired lady writhe under him, due to the unbearable pleasure that she was experiencing for the first time. Estelle was like a ship that was wading through a storm, rising and falling with each of the waves, similar to the movement of her chest, as she endured the powerful force of nature, while doing her best to keep herself from losing consciousness. "Will, I love you," Estelle cried out when she felt that the tall waves that towered above her were about to descend upon her in full force, drowning her until she lost her mind. William chose that time to come to a complete stop, similar to being in the eye of the storm where everything was still and peaceful. He then lowered his head, to kiss Estelle's soft lips, and whispered words of love in her ear, before gently moving his hips, giving her a long, painful, yet intense climax that made her lose consciousness. Even though she wasn't conscious, her body trembled from time to time, as William pumped his seed inside of her. The half-elf's release was long, and painful, making him feel as if Estelle's womb had sucked up all of his essence, leaving nothing behind. William's breathing became ragged as he tried to regain his composure. Making love with Estelle is dangerous, William thought as he looked at his unconscious wife, whose womb had taken every last drop from him. As soon as William pulled out his member from inside of her, his seed, along with faint traces of blood pooled on the white sheets, showing how much he had released inside of her, making Wendy and Kathy shudder. "Let's take a short break," William said hoarsely before caressing the side of Estelle's face, applying life magic on her. For the first time in his life, he felt as if his stamina had found its match, in the form of the silver-haired beauty, whose nether lips were opening and closing, as if feeling lost due to the absence of William's, which it held, and loved dearly, just a minute ago. Chapter 1425, William's Long Night, Part 3. William lay on the bed, and Kathy guided his lips towards her voluptuous right breast, that made him unconsciously swallow his saliva. The half-elf understood her gesture, so he lightly sank his fangs near her nipple, so that he could drink her warm and delicious blood, while licking and sucking the aching pink tip that yearned for his touch. Wendy and Estelle were busy kissing, sucking, and running their tongues on William's member, which had regained its vitality after drinking Kathy's blood. He had just finished doing his third round with Estelle, and just like earlier, he was drained completely. This was why he decided to rest a bit in order to regain his strength, because he still hadn't made love with Kathy. The virtuous Lady of Hope told William that he should take care of Wendy and Estelle first because she wasn't in a hurry to make love with him. Even so, while she, Wendy, and Estelle were giving the half-elf their undivided attention, William's hands weren't being idle. His left hand groped Kathy's left breast, while his right hand teased the entrance of her, which was already wet with anticipation, and ready for him to take her maidenhood. A few minutes later, a popping sound was heard as Estelle released William's member from her soft and seductive lips. It glistened due to her saliva, and was even twitching a bit after the silver-haired beauty had her way with it. William wasn't really sure if the title of Succubus Princess would be better given to Estelle instead of Princess Sidoni, because his silver-haired wife made him more exhausted than Princess Sidoni and Morgana combined. The half-elf then released Kathy's nipple from his lips before licking and kissing the wound, healing it completely. "It's time, Kathy," William said as he placed his hand behind Kathy's head and pulled it towards him, so that he could kiss her lips, and thank her for helping him regain his strength with her delicious blood. When their lips parted, Kathy traced her finger on William's lips and gave him a mischievous smile. "Not yet," Kathy replied. "There is still one more bride that you need to take care of before me." "Are you talking about Acedia?" William had noticed, when he first entered the room, that Acedia was nowhere to be found. Originally, she left with Wendy, Estelle, and Kathy, so he expected to see her when he visited the second bedroom. However, according to Wendy, Acedia went to the third bedroom because she didn't want her sleep to be disturbed by the moans and cries of pleasure that would permeate the room when William arrived to consummate their marriage. The half-elf couldn't help but chuckle because this reasoning was very Acedia-like, and because of that, he kissed and bid Wendy and Estelle goodbye as he followed Kathy to the third bedroom, where the sleeping beauty was currently resting. Nisha had been informed beforehand, and had already prepared the necessary rooms for the brides on their first night with William. There were many rooms in the Palace of Asgard, so having 10 or 20 additional bedrooms that were big enough to house William's harem members wasn't a big deal. When they arrived in Acedia's room, William's eyes landed on the sleeping beauty who was laying face down on the bed. Her long hair covered her entire body like an impenetrable defense, preventing William from assaulting her body while she slept. Kathy couldn't stop herself from giggling after seeing this scene. Clearly, Acedia wanted to make it difficult for William to make love to her, so she made sure that the half-elf would not be able to have his way with her body so easily. William sighed before approaching the bed. Although Acedia's body was covered completely by her hair, her head was still visible, so the half-elf decided to focus on that first, to break past the sinful Lady of Sloth's defenses. "Acedia, I love you," William whispered in Acedia's ear before planting a kiss on her cheek. Just as he expected, the sleeping beauty didn't show any reaction, and continued to sleep, ignoring William's words of love. A devilish smile appeared on William's lips before he lowered his head to nibble on Acedia's right ear. His ear was one of the most sensitive parts of his body, and this was also very true for elves. William kissed, bit, and licked the sleeping beauty's ears, making her body shudder. Knowing that his method was working, the half-elf continued until Acedia's body started writhing under him. Finally, after 10 minutes, the hair covering Acedia's body unfurled itself and grabbed hold of William's body, hanging him upside down, as punishment for the relentless attack that he had given to her ears. To William's surprise, Acedia wasn't wearing anything. He assumed that she might have removed her bridal gown after she entered the room, due to it being a hindrance to her sleep. The beautiful elf then slowly opened her eyes before gazing at the half-elf who was hanging upside down beside her. "I love you too," Acedia said as she moved William's face closer to her. After taking a good look at her husband's bitter face, the corner of Acedia's lips rose before she planted a kiss on the half-elf's forehead. Propping herself up, Acedia used several strands of her hair to support her body to stand up. She then unfurled the hair blocking William's member, allowing it to peek out of the bundle of hair where it had been suppressed earlier. Without saying a word, Acedia kissed his, which was standing tall and proud, ready to fight her for 100 rounds. Soon, William felt something wet, warm, and soft wrap itself around his member as Acedia took his, inside her mouth. The half-elf didn't plan on letting his lazy wife have her way, so he moved his head closer towards her thighs, and licked her. Acedia's body jolted because she didn't expect William would give her a counterattack, while he was still bound by her hair. Even so, the half-elf's tongue technique felt so good that Acedia didn't push him away. In fact, she even spread her legs to allow the half-elf to service her better as she sucked his, making both of them feel good. Kathy, who was watching from the side, smiled as she heard the discussion of the ladies inside her sea of consciousness. After seeing the many techniques that William, and his wives, used to pleasure each other, the ladies who represented the many virtues of hope, started to discuss a plan on how to better enjoy their lovemaking with William, when it was finally their turn to be embraced by him. Chapter 1426, William's Long Night Part 4. Several minutes later, Acedia's eyes widened in shock as something hot and sticky was released inside her mouth. The half-elf didn't give her any warning whatsoever, and released his essence, as payback for being treated like a sandbag. To his surprise, Acedia didn't pull back to release his member from her lips, and continued to hold it in place. The sleeping beauty's throat moved, and swallowed William's seed, not wanting to spill even a single drop of it. "Pwah, you should have given me a warning," Acedia complained as soon as she finished sucking William's, making sure that it was cleaned properly. William pulled back his head and gazed at the beautiful pink flesh in front of him that had orgasmed a few times already. Although Acedia didn't say anything when she reached her orgasm because she was busy making her husband feel good, her body trembled a few times, as the half-elf ate her forbidden fruit, relishing every part of it. "Acedia, please release me," William said hoarsely because he had already reached his limit. He had waited for a very long time to make love to Acedia. Although the two of them had kissed, and cuddled under the springs of life, she never allowed him to go all the way with her. In truth, among his wives, Acedia was on the top of his list for the ladies whom he wanted to get pregnant with his child. When he was still in Midgard, he promised her that he would return to her side, and start a family with her. However, he died before even fulfilling that promise. Because of this, he wanted to do it right, and hesitated to get her pregnant because of the difficulties he was facing back then. As if touched by the urgency of his voice, Acedia slowly laid the half-elf on the bed and released him. However, before he could even move, the beautiful elf sat on his stomach before lowering her head to kiss his lips. "No," Acedia said after kissing William. "I've waited for you for so long, so just lie there and I'll do everything myself." Without another word, Acedia's right hand held William's and lightly rubbed it at the entrance of her lovely slit before lowering her body to take it all in. Acedia was still a chaste maiden, and felt the pain of defloration. Even so, the pain she felt was nothing compared to the years she waited for William to return to her side back in Alfheim, where he promised to spend the rest of his life with her. "Don't move," Acedia said as she pressed her hands on William's chest, in order to support her body as she remained still. She added a bit of her strength when she lowered her hips, allowing the half-elf's member to reach deep inside her. The blood, that was proof of her purity, ran down William's, making his face flush as he held back the desire to move his hips. Despite the pain, Acedia wanted to take the lead, so he waited for her to recover, and remained still. A few minutes later, Acedia finally got over the initial pain and started to move her hips. It was slow at first, but as she got more comfortable, her movements became bolder and faster. When the pain disappeared and was replaced by pleasure, Acedia's waist moved in a circular manner, almost making the half-elf release his seed inside of her then and there. Fortunately, William was able to hold it in time, and endured the painful, yet sweet, sensation of molding his elven brides, to the shape of his member. Then it happened. Acedia lowered her head to kiss William's lips, and the half-elf accepted it gratefully. But it wasn't a simple kiss. Acedia bit the tip of William's tongue, drawing blood, making the half-elf release his seed uncontrollably deep inside of her, filling her womb to the brim, until the excess flowed down her thighs, staining the sheets. "Damn it, why are all of them trying their best to milk me dry?" William cursed internally as he sensed the faint taste of blood inside his mouth, as Acedia's tongue and lips sucked on his tongue, as if in apology for hurting it. Using his life magic, he healed his injury and ravaged Acedia's lips, kissing her passionately as they remained joined at the hip. After the kiss ended, William moved and reversed their position. This time, it was Acedia that was pinned down on the bed, and William was on top of her, devouring her lips hungrily, as his hands groped her two voluptuous breasts, kneading them to his heart's content. "It's my turn to make you feel good," William said after their kiss ended. "Now, behave yourself, okay?" Acedia was about to say something to retort to William's words, but her words became a surprised gasp as the half-elf sank his fangs on her tender breast, drawing blood. Another wave of intense pleasure washed over her body and ignited the passion that she had kept inside her heart for many years. It burned strongly, and brightly, as her hands wrapped around the back of William's head, pushing his head deeper into her chest. Kathy, who was watching from the side, arched an eyebrow because it seemed that William was still not sated after she had made him drink her blood earlier. A few minutes later, Acedia's bittersweet cries, tainted with euphoria, spread inside the room as the half-elf brought her to the pinnacle of pleasure, making her cry out loud when she climaxed at the same time as William did. After his long and powerful release ended, William laid on top of Acedia, panting for breath. Although the beautiful elf was also exhausted and out of breath, she still wrapped her arms around William, holding him close to her, not wanting to let go. "This time, keep your promise," Acedia whispered in William's ear. "Let's build our family together." "I will definitely keep my promise," William replied as he held Acedia tight. "This time, I will make it happen." The two of them exchanged more words of love before kissing each other on the lips, making Kathy, who had endured for so long, feel that she couldn't wait any longer. "It's my turn now, right?" Kathy asked as she hugged William from behind, pressing her soft breasts behind his back. "Yes," William replied before turning his head to kiss Kathy's lips. "I'm sorry for making you wait." When the kiss ended, Kathy smiled before turning into particles of light. A moment later, 7 naked ladies appeared on the bed, surrounding William and Acedia. Aside from Haleth and Anne, The rest were still virgins, and they stared at their husband with gazes tinged with lust, waiting for him to pluck their cherries, and make them his women, allowing them to stay by his side, forever. Chapter 1427, William's Long Night, Part 5. When William woke up, he found his face buried into something soft and warm, making him sigh in comfort. It didn't take long for him to recall the events that transpired several hours ago, making him understand his current situation. Pearl slept peacefully as she held onto William's head, burying it into her bosom. In the past, she hated William so much that she thought up many ways that she could use to take revenge on him for brainwashing her sister and turning Charmaine into his maid. In time, this great hatred turned into love, making the vengeful elf yearn for William. Right now, among the ladies who made up the virtuous Lady of Hope, Pearl's feelings for the half-elf were the strongest. This was why she asked to be the first one to be embraced after Kathy disappeared, which allowed all of them to regain their bodies. William didn't expect for Pearl to feel this strongly about him because it had never shown in her expressions or actions in the past. Only after they got married did the elf show her true colors, surprising him, as well as her sisters, who witnessed her strong desire for the half-elf, who had now become her husband. William didn't move from Pearl's embrace, and allowed himself to enjoy the soft comfort she brought him. However, that didn't mean that he wasn't aware of what was happening in his surroundings. Using one of his abilities to view his surroundings, he looked in wonder at the tangled mess that he found himself in. When William woke up, he felt someone sleeping on top of him. But because he didn't want to turn his head around and allow it to continue to rest on Pearl's soft breasts, he didn't see right away that the one who was sleeping on his body was none other than Aranis. The halfling's head rested on William's chest and stained it with her drool. To his surprise, he found his member firmly embedded inside of her, with its tip kissing the entrance of her womb. The half-elf couldn't remember when or how it happened. Everything was like a blur to him. The only thing he remembered was that after he made love with Pearl, it was Amelia's turn. Wendy's best friend, whom he had met in the Helen Royal Academy, had changed over the years. From a shy lady who didn't open up her heart to others, she became someone who didn't shy away from interacting with the people around her, especially her sisters, who were the other faces of hope. Their union was a pleasant one, and William felt energized after making love with her. Although healing and life magic weren't her specialty, the half-elf found himself being healed by her touch as he made her his woman. After Amelia, it was Vesta's turn. The green-haired beauty with a dragon's tail was quite sturdy, and asked for William to be rough with her, which the latter complied to, making her cry out in pleasure. Priscilla's turn was next. Before the two of them were about to make love with each other, the black-haired lady admitted that she had developed a crush on William after he had defeated her in their duel in Helen Academy. She even said that he was her first love, making the half-elf embrace her gently, giving her a taste that was very different from the roughness that he had given Vesta. The moment he came inside of her, Priscilla subconsciously bit on the half-elf's shoulder, leaving teeth marks on his body. After her, it was Aranis' turn. The sweet and lovable halfling, who followed him from the underworld, became his wife with the blessings of her father. Although there had been ups and downs, Aranis was quite happy with how William's relationship with her father turned out, in addition to becoming his wife. Just like the time he first made love to Chiffon, the half-elf was quite worried that Aranis might break if he became too rough with her. However, the halfling assured him that as a daughter of a god, she was tougher than how she looked. William wouldn't be able to forget the muffled moan that escaped her lips the moment he claimed her chastity. Although Aranis did her best to prevent her voice from leaking out, William's techniques were simply too good, making sweet sighs of pleasure escape her lips, almost driving the half-elf crazy. Anne, who was the granddaughter of the patriarch of the One-Horned tribe, was a very smart and dependable young lady. Without even asking for anything in return, she supported William when he needed it the most. At first, she just offered to become one of the volunteers that supplied him with blood, but in time, she became an irreplaceable member of the half-elf's harem, always there to lend her hand whenever it was needed. Anne was a demon, so her body was surprisingly strong, despite the fact that she looked like a helpless damsel, who would be kidnapped by bandits the moment they saw her beauty. When William first made love to her, Anne showed her bolder side, moving her hips alongside William, making him penetrate deeper inside of her. Finally, it was Haleth's turn. Just like William, she was also a half-elf. After hearing that the one that conquered the 51st floor was a half-elf just like herself, she had long dreamed of meeting the red-headed teenager. As if Lady Fate heard her wish, she was able to meet William when the red-headed teenager stopped at the trade city of Alabaster before continuing his journey towards the Forbidden Ground, 7th Sanctum. These 7 ladies, who were the many faces of hope, were now William's wives, in both heart and body. As he remembered the events that happened several hours ago, his member, which was snuggled comfortably inside Aranis, twitched. As if sensing that something was wrong, Aranis' peaceful expression wrinkled a bit, making the half-elf reprimand little William for being naughty so early in the morning. However, his member didn't care of what he thought and grew to its full size, molding Aranis to take its shape. At that moment, a soft sigh escaped the halfling's lips as little William started to mess with her insides, waking her up from her peaceful sleep. Not long after that, Aranis opened her eyes and looked at the half-elf with dazed eyes. Because of this, William had no choice but to turn his head away from Pearl's breasts to look at his adorable wife, who was still half asleep. "Go back to sleep, Aranis," William said softly as he patted the halfling's head, coaxing her to sleep. "It's still early to wake up." Aranis stared at William, but instead of going back to sleep, the halfling's drowsiness was swept away. Soon, a flushed expression appeared on Aranis' face, making the half-elf take a deep breath because of how cute she looked. "You're so peerless, Will," Aranis said as she playfully pinched William's chest as if to punish him for waking her up. "Do you want to make love with me again that badly?" William was about to say no, but the love and affection-filled look on Aranis' face prevented him from voicing out his denial. "Of course I want to make love with you," William said because he knew that there was no way he could reject Aranis' invitation. In fact, the halfling had already started to tease her husband by moving her hips, rekindling the desire that had been doused several hours ago, and making his shaft push against her little womb. "You only want to make love with Aranis." A voice filled with injustice reached William's ears, making him turn to the side to look at Pearl, who was eyeing him with love. "Of course, I want to do it with you, too, Pearl," William replied as he kissed her lips. Soon, the other ladies who were sleeping on the bed stirred. William knew that before he ate breakfast, he had no choice but to eat them first, until their hunger for his love was sated completely. Chapter 1428, Chastity's and Lust's Heart-to-Heart Talk, Part 1. While William was busy eating his wives for breakfast, his firstborn son, Seal, had just finished his meal. Celine lovingly held her baby as she lightly rubbed his back, making him burp after his meal. Celeste, who was also inside the room, watched this scene with a smile. She had never, in her wildest dreams, thought that her prideful sister would one day give birth to a child of her own, and care for him or her with so much love, making the virtuous Lady of Chastity feel that it might not be a bad idea to have a child of her own. Oliver, the parrot monkey, was perched in the corner of the room, and looked at his mistress with a kind gaze, as if it was a father looking at her daughter. Ever since Celine returned, Oliver had never left her side. He had failed to protect her once, which allowed her to be taken away by the god of death. However, the parrot monkey vowed that he would never allow such a thing to happen again under his watch. Now that his mistress had a child, the parrot monkey's awareness of their surroundings had also increased, ready to act at any moment if his mistress and her baby were about to fall into some kind of harm. "Can I hold him?" Celeste asked after she heard Ciel's burp. Celine nodded with a smile. "Of course. But, do you know how to hold a baby?" "Yes," Celeste replied. "I sponsored an orphanage near Hestia Academy and I often visit them during my free time." Celine gave her sister a knowing gaze and gently handed Ciel to her. "Ciel, this is your aunt, Celeste," Celine said as she handed her baby to her sister. The baby looked at the beautiful elf who looked exactly like his mother and smiled, melting Celeste's heart due to how innocent and heartwarming his smile was. "Hello, Ciel." Celeste kissed the baby elf's chubby cheeks, making the latter's smile widen. "Aside from his hair, his features are just like yours." Celine nodded because it was true. Ciel's eyes were purple, and his other features closely resembled hers, instead of his father William's. "You look good holding a baby," Celine commented. "So, do you have any thoughts of having a baby of your own?" The smile on Celeste's face froze after hearing her sister's words. She then sighed and looked at her sister with an expression filled with injustice, making the latter smile. "You know I can't do that, sister," Celeste said while holding Ciel in her arms. "I will lose my virtue the moment I give my chastity to someone." "Will it?" Celine arched an eyebrow. Have you done research on the previous holders of the virtue of chastity to see if they still retained their powers after losing their maidenhood? Celeste shook her head. All of the maidens of chastity that held the virtue before her had all kept their powers until the day they died. Because of this, she initially thought that she would lose her powers the moment she made love with someone. Maybe you should talk to your patron goddess, Celine stated. Maybe your assumptions are wrong. Celeste shifted her attention to the baby in her arms, who was looking up at her with great interest. In truth, the virtuous lady of chastity had long accepted the fact that she wouldn't be able to hold a baby of her own in her lifetime. However, her sister's words made her doubt whether her understanding of her virtue was correct. It was a fact that all the maidens of chastity in the past kept their powers until the end, but no one knew if they had lovers or not. For the people, they were the symbol of purity. If they were to ever fall in love with someone, and wanted to feel what it was like to be embraced by their beloved, they would definitely keep it a secret, for the consequences of such information spreading would tarnish their reputation. Seeing that her sister refused to talk about the matter, Celine no longer insisted. In the past, she also thought that she would never give birth to a child of her own because she had decided to live her life in solitude. However, she was proven wrong when William was able to worm his way inside her heart, as well as her womb, leaving her pregnant with his child. Because of this, Celine thought that nothing was impossible. A few minutes later, Celeste returned Seal to his mother, and bid her sister goodbye. After leaving the room, the virtuous lady of chastity walked the hallways of the palace of Asgard without a clear destination in mind. She was deep in thought, so she wasn't able to react in time when Princess Sidonie bumped into her as she walked past the intersection of the hallway. Celine was caught off balance, but thanks to her training, she was able to support her body in time before she fell over. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying close attention to where I was going. Celeste wasn't able to finish her words after she saw the person who bumped into her. Princess Sidonie, who was wearing a one-piece nightgown, looked back at her with a smile. The succubus princess had several kiss marks on her neck and shoulder, which made Celeste remember that last night was William's honeymoon with his wives. Did you get lost, or perhaps you came here to get knocked up by Will? Princess Sidonie asked in a teasing tone. You know that is impossible, Celeste replied subconsciously to Princess Sidonie's teasing remark. What's impossible about you getting knocked up by Will? Princess Sidonie chuckled. My husband is quite peerless. I'm very sure that after you've done it with him once, you will be unable to forget it. Celeste sighed as she turned around to leave. Although she and Princess Sidonie were no longer enemies, their sin and virtue were the complete opposite of each other, making them unable to see eye to eye. One didn't shy away from the pleasures of the flesh, while the other was adamant to keep herself chaste in order to keep her powers intact. Celeste had only taken a few steps, when she felt a hand grab hers, preventing her from leaving. Is there something on your mind? Princess Sidonie asked. You don't look well. Celeste frowned because she never thought that the succubus princess would actually hold her hand, and stop her from leaving. I don't look well, Celine asked. What do you mean? Princess Sidonie smiled as she dragged Celeste to one of the vacant rooms along the hallway. The place where they were, it was the west wing of the palace where the sleeping quarters of William's harem were. Because of this, there were plenty of vacant rooms that could be used at any given time, and Nisha made sure that all of them were all cleaned on a regular basis, just in case the half-elf had a need for them. After closing the door of the room, Princess Sidonie gestured for Celeste to sit, so that she could talk to her in private. I've always wanted to talk to you, and ask a few things, Princess Sidonie said. You already know that my sin is lust, and I am very sensitive to the scent of women, especially those of women in heat. The way you talk makes me feel as if you are referring to animals, Celeste replied. Are you telling me that I am in heat? Although she knew that Princess Sidonie didn't mean to insult her, she still felt as if the succubus princess was referring to her as an animal who was craving a mate. Celeste knew that she wasn't that kind of woman, so she gave the sinful lady of lust a challenging look, daring Princess Sidonie to explain why she said those words to her. Chapter 1429, Chastity's and Lust's Heart-to-Heart Talk, Part 2. Princess Sidonie covered her seductive lips and chuckled, making Celeste, who was a woman, feel her heart skip a beat. She had to admit that Princess Sidonie was one of the most beautiful women she had met, and was even more beautiful than her and her sister. The elf had no doubt in her mind that if the sinful lady of lust willed it, all the men and women in the world would prostrate themselves to her and kiss her feet in rapture. I'm sorry, I don't mean it that way, Princess Sidonie replied. Also, I'm not saying that you are in heat. In fact, far from it. Which makes you very dangerous. Me, dangerous? What do you mean? I'm saying that someone who has been bottling up their feelings for a very long time, will someday reach their limit. Once they do, they will explode and do something reckless, ruining themselves in the process. Celeste was baffled by Princess Sidoni's words because she couldn't understand what the latter was talking about. Seeing that she didn't understand what she was trying to say, Celine pointed her finger to her chest, where her heart was located. I might hold the sin of lust, but that doesn't mean that I will allow just anyone to embrace me, Princess Sidoni stated. People think of me as a wanton lady who will open my legs to just about anyone and fornicate with dozens of people at a time. But, in reality, this is far from the truth. Princess Sidoni then pointed at Celeste's chest, and smiled. You, on the other hand, are similar to a nun, who has vowed an oath of celibacy, Princess Sidoni stated. However, that is only what people think about you. In reality, you are different, just like me. Celeste frowned because she felt that she could understand what Princess Sidoni was talking about, and not understand it at the same time. There was a conflict somewhere inside her mind, and it made her feel annoyed. I talked to my patron goddess, Lady Eros, once about the Maidens of Chastity, Princess Sidoni said. I asked her if they don't really know the pleasures of the flesh and remained chaste for life. Do you know what she told me? The succubus princess smiled sweetly, baiting Celeste to ask her the question that had appeared inside her head. What did she tell you? Celeste inquired. Although she knew that Princess Sidoni was baiting her to ask a question, she was also genuinely curious to know what the continuation of her story was. She said, the Maidens of Chastity were not made of stone, Princess Sidoni replied. They also know how to love, and how to consummate that love. Celeste's eyes widened in shock because she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Princess Sidoni shrugged and advised Celeste to ask her own patron goddess, Artemis, if what she said was true. However, before the sinful lady of lust left her, she also gave another piece of information, which made Celeste look at her in disbelief. Lady Eros once said that the moment the Maiden of Chastity offers her innocence to someone, that person would gain something very important, Princess Sidoni said with a serious expression on her face. I don't know what that thing is, but right now, William needs all the help he can get. If you ever want to throw your purity away, make sure to look for my husband. His heart and bed are very big. Adding one more virtue to his harem will not be a problem. Then Princess Sidoni left the room with a smile, leaving Celeste deep in her thoughts. In truth, she had long wondered what would happen if she gave her chastity to someone. However, there was one big problem. She wasn't in love with anyone at the moment. Although she was the supposed bride of darkness, she doesn't hold any feelings for William, and the latter felt the same about her. For her, William was her sister's lover, and when it comes to relationships, she and William were like colleagues. Both of them shared the same profession as family-omancers, and were supposed to spread this knowledge to the world. However, before they could even start, William had lost both of his familiars and, in the process, lost half of his soul as well. It was impossible for him to create other familiars, because it would take a great toll on his body. Also, knowing William, he would not do it either. Elliot and Conan were irreplaceable existences in his heart. The thought of having familiars aside from the two of them would weigh on his mind, and would constantly remind him of the two best friends that he had lost. With conflicting feelings in her heart, Celeste didn't know what to do. Could she really offer her virtue to someone that she didn't love for the sake of the bigger picture? Or would it be better for her to stubbornly keep her stance until the end of the world? Celeste really didn't know the answer to this question. However, after talking with Princess Sidoni, she made up her mind. I will talk to Lady Artemis first, Celeste thought as she thought of her patron goddess, whom she hadn't talked to for a long time. Perhaps, she can give me the answers to the questions I have in mind. Celeste knew that she had to make a choice sooner or later, but she also understood that she couldn't do things blindly because it might create repercussions that she would be unable to bear. Right now, she wanted to know if what the sinful lady of lust said was true. Because if it would really play a role in the upcoming war, she would gladly make the sacrifice to ensure that her sister, Celine, as well as her newborn child, Seal, would be able to survive the end of the world, and live happily ever after. Chapter 1430. You are not my conquest, nor is my trophy, Part 1. A month passed after William's grand wedding. In the first 3 weeks after his marriage, the half-elf spent his time with his wives because he knew that he would be very busy in the upcoming months. He went out on dates with them, played games with them, and of course, made love to them. One could even say that he was living his life to the fullest. Even Acedia, who would rather sleep, found herself spending more time with William, as if making up for the thousands of years that they hadn't been together. Finally, in the 4th week, the half-elf gathered the 8 deadly sins and the 8 heavenly virtues to help him with something. "Is everyone ready?" William asked as he gazed at the ladies who were standing on their respective magic circles, where the power of their divinities would be amplified. Yes, the 8 ladies that represented the sins of the world, as well as the 8 ladies who represented its virtues, all answered in affirmation. Ready to help the half-elf to regain one of the important people that he had lost in the war against Ahriman in the Demon Continent. Standing at the very center of the formation, where all of their powers would be gathered, was a very plain, silver bell. It was none other than the bell of Athanasia, which housed half of Amalthea's soul. When William merged with his other half, he was surprised to find out that the reason the power of darkness wasn't able to corrupt the bell was due to his foster mother's soul protecting his other half from the inside of the bell. Ella died because her former body wasn't able to withstand the power of her divinity. However, her soul didn't disappear after she died, but took refuge inside the bell of Athanasia, safeguarding William's other half. Now that half of his soul was fully restored, the half-elf decided to do an experiment that was proposed by Optimus. Since Ella didn't have a powerful enough body to contain her divinity, they could make one for her. This was where the power of the 8 deadly sins, as well as the 8 heavenly virtues, came to play. By merging these powerful divinities together, it would be possible to create a body that could withstand the strength of a goddess. "Let's begin," William said. "Please, start channeling your powers." One by one, the ladies activated the power of their divinities, making the altar that William created come to life. The bell that was at the center of the formation glowed faintly before floating in the air. The powers of the deadly sins, as well as the heavenly virtues, then all shot towards the bell floating in the air, bathing it in a divine radiance. William clenched his fists as he stared at the dome of light that was slowly growing bigger. Suddenly, the light receded and a 3-meter-tall white cocoon could be seen hovering over the center of the altar where the bell had been earlier. The ladies that were all standing around the altar felt wobbly after exerting so much of their power. Fortunately, William was there to use his wind magic to support their bodies, preventing them from collapsing on the ground. The half-elf then approached each of the ladies and used life magic to help them recover. Princess Aila was also there to assist him, speeding the process of their recovery. Only after everyone had been taken care of did the half-elf approach the white cocoon to see if they had succeeded or not. William placed his right hand over the cocoon and closed his eyes. He then extended his senses to feel any traces of life in it. At first, he felt nothing, but as he concentrated harder, he was able to feel a faint pulse of life from within the cocoon, making him breathe a sigh of relief. "Congratulations, Will. Looks like we succeeded." Optimus' congratulatory words confirmed William's guess, which made the half-elf very happy. However, creating the new body will take time. It is best if you keep the cocoon inside the magic crystal cave in the Thousand Beast domain to allow it to stabilize. Will agreed with Optimus' suggestion and immediately sent the cocoon inside the cave where he had placed the ice sculptures of his wives until he could move them to the Spring of Life after he arrived at the Silvermoon continent. Now that Ella's body was starting to form, he could only wait patiently until the day his foster mother returned to his side. "Congratulations, Will," Wendy said as she hugged William from behind. "I hope to see her soon. There are many things I want to tell her." "I also share Wendy's opinion," Estelle said as she held onto William's arm. "To think that the goat that always followed you around had such a background. I would have never imagined it were it not for today." Wendy and Estelle were 2 of the few people that had interacted with Ella in the past. They were also the ladies that Ella had approved of to become William's wives. "I'm sure you can't wait to see her again," Ash said before kissing the half-elf's cheeks. "I look forward to seeing Ella as well, or should I be calling her mother-in-law, now?" Ash was the first one to see Ella's demi-human form. Back then, Ella had no choice but to appear to the blue-haired mermaid in her demi-human form while William was in a coma after his battle with the astral worm. The war was approaching and the Helen Academy wasn't a safe place to stay. Ella had told Ash to evacuate, and go to the Corinter Mountains, and wait for William to regain his consciousness. "I'm sure she will love that," William replied as he hugged the three girls who had become his lovers in the southern continent. The three of them knew how important Ella was to William, and they were feeling genuinely happy that the half-elf now had a chance to meet his foster mother again. Nisha, who was waiting for the ceremony to finish, asked William to come with her to meet with the envoys from the various kingdoms who wanted to have an audience with him. The half-elf understood that he had postponed his duties long enough, so he went with his steward to talk to the people who wanted to know his opinion on certain matters that were of great importance. Then months passed. A year later, within the walls of Asgard, a wedding once again took place. However, the scale of this wedding wasn't as grand as the first, but nevertheless, many important people from all over the world came to the floor of Asgard to witness this event, and to offer their well wishes to William and his brides. Just as William promised, he married his other lovers and concubines, and gave them the title of wife. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Loxos, Nisha, Lyra, Ephemera, Melody, Shayna, Shannon, Chloe, Charmaine, and to everyone's surprise, Celeste as well. No one had seen it coming, including William's wives and lovers, because the half-elf and the beautiful elf had kept it a secret from everyone. After the wedding and the reception ended, William led his wives to a small temple, hidden within the royal palace. There, Celeste stood, wearing a bridal gown, and accompanied by none other than her patron goddess, Artemis, who was the goddess of chastity and the hunt. The one that wed them was none other than Freya, who had decided to preside over William's marriage ceremonies. The one that made their union possible was none other than William's wife, Selene. It wasn't an easy endeavor because Celeste had decided to live an ascetic lifestyle because of the nature of her virtue. However, after talking with her patron goddess, the elf was surprised when she discovered that the previous ladies of chastity had secret lovers who were hidden away from the public eye. This was done in order to honor the reputation of the future maidens of chastity, so Celeste's marriage to William was held in complete secrecy, and was only known to William's wives. Although their relationship had grown closer over the past year, William's and Celeste's feelings for each other were more than friends, but less than lovers. Even so, the two of them still agreed to wed each other because there would be no other time to do so. They believed that if they were given more time, their feelings for each other would grow, just like what happened with William and Selene, who had become husband and wife after so many hardships. Chapter 1431, You Are Not My Conquest, Nor Is My Trophy, Part 2. Among William's new wives, only Celeste was a chaste maiden. During the course of the past year, William had shared many intimate moments with his lovers, especially Titania and Shayna. After they saw William's first wedding, both ladies felt that there was no longer any reason to hold back, and schemed together to kidnap the half-elf when he was out in the field, supervising the training of the different armies from the various nations. Just like what happened on William's first honeymoon, Celeste moved to a different room because she wasn't ready to show everyone her debauched appearance after William had made love to her. Even though Celeste had already prepared herself mentally to become one of William's wives, she was not prepared to let others see her pleasure-filled expression as she surrendered her heart and body to the half-elf who was now her husband. As Celeste looked outside the window of her bedroom, while waiting for her husband to arrive, she thought over everything that had led them to this very moment. She had been prophesied to become the bride of darkness, but the marriage she had in mind wasn't something like this. Celeste once thought that she would be forced to marry against her will. She thought that she would be stripped of her chastity, virtue, and dignity before being tossed aside like a tool that no longer had any value. In truth, Celeste felt great fear whenever she thought about those thoughts inside her head. She had subconsciously thought that her virtue was only her redeeming factor, and without it, she would be nothing. She was well aware of the stares of the elves, as well as the people in Hestia Academy, whenever their eyes landed on her body. Their gazes were like tongues that licked her body from every angle, wanting to taste the most virtuous lady in the world, and wondering what it would be like to make her a woman. Their woman. She believed that she would be displayed as a trophy of their conquest, telling others that it was them that had conquered her and taken her chastity. Then, after the limelight ended, she would no longer serve any purpose and would be forgotten. Because she was deep in thought, she didn't notice the door opening behind her. Only when a pair of strong hands wrapped around her body, and a familiar whisper reached her ears, did she finally break out of her daze. Whatever you are thinking, it's not going to happen, William whispered as he held Celeste in a protective embrace. Celeste didn't try to escape from his hug, and just closed her eyes to feel the warmth of William's body. Did you now know how to read minds? Celeste asked in a teasing tone. No, but I have a feeling that you were looking down on yourself. Do I? Celeste then turned around to look at the handsome half-elf who was looking at her with kind eyes. You are not my conquest, nor are you my trophy, William said softly. I will not parade you in front of the other men in the world, and brag about making the virtuous lady of chastity my woman. Quote. How do you know about this? My dear, lovely wife, did you forget that Chloe is still half your familiar? Whatever thoughts you have, she can feel it as well. It was her who told me about the insecurities that you are feeling. Celeste lowered her head as her cheeks were dyed red due to embarrassment. She was so embarrassed that even the tips of her ears turned a shade of pink, which made the half-elf chuckle. Come, my bride of darkness. It's time for you to light up my life, William said in a teasing tone as his naughty hands began to loosen the wedding dress that Celeste was still wearing, making it fall to the carpeted floor, showing him her beautiful and untainted body, which was waiting to be painted by his colors. William pulled her close and kissed her lips. Right now, he was only wearing a bathrobe, so it only took him a few seconds to undress. While the two of them were kissing, Celeste felt something hot and hard pressing against her lower abdomen. She knew what it was, making the blush on her face turn a shade redder. In order to hide her embarrassment, she continued to kiss William, allowing the half-elf to teach her on how to kiss passionately, with their tongues intertwining with each other. Soon, the virtuous lady of chastity found herself being laid gently down on the bed, as William's lips left her own. You're very beautiful, Celeste, William said as he stared at Celeste's body in admiration. Perhaps, due to her being the maiden of chastity, Celeste's body smelled very nice. It was a fragrance that was very different, yet similar to Princess Sidoni's in the fact that it could easily intoxicate anyone who could smell its fragrance. Soon, the half-elf lowered his head and planted a kiss on Celeste's right breast before lightly biting the pink tip, which was slowly hardening due to his hot and passionate lips that would soon drive her crazy. William wasn't in a hurry, and simply enjoyed Celeste's muffled moans, as his lips and hands fondled her sensitive parts, making her body heat up. In truth, the half-elf was having a hard time controlling his urges because, similar to Princess Sidoni, the virtuous lady of chastity was emitting pheromones that would drive any man crazy. Even so, he endured because this was Celeste's first time, and he wanted her to enjoy her first night with him. He didn't want her to feel any regrets in choosing him as her husband, and giving him the most important thing she held dear in her heart. Don't hold it in, William said before flicking the innocent pink tip with his finger as he looked at Celeste's flushed face. Only I will hear your moans tonight. So, there is no need to hold them back. No, Celeste replied as she covered her face with both of her hands due to embarrassment. However, William pried her hands away and gave her a long and sweet kiss, which made the beautiful elf momentarily forget her embarrassment. A moment later, William's kiss, which was similar to a small flame, traveled downwards, igniting the passion that had been sleeping under the innocent body that Celeste had protected all her life. It didn't take long before William's lips kissed her lower abdomen, where her womb was located. His hot kiss lingered for a time on that spot before making its way to the entrance of her. William's fingers then pried those pink petals open, allowing his tongue to taste the sweet flower that would soon belong to him alone. Chapter 1432. I think I now understand what falling in love feels like. Celeste's sweet moans reverberated inside the room, as William licked, sucked, kissed, and lightly bit her. As someone who lived an ascetic lifestyle, the euphoric sensation that washed over her body made her unable to think properly. Because William had told her to not hold back her voice, she lay on the bed whimpering, as she clutched the bed sheets, trying to endure the relentless assault of William's tongue and lips to the place that she had protected all her life. The half-elf took his sweet time in preparing his wife for their union because he wanted Celeste to forever remember the moment when he took her chastity from her. Will, I'm scared, Celeste said as her body trembled. She felt alarmed because the feeling of pleasure she was feeling was slowly building up, threatening to drive her crazy the moment it reached its peak. Sensing that Celeste was truly feeling scared, the half-elf kissed her softly before raising his head to look at her. The beautiful elf's face was flushed, and her voluptuous breasts rose up and down, as her body trembled helplessly due to the euphoria that had taken hold of her. William knew that Celeste had reached her limit, so he decided to hug her until she regained her calm. Although he wanted to plunge his manhood deep inside her and drive her crazy, he also didn't want to break her. Celeste wasn't like Princess Sidonie, who was born to accept carnal desires. The elf was someone who had placed great importance to her virtue, so there was a subtle fear inside of her heart that was manifesting as her body was slowly surrendering itself to the pleasures of the flesh. Minutes passed as William held Celeste's soft and burning body in a loving embrace, whispering words of assurance and love in her ears. Finally, as if she had finally prepared her heart and mind to do the deed, Celeste's arm wrapped around William's body as she took the initiative to kiss him. The kiss was long and sweet. Yet, there was a trace of sadness in it. A sadness and resigned acceptance that she was about to take a leap of faith that would change her life forever. "Will, do me a favor," Celeste said after their kiss ended. "Even if I say stop, don't stop. If I beg you to spare me, do not. I don't want to back down now that we've gone this far. So, please, forgive me if I get cold feet at the last minute." William smiled and kissed Celeste's forehead before nodding his head. "I will not waste your resolve," William said as he spread Celeste's legs. He then rubbed his manhood at her entrance, giving Celeste a few more precious seconds to brace herself for the inevitable. Finally, with one strong thrust, the virtue that the beautiful elf protected broke, making her utter a silent scream, as William's member conquered her depths. Then, it happened. Celeste blanked out and lost consciousness. The surprising thing was that it was not only her that blanked out, but William as well. The half-elf's body stopped moving, as if he was frozen in time. Celeste's body, on the other hand, trembled under him, as particles of light slowly rose up from her body, flying straight into the gem on William's chest. When William regained his consciousness, he found himself inside his spiritual world. Although the blue sky was clear, and the sea under his feet was calm, particles of light started to fall down from the heavens. It fell slowly, similar to the seeds of a dandelion that were being carried by the wind. William felt with great certainty that something major had happened. And yet, he didn't know what it was. No matter how much he tried to sense whatever changed inside his body, the only thing he could feel was that he seemed to be bathed in a warm and refreshing feeling, as if telling him that everything was going to be fine. Finally, the world around him changed. He was no longer inside his spiritual world, and was back inside the bedroom, looking down at his unconscious wife, whose body would tremble from time to time, as if something very precious from her was being taken away. It was also at that time when William realized that his seed was slowly being released inside of her womb, which might also be one of the reasons why Celeste's body was trembling. The unexpected release, which might have resulted in William's lapse in control after becoming one with her, made him feel slightly embarrassed, but he set his embarrassment aside as he caressed the side of Celeste's face, using a diagnostic spell to make sure that nothing was wrong with her. A sigh then escaped William's lips when he confirmed that Celeste was fine. As if waiting for that moment, Celeste's eyes fluttered open, and looked at William in a daze. A moment later, she felt something hot pouring inside of her womb, making her face turn beet red at the realization that she had passed out after William had claimed her chastity. "I'm sorry," Celeste apologized. "I don't know what happened. Hush." William placed a finger on her lips, to stop her from saying anything. "It's fine. You did nothing wrong." The half-elf once again hugged Celeste, and the latter hugged him back. She was still confused about what just happened, but feeling William's warmth inside, and outside, of her body, calmed her down for a bit. A few minutes later, both of them finally regained their composure. "Let's start again," William said softly. "This time, I'm not going to hold back, so I apologize if I become a bit rough." "It's fine if it's a bit rough," Celeste replied as she held onto William's strong body. "Make love to me, Will." Not long after, the sound of Celeste's cries of pleasure, as well as the half-elf's ragged breaths permeated the room as they made love with each other over and over again. No longer holding back, Celeste moved with him, and not against him, making William feel a comfortable tightness that encouraged the release of his seed, making both of them feel a heartfelt pleasure, as they consummated their marriage. When it ended, the two of them held the other as Celeste laid on top of William. Both of them were still connected, and enjoyed the afterglow of their lovemaking. "I know it's a bit late, but I think I now understand what falling in love feels like," Celeste said as she looked at William's green eyes, which were similar to the color of her own eyes. "I'm glad," William replied as he looked at Celeste with a gaze filled with tenderness and affection. "Let's continue to love each other from now on, okay?" Celeste hummed as she rested her head on William's chest, enjoying the strength that was radiating from his body. The two continued to stay in that position as they drifted off to sleep. Both of them knew that when morning came, the two of them would wake up, still holding each other, in a loving embrace. Chapter 1433. I have a score to settle with them. A subtle tension could be felt in the air as the approach of the appointed day drew near. William continued to conquer one dungeon after another, bolstering his forces to the best of his ability. The nations of the world also intensified their training, regularly conducting mock battles with the giants that the half-elf kept in his thousand-beast domain. At the start, the disparity in strength caused the armies to be devastated, causing the soldiers to suffer from major injuries. Because the giants were controlling their strength, no deaths happened during these mock battles. However, as the armies of the world learned from their mistakes, their strategies and battle formations became more refined, adjusting to the size and strength of the giants, forcing the giants to no longer hold back and give it their all. The weapons created by the great minds of different races also showed their mettle, which made the half-elf and his allies feel a little more confident. Although many resources were used to build the weapons, their performance had exceeded the expectations of those that had built them, making them very proud of their achievements. I'm done. Medusa collapsed weakly on the ground as she panted for breath. Her best friend, Cherry, was not faring well either. The youngest of all the virtues, sat on the ground, not caring if her dress got dirty as she, too, panted for breath. Cherry weakly raised her head as she glanced at her surroundings. Thousands of people were also collapsed on the ground, with some of them even snoring. Clearly, the latest drill had tired them out considerably that some chose to just sleep on the ground to recover their strength. Princess Aila was among the few people that were still standing in the sea of exhausted bodies. They were part of the medical teams that were responsible for saving and healing the members of the army who were going to fight, allowing them to once again stand on the front lines of the battlefield. Not far from them, hundreds of giants sat on the ground, allowing Titania to use her life magic to heal their injuries. The drills for the upcoming battles had become more and more harsh as both sides no longer tried to hold back and really went for the kill. Fortunately, they were fighting on one of the floors of the Tower of Babylon, which had been reinforced by a special law that prevented anyone from dying. Those who suffered fatal injuries would immediately turn into particles of light, reappearing far away from the battlefield, where the intense battle was still happening. Good work, the two of you. A pink-haired dwarf offered a bottle of water to Medusa and Cherry, who were unable to move from their spot due to exhaustion. Thank you, Master, Medusa weakly replied as she raised her hand to take the water bottle that Chiffon was offering her. Thank you, Cherry said as she also took the water bottle and drank thirstily. Due to the way she drank, the water spilled from her lips, falling onto her white dress, and drenched it. Even so, the virtue of charity didn't care. She was no longer the little girl that complained about every little thing, and whined whenever something bad happened to her. Chiffon looked at the two girls fondly before walking towards Princess Aila, handing her a water bottle as well. Good work, Aila, Chiffon said with a smile. You've gotten a lot stronger. Princess Aila smiled and nodded her head. Thank you, Chiffon. You were amazing earlier. Princess Aila was part of the medical team, while Chiffon was part of the vanguard of the army. At the beginning, the armies were feeling anxious to have Chiffon fight with them on the front lines because she looked like a little girl, and was also one of William's wives. However, their anxiousness disappeared when Chiffon raised her weapon, and transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant, brandishing her mace. Sharuer, like a war god on the battlefield, sending giants, and humans, flying in every direction. Because of this, she earned the nickname, the Berserker Giantess, because whenever she appeared on the battlefield, everyone would be sent flying. Sometimes, she was fighting alongside the human armies, other times, she was fighting alongside the giants. Because of this, everyone had a taste of the powerful mace, Sharuer, whose mouth would curse, and trash-talk those it hit, making them suffer physical and emotional damage. A week later, William as well as the kings and emperors of the different nations, once again met at the floor of Asgard to conduct their quarterly meeting. Each king would give a report on the status of their armies, as well as the preparations that they had made for the upcoming battle. Although no one intended it to happen, a sense of rivalry formed between nations as they tried to outdo each other in enhancing their military strength and strategies. William welcomed this change because it allowed everyone to grow, and made them strive to reach the pinnacle of perfection. While this was happening, the white-robed person, who once belonged to the Holy Order of Light, gazed at the heavens. Her eyes pierced through the void, and a solemn expression appeared behind the mask she was wearing. "It finally begins," the white-robed person muttered as she removed the mask from her face. She then summoned a white horn that looked so plain that no one would give it a second glance. However, the horn she was holding wasn't any ordinary horn. It could make a sound that would reach at the far corners of the world, allowing them to hear that the end of days was upon them, telling them that those who wished to destroy their world had finally come. Placing the white horn on her soft lips, the woman blew the horn, Gjallarhorn, sending the news that the end of the world was at hand. The long and resounding sound reverberated across the entire world of Hestia. No matter where anyone was, no matter what they were doing, no matter what they were feeling, they all heard the loud and resounding sound that made all of their faces become grim. William and the sovereigns of each nation stopped their discussion and glanced at each other in surprise. "Everyone, make haste," William ordered. "Prepare for battle. Prepare for war." A loud roar of acknowledgement resounded inside the meeting room before every leader of the world teleported away from the floor of Asgard to return to their respective nations. William also didn't tarry and disappeared from where he was. Moments later, he reappeared beside the white-robed woman, who was still blowing the horn in her hands. He didn't stop her because it was her duty to warn the world that it was time to raise their weapons to fight for everything they held sacred. Finally, the white-robed woman stopped blowing the horn in her hands and turned around to face William. 2 days from now, they will make landfall, the white-robed woman said as her golden eyes glowed faintly. "Where will they appear?" William inquired. This was the most important question because it would also allow them to prepare a proper welcome to their uninvited guests that would come from the void. The white-robed woman smiled before projecting a map of the central continent. She then pointed at one of the empires within it, telling the half-elf where they would concentrate the majority of their forces to fight. "You don't have to look far, Your Majesty," the white-robed woman replied in a teasing tone. "They will make landfall, right at your very doorstep." William's face became solemn because he understood what the white-robed woman was trying to say. The place where the portal of destruction would appear and allow the giants to fall into the world, so they could wreak havoc in the lands of Hestia, was none other than the Ainsworth Empire. The nation would soon become the battlefield of the greatest war that the world had ever seen. "Good," William said as his eyes turned golden, glowing faintly. "I have a score to settle with them." The white-robed woman smiled and nodded her head. "As do I, Will," the white-robed woman said. "As do I." The war that had taken their world from them thousands of years ago would once again begin. This time, William and the white-robed woman would not allow the same outcome to happen. As they stared into the void, looking at the millions of giants that were slowly, but surely, making their way towards the world that they planned to destroy. Chapter 1434. Tonight, don't think of anything else. The moment the horn of Gjallarhorn was blown, all the people in the world instinctively knew that the day of judgment had come. As if to confirm their greatest fears, the kings of each nation made an announcement that their enemy had come, and all their armies would be mobilized to face them. Just as they originally planned, all the non-combatants would be housed on the floors of Babylon that were under William's authority. The tower was protected by a powerful law that prevented it from being damaged by outside forces. Because of this, it was the safest place in the world, until every member of the alliance drew their last breath. Because they had already practiced how the evacuation would be conducted several times over the past year, the people who were not part of the fighting already knew what to do. The old and the young, who were the main bulk of those who would take refuge from the war, gathered on the floors of Babylon as the Bifrost Bridge extended to every part of the world of Hestia. All of the able-bodied men and women chose to fight for their world, leaving only the old, who were too frail to fight, and the children, who were too young to hold weapons, behind. After knowing where the giants would make their appearance, the armies of the world started to gather and arrive at the Ainsworth Empire. "What a grand sight," Albert said with admiration. "I didn't think I'd be able to live long enough to see the armies of the world unite for a common cause." He was Gavin's other disciple, as well as William Sr., who had inherited the power of the god of all trades. Indeed, Byron, the headmaster of Hestia Academy, commented, "Seeing all the heroes of the world gather in one place, it makes my blood boil just thinking about the battle that will decide the fate of this world." He had been informed long ago of the battle that would decide the fate of the world by the goddess Hestia. Because of this, he had made ample preparations, but even he knew that the power of Hestia Academy wasn't enough to tilt the tide of battle in their favor. Now, seeing all the forces of the world gather in the Ainsworth Empire gave him hope that all was not lost. Are you ready to die, Lindir? Swiper asked as he stood beside his friend. I have no intentions of dying, Swiper, Lindir replied as he sharpened his spear with a whetstone. I intend to live. Good. You will become a good meat shield when the giants arrive. Fuck off. All around the Ainsworth Empire, similar conversations were being held. Friends and enemies set aside their differences as they encouraged and chided each other about the upcoming battle. Everyone was feeling anxious, so they decided to busy themselves with doing the things that could help them calm down. Some sharpened their weapons, others chatted with friends, while a few decided to spar with each other. In order to release the tension in their bodies, William and the other kings and emperors of the world gathered in the palace of the Ainsworth Empire to make their last-minute preparations. The time has finally come, William said as he scanned the faces of the people around him. He could see the fear and anxiety in their eyes, and understood that the majority, if not all, of the people inside the conference room were feeling the same way. Truth be told, he was feeling anxious as well, but he did his best to keep his anxiety from appearing on his face. We have done everything we can, William stated. And I believe that we will emerge victorious. 2 days from now, we stand as one. 2 days from now, we fight as one. All the kings and emperors nodded their heads in agreement to William's words. They were once rivals, who schemed against each other to gain as much benefit as they could, but now, they would fight as one. Every race in the world had pooled all of their resources together in order to develop weapons, as well as strategies, in order to overcome the army of destruction who made their hearts tremble inside their chests. Go and spend time with your loved ones, William said softly. At noon on the second day, the giants will arrive. If you have any lingering regrets, now is the time to resolve them. For there may not be another chance for you to do so. This meeting is adjourned. We will meet again on the day of battle. All the kings and emperors nodded their heads before leaving the room one by one. They had just finished mobilizing their armies, and stationed them outside the walls of the Ainsworth Empire, waiting for their enemies to arrive. This sure reminds me of that time, Wendy said as she stood beside William on the highest balcony of the royal palace, overlooking the countless banners fluttering in the breeze. But, compared to back then, the number of warriors here have far surpasses that number, Chiffon commented before holding onto William's arm, assuring him that she would always be by his side no matter what the outcome would be. Indeed, William agreed with Chiffon's comment. Right now, the number of warriors outside his city's walls numbered in the billions. It will not be the same as last time, Acedia commented as she walked in front of William and wrapped her arms around his neck. This time, I will be fighting alongside you. William chuckled as he held Acedia's waist. Of course it will be different. This time, we will win. Back then, all of them did their best, but they still lost the war. All of them had many regrets, and if not for Freya's mercy, they wouldn't have been able to reunite after being separated for thousands of years. Tonight, don't think of anything else, Belle said as she hugged William from behind. That's right, Loxos wormed her way in front of the half-elf, pushing Acedia a bit so she could also hug her beloved. Tonight, just think of how you will make love with us. Because you will not be able to do that on the second night. Heroes also need a time of rest, Titania's words reach William's ears. Although she didn't try to squeeze her way in to join the ladies who were already holding onto the half-elf, her eyes and voice made William understood her intention. Don't worry, we will make sure that you will have no regrets on the day of battle. The half-elf glanced at all of his wives who were on the balcony, looking at him with love and affection. They were the women that had chosen to spend their life with him, and no matter what the outcome of the battle would be, he was sure that they would be with him till the end. William couldn't stop himself from grinning because he knew that he wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Even so, he didn't mind it one bit. This might be the last opportunity he had to make love to all of his wives, and, because of this, he would make sure that all of them were satisfied. He would make sure that none of them had any regrets before the world finally met its supposed end. Chapter 1435, I'm coming for your head. 2 nights before the arrival of the army of destruction, the sound of merry-making reverberated in the surroundings as people ate and drank to their fill. The half-elf had opened his treasure house and purchased the finest food and drink for the warriors who would be fighting with their lives on the line when the sun reached its zenith on the second day. Naturally, the drinks didn't have any alcohol in them because William didn't want the soldiers to be dead drunk when they faced the harbingers of destruction to the world. When William was still an Aenarion back in Asgard, he and his comrades would enjoy a grand feast before going on a campaign to protect the world under Odin's protection. All of them knew that not all of them would be able to return after the campaign was over, so they decided to just enjoy the moment in the company of their comrades. Even Swiper, who was feeling anxious, let loose and danced around the campfire, making his tribe cheer for his performance. "I am Swiper and I am neat, I love pretty girls and I love to eat," Swiper sang as he held a bottle of fake wine in his hand. "They say I'm bad, but I am good, so shut up now and eat some food." "Great, you're doing well, Swiper. Sing more, ha ha ha." Hearing the encouragement from his surroundings, Swiper went into another round of singing and dancing, making his tribe, and the others watching him from afar, clap their hands. It was a long night. Probably the longest night that everyone experienced in their lifetime. The kings and emperors also gathered together and feasted. None of them wore their crowns on their heads because, right now, they didn't want to celebrate as sovereigns. They wanted to celebrate as ordinary people that didn't carry the burden of their nations on their shoulders. William joined them as well because he knew that there might not be another opportunity to talk to these proud individuals, who had set aside their pride in order to fight by his side during the end of the world. Just past 3 in the morning, everyone heard the sound of a harp. It carried with it a soulful melody, making others feel sleepy. Titania, the beautiful fairy queen, played her harp and put everyone to sleep, allowing them to rest so they would have the strength to pick up their weapons and fight when the giants arrived. The demigods, as well as the pseudo-gods that had joined William's army, watched over these short-lived mortals with envy because even if they had short lives, they were like brilliant fireworks that shine so brightly. Although their brilliance was a fleeting thing, it also allowed themselves to leave their mark on the hearts of others, allowing them to live on, even after they departed from the world. Somewhere in the void, millions of giants marched steadily towards the world of Hestia. Their numbers had swelled after those that had gone to destroy other worlds joined the main army as they marched towards the world, which they believed would pose a strong resistance to their cause. The last time that the entire army of destruction mobilized was thousands of years ago. Since then, only armies that numbered in the tens of thousands would be sent to other worlds. If the world they were going to destroy had some powerful fighters, they would send over 100,000 giants, with one god of destruction taking the lead. However, for some reason, all the gods of destruction were present this time, making the giants wonder just what kind of world they were about to subdue. "Ha ha ha, this is going to be fun." A demigod-ranked giant laughed as he gave a playful punch to his friend. "Are you willing to take a bet?" "What bet?" another demigod-ranked giant asked. "A bet on which of us will kill the most people in that blue world over there." "Sure, how can I possibly lose to such a weakling like you?" "Good, don't forget those words, I'll make you eat them later." As if the giants of destruction were a bloodthirsty bunch. After destroying thousands of worlds, their thirst for destruction was like breathing to them. All of them were quite thrilled when they saw that all 3 gods of destruction were leading the battle. It just meant that they would be fighting a lot of strong people, who would soon become their food, allowing themselves to become stronger as they feasted on their flesh. The 3 gods of destruction were at the very rear of the formation. They traveled leisurely because they knew that no force in the world could stop them. Standing in front of them was a giant, who looked different from the rest. The giant had 2 long horns, highlighting its demonic origin, but what set this giant apart from the 3 gods of destruction was its rank. It was a giant at the peak of the pseudo-god rank. For someone of that rank to travel alongside the gods of destruction was unheard of because that meant that they treated that giant as one of their peers. "We're almost there, Ahriman," one of the gods of destruction, Owo, said with a smile. "How about you take the vanguard with you and settle the score with the one that put you in such a miserable state? I'm sure that you're dying to crush that ant yourself, no? What do you think, everyone?" "Sounds interesting," another god of destruction, who went by the name Nergal, laughed, after hearing Owuo's proposal. "I don't have any objections. How about you, Surtur?" A giant, who was holding a flaming sword in his hand, walked steadily without much change in his expression. He didn't answer right away, as if contemplating if what his colleagues had proposed would jeopardize the big picture he envisioned. Owo and Nergal simply waited for his reply because they had come to know what his attitude was like by now. Surtur was a giant that spoke less and killed more. For him, talking was a chore, so he doesn't really talk much. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes, the god of destruction finally answered their query. "Do what you want." That was Surtur's reply, making Owo smirk. "Go and lead the charge, Ahriman, Awo said. We don't mind if you destroy the resisting forces before we arrive there. That's right, Nergal commented from the side. We will be watching your performance from here, so make sure you do a good job and ensure that the goodwill we have given you won't be wasted. Ahriman didn't answer, and simply increased the pace of his march. After losing his main body, he was forced to escape to the void and seek the help of the gods of destruction so they could create a temporary body for him. Since the body he was using right now wasn't his original body, his strength only reached the peak of the pseudo-god rank, making him feel extremely bitter, but there was nothing he could do about it. Mock me for now, Ahriman thought as he walked past the giants in front of him. After I regain my strength, we will see who will have the last laugh. Ahriman knew that the gods of destruction didn't help him out of pity. They gave him a temporary body, so that he would work for them, becoming their errand boy for their own entertainment. However, since Ahriman knew that this was the only option he had left, he endured the shame, and allowed himself to be treated as a servant. The only thing he wanted now was to personally crush the half-elf who was responsible for his downfall. As long as he was able to feast on William's flesh, he would be able to regain a fraction of the power he had before his body was destroyed, decreasing the anger that had been haunting him for more than 2 years. After waiting for 2 whole years, the god of chaos and darkness would once again return to the world of Hestia, and this time he was coming for vengeance. Long had he endured the humiliation of needing to become the lackey of the gods of destruction, fighting for them over the past 2 years of his life, and venting his anger on the worlds that he destroyed alongside them. Wash your neck, half-elf, Ahriman vowed as he took the lead, followed by the vanguard of the army of destruction that numbered over 100,000. I'm coming for your head. Chapter 1436, The World's Strongest Warriors Part 1. As the first rays of sunlight caressed the sleeping faces of the soldiers, William also opened his eyes. He had meditated all night long on the highest tower of the Ainsworth royal palace as he kept vigil for the night. The half-elf only made love with his wives on the first night. On the second, he meditated to raise his strength to its peak before the final battle began. Not long after, the soldiers stirred from their slumber. Even though they only had a few hours of sleep, they felt quite energized because Titania's music had that kind of special effect. The half-elf had asked the fairy queen, who was now his wife, to serenade the soldiers and put them to sleep around 3 in the morning. This way, they wouldn't be exhausted before the war even started. This is a beautiful sunrise, Titania said as she landed beside William who was gazing at the sunrise. It is, William said softly. Let's watch it again tomorrow. Titania smiled because she knew what the half-elf was trying to tell her. I'd love that. Since her husband had told her to watch the sunrise with him the next day, it only meant that they would watch it after the war was over. 3 hours later, the sound of a horn spread throughout the surroundings. The white-robed woman blew her horn once again, telling everyone that the giants would be arriving very soon. The air was filled with tension, as the soldiers held their weapons firmly in their hands. All of them had dreaded the arrival of this day, and yet, all the hard work they had put forth was to ensure that their world survived the day of judgment. The kings and emperors of their respective kingdoms had also positioned themselves at the rear of the formation so they could support their armies. This was the only thing they could do in order to boost the morale of their soldiers, as they fought with their lives on the line for home and country. Seeing that almost everyone had grim expressions on their faces, the half-elf projected his image into the sky, with the use of special artifacts, so that everyone could see him. Even those that resided in the Tower of Babylon could see the half-elf, who stood with a confident smile on his face. His name was William Von Ainsworth, and almost everyone in Hestia knew his name by now. Although the sovereigns of each nation didn't want to admit it, the half-elf had become the symbol that gave everyone moral and spiritual support during the fateful hour of their lives. Everyone, I am not good at giving speeches, William said with a smile. Today, we all stand here because we are not only fighting for ourselves, but also for others. We are fighting for friends, family, home, and country. We stand, in order to ensure that everything we hold sacred will not perish and burn in the fires of destruction. Right now, I see fear and doubt in your eyes, making you feel as if we have no chance of winning this war against those who want to destroy everything we hold dear. However, know this, I also feel the same. The kings, emperors, as well as those who supported William felt like crying. They wanted to slap the half-elf in anger because instead of motivating them, he was making them feel more depressed. This feeling of unease spread like wildfire, but before it could escalate, a laughter filled with mirth reverberated in the surroundings. Yes, I feel doubt and fear, just like each and every one of you, William stated. Saying otherwise would be lying to myself, and to all of you. However, know this, no matter what the army of destruction throws at us, we will emerge victorious. We will not lose. You ask, why? A moment of silence passed before William raised his right fist high up in the air, facing the heavens. Making everyone, even those at the Tower of Babylon, look at him with hope. Because we are not alone, William declared. William's powerful roar echoed across the lands of Hestia, as if making everyone wake up from a long and terrible dream. We will not fight alone. Fighting alongside you are your brothers and sisters at arms. Look around you, William said as he pointed his finger in front of him, allowing his projection to point at everyone whose gaze was watching him in the heavens. Do you see the person on your left? How about the person on your right? William asked. Do you see the person in front of you, and the person at your back? Do you? Good. Brothers and sisters, the people you are looking at right now are the strongest champions of the world. They are this world's strongest warriors. This is the gathering of the world's strongest armies. No matter what the army of destruction throws at you, we will prevail. We will survive. We will emerge victorious. William spread his arms wide, making those who heard his words raise their heads as the blood inside their bodies boiled in preparation for battle. What are we going to do with the army of destruction? William asked. I can't hear you. Kill. Louder. Kill. The soldiers tapped the butt of their spears on the ground, others slapped their swords on their shields, while some stomped their feet on the ground. The loud booming sound reverberated in the battlefield as the warriors of the world shouted their war cries, dispersing the feelings of fear, doubt, and anxiety on their hearts, replacing it with a burning flame that made their bodies feel hot, as the skies above their heads started to crack, telling them that their enemies had finally arrived at their doorstep. William raised his hand once more as he rallied the entire world to fight. The armies of the world answered him as they shouted their war cries, making the entire land tremble due to the sound of their voices. The Void, Your Excellency, we are ready. One of the pseudo-gods, who belonged to the vanguard army, reported. Break it, Ahriman ordered. Create a hole big enough for our entire army to pass through. Show these lowly mortals despair as they breathe their last breath. Make them agonize during their last moments due to their powerlessness in the face of absolute strength. The giants started to hack the void apart in order to create a gateway that would allow them to descend on the world of Hestia. In just a matter of seconds, giant cracks appeared in front of them as the pseudo-gods smashed their weapons against the fabric of space that separated the world of Hestia from the void. Finally, with one powerful blow, the sky of Hestia shattered. The sounds of millions of crystal glasses breaking at the same time spread in the surroundings as the giants all roared their battle cries in preparation for war. Advance, Ahriman ordered. Leave no mercy. Kill everything and anything that stands in your way. Destroy everything in sight and feast to your heart's content. Kill. The pseudo-gods and demigods all jumped down at the crack in the sky first before Ahriman followed. Behind him, the 100,000-strong army of destruction wasn't far behind as they laughed out loud in preparation for the one-sided slaughter that they were about to partake in. As soon as Ahriman landed on the ground, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surroundings suddenly became dark, as if the sun had disappeared from the sky. However, after looking up, he finally realized why everything around him was dark. Countless spells, numbering in the billions, blocked out the entire sky, and were about to fall on their formation without even any warning. At that moment, Ahriman instinctively looked in the distance, and saw a red-headed teenager, who was sneering at him. It was impossible for Ahriman to forget the half-elf's face because he was the same person that made him lose his dignity as a god. The half-elf, who had no idea that the god of chaos and darkness, who hated him so much, was among the giants in front of him, opened his mouth to speak a few words, and these words rumbled in the surroundings like thunder. Eat shit, motherfuckers. Those were the last words that the giant army heard before the billions of powerful spells that had been unleashed before they even landed on the ground, fell upon them like rain. Chapter 1437, The World's Strongest Warriors, Part 2. Loud explosions resounded throughout the battlefield as the ground shook due to the concentrated firepower that landed on the same location that the giants had made their landfall. In just a matter of seconds, the bodies of countless giants exploded as the powerful spells landed on their bodies. What they received were not the only strongest spells of the mortal armies, but also the most powerful attacks of the pseudo-gods and demigods that were fighting for the sake of their world. Ahriman didn't expect to see such a greeting because this had never happened in the worlds that he had campaigned on when he joined the Army of Destruction nearly 2 years ago. It was as if William had known exactly where they would appear, allowing him to give them a grand welcome, decimating their ranks before they could even take their first steps in the world of Hestia. "Brace!" Ahriman shouted as he summoned a shield to protect himself from the spells that were about to land on his body. However, the shield he had summoned only lasted for a second before it was dispersed completely. His eyes widened in shock because he didn't know what had just happened. However, he didn't have the time to ponder what kind of foul means William used to prevent all the giants from using their defensive spells to block the attacks that were raining down upon them. Without even batting an eye, Ahriman grabbed the nearest giant pseudo-god beside him, and used his body as a shield to defend himself. The pseudo-god roared in anger, and tried to break free, but Ahriman's strength far surpassed his, making him unable to escape the former god's grasp. Cries of surprise, anger, frustration, and pain escaped the giants' lips as they found themselves unable to escape their fate. Blood and pieces of flesh rose into the air like fountains as William's first bombardment ended. "Fire!" William ordered as the next volley was unleashed without mercy. 100,000 giants composed of myriad, demigod, and pseudo-gods may seem like a huge number. However, what they were facing were billions of warriors. Their ranks might have been weaker than their enemies, but their numbers and tenacity made up for it. Also, William now had hundreds of pseudo-gods and demigods under his command, surpassing the numbers of high-ranked combatants in the giants' vanguard army. Simply put, the forces that Ahriman brought along with him didn't stand a chance from the very beginning. The army of destruction numbered around 10 million, and they sent only 100,000 of their warriors, thinking that it would be enough to break the resistance of the world they were about to invade. Unfortunately, they weren't fighting a divided front, but a united one, making the giants unable to fight like they usually did, which was to conquer one kingdom, or one empire one after the other until the final remnants of the survivors gathered to make their last stand, which the giants loved to see. Seeing the desperation and resignation on the faces of the people of the world they were about to destroy gave them a sense of euphoria, making them enjoy the slaughter even more. However, the tides had been turned. Now they were the ones that were being slaughtered and unable to even fight back due to the continuous bombardment that seemed unending. As one giant died after the other, Ahriman hastily retreated, using anyone he could grab as a shield as he did his best to endure the one-sided beating they were experiencing for the first time. When almost all the giants were extinguished, Ahriman roared in anger and activated his return crystal, allowing him to teleport back to the bulk of the main army. This crystal was given only to the commanders of the Army of Destruction. None of them wanted to use it because doing so would make them the laughingstock of the entire army. However, Ahriman was left with no choice but to do it, despite the possibility of being ridiculed by the 3 gods of destruction that had assigned him to lead the vanguard into battle. Just as the last giant fell on the ground dead, a beam of light shot upwards, leaving the world of Hestia behind. That moment didn't escape the half-elf's eyes, but he didn't pay it any mind. There was nothing that could be done about the matter, and he didn't want to worry about every little thing. He didn't know that the one that managed to escape was Ahriman, and, even if he did, he still wouldn't have done anything to stop him. Right now, he was the pillar of the world, and he couldn't just follow the god of chaos and darkness into the void, where the entirety of the army of destruction was waiting. "Halt!" William ordered, and the bombardment stopped. Waving his right hand, the half-elf dispersed the dense smoke that was blocking their view, showing everyone the bodies of the dead giants lying on the ground. No one knew who started it, but a loud shout of triumph was heard. Soon, it spread like wildfire, making all the armies of the world shout as well. They had won the first round of battle, and it bolstered their courage, giving them assurance that the possibility of winning existed. They knew that this was only the beginning of the battle, and understood that the next batch of giants that invaded their world would be prepared for their special greeting. However, it didn't matter. A victory, no matter how small, was still a victory. As if waiting for that moment, William raised his right fist high in the air, making everyone's cheers grow louder. Raising the army's morale was a good thing because it would grant them enough courage to face what was coming next. The half-elf knew that the next wave wouldn't be so easy to overcome because the enemy knew what they were going to do now. However, he was fine with that. They had prepared more surprises for their uninvited guests and hoped that by the time the real big shots arrived, they would have already decimated more than half of the army of destruction, allowing them a small chance of victory against the gods of destruction that made the hearts of other gods tremble in fear. Chapter 1438, Nergal, the God of Pestilence and Disease Part 1. Ha ha ha, this is a new record, Nergal laughed after seeing Ahriman's defeated expression when he returned to the void alone. You've been only there for 5 minutes, and now you're back looking like the loser you are. You disappoint me so much, Ahriman. Owo had a smile on his face, as he looked at his colleague berating the former god of chaos and darkness. However, although he had a smile on his face, there was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in it as well. Ahriman had descended on the world of Hestia with 100,000 giants from their vanguard. Although this number was quite small compared to the main bulk of their army, it was more than enough to destroy an entire world, even if there were powerful defenders protecting it. Surtur didn't even look at Ahriman, and simply stared at the beautiful blue planet in the distance. As a god of destruction, he could sense that there was currently only one god in the world, and it was none other than the goddess Hestia, who was currently in a weakened state. However, when Ahriman and the giants descended, the goddess didn't move from her position, which made Surtur wonder if there was another god present in Hestia. It was not only Surtur who had this opinion. Owo and Nergal were the same, and they scanned the surface of the world to see if there were any other gods, who would be able to contend with their powers, that were getting in their way. But, after doing a full sweep of the entire world's surface, they found no one whose divinity matched Hestia's or theirs. Tell us what happened, Surtur ordered as he glanced at Ahriman who was kneeling on the ground with his head bowed. The former god of chaos and darkness bit his lip in frustration but still decided to tell the 3 gods of destruction what happened as soon as he descended upon the world they were about to destroy. We were ambushed, Ahriman reported. As soon as we appeared, a bombardment of spells was already about to fall on our heads, giving us no time to mount a counterattack. Nergal snorted. Surely you jest, how can they possibly ambush you? If you are going to make an excuse, you should think of a better one. Owu, who was listening to the side, crossed his arms over his chest in disdain. Even if what you said is true, can't you at least activate a barrier to protect yourself? There were giants who knew how to cast magic among the vanguard. Are you telling me that you were too panicked to even do something so simple? I did try to summon a barrier to block the magical bombardment, but something nullified it, Ahriman explained. What can a magical bombardment of lowly mortals do to a peak pseudo-god like you? Nergal asked. With your body, you can easily shrug off their attacks with ease. Ahriman firmly shook his head. You don't understand. Billions of warriors were already waiting at the place where we appeared, and there were dozens of pseudo-gods and demigods among them. It was practically a slaughterhouse, and we were there to be slaughtered. Owo frowned as he digested Ahriman's words. So, you're saying that there is a mortal army that numbers in the billions where you descended, and among them were dozens of pseudo-gods and demigods, Owo commented. I find it hard to believe, but since I can tell that you are not lying, I have no choice but to believe. That our arrival was something that they have prepared for. Indeed, Nergal agreed. To even predict the place where we will make landfall in order to set up an ambush is not an easy feat. They probably have an oracle or seer whose spiritual power far surpasses mortal standards. A silence that only lasted for a few seconds descended upon the gods of destruction before it was broken by Nergal's loud laughter. Well, this sure is interesting, Nergal said with a mischievous smile on his face. I have grown bored of the pitiful resistance that I've faced whenever I descend into a world. Perhaps this time, I will actually enjoy myself. The last time I had fun was when we destroyed Asgard. At least those gods put up a good fight. Too bad Loki kicked the bucket when he fought against that guy, Heimdall. Are you going on your own? Owo asked with an arched brow. Nergal laughed as if the question asked by his colleague was very funny. None of you interfere, Nergal stated. If Hestia moves, you can go join me, but until then, this battle is mine. The giants parted to make way to one of their gods as they raised their weapons high in the air to honor his presence. I need 1,000,000 brave giants to come with me to destroy that world. Nergal shouted. Who's with me? Loud roars resounded from the army of destruction, telling Nergal that all of them wanted to accompany him to battle. However, since Nergal only wanted to bring 1,000,000 giants with him, he decided to take his own elite army with him to descend to Hestia. Ahriman, whose head was still lowered, glanced in the direction of the god of destruction who was about to personally take command of the battle. A part of him wanted Nergal to fail, but the greater half of him wanted Nergal to slaughter the mortals who dared to humiliate him. Although Ahriman felt bitter about his recent loss, he still stood up and followed Nergal's army as they prepared to launch a new wave of attack on Hestia. Surtur and Owa watched him go with their arms crossed over their chests. They knew how destructive Nergal could be with the power of pestilence, death, and disease. It would not take long for the god of destruction to make short work of the pitiful resistance of the defenders, who thought that they had the ability to ambush someone as powerful as him. Chapter 1439, Nergal, the God of Pestilence and Disease Part 2. William took a deep breath as he stared at the crack in the sky. He could sense someone with a very strong divinity approaching from the void, and he knew that their strategy might not work this time around. However, since they would lose nothing by launching a preemptive strike, the half-elf still passed his orders to the armies around him to start chanting their spells, and prepare for the first round of bombardment. Suddenly, William felt a ripple inside his sea of consciousness. Closing his eyes, the half-elf peeked inside his spiritual world and saw 7 tablets glowing brightly as if they sensed something, or someone, that made the lingering wills inside them flare to life. These 7 tablets of creation once belonged to a world that had long been destroyed by the gods of destruction. Only the faint wills of the gods that were left inside them remained of what was once a powerful pantheon, whose might would not rank lower than the Asgardians and Olympians of old. The 7 tablets then transformed into the images of the gods who had left their mark on the world, thousands of years ago. Those 7 gods stared at William, making the half-elf feel the power of their determination to fight against those who had destroyed their world. William hadn't used the power of the 7 tablets of creation for a long time, and they had stayed inside his sea of consciousness, waiting for the right moment to use up all of their powers for one last battle. Understood, William stated. Please, lend me your strengths. The 7 gods nodded their heads and turned into particles of light shooting towards the sky of William's spiritual world. A moment later, the 7 glowing tablets formed a circle that rotated around the half-elf. Their wills became his will, as they felt the approach of a being whose might surpassed those of anyone on the battlefield. Suddenly, the sound of buzzing erupted from the cracked sky. A moment later, a countless number of giant flying insects descended from the sky, and spread out towards the armies standing on the battlefield. Open fire, William ordered as the spells that had been prepared beforehand flew towards the giant insects, obliterating every insect in their path. The half-elf knew that this was just a distraction that the army of destruction had prepared to deal with their preemptive strike, but there was nothing he could do about it. Phalanx formation, Ildan shouted as the dwarves took a defensive stance with spears protruding outwards. The giant insects that had descended on their army were instantly skewered by the adamantium spears that they had prepared for this battle. Even a dragon's scale would be pierced through by these spears, so the insects didn't stand a chance. However, their bodies still crashed onto the ground, pinning down, and even injuring, the dwarves under their bodies. The defensive formation of the armies fell apart as the countless insects descended from the sky. Half a minute later, the ground trembled as the giant army finally made their appearance. Ha 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 ha, Nergal shouted as he looked at the wonderful scenery around him. Good, this is good, you did well, mortals. I thought Ahriman was just making an excuse when he said that an army numbering in the billions was waiting for me when I arrived. This is going to be fun. The giants roared and spread out, charging at the mortal armies whose formations were partially broken due to the swarm of insects that had attacked them beforehand. I won't let you, Loxos, who hovered high above the heavens, shouted as she spread out her arms wide, as if covering the entire battlefield. Behind her, Opus, Hekerj, and Sephirin all unleashed their attacks, allowing the young nymph to manipulate them according to her will. Thousands of concentrated beams rained down upon the insect and giant army, forcing them to defend themselves from the sudden attack. Nergal simply smirked as Loxos' barrage landed harmlessly on his body, not even creating a dent in his armor. The remaining giants, on the other hand, finally clashed with the mortal armies, causing hundreds of the defenders to die in just a span of a few seconds. A little nymph like you is better off being trapped in a cage as a pet, Nergal laughed as he pointed his finger at Loxos, whose attacks had stopped a quarter of the giant army in their tracks. Might as well take you as a pet. The last nymph I captured died after I accidentally squeezed her body too hard. The god of destruction laughed and countless insects emerged from his mouth, blocking the sun with their numbers, and making the entire battlefield fall into darkness. Get that little nymph as well as those 2 behind her back, Nergal ordered the insect swarm. Also, get that beautiful golden butterfly over there. The 4 of them will make beautiful additions to my collection. Titania, who was also flying in the sky as she summoned giant vines to rend the giant army to pieces, had also caught Nergal's attention. He was someone who liked beautiful things, but he only chose the most exceptional of them: beauty, power, and strength. These were the requirements that he looked for when capturing women in the worlds that he personally visited. Then he made them his playthings until they broke. He found great joy in seeing the desperation on their faces, as he tortured them to his heart's content. The sound of people dying, or about to die, resounded throughout the battlefield, making Nergal laugh more, increasing the numbers of giant insects that escaped from his mouth. "They can't hold on any longer," Aranis said to one of the gnomes who was holding an artifact in his hand. "It's now or never." The gnome nodded his head and activated the artifact that he and his colleagues had worked hard on for the past year, in preparation for this great battle. Somewhere in the world of Hestia, an altar lit up and shot a beam of light towards the heavens. Several more altars followed suit until countless beams, from all over the world, merged together, bathing the entire battlefield in a purplish light, similar to what happened in the southern continent many years ago. Suddenly, a loud shattering sound was heard, similar to thousands of glasses breaking at the same time. The insects that had blotted out the sky immediately turned into purple crystal statues before they fell towards the ground. "You want a piece of me?" Loxos roared as she raised her hand, catching the millions of crystal insects in the sky, making them hover above the battlefield. "Then come and get it." The countless crystal statues then spun in the sky, similar to drills that could pierce through the ground without any difficulty. Sephirin and Ifrit then unleashed their strongest fire attacks, allowing Loxos to imbue them to the crystal statues under her control. "Turn everything to ashes," Loxos shouted as she pointed her finger towards the giant army, as well as the hateful god of destruction in front of her. Graveyard of the Fireflies. Countless flaming drills rained down on the battlefield, similar to a meteor shower. These created powerful explosions wherever they hit, making the defenders cheer as the giants, who had killed their comrades, were blown apart by Loxos' all-out attack that was empowered by the power of dark and red flames, which were strong enough to turn everything they touched to ashes. Chapter 1440, From the Heavens I Can Hear, Part 1. Dense smoke obscured everyone's view as the Loxos unleashed hell on earth using the crystal statues, combined with the dark flames of Sephirin and the fiery red flames of Ifrit. Everyone watched with bated breath, as they waited for the smoke to disperse, allowing them to see the destruction that the nymph had done to the army of destruction. Suddenly, from within the dense smoke, a loud laughter emerged. Strong gusts of wind blew the smoke apart, making everyone's faces turn grim after they saw the outcome they didn't want to see. Standing at the center of the army of destruction was a giant who had the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the head of a demon with horns. In the giant's left hand, he held a mace with a lion's head on it. In his right, he held a green sword that seemed to reek with deadly poison. Although Loxos' all-out attack did indeed kill some giants, she was only able to kill a few thousand of them, which was a very minuscule number from the million-strong army that Nergal had brought with him to Hestia. "Nice try, little nymph," Nergal chuckled as his demonic eyes fixed on Loxos, who was looking at him in disbelief. "Did you really think that a little pseudo-god like you can contend against a god? You must be out of your mind." The kings, as well as their armies, who thought that they had finally gained the upper hand in battle, felt their skin crawl as they gazed at Nergal's true form, which was truly horrifying to look at. "Everyone, don't be intimidated," Loxos shouted. "Let's do it one more euro." Loxos wasn't able to finish her words because she suddenly found herself unable to move her body properly. A moment later, she coughed, and blood spilled from her red lips, making her feel as if her strength was being drained from her body. It was not only her that felt that way, the other pseudo-gods as well as the mortal armies all coughed blood. A moment later, they were having difficulty moving their bodies, as if they were slowly becoming paralyzed. "Oh, so it finally kicked in?" Nergal asked in a teasing tone. "Do you really think that I, the god of pestilence and diseases, was only creating ordinary bugs to play with you lot? The insects that come from within my body create powerful toxins, and spread it through the air with their wings. However, no need to worry. It is not fatal. What it does is weaken the body and cause paralysis. That way, I can better enjoy the desperation on your faces as I tear you all apart." The god of pestilence and diseases made a gesture and the army of destruction charged towards the weakened mortal armies, creating a one-sided slaughter. "Ha, what a wonderful sound." Nergal laughed as the sound of screams spread throughout the surroundings as the armies tried to defend themselves from the giant's advance. As for you, my little pet, come. Nergal made a pulling action, creating a powerful gust of wind, pulling Loxos towards him. Since the young nymph's body was paralyzed, she was unable to do anything but stare helplessly at the god of destruction who wanted to cause harm to her. However, before Loxos was grasped by the sadistic god, William appeared and caught his wife, taking her to safety. Nergal frowned because he could tell that William wasn't affected by the poison that was spread throughout the surroundings. I see, so you must be that William boy that Ahriman is talking about, Nergal commented as the corner of his lips rose. I guess I'll give you to him as a souvenir, so he can have his revenge. Nergal wasn't really worried about the half-elf not being affected by the poisonous spores that had been released by his insects. This was not the first time it happened, and there were many defenders in the worlds that he had destroyed who had the same ability. As the god of pestilence and diseases, he had more horrifying ways to make his targets die a very slow and painful death. However, before Nergal could even unleash his contagion in the battlefield, the sound of a horn reverberated in the surroundings. High above the tower of the Ainsworth Palace, the white-robed woman blew Yallarhorn, making every member of the alliance hear it. Soon, they found themselves not only regaining their strength, but the paralyzing effect on their bodies also disappeared completely, allowing them to counterattack the giants who had decimated tens of thousands of warriors in their weakened state. That horn, Nergal narrowed his eyes as he looked at the woman on top of the tower. I know that horn. The woman stopped blowing the horn in her hands and sneered at the god of pestilence and diseases. As you should, the white-robed woman said in a teasing tone. How can you possibly forget the horn that made your prized plagues and poisons lose their effects on the battlefield? Nergal scoffed because he found the woman's words laughable. So what if he couldn't use his poisons? He was still a god and no one in the world of Hestia was his match. The god of destruction raised his lion-headed mace high in the air and summoned dark green clouds that reeked of deadly poison. Although the effects of Galarjorn was preventing the poison from affecting anyone, all he needed to do was kill its owner, and the horn's protective effect would disappear as well. Playtime's over, Nergal stated as he aimed his poisonous blade at the white-robed woman in the distance. Time to send you to hell. Die. A green beam of light erupted from the tip of the sword that flew straight towards the white-robed woman in the distance. William immediately flew between the green beam of light and the white-robed woman as he summoned one of the very first weapons he used in the world of Hestia. Illuminate the world, William roared as he pointed his weapon towards the beam that was about to hit him. Rongominiad. A dazzling white light shot out from the tip of the spear and collided against the attack that came from the god of pestilence and diseases. The 7 tablets rotating around William glowed brightly, empowering the radiance that was being emitted by the spear that was also capable of purifying anything in its path. Not bad, half-elf, Nergal commented as his attack was dispersed by William's counterattack. But, do you have what it takes to fight me? William gazed at the god of destruction fearlessly before giving his reply. I don't have what it takes to fight you, William replied, but he does. Yes, he. Suddenly, thunder roared in the heavens, and white lightning snakes across the sky. The dark green cloud that hung above the sky was changed into dark storm clouds, whose rage was starting to surge. One of the giants that was about to smash the humans in front of him into meat paste, was suddenly blown away by a wooden mallet that smashed his face, sending him flying backwards. The mallet continued its trajectory and smashed the giants along his way, allowing the members of the alliance to gang up on them and deliver deadly blows to their bodies. As the wooden mallet smashed anything and everything in its path, a voice filled with determination echoed within the battlefield. On the maiden's knees let Mjolnir lie. A teenager, with long blonde hair, and buffed body walked towards Nergal with steady steps. In the depths of his blue eyes, a spark of lightning emerged, making his eyes glow with power as the weapon that had accompanied him over the past 2 years answered his call. Thunder roared in the sky, and heavenly lightning fell across the land, hitting the giants and making them scream in pain. In the past, he was just a chubby teenager with no redeeming qualities, but then he had met William's familiar, Elliot, and the latter became his master, teaching him how to wield his powers. From the heavens I can hear Mjolnir's roar, the young man stated as he raised his right hand in the air, as if waiting for something. From somewhere far away, a metallic hum was heard, answering his call. A moment later, the wooden mallet dove down from the sky and fell into his hands. And in the thunder I can feel, the young man stated. The heart of 4. Lightning raged across the sky, and fell upon the young man's body, bathing him in divine lightning. The radiance was so bright, that it momentarily blinded the giants that surrounded him, and a powerful shockwave blasted them all away, clearing the space hundreds of meters around him. When the light receded, the young man's long hair and red cape fluttered in the breeze. Thunder roared in the heavens answering their lord's summons, making the army of destruction know that he had appeared to join the battle. His name was Thorfinn, Elliot's disciple and the new rightful owner of Mjolnir, and, right now, he was very angry. William smirked as he looked at the young man who had trained tirelessly day and night over the past 2 years, until his chubby body disappeared, and was replaced by a strong and sturdy body that was able to contain the power of the god of thunder. A strength that made the half-elf feel nostalgic, as he thought about the great battle of the distant past. "You're mine," Thorfinn growled before he stomped his right foot on the ground, flying towards the god of destruction, and making the entire battlefield tremble in his wake. Chapter 1441, The Sinful and Virtuous Ladies of the World Part 1. "Swiper, don't go too far in," Lindir shouted as the giants started to go on a rampage in front of them. "I know," Swiper shouted as he slashed his sword towards the leg of the closest giant, making it lose its balance. "He's down. Now everyone." The demons and the lizardmen unleashed their most powerful attacks and aimed it at the head of the giant, making it scream in pain. "You're finally dead, you fucking bastard," Swiper stated as he wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his lips away with the back of his hand. All of the armies had just recovered from the paralysis that they had encountered after the god of destruction, Nergal, summoned his insects to spread paralyzing spores throughout the battlefield. Due to this, their defensive formations were crippled for a time, allowing the giants to kill tens of thousands of warriors, who didn't have the ability to defend themselves. "Hold the line. Don't let them break our formation, oink," Zu ordered as he stood in front of the formation in his battle form. The 5-meter-tall pig demon held his 9-toothed rake and swatted the giants who dared to come near the human armies. Although the giants were bigger than him, his strength had now stepped into the ranks of demigod, after receiving the blessing of the Jade Emperor when they were freed from hell. Shah, who was also fighting by his side, summoned a giant fist made of sand and smashed it against the giants who tried to attack Zu from his blind spot. The two friends were fighting back to back, not allowing anyone to take advantage of them. "Reminds you of old times, Zu grinned fearlessly as he spun the weapon in his hand. Shah chuckled as he summoned more giant fists made of sand around him. "Why do we always find ourselves in these kinds of situations? Every time this happens, we are only a step away from dying." Zu smirked as he looked at the demigod giant that was now charging in his direction. "Shah, no matter what happens, don't die," Zu said before engaging the demigod giant whose aim was to kill the mortals who were fighting desperately behind him. "It is I who should be saying that, but never mind," Shah commented as he faced two demigods who singled him out from the ongoing chaos. "We'll have a drink after this battle is done." "Sounds good." The two demons, who had met William in the heavenly domain, had decided to participate in the battle as well. In the past, the Jade Emperor offered for them to be reincarnated into well-off families, enjoying a peaceful and happy life in their next lives. However, Zu and Shah turned down this offer and decided to go to William's world and accompany the half-elf who had paid for their freedom without asking for anything in return. Now that Nergal was fighting against Thorfinn, the mortal armies could finally focus on the foes in front of them. Although they were at a disadvantage, none of them backed down because there was no place to escape to. Once they lost, everything they held sacred would be destroyed. "Griffin Cavalry, ready," the captain of the Griffin Cavalry shouted. "Charge!" Thousands of griffins descended from the sky as their riders unleashed a barrage of magical spells, bombarding the giants from above. "Dragon, Knights, advance!" A dragoon roared as he ordered his dragon to dive down from the sky. He then fearlessly impaled the head of one of the giants, killing it before another giant grabbed him off his mount and ate him whole. His dragon mount cried out in anger and pain before unleashing a dragon's breath at the one who killed its master and friend. It managed to kill the giant, but another giant hacked its body in two. Similar scenes were happening everywhere as battles on the land and in the sky were being waged simultaneously. The giants were surprised because although they had met a lot of resistance on the other worlds that they had destroyed, the armies they were fighting now were using teamwork and strategy to hold them at bay. "Die you fucking maggots!" Sharur cursed as Chiffon brandished him to smash the head of a giant, turning it into meat paste. "Bunch of weaklings." The pink-haired giant was at the forefront of the battle, targeting strong foes in order to prevent them from killing more of her allies. "Shatter the firmament," Lilith shouted as she, too, hacked several giants to pieces using the weapon in her hands. Gleipnir. A rain of blood fell around her as dozens of giants died by her hands. Not far from her, Superbia and Invidia were also fighting, killing every giant that came their way. Aranis, fly us a little closer, Shannon ordered. Yes, Aranis replied as she maneuvered her flying ship close to where the giants were. After making sure that none of their allies would be caught up in what she was about to do, Shannon removed the fox mask covering her face and stared at the giants with a crazed look on their face. Fall into despair, Shannon said as her purple eyes glowed brightly. Nightmare Lorelei. Immediately, dozens of giants stabbed their own chests using their weapons as they committed suicide. The eighth deadly sin of the world, despond, which many know as despair, was said to be the only sin that couldn't be forgiven. The act of taking one's own life was the greatest sin in the world, and that was the power that fell under Shannon's domain, making her a very deadly being for both allies and foes alike. The ladies who bore the sins of the world had decided to form an elite team, fighting and defending each other in the chaotic war that was happening around them. What are you doing? We're allies, one of the giants exclaimed as his chest was stabbed by another giant, who was fighting by his side. You traitor, Ak! The demigod giant didn't even bother to give a reply as he sliced off the head of his former comrade before starting a bloodbath around him. Kill them all, my cute little pets. Princess Sidoni ordered as hundreds of giants under her control turned their weapons against their former comrades and started a massacre. Show them no mercy. Princess Sidoni, whose power was lust, could easily charm anyone below the pseudo-god rank, after she had awakened her full powers. Just like Shannon, she was a great ally, and a fearsome enemy, making the members of the alliance thank the gods that the two young women were on their side. As Aranis' ship flew over the battlefield, several giants, who were not targeted by Shannon, and Princess Sidoni, fell to the ground, asleep. Acedia, who was lying on the deck of the flying ship, was sending out powerful pheromones in the air, making her enemies drowsy, and unable to continue fighting. These giants didn't even wake up from their slumber as the humans, elves, demons, dwarves, beastkins, and other warriors hacked, and stabbed their bodies, killing them in their sleep. Dark flames raged in the surroundings as Selene hovered in the air. As the embodiment of wrath, her powers could make her go berserk at any moment and destroy everything around her. However, after she had given birth, she had finally discovered how to fully control her power, so it only targeted those whom she deemed to be her enemy. Oliver and Baba Yaga, who had now both turned into pseudo-gods, were fighting alongside Selene. She was very important to them, and they would not allow anyone, not even the gods of destruction, to hurt her, especially now that she was a mother. Seal, her son, was currently under the custody of someone powerful, so the beautiful elf no longer needed to hold back and fought to protect the world, where her son would grow up. As the members of the deadly sin worked hand in hand, causing a one-sided slaughter in one part of the battlefield, another great battle was being waged a mile away from them. Riding on the flying flagship of the Holy Order of Life were none other than the heavenly virtues, whose might equaled that of the sins, making them one of the trump cards in the ongoing battle for the survival of the world. Chapter 1442, The Sinful and Virtuous Ladies of the World Part 2. Too slow, Lyra sneered as she zigzagged across the battlefield, chopping off the heads of the myriad ranked giants that were moving at a snail's pace around her. As a half-angel, and half-human, she was one of the strongest fighters among the members of the heavenly virtues when it came to close and ranged combat. Her ability was to slow down her opponents, while increasing her own speed, allowing her to become the fastest person on the battlefield. She was wielding one of the demi-weapons that had been invented by all the great minds of Hestia, allowing her to face off against demigods and, to a certain extent, pseudo-gods as well. Don't get too excited and dive too deep, Lyra, Ephemera warned as she raised her sword high above her head, aiming at the cluster of giants in front of their flying ship. I.am. Justice. A powerful blast erupted from the tip of her weapon, as the virtuous Lady of Justice slashed down at her foes. All the giants, with the exceptions of pseudo-gods, that stood in the way of her attack were instantly obliterated due to its unstoppable might. Her ability allowed her to increase her strength multiple times as long as she believed that she was fighting on the side of justice. Just like Lyra, she was also wielding a demi-weapon in her hands, allowing her to kill the higher-ranked fighters of the army of destruction. Audrey stood at the deck, alongside Cherry and Melody. Her virtue was fortitude, and her power was to give everyone courage even in the face of great adversity, the surprising fact about her power was that it gave the opposite effect to those who were deemed her enemies, lowering their morale and making them too fearful to fight back. There was a saying that morale won wars, and this was very true. An army whose morale was at an all-time high could overpower their enemy due to their tenacity. Likewise, an army without morale would easily feel fear when facing an enemy who was not afraid to die. Everyone, don't give up. Cherry pressed her hands together, and prayed from the deck of the flying ship, dispersing particles of lights into her surroundings. Soon, these lights descended on the battle that was happening on the ground, healing the wounded soldiers, and boosting the strength of her allies. The little girl's virtue was charity, which allowed her to buff and heal those whom she deemed to be her allies. Her healing abilities were so high, that it even surpassed Princess Isla's life magic by a great margin. Because of this, William's mother, as well as the Saintess of the World Tree, personally trained Cherry, so that she could use her power to the fullest potential. In fact, the purpose of the flagship of the Holy Order of Light was to heal their allies, as well as boost their morale. The other virtue's role was to protect Cherry, as they circled around the battlefield, helping their allies recover from their injuries. 3 pseudo-gods at 3 o'clock. Shayna warned as she maneuvered the flying ship to make evasive maneuvers in order to get out of their tricky situation. Her virtue was prudence, allowing her to predict and calculate things with great accuracy, allowing her to make sound decisions in less than a second. Because of this, her role was to become the navigator of their flagship, allowing them to fight and flee without endangering any of her sisters. Melody clasped her hands together and prayed. Her power was faith, allowing her to manifest miracles as long as the faith of those around her didn't waver. A moment later, over 100 winged angels, holding weapons in their hands, appeared around their flying ship. As soon as they were summoned, these angels immediately attacked the giants, making sure that none of them got near the flying ship, whose major role was to buff their allies and debuff their enemies. Everyone is doing their best, William muttered as he also zigzagged across the battlefield, fighting the pseudo-gods that belonged to the gods of destruction. That's why, we should do our best too, Celeste said softly. Right now, she was merged with William, doubling his strength in battle. Her virtue was chastity, and it had a special feature. When she was fighting alongside the person whom she had surrendered her purity to, that person's might would double, allowing him to overcome his limit. This was why the half-elf decided to use Familia Fusion with Celeste as he singled out the strongest enemies on the battlefield, killing them as fast as he could, while Thorfinn dealt with Nergal. He knew that although Thorfinn had been acknowledged by Mjolnir, his strength alone was not enough to defeat the god of destruction. This was why the half-elf was doing his best to decrease the overall strength of the army of destruction, while Thorfinn held Nergal at bay for the time being. Just as he was about to kill another pseudo-god giant, he heard a hateful roar not far from him. "You bastard half-elf, I'll kill you." Ahriman, who had also descended from the void to find the opportunity to kill William, had noticed the half-elf going deep inside the army of destruction's formation, hunting for pseudo-gods to kill. Because of this, the god of chaos and destruction, whose might was at the peak of the pseudo-god realm, didn't think twice and focused his attention on the person that made his life miserable. Ahriman, William's eyes turned cold as his gaze locked on the approaching giant. "Finally you've shown yourself." The half-elf immediately changed his target and flew towards the person that killed his friends, familiars, and wives. Just as Ahriman hated the half-elf, William hated Ahriman with a vengeance. They simply couldn't coexist under the same sky, so they immediately engaged each other in battle. With the help of Celeste's divinity, the half-elf's strength was also at the peak of the pseudo-god rank, matching Ahriman's current strength. The moment the two of them clashed, a powerful shockwave erupted in their surroundings, sending giants flying in every direction. "I'll kill you," Ahriman roared as he brandished his weapon towards the half-elf, who had summoned the golden metallic staff in his hand. "The one who is going to die is you." William sneered as he smashed his staff against the giant's sword, which created another shockwave, making the ground under them shatter. While the powerhouses were fighting against each other, Auwo and Surtur, who were observing the battle from the void, had their arms crossed over their chest. "They are having this much trouble with just 1,000,000 giants," Auwo commented. "I expected more from this so-called resistance. It seems that we overestimated this world's capabilities." Surtur remained silent as he watched the battles between Thorfinn, Nergal, William, and Ahriman. These four were currently the strongest fighters in the battlefield, and from what he could see, they still had the upper hand in the battle. The mortal armies that numbered in the billions were like sheep just waiting to be slaughtered. Although they were many, the difference in strength was apparent. In Alva's eyes, the only reason why the mortals were able to hold on was because the defenders of Hestia were only facing a tenth of their overall strength. If the entire army of destruction were to descend upon the world, their futile resistance would be over in the blink of an eye. Thorfinn, who was fighting off against Nergal, was slowly being pushed back by the god of destruction, making the latter laugh out loud. The disparity in strength and divinity was something that couldn't be overcome just because of willpower, and this was why Aowa was confident that even if the army that Nergal brought with him perished, the god of pestilence and disease would still emerge victorious in the end. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere and collided with Nergal's chest, pushing him back hundreds of meters before the god of destruction managed to regain his footing. Nergal frowned as he looked at his chest, which stung a bit due to the attack that he had received. That hurt a bit, Nergal thought before glancing in the direction where the sudden attack came from. From the dark clouds covering the sky, a giant floating island emerged. Standing on top of its ramparts was a Dracolich, whose eyes locked on the god of destruction who received his surprise attack. "Sorry I'm late," Molokai announced as the final fortress of humanity, Avalon, made its appearance on the battlefield. Since the day that he had parted ways with William, the Dracolich had gone to the most dangerous places of the world to collect divine relics that were left by the gods during the Great War thousands of years ago. "What took you so long?" William complained as he and Ahriman distanced themselves from each other the moment the giant flying fortress made its appearance. "Now is not the time for complaints, Will," the Dracolich chuckled before pointing at the army of destruction in front of him. "To arms, my brethren," the Dracolich shouted. "Brave warriors of the world, twilight falls and the enemy awaits." The gates of Avalon opened, and millions of undead warriors marched out of it. Niklavi, as well as the 4 other champions of the undead, glared at the giants as they waited for Molokai's order to attack. On the walls of the flying fortress, thousands of magical artifacts lit up as the defenses of Avalon came to life. "Invaders from the void, disappear from existence." Molokai roared as the divine relics of the last fortress of humanity unleashed their might. Soli Deo Gloria. For that brief moment, all the sound in the world disappeared completely. What followed next was an earth-shaking explosion, decimating half of the army of destruction, making the god of pestilence and disease bellow in anger. Chapter 1443. All of you can run, but you can never hide. Fools. Ahriman sneered as he looked at the half-elf who had a relieved expression on his face. "Do you really think that your reinforcements did you favor? On the contrary, you just hastened your doom." William frowned as he looked at the god who had made his life difficult in the past. "Hey, aren't you curious?" Ahriman's eyes, which held great hatred and contempt towards the half-elf, glowed faintly. "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm talking about? Well, it doesn't really matter. You will soon find out what I'm talking about." Nergal's loud bellow reverberated in the battlefield, and the sky above their heads started to crack. William suddenly felt a great danger coming from the heavens, making him look at Ahriman with surprise. "That's right," Ahriman laughed. "The moment your reinforcements arrived is also the moment that the army of destruction decided that enough was enough." William immediately turned into a white lightning bolt and flew above the battlefield. The cracks in the sky had extended until it reached the royal palace of the Ainsworth Empire, which was at the very rear of the formation of their troops. "Optimus, execute Phase 2, William ordered. A second later, a brilliant flash of white light descended upon the mortal armies. One by one, the different armies of every nation of the world disappeared from the battlefield as William used his authority to teleport everyone away from the battlefield using the Rainbow Bridge. They had held several of these drills in the past, so everyone already knew what to do. "Molokai, take Avalon to the location I am going to give you," William said through telepathy. "Thorfinn, we're pulling back." Without another word, William once again transformed into a lightning bolt and flew to a place where the sky wasn't cracked. Thorfinn gave Nergal one last glance before flying away, following behind the half-elf who was currently regrouping the mortal armies away from the heavens that were about to fall from their heads. "Retreat," Molokai ordered, and the last fortress of humanity hastily backed away as fast as it could. Since the situation was urgent, he didn't bother to ask the half-elf what he had in mind and simply followed his instructions. A minute later, the sky completely broke apart and giants fell from the sky, causing an earthquake as they descended upon the world that they were about to destroy. The cracked sky disappeared, and was replaced by red mist that was the color of red blood. This red mist spread across the land, as far as the cracked sky reached. However, if one were to look closely, it was slowly starting to spread in every direction. If left unchecked, it would cover the whole world and, when that happened, all life in Hestia would perish and the core of the world would shatter. It looks the same as back then. Wendy narrowed her eyes as she looked at the red sky in the distance. Yes, Chiffon gritted her teeth as she held Charur tightly in her hands. But, it will not end the same way as last time. It will not. Acedia, who had been lazing around earlier, now stood up on the deck of the flying ship, and glared at the scene in front of her with hatred. I won't let it. Aranis' flying ship, and the flagship of the Holy Order of Light, were also making their hasty retreat to regroup with William and the armies of Hestia. The two ships were currently flying alongside Avalon, making sure that it would arrive safely at the place where they would mount their last stand. After making sure that the armies that he had teleported away had started to regroup, William returned and landed on Avalon, where he was greeted by Molokai, who had come to fight alongside him. To think that the little boy who begged me for help back then would become the head of the Alliance, Molokai said softly. You've come a long way, Will. I never intended for this to happen, William replied with a smile. Sometimes, I feel like Lady Fate is just playing with me on the palm of her hands, throwing all of this mess in my face even if I didn't ask for it. Molokai chuckled because he had also experienced the same thing in the past. Knowing that his mortal body wouldn't last long, he decided to become a Dracolich to ensure that when the end of the world finally came, he would still be alive, and kicking, to fight for Hestia one last time. Sadly, it seems that my arrival had tested their patience, Molokai commented as he gazed behind him. I wished we could have decreased their number a little more. Me, too. But, there's no use fretting about that now, right? Indeed. Regardless of how daunting this situation is, we have no choice but to face it head-on. The two protectors of the world stared in the distance as the giants continued to fall from the sky. They had a feeling that the army of destruction would start their march the moment the two gods of destruction also made their appearance, which would mean that the real fight was about to begin. What are our chances of winning? Molokai asked as he rubbed his chin. Don't ask, William replied as he narrowed his eyes. All I know is that we will win. Regardless of the price, no matter the sacrifice. No one will be sacrificed. We will fight until we can no longer fight. That is all. Molokai patted William's shoulder because the half-elf was right. There was no place that they could run, so they had no choice but to fight. They had no choice but to win. Are we just going to let them go? Ahriman asked as he stood beside Nergal, who was glaring hatefully at the retreating flying fortress. Let them go. Nergal shifted his attention to Ahriman and sneered at the former god of chaos and darkness, who was now only one of the giants that served in their army. Tell me, where could they possibly go? Do you think that they have a place to escape to? Ahriman shook his head because he already knew the answer to Nergal's question. Nergal snorted before looking back at the flying fortress, which had now become a small dot in the sky. All of you can run, but you can never hide, Nergal stated. Sooner or later, we will meet again, and when we do, I will make sure all of you die a very slow and painful death. Chapter 1444, The Start of Ragnarok, Part 1. The Ainsworth Empire. The empire that belonged to William was now in ruins after the giants fell from the sky. Its citizens had already been moved to safety, so there were no casualties, aside from the countless dead soldiers who had perished after the god of pestilence and disease made his appearance. Because he couldn't vent his frustration on their enemies, Nergal went on a rampage and destroyed the Ainsworth capital city where the royal palace was located. 2 hours later, the entire army of destruction had all arrived, with Surtur and Owo being the last ones to descend from the void. Where are they? Owo asked as soon as he descended from the sky. Do you even need to ask? Nergal replied in a grumpy mood. Of course, to the place where you can feel the souls of billions of people. Ha, I'm just messing with you. Owo chuckled. To think that you would be unable to deal with them alone, you're losing your touch, Nergal. Nergal scoffed. You wouldn't have done any better. In fact, you might have even gotten beaten one-sidedly when they all ganged up on you. Ha, is that bitterness I hear in your voice? Owo asked in a teasing tone. It seems that getting your ass handed to you has made you bitter. Shut up, Owo. Fine, I'll shut up. Ha ha ha. Owo was a god of death, but he was different from Thanatos, who was also a god of death. Owo took great pleasure in killing mortals, hence he was called the god of death, and sometimes destroyer god, because of his destructive tendencies. Nergal, Owo, and Surtur, all three of them were the gods of destruction, responsible for destroying many worlds together. Although they would argue, and fight at times, their goals remained the same, and that was to destroy the worlds that were fated to be destroyed by their hands. "Let's go," Surtur said as he walked past the two gods who were bickering with each other. "Let's get this over with." Nergal and Owo exchanged a glance before following behind Surtur, who still hadn't unsheathed his flaming sword. Both of them knew that the moment their colleague took out his burning blade, the fire giant would gain incredible strength, allowing Surtur to surpass both of them. Surtur had only drawn his sword once, and that was during the Battle of Ragnarok, allowing him to destroy the world of Asgard, as well as the other realms connected to Yggdrasil. Ahriman followed behind the three gods, and behind him, the entire army of destruction moved to follow their commanders. This was the battle that they were waiting for, and they would enjoy it to the fullest. The army of destruction wasn't only composed of giants. There were trolls, ogres, Fomorians, and other creatures whose main purpose for living was to kill and destroy any forms of life. Some of these creatures were taken from the worlds that they had destroyed, allowing them to replenish and increase their numbers from the battles that they had waged with its defenders. All of their eyes started to glow red, as the gods of destruction empowered their destructive tendencies, further increasing their strength. Earlier, Audrey had been able to increase the morale of their troops and demoralize the giants. Now, the demoralization effect would no longer work on the giants due to the bloodthirst that the gods of destruction had cast upon their army. As soon as the cracks started to appear, William decided to teleport the human armies a few miles away from the cracks in the sky. But, after careful consideration, he decided to take them farther away, allowing them to regroup and give them time to recover from the frightful sight that they had seen. According to Optimus' calculation, it would take the giants 2 hours to arrive at the Alliance's new location, if they continued to march at their current pace. "Form ranks," Ildan ordered as he supervised the formation of his troops. "Deploy the magic cannons." Although the dwarves could use magic, they specialized more in crafting things. With the Alliance's combined technologies, the dwarves created magical cannons whose might could injure demigods and pseudo-gods alike, as long as they had enough magic cores to use as energy sources. "Prepare the second, wide-area spell," a gnome, who belonged to the geniuses of the world, ordered. "We were unable to use it fully earlier because we were waiting for their main army to arrive, but now they are finally here, there's no need to hold back." The altars that had been planted on the ley lines all over Hestia once again glowed brightly, sending beams of light towards the heavens, empowering the 11th circle spell that they had prepared for the main army of destruction. An hour later, William, as well as the armies of the world, finally saw them. At the very edge of their vision, red dots could be seen. Soon, this red tide loomed ever closer, making the soldiers' breathing grow ragged. They could feel the great presence of the giants even from a great distance, lowering their morale. However, before everyone started to feel despair, particles of golden light rained upon their heads, as the flagship of the Holy Order of Light hovered above them. Audrey, with her hands clasped together, prayed, allowing the power of fortitude to spread among her allies, boosting their morale, and chasing away the fear and anxiety in their hearts. "They're here," Malachi said. "Niklavi, you will be the vanguard." The devil of the sea laughed as he raised his spear, uttering a frenzied war cry. The 5 generals serving under Malachi also disembarked from the floating fortress as it momentarily landed on the ground, allowing the undead to join the battle. The arcane spectral lich, the diabolical death knight, and the grim nightmare revenant all mounted their bone dragons and soared towards the sky. The 3 Goliaths, Niklavi, monstrous skeleton sovereign, and giant-slaying Draugr also jumped off Avalon, joining the ranks of the mortal armies, allowing them to witness that it was not only the living who wished to protect their world. Even the dead, who should be having their eternal rest, also took up arms to protect the world, allowing it to have a chance to give birth to the future generations. Malachi didn't only collect divine relics in his travels. He also collected the souls of the dead from various battlefields, allowing them to fight one last battle that would decide the fate of the world. "It's time," William stated as countless portals appeared around him. Corrupted giants, undead giants, and monsters of all shapes and sizes emerged from the portal, covering the land and the sky with their numbers. They stood at the front line of the battlefield, alongside their master, William, facing off against the army of destruction. Now that the last bosses had made their appearance, it was now time to fight with everything he had, without holding anything back. Back then, everyone hated the Dungeon Conqueror because he was an unreasonable fellow, Empress Andraste said with a smile. It's a good thing that this era's Dungeon Conqueror is more sensible, Emperor Leonidas commented. Your daughter, and my granddaughter, nabbed a really good husband. Empress Andraste opened her fan and covered her lips as he gazed at the approaching giants in the distance. I still want to hold my grandchildren, so it is best that we deal with these annoying pests first. Emperor Leonidas nodded. Right, I guess both of us no longer needed to hold back either. The rulers of the different nations of the world took out their own sacred relics, which were the national treasures of their nations. They would only use these relics as a last resort when their countries were in peril because of the great destructive powers they possessed. William had forbidden them to use these trump cards at the beginning because these relics could only be used once, maybe twice, before becoming useless. However, now that the half-elf had given the signal to go all out in battle, they all answered his call, as they prepared to show the army and gods of destruction that even though they were ants in their eyes, they were the type of ants that knew how to bite their enemies and make them feel a world of pain. Chapter 1445, The Start of Ragnarok, Part 2. William stood at the forefront of the battlefield with countless dungeon monsters around him. The Dungeon Conqueror job class could only exist once every generation. Only one could wield the power to subjugate dungeons and use their power to subjugate others in turn. Those who wielded this profession were feared by many due to the overwhelming fighting force that they could command at any given time. The rulers of the various nations would do their best to befriend, honey trap, or just turn a blind eye on their actions, in fear that he would turn his monster army in their direction, and wipe their kingdom from the face of the world. Everyone, listen to me and listen closely, William said as he faced the army of destruction in front of him. He didn't need to turn back because his voice was carried by the wind, informing all of those who were trying to protect their world from destruction. We are now facing the army that has destroyed countless worlds, William stated. An army that has ended countless lives, and is proficient in killing people. The faces of everyone who heard the half-elf's words became grim despite the fact that Audrey's morale boost was still active. Even though they were feeling more courageous now, the seed of fear in their hearts had taken root ever since the army of destruction had arrived. Despite the blessing of the virtuous Lady of Fortitude, there was no way to wipe it away completely. William understood that, so he positioned himself, and his dungeon monsters at the forefront of the battle to act as the vanguard. They who have been bred and born for war are the ultimate killing machines. William slowly raised his right hand, which was holding Ruyi Jingu Bang, and held it high. But, what of it? Our brothers and sisters still fought them bravely, and killed thousands of them. This proves that they are not invincible. We are only ants in their eyes, and yet, these ants managed to kill them. Ruyi Jingu Bang glowed brightly, showering the half-elf with a golden radiance that pierced through the red mists that now hung over their head, turning the world crimson red, devoid of all colors, except the color of destruction. Pitiful ants, who still don't understand your current situation, Owo shouted, interrupting William as he was empowering his troops with his words. The flames of destruction soon shall fall upon you all. No matter how much you struggle, no matter how much you resist your fate, the army of destruction will prevail, and all that stand against us will die. Let the skies turn red with the blood of the fallen. Let them hear the voice of destruction. All the giants raised their weapons and shouted their war cries, making all the members of the alliance grit their teeth as the fear in their hearts started to rise to the surface. Even Audrey, who still had her hands clasped together and boosting her allies, also started to feel fear take root in her heart. I have fought alongside demons, elves, dwarves, gnomes, drows, beastkins, humans, and other races. William's shout broke everyone out of their daze, and made everyone once again look at him, who was still standing tall despite the inevitable fate that was about to fall upon their heads. I have fought against demigods, when I was barely a teen, William declared as a long red cape, that seemed to have a life of its own, appeared on his back and fluttered in the breeze. I have fought pseudo-gods, when I was in my late teens. Several golden bangles appeared on his hands, as the radiance of the golden staff in his hands intensified. I have fought against gods in the past and managed to survive by a hair's breadth, William stated as a golden circlet adorned his head. And now, I stand before all of you here as proof that even lowly mortals like us can rise and challenge them. William then pointed his golden staff at the army of destruction as the power of the Monkey King flowed inside his body. All of you who dare to destroy our world, you are not facing a single man. William roared, you face not only me, but all the champions of this world. The fact that you brought your entire army just to face us pitiful mortals is proof that you know our strength. Gods of destruction, do you really think that we will just allow you to slaughter us, and not put up a fight? William gave the gods of destruction the middle finger before throwing the golden staff high up in the air. I call upon the great sage that equals heaven, William shouted, one who defies the laws of heaven and stands against all opposition. Come down and show these bastards who the most badass monkey in the universe is. Let them know who is the one, and only, Monkey King. A fearless laughter echoed from the sky as Rui Jingu Bang was grasped midair by its true owner, who held it firmly in his hands. All of you remember my name, Sun Wukong shouted as he landed in front of William, looking so badass it made the half-elf smirk. I am the great sage that equals heavens, the one and only handsome Monkey King. Sun Wukong laughed as his fiery golden eyes glowed brightly. Let's go, Will. Let's go nuts. William pointed his finger at the army of destruction, and all of the dungeon monsters under his command all prepared themselves to advance. Slaughter all the foes that stand before me, William ordered. Go, my King's Legion. A great surge of monsters advanced forward, as countless portals continually opened behind William. Angorian war sovereigns, prepare for battle, a young man shouted as he pointed his lance at the army of destruction. Behind him were the members of the order that William had founded in the Helen Royal Academy. These past few years, their numbers swelled, as they rallied to the name of their founder, William Von Ainsworth, who was also now the leader of the Alliance. He was just a commoner in the past, but now, he was a full-fledged knight commander of the Angorian War Sovereigns Griffin Brigade. His name was Dave. He was the Crusader of the Sky and the first person that William knighted. Right beside him was the Wyvern Rider, Drake V. Craig, who had also been knighted by the half-elf. Charge, Dave ordered, and all the members of William's personal order flew, riding their hippogriffs, griffins, and wyverns, as they charged fearlessly at the giants, alongside their leaders King's Legion. Sun Wukong and William were at the forefront of the charge, rekindling the courage that had started to waver in everyone's hearts. William roared as he swung his weapon to unleash a powerful blast, annihilating the giants that blocked his path. For the Alliance, the mortal armies of Hestia also raised their weapons high up in the air as they also charged forward, assisting the half-elf into battle. Making the giants, who thought that they would participate in a one-sided slaughter, feel the ground shake underneath their very feet. Chapter 1446. Their hope of winning this war didn't exist. This is more like it. Owo smirked as he transformed into a one-eyed giant, with long white hair flowing behind his back. He looked like a combination of a cyclops, an ogre, and a demon, whose fangs protruded from his mouth, making him look ferocious. The god of death, who was also hailed as a destroyer, was a god that enjoyed killing mortals. Seeing that his prey was charging towards him made his blood boil as the power of his divinity slowly rose to the surface. Well, I'll deal with Owo, Sun Wukong stated after seeing the god's transformation. He's a handful, and I'm the only one that can contain him. You deal with that fire giant over there. Got it. William had already set his sights on Surtur before the charge even started. He and the fire god had a history, and among the three gods of destruction, the one he wanted to fight the most was Surtur. The fire giant had killed his wives Wendy and Chiffon in their past life. The half-elf's body glowed in a silvery light as the color of his hair also changed into silver. Stormcaller, Soleil, the tablets of creation, all hovered around his body, ready to assist him at a moment's notice. A radiant silver spear appeared in William's hand, which he would use as a weapon to slay the god in front of him. But, before that could happen, he would have to dive deep in the enemy's formation because Surtur simply stood unmoving at its center with his arms crossed over his chest. It was only Owo and Nergal who had decided to engage them in battle. Even Ahriman stood beside Surtur, as if he knew who the half-elf's real target was. Just as William was about to clash with the first giant in front of him, a pink-haired giantess appeared beside the half-elf, and swung the mace in her hand, sending all the giants in front of her flying. Will, I'll fight with you, Chiffon declared in a tone that wouldn't take no for an answer. Sure, William replied as he continued past his wife, whose eyes had also locked into the fire giant in the distance. Aranis' flying ship had also charged to the front lines, carrying the sinful ladies of the world. The flagship of the Holy Order of Light was set in the center of the human armies, providing them with buffs, raising their morale, strengthening their bodies, and increasing their speed. Lyra and Ephemera wanted to fight alongside William, but they couldn't leave their sisters, who didn't specialize in battle, behind. Melody had already created a legion of angels around the flying ship, who flew to the front lines in order to assist the vanguard. "Calm down, Lyra, Ephemera," Shayna said as she controlled the flagship of the Holy Order. "We all have our roles to play. Trust our husband, he will definitely push through the enemy ranks without fail." Lyra and Ephemera nodded their heads at the same time. For them, William was the strongest fighter in the alliance. Unless the gods of destruction personally fought him, none of the giants and their minions could hope to defeat him. Perhaps, knowing this fact as well, Owo headed in William's direction, but he was stopped by a gigantic golden staff that was about to swat him from above. "You pesky monkey," Owo roared as he smashed his fist against Rui Jingu Bang, pushing it back for hundreds of meters. "I've heard a lot about you. You're the most arrogant and annoying being in existence." Sun Wukong recovered his balance midair and returned his weapon to its normal size before looking down on the god of destruction whose strength far surpassed him. "It is only normal for you to hear my exalted name because I am famous," Sun Wukong replied. "However, even if you are a god of destruction, I haven't heard anything about you." "Ha, that's because all that have seen me have died in my hands," Owo declared. "Mortals, pseudo-gods, and even gods have been unable to withstand my might. You will also suffer the same fate as them. I'll add your dead body to my collection." "Well, judging from how bad your breath is, I suppose they died because of your bad breath. As for adding my dead body to your collection, that isn't going to happen." "Why?" "Because you will not be able to kill me. Ha ha ha, I'm going to enjoy ripping that tongue out of your lips." Without another word, the two clashed once again, destroying everything around them as their fists and weapons collided. Thorfinn and Molokai teamed up to deal with Nergal, who was once again summoning a horde of poisonous insects. The Dracolich soared to the skies and unleashed ninth circle spells, destroying the insect horde that the god of pestilence and disease planned on using against their allies. Thorfinn threw Mjolnir towards the Nergal's head, but the latter blocked it with the lion head mace in his hand. The young man wasn't daunted as his weapon flew back to him, calling forth the power of thunder and lightning. "Lightning Tempest," Thorfinn roared as he unleashed a powerful blast of lightning towards the god of destruction, making the latter take a step back due to the force behind the attack. The army of destruction, as well as the mortal armies, had steered clear of the battles of the gods of destruction because they didn't want to get hit by stray attacks that could potentially kill them. "Fuck this, I'm out," Swiper cursed as a giant almost stomped on him with its giant foot due to the chaotic battle that was happening around them. The demonic boar hurriedly made a hasty retreat, but was kicked in the back by Lindir, who was fighting not far from him, forcing him back to the front lines. The two were forced to fight back to back due to the sheer numbers of the enemy they were facing at the moment. Fortunately, the supportive spell barrage of their allies was doing wonders, allowing the front-line fighters to take a short breather from time to time. Due to their sheer size, most of the giants decided to use it to their advantage and simply stomped, kicked, and brandished their giant weapons, killing hundreds of people with a single blow. However, their size was also a weakness. Since they towered above the mortal armies, the magic cannons, as well as the other powerful artifacts of the Alliance, blasted them one by one, hitting the upper part of their bodies, completely missing the warriors of the Alliance, who were smaller than them. Surtur, who was at the very center of the army of destruction, shifted his attention to the pink-haired giantess, who was making her way towards him. For some reason, he could vaguely remember a similar event in the past when one of the members of the giant race decided to brandish their weapons against him. However, since his rank was far higher than that giantess in the past, he didn't understand why the latter chose to fight him to the death, instead of joining his army, giving her a path of survival. Ah, Surtur suddenly recalled where he had seen the pink-haired giant. A moment later, he shifted his attention on the silver-haired half-elf who was brandishing his weapon left and right, also making a path through the giant army, and heading in his direction. "So, you're that boy." The corner of Surtur's lips rose as he remembered the silver-haired Aenarion who was the last one to die in the battle in Asgard. "It seems that fate hates you so much," Surtur muttered as he turned his gaze away from the half-elf who was currently fighting an uphill battle to reach his location. The moment he had stepped foot in Hestia, he understood that there was no one in it that could be his match. The moment he unsheathed his weapon, the world would burn in the flames of destruction, leaving nothing behind, but a memory that would soon fade over time. The only reason why he wasn't drawing his weapon at the moment was to allow the army of destruction to kill to their heart's content. The blood that flowed like rivers on the ground, that belonged to their allies and enemies, would empower their bodies, allowing them to grow stronger. That was how the army of destruction became stronger, allowing them to gain demigods and pseudo-gods, further bolstering their army. This is good, Surtur thought as he observed the battle around him. So many strong fighters. I'm sure that when this war is over, thousands of demigods will be born, and hundreds of pseudo-gods will emerge. The fire giant had destroyed many worlds, and had fought against many gods. For him, William's futile attempt to resist the inevitable was praiseworthy, but in the end, he, and the mortals of the world would only serve as kindling to make the fires that burned in their hearts grow stronger. However, just as Surtur was observing the rest of the battlefield, he felt something approaching him at great speeds, making him move his head to the side, dodging a radiant silver spear that was aimed at the center of his forehead. "Do I finally have your attention?" William asked as the silver spear returned in his hand. "Don't look away, Surtur. Your head is mine." Ahriman, who stood beside the fire giant, snorted after hearing William's words. If the one that the half-elf was fighting against was him, he might have a chance of winning, but against Surtur, the red-headed teenager could only daydream. Even so, the fire giant's gaze no longer looked in another direction, but locked on the half-elf who was glaring at him from a distance. "Ahriman, deal with that boy," Surtur ordered. "He's the one you wanted to take revenge on, right? Take him out and earn your place within the army of destruction." "I would do that even if you didn't tell me to," Ahriman replied. He started to walk in William's direction because he wanted to fight against the half-elf, and make him wake up to the reality that their hope of winning this war didn't exist. Chapter 1447. Times have changed, boy. Ahriman decreased his size until he was only 3 meters tall. Right now, his strength was on par with the half-elf he was planning to fight. This reality made Ahriman feel very bitter. In the past, he was a powerful primordial god, but after being sealed for thousands of years, his strength had degraded a lot. Also, when he lost his divine body, and only his soul remained, his chance of reaching godhood once more would heavily rely on luck. Only if he could possess a divine body that would fit his soul perfectly, his ascendance would become a reality. This was why he had gone to the army of destruction in order to find a suitable body for him in the worlds that they were about to destroy. However, the only body that could temporarily hold his divine soul at the moment was the body he was currently using. Although it wasn't perfect, it allowed Ahriman to have a physical body, which boosted his ability to unleash a portion of his powers once more. William frowned because he didn't really want to fight Ahriman. He could only use his god-slaying powers for a short period of time, and if he used it against the former god of chaos and darkness, he might not have enough strength left to deal with Surtur, who was the god of destruction he wanted to fight the most. "You've been looking at Surtur as if you have the ability to kill him," Ahriman commented as he summoned 2 swords in his hands. "But, do you really think you will be able to get past me?" The frown on William's face deepened as he shifted his gaze to Ahriman, who was looking at him with a sneer. "It's impossible for me to defeat Ahriman unless I activate my god-slaying powers," William thought. "If I don't give him the killing blow, he will just escape like last time. I need to end him right here, but if I do that, how will I be able to fight Surtur?" The half-elf was currently faced with a hard decision. Although he wanted to ignore Ahriman and just head straight to the god of destruction to fight him head-on, Surtur was at the center of the giant formation, which was also filled with pseudo-god-ranked giants, making it impossible for him to fight him one-on-one. Also, Chiffon and his other wives were fighting not far from him. If he decided to just attack Surtur, there was a chance that Ahriman would target them instead, which was something he didn't want to happen. Ahriman didn't care what William was thinking. However, after seeing that the half-elf wasn't moving, he took the initiative to charge in his mortal enemy's direction in order to take his revenge on him. Strong gusts of wind erupted around them as William parried Ahriman's blow and followed up with a counterattack. The blow he delivered was blocked by Ahriman's other sword, and the two repeatedly exchanged blows, as they zigzagged across the skies. "I admit that I am surprised that you managed to unite the entire world to fight as one," Ahriman said after distancing himself from his opponent. "However, it is all for naught. Everything you've planned will be thwarted because you are making a big mistake." "Oh, then how about you enlighten me what this big mistake is?" William asked. He could feel that Ahriman's words had substance in them, so he wanted to know what the former god of chaos and destruction was talking about. "Look around you," Ahriman replied. "Even now, your entire army is at a great disadvantage in this war." William gave a sidelong glance in his surroundings to better understand what Ahriman was talking about. Currently, Nergal was fighting against Thorfinn, Molokai, and Leviathan. The Overlord of the Sea had joined the battle because Nergal was using powerful spells that, if avoided by Thorfinn or Molokai, would directly hit the armies of the Alliance behind them, forcing the two to block his attacks with everything they had. Because of this, Leviathan decided to join the two in fighting against the god of death and pestilence, preventing him from having his way. Owo and Sun Wukong's battle was also getting intense, with the Monkey King getting pushed back with every clash they made. In order to give the Monkey King a breather, Tarisk joined in the fight against Owo, barely holding the destructive god at bay. The high-level combatants of each side were also duking it out with each other. But, the fact still remained that William's pseudo-gods that numbered in the hundreds, still fell short of the thousands of pseudo-gods under the army of destruction. The disparity between demigods was also clear. Even though the half-elf had hundreds of them, the army of destruction had tens of thousands. The disparity in fighting force was very obvious, but thanks to the demi-weapons that were made by the great minds of the Alliance, they were able to fight back to a certain extent. However, William understood that if this continued, their defeat was guaranteed. "Even if we are a disadvantage, we will still not lose that easily," William said as the radiance of his silver spear intensified. The half-elf had decided to use a fraction of his god-slaying powers in order to settle the score with Ahriman in the quickest way possible in order to help the others deal with their enemies. That is the thing that I am talking about," Ahriman sneered. "Do you really think that the entire army of destruction is only composed of Surtur, Owo, Nergal, and these 10 million giants here? How naive of you." As if waiting for that cue, the sound of tens of thousands of glasses breaking at the same time reverberated in the surroundings, making William and his allies subconsciously shudder after feeling the presences that were coming from above their heads. A moment later, the sound of screeching reached their ears. The flying beasts of the Alliance all felt the danger coming from above, so they immediately took a hasty retreat in order to regroup. Fortunately, they acted in time, because a minute later, countless bat-like monsters emerged from the red mists and flew towards the flying cavalries of the different nations in order to start a bloodbath. Knowing that there was no other way but to fight, the griffins, dragons, hippogriffs, wyverns, and other flying beasts all clashed with the uninvited monsters, making blood and dead bodies rain from the sky. These demonic giant bats were known as Kamazots, and they were the death bats of hell. However, it was not yet over. On the ground, the earth shook and split apart, sending hellish flames to rise up to the surface. Countless 3-meter-tall humanoid, twin-headed beasts emerged from the cracked earth and roared ferociously, announcing their presence on the battlefield. Alongside the 3-meter-tall beasts, a one-eyed giant emerged with bat-like wings protruding from its back. In his right hand was a flaming whip, and in his left was a sword that was as black as the night. Although it wasn't a god, its rank was at the peak of the pseudo-god realm, making everyone tremble in his presence. "Balur and his demogorgons," Sun Wukong hissed after seeing the monstrous beasts that had appeared on the land. "No good, they will overpower the land armies with their numbers." However, before the Monkey King could even offer assistance to those that were on the ground, a giant fist smashed into his body, which sent him flying towards a mountain, destroying it completely. "You're fighting against a god and you dare to look away?" Owo laughed. "As expected of a monkey, you're pretty stupid, aren't you? As for you, you're next." Owo lunged at Tarask, who didn't back away and faced the giant god of destruction fearlessly. The land continued to split apart as the two of them exchanged blows. Each time they clashed, the dragon-like Tarisk, who was known as the strongest pseudo-god that lorded over the lands of Hestia, was being pushed away. Clearly, it wasn't the Owuo's match, and was simply holding on for as long as he could until the Monkey King returned to help him. As if the Kamazots and demogorgons that numbered in the millions wasn't enough, 3 more divine presences, that wouldn't lose to Surtur, Nergal, and Owo also appeared on the battlefield. William's face became extremely grim after the 3 new gods hovered in the sky and looked down on the chaotic battle that was currently happening in the air and on the ground. "Times have changed, boy." Ahriman laughed mockingly at the despair that washed over the armies of the Alliance, as the other members of the army of destruction emerged in front of them. "This is not the same army of destruction that you knew." Ahriman laughed before charging at the half-elf to once again engage him in close combat. "Now die knowing that everything you have done was all for naught." William was so shocked by what was happening in his surroundings that he wasn't able to react on time to intercept Ahriman's sudden attack. However, just before the demonic god's sword could even pierce through the half-elf's flesh, a soft hum reached William's and Ahriman's ears. A second later, Ahriman roared as he forcefully used both of his swords in order to block a silver spear that was aimed at his chest, where his heart was located. The blow behind the attack was so strong that Ahriman crashed towards the ground, creating a crater that was dozens of meters wide. The spear shone brightly as it trailed across the sky, making the army of destruction, as well as the Alliance, look at it as if they were mesmerized. It didn't take long before the shining silver spear returned to its owner, who caught it easily with his right hand. High above the heavens, mounted on top of an 8-legged horse, was an old man, who was often called a bandit by those who knew him, looking down on the battlefield with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1448, For Asgard. You should pay more attention to your opponent, Will, James said as his voice spread throughout the entire battlefield, making those who knew, and didn't know him, feel as if someone strong had come to lend them his aid. Getting distracted in a chaotic battle like this might cost you your life, you know. James and his horse, Sleipnir, were too eye-catching, as they stood on top of the Bifrost Bridge, making everyone look in his direction. Gramps, William looked up at the familiar old man, and almost teared up after seeing him. He hadn't seen James for more than a year, and often wondered where he had gone. Are you done with your sightseeing? Yes, James replied. Miss me? A bit. Just a bit. James laughed, but his eyes weren't laughing as it swept the entire battlefield, which was now dominated by the army of destruction. The battle formation of the Alliance had collapsed after the sudden appearance of the powerful monsters, who tore through their defenses like a hot knife cutting through butter. What made matters worse was that their morale had dropped considerably when 3 more gods had made their appearance, making the pressure that they were feeling earlier double, crushing them with its weight. Erlich, Kakia, and Yaldabaoth, James stated. It seems that the 3 of you have grown very bored over the countless millennias. Was it fun to join Surtur's bandwagon? Kakia, who was a plump goddess wearing revealing clothes, giggled as she looked at the old man who had made his appearance. Who were you again? Kakia asked. I'm sorry, I don't remember a senile old man who looked like you. The goddess of vice, moral badness, and abominations, sneered at James. She didn't lie when she said that she didn't remember him, because his appearance was now very different from the one he had in the past. It's fine if you don't remember me, James replied with a smile. After all, right now, I'm just a nobody. Kakia giggled before raising an eyebrow at the old man who was talking to her as if they were equals. I have a very good memory, Kakia stated. It's clear that you know of me, but I don't know you. Are you perhaps one of the people that I killed and somehow luckily managed to reincarnate? James didn't reply and gave Surtur a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to William. Boy, you fight the one you want to fight, James said. I'll handle Ahriman. You can ignore the other monsters as well. But Gramps, I can't allow them to a euro. William wasn't able to finish his words because James pressed a finger over his lips, telling the half-elf to not say anything. I'll deal with them too, James stated. Don't you believe in your own grandfather? Even if these bats, these giants, and demogorgons were to gang up on me, they wouldn't stand a chance. The battlefield came to a complete pause as they all stared at the old man, who just said something unbelievable. For him to declare that the army of destruction, which was composed of giants, the bats, the demogorgons, as well as the countless monsters of destruction wouldn't be a threat to him made everyone look at him in disbelief. I see, so you've also reincarnated. Surtur finally opened his lips as he looked at the badass old man who still had a faint smile on his face. It has been a while, All-Father. You look weaker than the last time I saw you. William blinked as he stared at James, then at Surtur and back to James again in disbelief. James didn't look like the imposing and dignified All-Father in the past. He looked more like a scammer and a con artist, but, after hearing Surtur's firm words, the half-elf's heart skipped a beat. Weaker? Yes, James replied. But, what of it? It means that your appearance here will not change anything. Kakia, who was just as shocked as William, shouted at the old man, who she now believed was the god who ruled the ancient pantheon of Asgard, which was now lost in the pages of history. You think you can stop us? You and what army? Balur, who was commanding the demogorgons on the ground, locked his single eye on the old man, who was rambling's complete bullshit while mounted on his 8-legged horse. Countless Camazotz also screeched in anger as they flew towards James, with the intention to tear him apart because of his arrogance. They were the monsters that represented death, and they would not allow anyone to look down on them, especially an old man who had 1 foot in the grave already. James didn't move and simply sat on Sleipnir's back, completely ignoring the screeching bats that were out to take his life. When the bats were only dozens of meters away from him, countless spells flew past the old man from behind, obliterating the monsters that dared to attack him, causing their bodies to explode midair. Me and what army, you ask? James sneered at the goddess, who thought that he was going to fight on his own. The most powerful army known to the multiverse. The army that protected Asgard and the 9 realms since time immemorial. Dozens of bridges made of light descended from the sky, connecting the land to the heavens. A moment later, everyone heard the sound of marching. Then, they appeared, with the insignia of Asgard coating their silver armors. People of all ages walked side by side, as countless winged horses, mounted by the maidens of war, flew past them. Hundreds, tens of millions. James wandered the void not to sightsee, but to gather the Asgardians, as well as the Aenarions who had been reborn. All of them answered his call, and accompanied him to fight against their nemesis of the distant past. An unprecedented army that once encompassed the 9 realms, and fought alongside Odin in the War of Ragnarok, appeared. Owen, and the veterans of Lant, stood beside James as they looked at the army of destruction. There was no fear in their eyes. The only thing that could be seen from their depths was a burning determination to fight the army of destruction in front of them, and pay them back for the grudge that they had kept in their soul for thousands of years. So beautiful, Aranis muttered as she looked at the army that had appeared during their darkest time. The 8 deadly sins and the heavenly virtues all nodded their heads in agreement to her words, as they stared at the army that seemed to radiate a holy light as they marched down the rainbow-colored bridges, taking their battle formations and waiting for James's order to attack. The moment I was born again in the world, I knew with utmost certainty that this day would come, James said as his body was covered with a golden radiance. When the light receded, the old man was covered from head to toe with a golden armor and a red cape rested behind his back. "Sir, you forgot this," Owen said respectfully as he handed James a black eye patch. "Ah yes, this is important as well," James chuckled as he removed his horned golden helmet, so that he could put his eye patch on properly. Once it was fixed in place, he put his helmet on once more, then looked at Surtur with a smile. "Today is a day that will go down in history," James declared, his voice resounding through the entire world. Even those that were hiding in the Tower of Babylon were able to hear his words that were filled with confidence. Today is the day that will be talked about for generations to come. A day of shattered swords and shields, as the champions of the world fought side by side to protect everything they held sacred. The All-Father then raised his spear, Gingnir, making it shine brightly. To those who bear weapons in order to protect this world. To those whose hearts bleed, but still continue to fight. To those who are injured but refuse to yield. To all of you who want to fight until the bitter end. By my name as the All-Father, Odin, I hereby grant all of you the power of Asgard. A bright light erupted from the tip of Gingnir and descended upon all the warriors of the Alliance, healing all of their injuries, and allowing them to stand once more and fight a battle that they thought was already lost. "Raise the colors," Odin ordered, and the countless Valkyries raised their banners high into the air, showing off the insignia of Valhalla. Helen, whom William called Aunt Helen in the past, hovered above Odin carrying the All-Father's personal insignia of the 2 ravens with their wings spread outward, ready for flight. "Prepare to fight," Odin shouted, "for Asgard and the 9 realms." All the warriors that were on the ground, and were still on the rainbow bridges all took a fighting stance. Odin then held Sleipnir's reins firmly as the 8-legged horse raised its front hooves in preparation to charge. He had waited for this day to arrive, and this time, there was no prophecy that declared that he would meet his end on the battlefield. There was no prophecy that would save the army of destruction from his wrath. "For Asgard," James roared as Sleipnir charged forward, alongside the Valkyries who were riding their winged horses. "For Asgard," all the Valkyries shouted alongside the All-Father as they flew by his side, carrying the banners of their world that had long been destroyed. The Aenarions, who were the strongest warriors of the 9 realms, surged forth like a tide. Their war cries made the blood of the Alliance boil as they too charged alongside these mighty warriors that had come from the different worlds in the multiverse to answer the All-Father's call. An intense silver radiance erupted from William's body as he charged towards Surtur with a vengeance. Just as James had said, he would fight the one he wanted to fight, and leave the rest to him. Earlier, he had been afraid that if he used up his god-slaying powers against Ahriman, he would no longer have the ability to contend against Surtur. Now that this was no longer a problem, he decided to throw caution into the wind, and single out the most dangerous factor in this war for the safety of Hestia. Holding the silver spear in his hand, the half-elf turned into a lightning bolt and streaked towards the god of destruction, whose right hand now held the hilt of his sword. For Asgard, William roared as he, James, the Valkyries, the Aenarions, and the warriors of the Alliance clashed with the army of destruction, making the entire battlefield tremble in their wake. Chapter 1449, Bathe the World with Your Divine Will. Enuma Elish, Part 1. The sound of weapons clashing against each other could be heard through the entire battlefield as the two sides fought without holding back. The Alliance received a massive boost with the appearance of James and his Asgardian army, rekindling everyone's fighting spirit. William's silver spear and Surtur's flaming blade clashed against each other. The outcome was the half-elf being blown hundreds of meters away due to the disparity in strength, but William didn't lose heart. Celeste, let's do it, William said. Understood, Celeste replied as her silhouette appeared behind William. The virtuous Lady of Chastity had been able to keep the power of her divinity, despite the fact that she had lost her purity to William on their first night as a married couple. Her patron goddess, Lady Artemis, had told her that the previous maidens of chastity also had lovers in the past, and were even able to give birth to children in secret, away from the eyes of the public. Because of this, she received the goddess' blessing and permission to marry William, allowing the half-elf to receive a piece of her divinity. As to what that power was, William didn't know. All he knew was that something had changed inside him the night he made love with Celeste. The beautiful elf clasped her hands together, making the silver radiance surrounding the half-elf intensify. William clashed with Surtur a second time and, this time, he wasn't blown away completely, but only pushed back dozens of meters. The 7 tablets of creation hovered around him and shot magical projectiles at the fire giant. Stormcaller and Soleil weren't being idle either as they shot lightning bolts and fireballs at their master's opponent. Surtur didn't even bother to dodge the attacks, and simply took them head-on as he once again slashed his sword towards William, making the temperature in the surroundings rise rapidly due to the heat of the flames of destruction. William didn't bother to clash with the blade and simply evaded it, turning into a lightning bolt as he closed the gap between them. With one powerful thrust, the half-elf turned into a white comet, which flew towards the fire giant's chest. However, before he could even reach his target, Surtur's left palm swatted him away, making him crash towards the ground, skidding for hundreds of meters before coming to a complete stop. I thought I had him for sure, the half-elf thought as he wiped the blood that flowed from the corner of his lips with the back of his left hand. For someone so big, his movements are quite fast, Celeste stated as he looked at the god of destruction with a grim expression on her face. He could even react even though you were as fast as a lightning bolt. Yes, he is a cheat, William replied. However, the biggest cheat of all is that as soon as he started to use his flaming sword in battle, his strength doubled. Out of the gods of destruction here, he is the most formidable of all. The corner of Surtur's lips rose as he made a gesture with his hand, taunting the half-elf to come closer to him. As someone who had fought against gods and won, Surtur's confidence was justified. William understood this as well, so he didn't respond to his taunt and simply observed his opponent, and the battle that was happening around him with a critical eye. Originally, he thought that the giants that were protecting Surtur would attack him when he clashed with their leader. On the contrary, the moment he clashed with the fire giant, all the other giants distanced themselves because they didn't want to get involved in a battle where they could potentially die due to Surtur's powerful blows that would annihilate friend and foe alike. William took a deep breath as the 7 tablets of creation returned to his side. After repeated magical bombardments, the half-elf understood that Surtur's armor could withstand most attacks. The only one that could pierce through his defenses were attacks that were empowered by divinity. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being the half-elf chanted as the tablets surrounding him glowed brightly. With his strength alone, he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat the fire giant, so he decided to call upon the divine wills within the tablets of creation to aid him in battle. Mother of creation, ruler of every creature in the world, I call upon your mercy, William said softly. Come to my aid, so my enemies will get a taste of your overwhelming might. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor. The tablets flew towards the sky to create a 7-pointed star that encompassed the red mists, turning the entire battlefield crimson colors. Let the world tremble at your greatness. William roared, bathe the world with your divine will. A draconic roar thundered from the 7-pointed star at the sky as William called forth one of the most ancient goddesses in creation, who no longer existed in the current world. A 7-headed dragon made her appearance, making everyone look at the spectacle in the sky. Without a second thought, the seven-headed dragon unleashed 7 dragon breaths, with different colors, which all headed towards the flame giant who had taken a defensive stance. The flames hit the fire giant's body directly, pushing him thousands of meters away before an earth-shaking explosion ensued. The blast was so bright that everyone was forced to momentarily cover their eyes due to how blinding it was. Half a minute later, the half-elf stared at the burning mushroom cloud in the distance, as he gripped the silver spear in his hand. Tiamat, who was hovering above the heavens, gave another thunderous roar before flying in the direction of the giant blaze. Seeing the turn of events, the half-elf turned into a lightning bolt and flew alongside the seven-headed dragon. William knew that Tiamat's attack wouldn't be enough to kill the fire giant. At the very least, he hoped that the attack injured him, allowing him to gain a bit of advantage in their battle. As they neared the place where the raging inferno raged, a mocking laughter reached the half-elf's ears. "Tiamat, it has been thousands of years since I last saw you." Surtur's voice was firm and steady, making the half-elf's expression turn solemn. "Back then, I didn't have the opportunity to kill you personally, so this is good as well." From within the flames, Surtur emerged, his entire body blazing, making him look like a human torch, who was holding a flaming sword in his hand. "Even if you're just a piece of divinity, let me add your name to the list of gods that have fallen into my hands." Surtur roared as he ran towards the seven-headed dragon who didn't back down and charged at him as well. William continued his charge alongside Tiamat as he activated his god-slaying power to the fullest. All he needed was one opportunity, and as long as an opening appeared, he would unleash an all-out attack, containing all the divinity he could muster. Chapter 1450, Bathe the World with Your Divine Will. Enuma Elish, Part 2. Surtur and Tiamat clashed, which resulted with one of her 7 heads being sliced off her body. However, in exchange, the other dragon heads buried their razor-sharp teeth in the fire giant's body, holding him in place. Even his right hand, which was holding his flaming sword, had been bitten, preventing the fire giant from making any further moves. The half-elf who was waiting for this opportunity appeared behind Surtur's head and prepared to stab him from behind. However, before he could even initiate his attack, the fire giant did something unexpected. Surtur smacked the half-elf's body using the back of his head, which forced the latter to defend at the last second. Just like a tennis ball being hit by a racket, the half-elf's body smashed into the ground, creating a crater, making blood spurt from his mouth. The fire giant then kneed the dragon, pushing its body a little, allowing his right hand to break free. A second later, another one of the dragon's heads was cut off from her body, turning into particles of light. With one mighty roar, the 5 remaining heads unleashed a dragon breath at point-blank range, blasting the giant in front of her. Surtur was blown away by the attack, which made his body fall over the half-elf, who was still struggling to prop himself up from the ground, due to the latest injury he received. Seeing that he no longer had the leeway to waste any time, William gritted his teeth as he turned into a lightning bolt, skidding on the ground in order to evade the body of the fire giant that was about to fall on top of him. Flaming rocks and molten lava rose in the air as the fire giant fell on his back. The 7-headed dragon gave another deafening roar, as it prepared to unleash another dragon breath to annihilate the god before it. Without any warning, Surtur threw his flaming sword at one of the dragon's 7 heads, slicing it off from her body. A pained cry emerged from the 4 remaining heads before unleashing 4 dragon breaths at the same time. The fire giant didn't have time to retrieve his weapon, so what he did was to roll on the ground, evading the breath attack, which left large patches of burning magma on the ground, making it look like a scene from hell. In fact, the entire section of the battlefield where William, Tiamat, and Surtur were fighting had already been set ablaze, which reminded the half-elf of the river of hell in the underworld. Even so, as a fire giant, Surtur had a very high resistance against fire, but Tiamat's divine flame still did a good number on him. Parts of Surtur's armor were destroyed when he received Tiamat's full-powered attacks earlier. However, despite having minor injuries, the fire giant wasn't too bothered because his flames could regenerate his body, allowing it to recover gradually. William, who was watching this scene from a distance, raised his left hand to summon the 7 tablets of creation, whose lights were already dim. He had already used up most of its divinity, so he could no longer summon any of the wills residing in it. But William thought of a plan to overcome this hurdle as he gathered the divinity in his body. A moment later, the sound of a bell reverberated in the battlefield. The 7 tablets hovering around William glowed in a silver light, as the half-elf channeled his god-slaying powers into them. Not long after, the tablets emitted a light similar to a newly born star, making Surtur glance in William's direction. "Take it," William ordered. "Take everything." The 7 tablets answered his call as they drained every last bit of divine energy from William's body, which he planned to use to slay Surtur. But, after exchanging several blows with the fire giant, the half-elf understood that his power alone was not enough to deal the killing blow. Surtur may not be a primordial god, but after vanquishing many worlds, and absorbing the divine essences of his slain foes, his power now equaled the first few protogenois who were born at the very start of creation, which put him on par with the primordial goddesses of darkness and light. Knowing this fact, William decided to merge the rest of his divinity with the remaining divinity of the wills of the gods that resided inside the tablets of creation for one final attack. Surtur, who didn't treat William as a true threat earlier, now felt that the divinity that gathered around the half-elf was capable of dealing a fatal blow to his divine body. Tiamat, who sensed what William was planning to do, gave the half-elf a sidelong glance before shifting her attention back to the fire giant, whom she had marked as her enemy. The 4 remaining dragon heads on her body prepared to attack Surtur, at the same time that the half-elf unleashed his attack. This was the only chance they had to deal the killing blow to the god of destruction, ending his tyranny once and for all. "Celestial God, ruler of the skies that has long been forgotten, may you hear my desperate prayer," William said softly as he felt his entire body becoming heavy due to the loss of the divinities that he had accumulated over the years. "Grant me your strength, so I may slay the enemies that bring chaos upon the world. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor. Marduk, let your eternal light pierce through the darkness, and slay my foes with your divine might." William roared, "Obliterate all who stand before me." Behind William, the image of a handsome man, holding a bow and arrow in his hand appeared. The god, who was once the head of a powerful pantheon that had been lost through time, pulled back the string of the bow until he could pull no longer. The tip of his arrow shone like a star as it gathered all the wills of the gods inside the tablets of creation. Seeing this, Tiamat roared and lunged at Surtur. Its 4 remaining dragon heads bit his body, preventing the fire giant from moving. Marduk narrowed his eyes, as he opened his lips to say the 2 words that would mark the end of his era. The 2 words that contained his world's legacy, that he now shared with William in his direst moment. "Enuma Elish," Marduk said in a word that was almost akin to a whisper as he let loose the arrow in his hand. At the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through Surtur's flesh, and the world was bathed with Marduk's divine might. Chapter 1451, For the Horde, Part 1. On the other side of the battlefield, several minutes before William summoned Tiamat, Ahriman's body smashed against one of the giants that were fighting on the front lines of the battle, pushing it back alongside the giants that were right behind him. "Impossible," Ahriman said through gritted teeth as he slowly propped himself up from the pile of bodies under him. His gaze locked on the old man who was mounted on top of an 8-legged horse who was looking down at him as if he was a piece of shit. The moment William charged towards Surtur, Ahriman tried to follow, but was blocked by the old man whom he belittled. However, after being trashed around one-sidedly, the former god of chaos and darkness couldn't understand how James was doing it. "How?" Ahriman asked. "You lost your divinity when you died. How can you be so strong?" James sneered after hearing Ahriman's words before throwing his spear behind his back, piercing the forehead of the giant who tried to sneak attack him from behind. "I lost my divinity, true," James replied. "But I didn't lose the most important thing in the world, and that is..." The old bandit of Lant pointed his thumb to his chest, making Ahriman's face turn grim. "Nonsense," Ahriman shouted. "You spout nonsense. You are just a pitiful old man that has been forgotten for thousands of years." "Forgotten, yes," James nodded. "As for pitiful, tell me, when was the last time you looked in the mirror?" With an angry roar, Ahriman lunged at James as black wings sprouted from his back. He couldn't believe that someone who had already lost his godhood was able to make him feel as if he was nothing more than a baby trying to fight against an adult in a fist fight. James yawned as Ahriman approached him, allowing the latter to punch the hand that covered the old man's lips. A wicked smile graced Ahriman's lips as he looked at James, but his smile instantly disappeared when he noticed that James was completely unhurt by his full-powered punch. The bandit of Lant casually moved his hand away from his lips, as he gazed at his opponent whose face was full of utter disbelief. "Is that your best punch?" James asked as he pulled his right arm back and formed a fist with his hand. Then, let me show you what a real punch is. Without another word, James smashed his fist into Ahriman's face, sending the latter flying backwards for hundreds of meters until he collided with the goddess of immorality, xianxia, making the latter cry out in shock. Just like the others' gods of destruction, they didn't think much of James when he made his appearance. For them, adding one more old man to their list of enemies wasn't a big deal, but they quickly changed their mind after the one-sided beating that Ahriman was receiving from James's hand. Need some help, James? Vlad, the demigod who had become good friends with James, and protected Lant for a time, asked as he appeared beside him. Just like all the other demigods that William had gathered for the war, Vlad's rank was now upgraded to that of a pseudo-god, making him more powerful than his past self. His son, Jekyll, had managed to break through to the demigod realm not too long ago, and was lucky enough to be part of the blessing that allowed him to step into the initial stage of the pseudo-god rank. You deal with the giants that get in my way, James replied. I'll beat up the rest. Ha ha ha, very well. Vlad smirked as he gave James a knowing smile. The two of them had fought against each other in the past, and that was also when Vlad came to know about James's true strength, that the latter had been hiding since the time they had met. However, Vlad also understood that James couldn't casually call upon his power anytime he wanted. Just like a water barrel, with a small hole at its bottom, James's strength would gradually disappear if he used it often. Because of this, the old bandit had placed a seal upon himself, reducing his strength by leaps and bounds. Let's go, James said as Sleipnir sprinted towards the Ahriman, and the goddess of immorality. Vlad followed behind him, and repelled the giants who tried to attack James, and block him from his advance. In another part of the battlefield, several chains materialized in the air as a demihuman goat with wings, which was similar to the image of Baphomet, slaughtered giant bats and demogorgons without pause. He was none other than Takam, the god that resided in the Carinthar Mountains, and the only demigod that had helped William during the war in the southern continent. Takam, who also became a pseudo-god after receiving Leviathan's and Tarisk blessing, hovered between the hellish monsters and the human armies, protecting the latter from the denizens of hell, who had climbed up to the surface to lay destruction upon the world. I'll kill you, the one-eyed giant, Balur, shouted as he unleashed a red beam of light from his eye towards the guardian of the Carinthar Mountains. Takam calmly raised his hand, and several chains merged together forming a giant ice snake, which he unleashed towards the red beam of light that was targeted at him. The two powers collided, making crackling sounds, and sent sparks flying in every direction. When the two powers cancelled each other, Balur flew towards Takam and lashed his flame whip against the goat-like pseudo-god, which the latter repelled using a whip made of chains. Since Takam was currently fighting against one of the most powerful forces working for the army of destruction, the giant bats, and the demogorgons rushed towards the allied armies, killing them, and being killed in return. The only problem was that after a few minutes, other denizens from hell emerged from the split in the ground, joining the ranks of the giant bats and demogorgons as they continued to slaughter all those who stood against their way. With a loud shout, a young man with dark brown hair smashed his wooden staff against one of the demogorgons that had managed to break past the first line of defense of the Hellen Kingdom's army. He was none other than William's best friend, Theo, who was also a shepherd. Just like all able-bodied men and women in the world, Theo also trained very hard in order to fight against the army of destruction. Fighting beside him was Matthew, William's cousin, who was also Leah's husband. Unlike his father, who could turn into a dragon, Matthew could only transform himself into a demihuman dragon, which covered his entire body in dragon scale, and allowed him to use his sharp claws to rend his opponents apart. Hold the line, Theo, Matthew shouted, we can't let them get past us. I know, Theo replied as he swung his staff left and right, sending the monsters he hit flying. Damn, there's no end to them. Aside from the giant bats and demogorgons, hellish imps, and hellhounds joined the fray, putting great pressure on the mortal armies, who were now slowly being pushed back due to the seemingly endless reinforcements coming from hell. Suddenly, two hellhounds lunged at Theo from behind, with the intention of biting off the shepherd's head while he was busy dealing with the demogorgons in front of him. Theo, Matthew cried out as he tried to help his friend, but was blocked by four imps carrying forked spears in their hands. He could only watch helplessly as the two hellhounds descended upon the shepherd with a vengeance. Chapter 1452, For the Horde. Part 2. Hearing Matthew's shout, Theo turned his head to look behind him. In that instance, the world seemed to move in slow motion as the hellhound's jaws slowly descended towards Theo's body, who was unable to react in time. Suddenly, two giant hands grabbed the head of the two hellhounds and smashed them against each other. However, the giant ox revenant sensed that the hellhounds were still alive, so he smashed both of their heads on the ground, crushing them to a pulp. 2. Urchatu said as he glared at the opponents in front of him. Without even looking back at the shepherd he saved, Urchatu summoned his adamantine axe and split the bodies of the demogorgons who tried to attack him using their numbers. 10. Urchatu shouted as he continued to slaughter the monsters around him. My turn. A demonic dog materialized behind Urchatu's shadow, and unleashed several dark whips which wrapped around the giant bats that were harassing the Hellen soldiers, burning them with dark flames. 6. Soglav then set his eyes on the giant flying bats and imps in the sky as two bat-like wings appeared behind his back. He then flew into the air and fired several dark fireballs at the imps and giant bats that were busy targeting the warriors on the ground, who were engaged in battle with the other monsters. 20. Soglav chuckled as he continued his aerial barrage on his opponents. Not far from them, a 2-meter-tall goblin paladin slashed at his enemies with a silver sword. However, after seeing the number of monsters that his friends were slaying, Jareth raised his left arm and pointed it at his enemies. After gathering enough hell credits, Jareth decided to modify his left arm, so he could turn it into a robotic arm that could transform into a magical cannon that could deal long-range magical damage. Plasma cannon, fire! Jareth roared and all the monsters in front of him exploded into fleshy bits, killing hundreds of them with one blow. 320, Jareth said calmly, making Urchatu and Soglav curse him internally. Shit, I knew I should have also chosen to have one of those high-spec add-ons, Soglav cursed. I thought having wings was cool, so I chose these instead. Damn it. Urchatu glanced at his goblin friend before charging head-on towards the cluster of demogorgons that were still climbing out of the split ground. The three of them had a bet that the one with the least number of monsters killed would obey the command of the other two for a day. Because of this, none of them wanted to lose, so they rampaged across the battlefield, killing monsters left and right. Amidst the shouts, curses, war cries, in the battlefield, the faint sound of a guitar was playing. A long, long time ago, I can still remember, when the humans were under an attack, a rainbow-colored anteater sang while having a pained look on his face. And I knew if I had my chance, I can make those people dance, and maybe, they'd be happy for a while. When the monsters from hell rose to the surface world, Kusaganaga was currently having his concert in the underworld. Seeing that the perfect opportunity had arrived, the rainbow-colored anteater along with his friends, all used the path that the forces of hell used to rise up to the surface. They had received their original bodies from William and had modified them in the underworld, making them stronger. In fact, if they wished, they could leave the underworld at any time, but they knew that they would not be able to help William that way. Instead, they all collected hell credits so that they could recruit allies to join their fight. Naturally, Kusaganaga's fans, who were also briefed on the current situation, decided to come along with him and go to the surface world to join the fight. Over the past 2 years, his band had collected enough merit points to arm their tens of thousands of fans with weapons that they could use to fight in the surface world. Usually, undead spirits like them weren't allowed to leave the underworld because that was one of the rules that Thanatos had made. However, as if getting the god of death's silent permission, no one stopped the tens of thousands of undead from going to the surface, ready to fight alongside their idol. It was at this time when a hellhound lunged towards Kusaganaga, who was singing while holding a mic in his hands. The anteater was so immersed in his song that he didn't notice that a hellhound had targeted him. Suddenly, a pained cry resonated in the battlefield as one of the lady anteaters, who belonged to the I Love Kazo fans club, whacked the hellhound with a spiked baseball bat. A moment later the pitiful hellhound was mobbed by Kusaganaga's angry fans, getting torn to pieces. Unaware of the bloodshed going on around him, Kusaganaga continued to sing. But the gods of destruction's response didn't thrill us. They summoned their army and tried to kill us. We won't escape from those fags, we will show them who's badass. Kusaganaga then opened his eyes and raised one of its paws towards his sky. That's our cue, a lady anteater said as she tapped her friend who was holding a spotlight in her hands. The two of them were currently riding on top of winged ants that belonged to William's King's Legion. The spotlight then shone down upon the rainbow-colored anteater, making his fans cheer, while they massacred the monsters that tried to get near their idol as he sang the chorus of his song. Suddenly, a loud screech spread in the surroundings, making the rainbow-colored anteater look up. His friend, Saintess, the blood eagle, dove down from the sky, and flew towards his old friend, whom he missed dearly. As if they had practiced this move several times in the past, Kusaganaga jumped into the air, and the blood eagle caught him perfectly on its back. Saintess circled the battlefield and flew above the tens of thousands of souls that had followed Kusaganaga from the underworld. "Everyone, let's go," Kusaganaga shouted as it pointed its little paw towards the god of evil, Erlich, who was also responsible for summoning the monsters from hell to the surface world. "For the horde," Kusaganaga roared with its adorable voice as the warriors of the underworld followed behind him. The hundreds of lady anteaters, who were riding on tops of winged ants, were not far behind the blood eagle, Saintess, serving as their idols. Bodyguards. They weren't afraid, even if they were going to fight against gods. The only thing they were afraid of was to not be able to shine on the same stage as their idol. The army of destruction had seen many things during their campaigns, but never had they seen the souls of the dead rise up from the underworld to fight against them in a battle of epic proportions. The tide of the souls of the dead swept over the monsters and started a one-sided massacre, with Kusaganaga at the lead. They were relentless. Since they were souls, physical attacks didn't work on them, so the monsters which excelled in physical combat could only be hopelessly massacred by them. When the blood eagle was only a few hundreds of meters away from the god of evil, Erlich, Kusaganaga shouted once again, making the lady anteaters prepare to accompany their lord to battle. "Everyone, let's go," Kusaganaga shouted as it jumped off the blood eagle's back and curled up into a ball, transforming into a 10-meter-tall spiked wrecking ball. The lady anteaters also jumped off the winged ants they were riding on and also curled up in the air, turning into spiked wrecking balls as well. With one mighty shout that reverberated in the battlefield, the deity of the sky made his appearance one more time, fighting alongside humanity during its darkest moments. Kusaganaga fearlessly descended towards the god of evil, with the newly modified body he had acquired, that could withstand the attacks of gods. The lady anteaters also rolled towards the god Erlich, as they too shouted their war cry to imitate the rainbow-colored anteater, who was shining brightly, serving as a banner of hope for everyone on the battlefield. We're rolling. Chapter 1453, Time for all of you to feel true despair. Yaldabaoth was one of the most evil gods in existence, and he had many titles. He was often referred to as the malevolent demiurge, or false creator god. Just like his title suggested, he was a powerful god that could create anything in existence, even a universe filled with living creatures. In truth, the true mastermind behind the army of destruction was none other than Yaldabaoth. He was the god that decided which world was meant to be destroyed, but he didn't just randomly choose which worlds to destroy. No, even though he was evil, there was a certain law that he followed, and that was the lifespan of the world. Just like how a mortal child would be born, grow, and die, the malevolent demiurge would only send his army when the time was ripe. Naturally, those who lived on that world would do their best to resist their demise, which was only a natural thing to do. No one wanted to die. Even gods who lived for thousands of years would like to live longer, but Yaldabaoth didn't care whether they wanted to live or die. Regardless of how powerful they were, their deaths would come as soon as his army descended upon their home worlds, and destroyed its core, making all their believers vanish from existence, and thereby make them die as well. Now, as the battle started to become even due to the various reinforcements that came from the Asgardians, as well as Kusaganaga's underworld forces, Yaldabaoth knew that the destruction of the world would be stopped if he didn't do something. The false creator god was a lion-headed serpent that was over 100 meters long, and he observed the battlefield with a critical eye, while he flicked his tongue, determining who was getting the upper hand. The resistance this time is just as troublesome as the one we had with Asgard, Yaldabaoth mused. Even Odin reincarnated into this world, and is giving us a staunch opposition. Also, that boy spells trouble. The lion-headed serpent eyed William in the distance, and he could feel the power of a god-slayer within his body. An existence that could fight against divine beings who lorded the mortal worlds. Fortunately, it seems that he can only muster a fraction of his power, Yaldabaoth thought. Surtur will be enough to key. The malevolent demiurge's eyes widened in shock when he saw William summon Tiamat. As one of the oldest goddesses in existence, he knew what Tiamat was capable of, so he thought that Surtur was going to have a problem with her. Fortunately, the one that the half-elf summoned was just a fragment of her will, which was unable to unleash her true powers. Seeing how Surtur easily cut one of the heads of the seven-headed dragon put Yaldabaoth at ease. However, just before the false creator god could shift his attention elsewhere, he felt a surge of power that made his heart tremble. Marduk, Yaldabaoth hissed when he saw one of the most powerful gods that existed thousands of years ago. Among gods, there were those who specialized in killing other gods, and Marduk was one of them. Yaldabaoth screeched as he used his divine powers to prevent Surtur from dying. A blinding explosion erupted somewhere in the battlefield as Marduk's god-slaying arrow pierced the fire giant's flesh. William gritted his teeth as he held on to Stormcaller and Soleil to keep himself from being blown away by the aftermath of his strongest attack that he had squeezed every bit of his divinity into in order to put an end to the god before him. When the light receded, a dense dust cloud appeared in his vision, preventing him from seeing anything. Suddenly, he saw a faint spark at the center of the dust cloud, which made William's face turn ashen. A moment later, a giant fire serpent charged at the half-elf, turning the ground where it passed into molten magma. Stormcaller and Soleil flew in front of William and unleashed lightning bolts and radiant flames, which merged together forming a fiery lightning tornado that collided against the flame serpent. However, it only took less than a second for Stormcaller's and Soleil's attack to disperse, forcing the half-elf to jump to the side, barely evading the attack that came from the fire serpent within the dust cloud. The fire serpent continued its trajectory, leaving a trail of flames that rose high in the air, creating a hellish scene. William gritted his teeth as he turned and looked at the fire giant whose left arm, and a good portion of his body, had been obliterated by Marduk's in his combined attack. However, that wasn't enough to kill Surtur, making the half-elf clench his fist so hard that blood started to ooze from his palms. At the last second, Surtur overpowered Tiamat and used the dragon's body as a shield to mitigate the attack. However, since Marduk's attack was so devastating, it passed through the seven-headed dragon's body, completely obliterating a quarter of Surtur's body in the process. "Congratulations, boy," Surtur said as he looked at the half-elf whose helpless expression made him sneer. "You almost killed me. Now, playtime's over." Using the surplus divinity that came from Yaldabaoth, the destroyed part of Surtur's body burst into flames. A few seconds later, his arm and chest area regenerated, making those who were paying close attention to William's battle despair. "Good," Surtur smiled when he saw the horror in everyone's face after seeing his body regenerate. "Now, time for all of you to feel true despair." The fire giant raised his flaming sword towards the heavens, and the flames of his sword rose upwards, turning the entire sky into a blazing inferno. "Meteor storm," Surtur roared. Giant flaming fireballs started to descend from the fiery sky, falling towards the bulk of the combined armies that were trying to resist their invasion. "No," William shouted as thousands of these giant fireballs started to fall en masse. The half-elf gathered his strength and turned into a lightning bolt, heading straight towards Surtur, while the latter roared in laughter as his attack decimated the armies that tried to oppose him. Somewhere in the battlefield, "Aranis, evade," Shannon shouted as the halfling maneuvered her flying ship to dodge one of the fireballs that appeared directly above their ship. The flagship of the Holy Order of Light fared a bit better because the one controlling it was Shayna. With her powers, she was able to predict where the fireballs would fall, so she hurriedly navigated it away from danger, as everything around them started to burst in flames. In the location of the elven army, the Ent King, Myrandor, raised his head before emitting a defiant roar against the giant fireball which contained the divinity of a god. If this attack had come from a pseudo-god, Myrandor was confident that he could block it. However, an attack of this magnitude was something that he wasn't prepared to face head-on. Even so, he planted his roots deep in the ground as he transformed into a giant tree, using his entire body to block the fireball falling over the elven armies. Princess Aila and Anne, who was busy helping the injured soldiers, looked up in the sky in despair as the giant fireball fell in their direction. "I won't let you," Loxo screamed as she guided the attacks of Opus and Hekarj to destroy the fireball that was about to fall to the ladies whom she now treated as her sisters. However, even with the combined powers of three pseudo-gods, the only thing they managed to do was to form cracks on the fireball that was about to kill the people that were important to her husband. At that moment, several vines rose up from the ground, forming a drill, which pierced through the giant fireball, splitting it in half. Even though it was split in the middle, the two halves still continued to fall, forcing Titania to summon walls of vines, while using her body to shield Princess Aila and Anne from the imminent disaster that was going to fall on their heads. A mile away from them, Malachi pressed his hands together, moving Avalon to block one of the giant fireballs that were about to fall in their location. The arcane spectral lich urged his bone dragon to fly upwards, using all of his powers to block the attack that was about to fall upon the Helen army. As its founder, he would not allow the armies that symbolized his kingdom to perish. The headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron, did the same. Without batting an eye, he flew towards a fireball that was headed towards the students of Hestia Academy, in an attempt to stop it with his full-powered attack. Similar scenes were happening everywhere, as pseudo-gods, demigods, and even mortals alike, did their best to save the people around them from complete annihilation. However, no matter how hard they tried, these fireballs descended to the ground, and instantly vaporized anything within a mile radius around it. Chapter 1454, He's just half dead. More than half of the brave defenders of Hestia, the Asgardians, as well as the underworld warriors that Kasaganaga had brought with him, died without leaving anything behind. I live the rest, to you, Myrandor, the Ent King, and the strongest pseudo-god of the Silvermoon continent breathed his last as the embers of destruction burned his entire body. Myrandor. Drowam roared in anger as he rushed to the Ent King who had sacrificed his life to protect the elven armies from complete annihilation. Upon seeing the death of their guardians, the elves dropped the weapons in their hands as they fell into despair. It's impossible. We can't win. All of us are going to die. I don't want to die. Someone, anyone, wake me up from this nightmare. No, I don't want to die. Help, someone save us. Hundreds of elves fell on their knees as they cried and wailed for someone to save them. They had done their best to fight, despite the great disparity between their opponents, but Surtur's hellish attack broke them completely. In that instant, they all knew that there was no chance of winning, making them feel that everything they did was useless. Kill them, one of the giants shouted, as they hacked apart the defenders who had lost their will to fight. Everywhere in the battlefield, the same scene was happening. Several demigods and pseudo-gods died, as they did their best to block Surtur's attack. Although they succeeded, those they had saved no longer had the courage to continue fighting as they allowed themselves to be killed, so that their suffering would end. Loxo slowly propped herself up from the ground, and looked at her surroundings. Her sisters, Opis, and Hekerj, lay on the ground several meters away from her, with various injuries on their bodies. The worst part was that they were unconscious, and Loxos didn't know how severe their injuries were. Even though she was injured, and every part of her body was aching, she knew that she couldn't remain on the ground, or their enemies would kill them without the power to resist. Loxos tried to stand, but she felt so weak that her body wasn't responding to her. The young nymph then glanced in the direction where Titania was at. What she saw almost made her soul leave her body because the beautiful fairy queen, who used her body to protect Princess Aila and Anne, dangled from the hands of one of the giants. Blood dripped down from the injuries of her body, while her dress was in tatters. Princess Aila, and Anne, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, right beside the giant's foot, who had its attention on the unconscious fairy queen in his hand. As if sensing Loxo's gaze, the giant looked in her direction before giving her a devilish smile. A moment later, the giant opened his mouth as he moved Titania over it. Stoop, Loxos screamed. Please stop. The giant ignored her and bit the fairy queen's legs, tearing them off from her body. No, Loxos screamed as tears streamed down her eyes. She knew that there was a possibility of them dying in this war, but to actually see one of her sisters being eaten right in front of her made her feel true despair. The pain that followed after having her legs eaten woke Titania up, making her open her eyes. The beautiful fairy queen looked at the giant who was chewing her legs, and the latter looked back at her with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Clearly, the giant planned to make the beautiful fairy despair, by eating her bit by bit, until she screamed and begged for her life. However, Titania didn't scream. Despite the great pain she was feeling, she glanced in Loxo's direction with a smile. Take care of Will for me, Titania said as a single teardrop streamed down the side of her face. Tell him I love him. Tiana, Loxos shouted as she tried to muster her power to attack the giant. Titania only allowed a select few to call her Tiana. It was part of her true name, and those who could call her that way were the people she trusted with all of her heart. Seeing that his food didn't plan to beg for her life, the giant decided to just eat her up whole, and torture the two girls beside his feet. Perhaps, the two mortal ladies would beg for their lives, which would make him enjoy their desperate cries of mercy, as he ate them slowly. Titania gave Loxos one last smile as her body fell inside the giant's mouth. No, Loxo screamed with every fiber of her being as she watched one of the most important people in her life get eaten by the hateful giant who didn't show any mercy. However, before the giant could even close his mouth to crush Titania's body with his teeth, his entire body turned into ice. A moment later, the giant ice statue shattered. Loxos, whose vision was already blurry due to the tears covering her eyes, saw the faint image of someone with light blue hair fluttering in the breeze. After rubbing her eyes, the young nymph was able to see an otherworldly beauty with 2 crimson horns protruding out of her head. In her arms was the fairy queen, who was still alive, but seriously injured. Princess Aila and Anne, who were lying on the ground, stirred as they looked around in their surroundings. The first thing they saw was the blue-haired young lady, carrying Titania in her arms. Tiana. Princess Aila hurriedly stood up despite her injuries after seeing the fairy queen's current state. The first thing she did was to immediately use her life magic in order to stabilize the fairy queen's condition. Although she couldn't do anything to restore Titania's legs for the moment, saving the fairy queen's life was her priority. Anne rummaged through her storage ring, and took out several high-quality healing potions that William had given her before the war started. The one-horned demon gently poured it on the fairy queen's injuries, speeding up the process of her recovery. "I'll leave her to you," the young lady with light blue hair said, while gently laying the fairy queen on the ground. "I need to help others." Without waiting for their reply, the young lady disappeared, and soon, all of the giants that were near William's wives turned into ice statues, which all shattered into hundreds of pieces. Gah! William's body smashed on the ground, creating a small crater. It only took 2 exchanges before Surtur sent him flying. The silver radiance around him disappeared, as his hair returned to its red color, proving that he could no longer keep his Aenarion form. William tried to prop himself up, but his body no longer listened to him. Every time he inhaled, he could feel stinging pain in his chest, as blood spilled from the corner of his lips. One of his legs was also bent in an unnatural angle, making him unable to move it. The only thing he could move right now was his fingers, and his bloodshot eyes that were looking at the approaching giant who was looking at him with amusement. "I have to thank you, half-elf," Surtur said as he walked towards the fallen half-elf with a sinister smile on his face. "It has been a while since I've been able to get serious. In order to honor your effort to entertain me, I will give you a swift death. This will be my mercy to you. So, go to the afterlife knowing that everyone you cared for will soon follow you to hell." Surtur raised his flaming sword to deliver the finishing blow to the half-elf when suddenly, the fire giant took a defensive stance. A second later, Shaurur smashed against the flaming blade, making Surtur take a step back. "Get away from him," Chiffon shouted as she swung her mace a second time. "Get away from Will." "It's you again," Surtur commented. "Traitor of the giant race. You still haven't learned your lesson after thousands of years." Surtur swung his sword, which forced Chiffon to block it. However, the attack of a god was too strong for her to handle, making her skid dozens of meters on the ground. "Shatter the firmament." Gleipnir. A golden dragon attacked Surtur from behind, but the fire giant simply swung his blade and dispersed the golden dragon as if it was made of air. A second later, black and purple fireballs pummeled Surtur's body as Selene and Princess Sidoni unleashed their divinities in an attempt to kill the god of destruction who had seriously injured their beloved. However, their attacks only managed to leave faint scratches on Surtur's body, which healed after a few seconds. "Die!" Shannon yelled as she summoned the giant monsters which she had drawn before the battle started. However, these monsters were all split in half as Surtur swung his sword with ease. Get away from him!" William shouted as blood dripped from his lips. "All of you get away from here!" Surtur gave the half-elf a sidelong glance before looking at the flying ship where several beautiful ladies were attacking him without pause. "Are all of them your women?" Surtur asked as a plan formed inside his head. He wanted to make the half-elf suffer, and the best way to do that was to kill the people that were important to him, right in front of his face. As if understanding what the giant was thinking, William once again shouted for his wives to leave. However, none of them listened to him. They knew that if they left him, the half-elf would die, which was something they didn't want to happen. "All of you go," William shouted. "Leave me, you're too noisy," Surtur said before snapping his finger. An explosion took place and the half-elf's body was blown away, making his wives cry out in alarm. "Everyone, attack!" Selene roared as she once again bombarded Surtur with her wrathful flames that had grown in intensity due to her rage. William, whose injuries became more severe after Surtur's attack, could only look on helplessly as his wives fought with everything they had. Not again. William bit his lip until it drew blood. I said that this time, it would be different. I promised. Move. William shouted in his heart. Move, 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 move. The half-elf's fingers dug on the ground as he tried to prop himself up, but he could not muster any strength in his body. He could only watch helplessly as Chiffon was kicked by Surtur, sending the body of the pink-haired giantess skidding across the ground for several meters. He watched as Surtur always gave him sidelong glances, as if making sure that the half-elf was seeing the suffering that his wives were experiencing at the moment. Although the distance was quite far, he could see the amusement in Surtur's expression as he destroyed Arwen's flying ship, causing all the women riding on it to fall from the sky. Fortunately, a few of them could fly, so none of them fell to their deaths. However, instead of escaping, they stood between William and Surtur. They had no intention of letting the fire giant pass through them, and kill the person they loved. Tears started to form in William's eyes as he looked at his injured wives, who were fighting for his sake. Someone, anyone, I am willing to pay any price, just give me the strength to kill these gods who toy with our mortal lives. William screamed in his heart. I will do anything, just give me the power to protect those important to me, to protect those I love. A sob escaped William's lips as the seconds passed by without hearing any answers. He had already closed his eyes, and his tears fell like rain. The half-elf didn't care where the help was coming from, or what kind of price he had to pay. As long as he was able to wipe the sneer off Surtur's face, he was even willing to even sell his soul to the devil. It was at this moment, when William was feeling as if all hope was lost, he heard two voices, which made him open his tear-stained eyes. My goodness, we just took a nap and you're already at your wits' end. This is very unbecoming of you, Will. Kekeki. Maybe he didn't drink enough vitamins. Having that many wives requires a lot of energy. Through his blurry vision, the images of an angelic and devilish familiar appeared in front of him. Elliot was licking a lollipop, while Conan held a king chess piece in his two hands. The two familiars were looking down on the half-elf with smiles on their faces. Elliot, William muttered. Conan, good afternoon, Will, Elliot replied. Did you miss us, Kekeki? You look like you've been run over by Truck Kun, Conan commented as he momentarily released the king chess piece in his hands, making it hover in the air. How many fingers do you see? Conan showed William two of his fingers, making Elliot chuckle. He's not drunk, Conan. Elliot chuckled. He's just half dead. William's tears continued to fall as he looked at his two familiars who had appeared in front of him. He didn't know if he was just hallucinating, or he had already died and had gone to the afterlife, because those were the only two ways that he could see his two familiars, who had sacrificed their lives for his sake. Deep inside William's sea of consciousness, Optimus gave a soft sigh as several rows of text appeared in front of it. Requirements have been met. Startup initiated. Startup completed. Optimus pressed his hands together as if in prayer. He then opened his lips and said the words that he had been dying to say for the longest time, ever since he had been created to assist William. By my authority, begin the process of unlocking the strongest system. Chapter 1455, for the Alliance. Sidoni, retreat and use a healing potion to cure your injury. Lilith shouted as she used Gleipnir to attack Surtur, while the succubus princess backed away to treat her injuries. Surtur had unleashed a firestorm which completely destroyed Arwen's flying ship, forcing them all to abandon it. Arwen could fly, so she caught Superbia, while Selene took care of Invidia. Shannon was able to survive because of the flying monster that she had drawn before the battle, allowing her to summon more to protect her sisters from the searing flames, keeping them at bay. Princess Sidoni was the one who caught Lilith, but the fire giant's attack managed to leave a deep gash in her left arm. Even so, she held onto the Amazon princess as if her life depended on it, and took her safely to the ground. Still resisting, Surtur asked in a mocking tone, all of you should just accept your fate. Today, everyone in this world will die, and even your patron goddesses won't be able to save you from destruction. The members of the 8 deadly sins ignored Surtur's mocking words, and worked together to attack him after they had treated their injuries. Not far away, the members of the heavenly virtues were busy helping the army of the Alliance, who had lost their will to fight. It's no use, Melody said as the power of faith in her body weakened. They have lost faith and hope. If this continues, everyone will. Do not falter. Lyra said as she sliced apart all of the giant bats that encircled their flagship. Just endure and keep on fighting. She's right, Ephemera said as she unleashed a powerful slash that cleaved the head of a giant just below their flying ship. If we give up now, then they will truly lose hope. We are their beacon, so we shouldn't let our light die out just yet. Audrey, who was boosting everyone's morale, continued to pray. However, even with the power of her divinity, the god of destruction's attack had crippled everyone's fighting spirit, and some of them didn't even resist the giants as they were killed. Perhaps, they had truly reached their limits and they only wanted their suffering to end. Puny mortals, one of the pseudo-god ranked giants roared as he stomped on the ground, turning several elves into meat paste. Today is the day of reckoning. All of you can go to the afterlife together and die a dog's death. The giant then killed dozens more before turning his head to look at the Saintess of the World Tree, who was busy healing the injured people in the distance. As someone who had fought many battles, he knew what the high-profile targets were like. Those who emit strong magical powers, especially those that were capable of healing people, were the targets that they must kill at all costs. Arwen, who was trying to encourage the elves to take up arms and fight for their world, was unaware that she had been targeted by one of the pseudo-god-ranked giants, who had finally broken through their defenses. Seeking to gain great merits in the war, the giant ran towards Arwen with the intention of grinding her under his feet. However, when he was only dozens of meters away from the Saintess of the World Tree, a beam of light pierced through the back of the head of the giant, making it stop in its tracks, before falling face down on the ground. Fortunately, the elves had finally broken out of their daze and dodged to the side, evading the falling body of the pseudo-god giant that died without knowing how he died. A second later, a dark beam of light pierced through the head of a demigod-ranked giant, instantly killing it. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the survivors of the Alliance heard voices that made them look up to the sky. Surtur, who felt something odd, shifted his attention to where the half-elf was located a few minutes ago, and didn't find him there. At that moment, he also heard words coming from the sky. The fire giant then turned his head to the part of the battle where the army of destruction was currently fighting the Alliance. There, he saw a half-elf, who seemed to be in a trance as he floated over the battlefield, with two little familiars by his side. The two familiars were busy killing giants, left and right, without caring for their rank. Seeing that the morale of the army had waned, Elliot smiled as he looked at the survivors on the ground who had lost their courage in the face of adversity. Right now, only the Aenarions and Kasaganaga's troops were still fighting actively on the battlefield, giving the army of the Alliance time to recover from their shock. The Aenarions had already experienced what it was like to fight against the army of destruction, so they weren't too affected by the deaths of their comrades. They knew that it was inevitable, so the only thing they could do for their slain friends was to slay as many giants as possible in their honor. Kasaganaga's troops from the underworld had nothing to fear either. All of them were already dead, so the concept of death didn't scare them at all. The Alliance had only fought against human armies and monsters in the past, but now, they were fighting against gods. They had always doubted their chances of winning, but after Surtur's one-sided genocide, they felt that there was no point to continue fighting, making them fall into despair. It was at this time, when Elliot's and Conan's voice reached them, while they waited for the half-elf to complete the transformation that was happening inside his spiritual world. "Did you tackle that trouble that came your way with a resolute heart and cheerful?" Elliot asked the people on the ground while pointing a pink lollipop at them, which he held firmly in his hand. "Or hide your face from the light of day with a craven soul and fearful?" Surprisingly, his voice spread through the entire battlefield, causing everyone to hear him and shift their attention to him. "Oh, a trouble's a ton, or a trouble's an ounce, or a trouble is what you make it," Conan said with a smile, as he pointed the king chess piece at the armies that had lost their will to fight. "And it isn't the fact that you're hurt that counts, but only how did you take it? You were beaten to earth." Well, what's that?" Elliot asked again, come up with a smiling face. "It's nothing against you to fall down flat," Conan commented. "But to lie there, that's disgrace. The harder you're thrown, the higher you bounce. Be proud of your blackened eye. It isn't the fact that you're licked that counts, it's how did you fight and why." The two familiars glanced at each other and spoke together, waking the armies of the world from the despair that they were suffering from. "If you battled the best you could, if you played your part in the world of men, why, the critic will call it good. Death comes with a crawl, or comes with a pounce. And whether he's slow or spry, it isn't the fact that you're dead that counts, but only, how did you die?" The last question, "But only how did you die?" resonated inside everyone's heads. The giant said earlier that all of them would die a dog's death, but none of them wanted that kind of death. The alliance then gazed at the Aenarions and Valkyries who were still waging war against their enemies, and watched some of them die in the process. But, even so, none of them retreated and pushed on, fighting with everything they had, till they could not fight any longer. All of them were soldiers, and they had already prepared themselves to die when they decided to fight for their families, their friends, their loved ones, and their world. This was something that they had momentarily forgotten due to their despair, but after hearing Elliot's and Conan's words, and seeing that there were people who were still fighting and not giving up, those who were kneeling and crying on the ground picked up their weapons and slowly stood up. Ildan looked at his men, and they all, too, looked back at him with fear in their eyes. And yet, the same fear that they felt inside, could not be seen in the Dwarven King's eyes. "Dwarves are shorter than most races," Ildan said as he picked up his warhammer from the ground. "But we have the biggest hearts in the world. And now, it is time to show everyone who the bravest race is." Ildan forcefully raised his weapon with his right arm until it was above his head. "I am Ildan, the son of Felton, and the 38th king of the kingdom of Beldarel." Ildan roared, "I stand before you just as my father, and my ancestors did before me, fighting on the front lines of the battlefield, not for myself, but for the future of the Dwarven race." The warhammer in Eldan's hand hummed, as it released an aura, which started to spread into the entire dwarf army, increasing the strength of the dwarf fighters, and making their exhaustion disappear. "For the Earth Goddess," Ildan shouted. The dwarf warriors all shouted, making their war cry reverberate across the entire battlefield. Ildan then mounted his mountain war goat whose wool was already red with blood, due to its injuries. Even so, the war mount's eyes were filled with burning determination to ride into battle with the king on its back. As Ildan sat on the back of his mount, he could feel that his old companion's life wasn't going to last long. However, he could also tell that his companion had enough will inside of him to see this battle through until its end. "Fight, warriors of the Dwarf Kingdom!" Ildan shouted. "Fight, for hearth and home, fight for family and brotherhood, fight for our futures." All the dwarves cried out, making the humans, elves, demons, beastkins, and other races all look at them with awe and admiration. Just like a small spark that rekindled the flickering flames in everyone's hearts, Eldan's battered and injured form made everyone look at him as if he was the tallest person on the battlefield. All of them were kneeling, collapsed, or lying on the ground, and yet, a single injured dwarf stood tall and, in their eyes, he was bigger than life itself. "Ride, warriors of Beldarel!" Ildan roared. For the Alliance, the dwarven army charged forth like a roaring tide, leaving everyone behind. Seeing his injured form, Swiper gritted his teeth and shouted, "You damn motherfuckers, what are you all waiting for?" Swiper shouted, "Are you going to let the bastard dwarf take all the glory? Are you demons or are you dicks? Stand up and fight, stand up for the demon tribes." Swiper then raised his bastard sword in the air before charging alone towards one of the giants that were headed their way. "For the Alliance!" Swiper roared. "For the Alliance!" Lindir shouted as he ran beside Swiper. The two of them were people who didn't like to fight. Both of them were scared of dying, but now, they were the ones leading the charge, without waiting for anyone to fight alongside them. Soon, the ground shook, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people once again took up their arms and charged towards their enemies, not caring if they died the next second or not. They would rather die fighting, than die like dogs. Elliot and Conan, who was high above the skies, both raised their right fists in the air as they, too, shouted the war cry that shook the entire battlefield. For the Alliance. During their world's darkest moment, the champions of the world regained the courage that they had lost. Although it was not enough to overturn their current situation, it was enough for them to tell those that had died before them, that they didn't die on their knees. They died fighting, so that they could rest in peace, knowing that they had done everything within their power, to give their world, and their people, a chance to see the next sunrise, which most of them wouldn't be able to see once they finally closed their eyes and took their last breath on the battlefield. Chapter 1456, 10,000 Heroes. Fools. Ahriman sneered at the mortals that were charging towards their doom, as he pressed his right hand over the bloody hole on his chest, which was given to him by James a moment ago. The former god of chaos and destruction had retreated a safe distance, as James fought against Yaldabaoth and Kakia, preventing them from slaughtering the armies of Hestia that had regained their courage. Earlier, when the Alliance, the Aenarions, as well as the underworld fighters, were fighting side by side, they were barely able to resist the onslaught of the army of destruction. Now that their numbers had decreased to less than half of their original numbers, there was simply no chance for them to win the war anymore. And yet, no matter how tired and battered they were, all of them charged like madmen towards the army of destruction, bringing as many of the giants and their allies with them to the afterlife. During this time, the tolling sound of a bell reverberated throughout the battlefield. This time, the sound traveled far and wide, similar to the announcement that happened when the Tower of Babylon announced William's conquest of the 51st floor. The tolling of the bell sounded 13 times before coming to a complete stop. It was also at that moment when the army of destruction felt a strong pressure descending upon them. Ahriman looked in disbelief at the small sun that suddenly appeared where the half-elf was floating not long ago. Surtur, who was currently stepping on Chiffon's head with his foot, shifted his gaze at the miniature sun in the distance with a frown on his face. A moment later, his entire body was blown away by an invisible force, freeing the giantess from under his foot. The fire giant crashed against a mountain, which collapsed under his weight. As the god of destruction propped himself up, his eyes landed on the red-headed half-elf, who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. William's clothes were stained with blood, but all of his injuries had been healed. Behind him, 2 wings could be seen. One of the wings was blazing like a fire, while the other had lightning crawling all over it. After he felt a strong surge of power bursting within his spiritual world, the half-elf fell into a daze as his entire body was enclosed in radiant flames. Truth be told, William's entire body was burned up by the flames, giving him a second rebirth, just like a phoenix after its death. When the half-elf regained his consciousness, he felt completely different. It was as if he was seeing the world with eyes that could see the truth of everything. His vision was so perfect that even the details of the small specks of dust in the battlefield didn't escape his eyes. When he saw Surtur's foot pressing on Chiffon's head, he felt an incredible rage surge up from his chest, which prompted him to unleash an attack that blasted the giant away, and freed his giantess wife. This sudden change in strength surprised William, so he immediately opened his status page to better understand what happened to him after he was bathed by radiant flames. Race: Forgotten God temporary. Health points: / question mark 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 dot. Mana: / question mark 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 dot. Job class: Godslayer. Subclass: Shepherd of the Lost Flock. Second subclass: Familyomancer. Strength: Agility, Vitality, Intelligence, Dexterity. Unique skill: 10,000 heroes. It was at that moment when William felt a sudden jolt run through his body. It was as if he reached enlightenment, understanding the true reason why he was born in the world. Somewhere in the battlefield, a young lady with light blue hair smiled as her hair fluttered in the breeze. "You finally awakened, Will." Ella smiled as she looked at the half-elf that she had raised since he was a baby. Although she was happy that William finally awakened his power, she also felt sad because there was no longer anything that she could do for him. "Go, Will," Ella said softly. "Let them know the strength of the child I raised with all of my heart." William summoned the wooden staff that David had given him before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, and raised it towards the sky. He now knew what he should do, and that was to call upon those who would help him overturn this hopeless situation around. 10,000 heroes, William shouted. Immediately, thousands of beams of light descended from the sky. They fell upon the battlefield, making the army of destruction, as well as the alliance, pause for a brief moment to better understand what was happening around them. Finally, "I am here." Lily, the lowly goddess, laughed as she summoned a candy cane in her hand. "Time for you uglies to disappear. Lovely merry-go-round." Several white horses, teddy bears, and toy soldiers spun around Lily, hitting the giants, trolls, orcs, as well as the Fomorians who had gathered around her. Cries of pain and shock emerged from their lips as their bones broke, each time one of Lily's summons smashed against their bodies. "Do you think I'll let you bastards bully my little bro?" Issei, the harem god, summoned a red gauntlet and immediately smashed the face of the giant closest to him. "I've rested enough, I'm not going to slack now." David, the god of shepherds, smiled as he summoned Eve to his side. I know you've been watching the battle since it started, and there have been times when you wanted to join. Now, I'm giving you the opportunity to fight alongside your family members. Do you want to do it? Yes. Eve resolutely nodded her head. Understood. David smiled before opening both of his hands to give his blessings to the white goose, as well as the ducks that had accompanied Eve on her journey. Go, make sure they come to know the power of the flock. The white goose and the ducks all flapped their wings and rose into the air. A moment later, all of them glowed brightly and merged together. Eve's mouth hung open as a 12-headed hydra goose, that stood over 100 meters tall, appeared on the battlefield. The giants momentarily froze in shock when they saw the abomination that had appeared out of nowhere. However, before they could even react, the hydra goose released a loud honk, paralyzing their bodies. Seeing that their enemies were now immobilized, the hydra goose went on the offensive and started to peck the giants' heads, making them explode like watermelons. The six-eared macaque who had been guarding Eve also jumped into action. Since David was protecting the little girl, he no longer needed to stay by her side. Just like Eve, he had also wanted to fight, so now that an opportunity had arrived, he summoned his pipe and smashed the back of Owuo's head, making the latter cry out in pain. I didn't expect there to be an opportunity that we would be fighting side by side. 6, Sun Wukong said to the six-eared macaque whom Eve had started to call Six. There's a first time for everything, the six-eared macaque said as the pipe in his hand grew in size. Let's go nuts. Sun Wukong smirked as he and the six-eared macaque jumped into the sky, increasing the size of their weapons before smashing them down towards the destroyer god, who was momentarily dazed by the six-eared macaque's sneak attack from behind. Reject humanity, Sun Wukong shouted. Return to monkey. The six-eared macaque bellowed as he and the Monkey King both smashed their gigantic weapons against the one-eyed god, whose main purpose was to destroy every living thing around him. Thousands of gods answered William's summons, but they didn't descend into Hestia using their divine bodies. The moment they descended to the half-elf's world, their ranks were degraded to the demigod rank, which were much weaker than pseudo-gods. Even so, this didn't matter to the gods because no matter what rank they were more than enough to deal with the army of destruction, ignoring Surtur, Owo, Nergal, Erlik, Yaldabaoth, and Kakia. They were not their responsibilities, so they did only what they could do, and that was to massacre the army of destruction, and help William turn the tide of the battle. However, it was not only the gods the half-elf had summoned. William had summoned other heroes. He called for those who had been watching him from the very start of his journey. Those that supported him through dark and difficult times. They were the people who had laughed with him, cried with him, and raged with him, as he grew up from a baby into an adult. They were the real heroes that allowed William to reach the end of his journey. Chapter 1457. Those Who Cheated the Cycle of Reincarnation, Part 1. You were finally able to unlock the true power that sleeps within your soul, Will, Gavin said as he gathered the power of the elements in the palm of his hands. The god of all trades instantly annihilated a demigod-ranked Fomorian who was about to step on the king of dwarves, Ildan, as the latter led his army to battle, enduring the pain from his broken left arm. Thank you, Ildan stated as he glanced in Gavin's direction. The king of dwarves didn't know that the one who saved him was William's patron god. All he knew was that they were heroes that William had summoned from somewhere, and they had come to help them. You're welcome, Gavin replied. In a way, we're part of the same family, so helping you is helping me as well. You'll understand in time. Gavin smiled before turning to kill some more giants in order to thin out the numbers of the army of destruction. Dim dim, a basketball-sized dumpling was throwing dumplings at the giants, as it fought beside the lowly goddess, Lily. Dim dim, don't wander too far from me, okay? Lily said as she summoned a 10-meter-tall pink teddy bear to fight for her. Dim, the dumpling god nodded obediently. The dumpling god was one of the new generation gods that had been born recently, and it was still considered a baby in their eyes. Lily was the one who always accompanied Dim Dim, so the latter was very close to her. Unfortunately, the dumpling god wasn't really a fighter, and the most it could do was to throw dumplings at their enemies, which dealt no damage at all. In fact, Dim Dim's rank was only of the centennial rank, making it the weakest of the gods that had descended to Hestia. Even so, it still accompanied Lily because they were close to each other. Also fighting beside Lily was the god of love, Cupid, who was busy shooting his arrows at the giants, making them fall into a charmed state. These charmed giants followed Cupid's command and attacked the other giants without mercy. Just like Cupid, there was a goddess who had the same ability, and it was none other than Eros, the goddess of lust. The goddess giggled as she charmed one giant after another, making them obey her command. Unfortunately, she was only a demigod at the moment, so she could only control up to 100 giants at most. Luff, the sun god, brandished his spear left and right, killing every giant he saw. Although he didn't like William, he hated the gods of destruction more because they were responsible for killing some of his friends hundreds of years ago. However, since there was an unwritten rule that they couldn't directly fight against the gods of destruction, that didn't mean that they couldn't fight their minions. This was why Luff tore through the giant's formation with a vengeance. Even though his rank was that of a demigod, a pseudo-god-ranked giant would not be able to beat him easily because he was one of the gods that specialized in war. James, who saw this scene, couldn't help but chuckle because he knew some of the gods that had come to aid him, including the goddess, Freya, that had descended into Belle's body, using it as a vessel, allowing the black-haired beauty to fight with the power of her divinity. This ability was called God's Descent. It only worked for a brief period of time, allowing a mortal to gain tremendous strength that almost matched the power of a true god. Currently, Belle was fighting against Yaldabaoth with the help of Wendy and Estelle. The silver-haired lady had also used God's Descent, allowing the goddess Astrid to lend her the strength to fight the fake creator god, whose strength couldn't be underestimated. Although there was a rule that they couldn't fight against the gods of destruction directly, they used indirect means to bypass this rule. Do you really think that any of you can turn the tide of battle by siding with the mortals? Yaldabaoth asked in a teasing tone as he lashed his tail against the three ladies, who were working hand in hand to fight him. Have all you grown bored staying at the temple of the gods? Belle and Estelle didn't reply as they continued to attack the true mastermind behind the army of destruction. Seeing that no gods intended to answer his question, the god of destruction laughed as his demonic eyes scanned the battlefield. Fools, do you really think I haven't prepared for this possibility? Yaldabaoth sneered. From the very start, I knew that there was a possibility that several gods were going to oppose us. Because of this, I have prepared a very special surprise for all of you. Accept it gratefully. The god of destruction roared, and countless red portals appeared in the sky. A moment later, several individuals emerged from the portals. Ha, so this is our time to shine. A handsome teenager laughed as he summoned a greatsword in his hand. Everyone, attack! The new arrivals all had excited looks on their faces as they joined the battle. The moment the gods clashed against these individuals, they were immediately pushed back, making them fight defensively. Shit, that Yaldabaoth is serious. One of the gods that had joined the battle to fight against the army of destruction hissed. He planned this well, the bastard really knew our weakness, another god commented. In just a matter of minutes, the advantage that the gods had instantly disappeared, and this time, they were the ones that were taking a beating. Who? Lily glared hatefully at the handsome young man in front of her that had kicked her away. Dim dim, the dumpling god started to throw dumplings at the one that hurt Lily, but the latter simply brushed its attack away before vanishing from where he stood. The next moment, the handsome young man reappeared behind the dumpling god and slashed Dim Dim in half. Chapter 1458, Those Who Cheated the Cycle of Reincarnation, Part 2. A metallic sound spread in the surroundings as the young man's sword was blocked by a red gauntlet, preventing it from killing the god of dumplings. Come here, Dim Dim, Lily shouted, and the god of dumplings hurried to her side. Issei appeared just in time to save his friends from getting killed by the young man in front of him. Of course, killed wasn't the right term because they wouldn't really die. They would simply turn into particles of light and return to the temple of the 10,000 gods. Right now, all of the gods were only using temporary vessels, so dying in Hestia wasn't a permanent death for them. Aren't you guys supposed to be gods? The young man sneered. How come all of you are weak? Unleashing his true strength, the young man was able to overpower Issei and delivered a kick to his chest, sending the harem god skidding across the ground. All around the battlefield, similar things were happening. The gods who earlier had the upper hand were already being beaten up one-sidedly. Some of them had even died in the hands of the teenagers. Unlike the gods that appeared, who were all at the demigod rank, some of the people that Yaldabaoth summoned were truly powerful, reaching the peak of the pseudo-god rank. Stupid. The only reason why you are able to push us back is because we aren't fighting you idiots seriously. Lily shouted as she held the dumpling god in her arms, preventing the latter from attacking the young man in front of them. Not fighting seriously? The young man looked at the lowly goddess in contempt. Then why don't you fight us seriously? Don't tell us that you gods can't even kill us puny mortals. A goddess descended behind Lily and offered the lowly goddess one of the apples that were growing on the hat on her head. You sure know how to talk, Lulu, the apple goddess said as she offered a golden apple to Iz, whose body had several cuts and bruises after trying to defend against the attack of one of the people that Yaldabaoth summoned. Transmigrators like you guys, who cheated your way through the cycle of reincarnation, are not people that we can fight head-on because of the simple reason that we are not allowed to attack mortals directly. Only evil gods can do that. If we attack and manage to kill any of you, we will receive a backlash that will make us lose part of our divinity. Cupid glared at the young man. It's not worth it. Killing you small fries makes us weak for hundreds, even thousands, of years. By the time we regained our divinity, many fun things in the world have passed. The young man chuckled because he knew this very well. He was one of the transmigrators that the gods of destruction had raised, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of strength in their home worlds. They were also the so-called traitors that conspired with the gods of destruction in order to bring destruction to the worlds they were born in. Naturally, they were greatly rewarded for their contribution, allowing them to visit other worlds with their powers intact and enjoy a comfortable lifestyle surrounded by riches and beautiful men and women, who remained at their beck and call. Are you done talking, old hag? The young man asked before he spat on the ground. If you're done, let's resume the battle. It has been a while since I killed gods. I will be sure to add your names to my collection of the gods I killed. Lulu was about to say something, but the words she was about to say were caught in her throat when she heard the sound of a loud horn. Immediately after that, a devilish smile appeared on Issei's, Lily's, Cupid's, and Lulu's faces. Only Dim Dim wasn't aware of what was happening, making the latter tilt its head in confusion. Did you hear that? Lily sneered. It's time for you guys to meet your match. Meet my match, the young man sneered back. I'd like to see how anyone in this world can be my match. Cupid laughed and held his belly because he found this situation too funny. Just like transmigrators were the bane of gods, the one that they were referring to was the bane of all transmigrators in the multiverse. Suddenly a giant golden portal appeared above the heavens. Another loud horn reverberated in the battlefield, telling all the gods that their reinforcements had arrived. Sorry guys, I'm late. A 10-meter truck passed through the golden portal, which made the fake creator god, Yaldabaoth, flinch. He knew that the possibility of gods opposing him was high, so he created an army of transmigrators to deal with them when the time came. However, he didn't expect that the gods had also thought of this possibility, and prepared a trump card for his trump card. The young man who saw the truck snorted before flying towards the sky with his sword raised high. No one can beat me. The young man roared as he unleashed an attack that could instantly obliterate an entire mountain range. A loud explosion followed as his attack hit the incoming truck, creating a dense cloud of smoke in the sky, blocking his view. The corner of the young man's lips rose because that was his most powerful attack, and nothing could survive it. Not even the gods that had descended from the heavens. However, just as he was feeling smug about his recent achievements, he saw a pair of lights emerging from the dust cloud. The smile on his face vanished when the 10-meter truck that he had attacked just moments ago sped up in his direction. Brat, I've been sending people to isekai worlds before you were even born. Truck-kun roared. You and your buddies managed to escape us in the past. But this is our redemption arc. I'm going to send you back to the cycle of reincarnation where you belong. Fuck you, the young man shouted as he charged towards the incoming truck with the intention of splitting it in half. The two clashed midair, and the result was that the young man turned into particles of light. The transmigrators who saw this scene shuddered because this was not what the god of destruction promised them. They thought that they would be invincible in any world that they appeared in, which made them all conceited. However, after seeing one of their most powerful fighters get instantly killed, as if he was nothing, an instinctive fear rose in their hearts, making them retreat from the battlefield. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. Boys, don't let any of them escape. Truck-kun ordered. Let's roll out. Countless golden portals appeared all over the battlefield. Trucks, buses, cars, ambulances, fire trucks, motorcycles, and even bump cars emerged from these portals, and all of them locked onto the transmigrators, who had all started screaming like little kids running for their lives. You're not going to escape this time, bud. A fire truck laughed as it went after a man dressed in cultivator clothes. You managed to escape me back in the 1990s. Now I'm going to collect my interest. The fire truck collided with the cultivator and sent the latter to the cycle of reincarnation. No, please don't kill me, another cultivator screamed as he tried to outrun the ambulance who was chasing him like mad. Ho ho ho, what do we have here? The ambulance increased its speed as it closed the gap between it and the cultivator it targeted. You managed to reach the Immortal Emperor grade, but in my eyes, you're nothing. Just like that, the Immortal Emperor died just like an ant being crushed by the wheels of a truck. Stop, I have attained the rank of martial god, a handsome cultivator shouted as he faced a bump car that could be found in amusement parks. I refuse to die in this humiliating manner. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Martial God, the bump car replied. But no matter what your rank is, you are doomed to be cannon fodder. So, bye-bye. The transmigrators who were dominating the battlefield earlier, all ran for their lives as the countless harbingers of death, that specialized in sending people to isekai worlds, chased them with a vengeance. It didn't matter if their ranks had reached the Divine King Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, and Divine Master Realm. Transmigrators who didn't get Truck Kun's and his comrades' seal of approval, were considered as illegal immigrants in the multiverse and needed to be purged. Unfortunately, some of the worlds they transmigrated to didn't have proper roads, so Truck Kun couldn't go to those worlds to purge them. As the screaming transmigrators tried to escape the trucks that were after their lives, the surviving gods once again banded together to fight against the army of destruction. After seeing that the tide of battle had once again tilted in their favor, the half-elf shifted his gaze to the fire giant, and summoned his wooden staff. Now that he finally had the power to fight Surtur on equal grounds, the half-elf no longer hesitated and unleashed the power that had been with him for thousands of years. Chapter 1459, Surtur's Objective Part 1. All of you stand back for now, William said as he used life magic to heal the injuries of his wives, as well as Superbia and Nvidia, who had fought bravely in order to protect him a while ago. Can you beat him, Will? Lilith asked in a worried tone. I don't know if I can beat him, William replied. But, I will not be beaten. Although he suddenly had an explosive boost in strength, he was not conceited enough to say that he could beat the god of destruction in front of him. Understood, Lilith nodded. We will go help the others fight the army of destruction by regrouping with the virtues on their flagship. Good, William stated before standing between his wives and the fire giant, whose entire body was covered in hellish flames. Be careful, Will. All of you should take care as well. Leave this guy to me. The 8 deadly sins knew that if they stayed, the half-elf wouldn't be able to fight with all of his strength because he had to constantly worry about their safety. In order to not hold him down, they hastily retreated to join the alliance in fending off the army of destruction, whose aggressiveness had risen to the next level, after Yaldabaoth empowered them with his divinity. Surtur didn't even spare a glance at the departure of the beautiful ladies whom he had been bullying. His whole attention was now focused on the half-elf, whose presence had changed completely. Elliot and Conan were by his side, ready to fight alongside William, for the revenge match that he had waited thousands of years for. Wait for us, we will also join you. 2 loud shouts came from the sky, as 2 more familiars joined them in battle. Chloe and Claire, in their familiar forms, descended from the sky. I called for them, Celeste said as her image appeared behind William. Since I am fighting with you, it is best to fight using my full power as well. William nodded his head in understanding. He was about to tell them his plan to fight against Surtur when Elliot whispered something in his ears, making the corner of the half-elf's lips twitch. Is that really needed? William asked. Elliot smirked. Of course, it is about the mood, and since we are at the end game, we should spice things up a bit. William chuckled because, even in this situation, his angelic familiar still had the audacity to make a scene. Very well, let's go. William agreed to Elliot's proposal, so he simply stood straight while holding the wooden staff in his right hand. Elliot glanced at Conan, Chloe, and Claire, and the 3 of them nodded their heads in understanding. Said West, only my perfection. Elliot shouted as he made a fighting pose on William's left shoulder. Said East, defender is my profession. Conan declared as he struck a similar fighting pose to Elliot's. From the north, I am the fighter who destroys everyone's opposition. Chloe announced as she took a fighting position above the half-elf's head. From the south, I am here, so pay attention. Claire said with a flushed face as she pressed her hands together, floating beside her sister, Chloe. At the center, I am embraced with my wife's love and affection. William stated as he took a fighting stance as well. We are the legendary Baka warriors. Elliot then pointed at Surtur with an arrogant look on his face. Are you one of us? An explosion of different colors erupted behind them, completing the scene, putting the Power Rangers to shame. Surtur gave his opponents the, "What the fuck are you people doing?" gaze, which made the flush on Claire's face even redder. Celeste covered her face with both hands in embarrassment before disappearing completely. She clearly didn't want to be seen as part of William's and the four familiars' antics during this very important fight. The virtuous lady didn't know that this was the formation that William, Elliot, Conan, Chloe, and Claire had practiced for fun when they were still in Hestia Academy, when all of them were together. Elliot knew that an opportunity like this wouldn't come again, since their fairy tale was about to end. What William, Chloe, and Claire didn't know was that after this battle, he and Conan would disappear once again, so he wanted to make some lasting memories of the limited time they had together. "Okay, let's get him," Elliot shouted. Familiar fusion. The angelic familiar turned into particles of light and merged with the gem in William's chest. Conan, Chloe, and Claire also declared their intention to become William's strength, allowing the half-elf to use the full power of the Familiomancer job class. The three familiars also turned into particles of light and merged with William. A moment later, two more angelic wings emerged from William's back, and these two wings were coated with black and green flames, indicating that Chloe's and Claire's powers had fused with William. Since Celeste had fused with the half-elf, he also gained the ability to make Chloe's and Claire's powers as his own. For the first time since he descended to the world of Hestia, Surtur's expression became solemn as he looked at the half-elf whose body was releasing a silver aura. William knew that it was all or nothing, so he held the shield with everything he had, channeling the powers inside his body that were being provided to him by those who had fused with him. Even though the weapon William was holding in his hands was a wooden staff, the god of destruction could tell that it wasn't just a simple wooden staff that shepherds carried when they went to the fields to tend to their herd. The two combatants each took a step forward, and disappeared from where they stood. The next second an earth-shaking explosion, which caused the land to split apart and rubble to fly in every direction, blasted everyone within a 2-mile radius away from where William and Surtur clashed. This was a true clash between two powerful beings, which made the Aenarions, the armies of the Alliance, as well as the army of destruction, momentarily stop their battle as they tried to prevent themselves from falling over due to the powerful earthquake that shook the entirety of the Ainsworth Empire. James, who was carefully watching the battle from a distance, could tell that William had drastically become stronger than his former self. However, he knew that it still wasn't enough to change the outcome of the battle because the half-elf was still unable to break past Surtur's defenses. If William could fill that gap between them, then the old bandit of Lant was sure that they would be able to overcome this hurdle. While the half-elf and the fire giant was busy fighting against each other, the other gods of destruction was also giving their best to get rid of the pests that were hovering around them like flies. Chapter 1460, Surtur's Objective, Part 2. William and Surtur exchanged blows non-stop, causing everything around them to be obliterated. Perhaps knowing that his size wouldn't be a great advantage in his battle against the half-elf, Surtur decreased his size until he was only 10 meters tall. Although he was still considered a giant with his size, it was far smaller than his original height, preventing William from taking advantage of his blind spots. "You've grown stronger," Surtur said after he and William distanced themselves from each other. "Not strong enough," William replied. After exchanging blows with Surtur, he clearly felt that the god of destruction was still stronger than him. If they were to make a comparison, William's rank was that of a millennial beast, while Surtur's rank was at the peak of the myriad rank. Although the myriad beast was stronger, William was able to effectively fight the fire giant due to the abilities he currently possessed. Also, his wooden staff was indestructible, so no matter how sharp and deadly Surtur's flaming sword was, he was able to withstand it just fine. "Are you sure you want to continue to fight here?" Surtur asked in a teasing tone as he made a gesture to show the half-elf their surroundings that had been destroyed completely. "Why don't we take it up there?" The fire giant pointed towards the sky, and the half-elf nodded. During their clash, thousands of giants, and tens of thousands of members of the Alliance died. Even though they were quite a distance away from the main battlefield, the aftermath of their fight had reached the warring armies, and killed friends and foes alike. The two flew high up in the air until they were more than 7,000 meters above sea level. They also distanced themselves away from the main battlefield, preventing any of their attacks from affecting the two warring sides. The only thing that the people from the battlefield could see were the flashes of flame and lighting in the sky. They also heard thunderous explosions, which came as a result of the two combatants duking it out against each other, with the intention of ending their opponent's life. No words were shared between the two as they fought tooth and nail, trying to bait, feint, and parry each other with every opportunity they had. Surtur's sword had ended countless worlds, but the wooden staff in William's hands didn't snap in half even after their countless exchanges, which made Surtur confirm his suspicion that it was some type of indestructible weapon that the half-elf had prepared for him. No one knew the name of the sword that Surtur wielded in battle. All they knew was that the one who made the sword was Surtur himself, and he forged it in the deepest, and hottest, place in Muspelheim for the sake of destroying the land of Asgard, the place that the mighty Asgardians called their home. Since no one knew the name of the sword, they simply named it Ruin. Surtur didn't bother to correct them, so the name stayed. The Sword of Ruin, that had caused the downfall of countless worlds, was said to shine brighter than the sun the moment its full power was unleashed. Surtur only drew this sword whenever he was facing stout opposition, and, the moment his opponents saw his blade, they didn't live long enough to tell its tale. Seeing that their fight was becoming a stalemate, the god of destruction decided to try something different. Instead of attacking William, he raised his sword high up in the air and conjured mighty flames that soared hundreds of meters into the air. "Destroy all that is living," Surtur shouted. "Eradicate, Entrusted." Surtur unleashed a fiery blast that was aimed not at the half-elf, but at the very land itself, which forced William to block it with everything he had. It was at this moment when the shield that Chiffon had taken from the Tower of Babylon, Svelin, appeared in front of the half-elf, blocking Surtur's attack. The half-elf instinctively equipped the shield on his right arm, and braced himself for the incoming attack that contained half of Surtur's full power. Svelin was said to be a shield that could withstand the heat of the sun and keep it at bay. Originally, it had a bluish color, but after Chiffon became its new master, the shield had changed its color to light pink. The golden snowflake embedded in the center of the shield glowed brightly, as it endured Surtur's attack. The half-elf was slowly being pushed back due to the power behind the flames, which could potentially start the destruction of his home world, if it ever reached the planet's core. With a loud shout, Surtur increased the power behind his attack, pushing the half-elf all the way to the ground. Elliot's firepower, Conan's defense, Chloe's superhuman strength, Claire's magical prowess, and Celeste's ability to double his strength. Merging all of these powers with his own, the half-elf roared in defiance as the land under his feet shattered, creating a crater that was getting wider with each passing second. Finally, Surtur's deadly attack ended, making the shield in William's hands emit smoke. Its surface had partially melted, and the golden snowflake embedded in its center had lost a lot of its luster. Clearly, it would not be able to withstand the same level, or stronger, attack that it blocked a moment ago, making the half-elf's face turn grim. "You bastard," William shouted. Surtur laughed before giving the half-elf a sneer. "My objective in coming to this world is to destroy it," Surtur stated. "Your role is to stop me. We're just doing both of our roles. Didn't you hear me earlier? I said, playtime's over." The fire giant laughed as his sword gathered hellish flames once again. William roared as he turned into a lightning bolt, and clashed with the god of destruction, preventing the fire giant from unleashing the same attack again. The two clashed repeatedly and, this time, the half-elf didn't hold back as he pressed on the offensive. With each passing second, the flames in Surtur's sword grew stronger, and the smile on the fire giant's lips grew wider. "Destroy all that is living," Surtur said in a teasing tone before unleashing a strength that blew the half-elf dozens of meters away. "Eradicate." The fire giant unleashed his attack not towards William, nor towards the land, but towards the army of destruction, the Aenarions, as well as the members of the Alliance. The half-elf couldn't believe that Surtur would not hesitate to even attack his own allies in order to force him to block it. With a growl that came from every fiber of his being, the half-elf traveled at the speed of light for a brief moment, and appeared between Surtur's devastating attack, and the armies that were still fighting against each other. William held Svelin in his hands as he tried to block the attack that could instantly vaporize all the lives behind him, including the lives of the people he loved. Chapter 1461, Eternal Glory, Part 1. Surtur didn't understand what just happened. Half a minute ago, he was preparing to unleash another devastating attack to finish off the half-elf, so that he could destroy Hestia once and for all. However, as he was about to gather the flames of destruction in his sword, something hard hit his chin, which sent him flying upwards, almost making him drop his sword in the process. But, before he could fully understand what was happening, he felt a stinging pain on his right cheek, as William's foot found its mark, sending the fire giant spiraling towards one of the red portals that led to the void. Surtur roared as he forcefully righted himself before his body entered the portal. He then brandished his sword downwards, in order to attack the half-elf who was preparing to strike him from below. A metallic ring reverberated in the sky as Surtur, sword, and William's wooden staff clashed against each other, sending a powerful shockwave that spread far and wide. After that clash, a piece of wood peeled off of the wooden staff in the half-elf's hands, making Surtur sneer. "Finally, your weapon has reached its limit and is going to break," Surtur thought as he unleashed a barrage of full-powered slashes towards the half-elf, who shifted to a defensive position. Each time Surtur's sword made contact with the wooden staff, bright sparks emerged, and pieces of the wood were chipped off its surface. It was at that moment when the entire world heard a voice that was filled with divinity and confidence, accompanied by the tolling of a bell. William parried, blocked, and deflected Surtur's merciless attack as more pieces of wood scattered in the air. As the two fought, the voice filled with divinity and power continued to speak, as if it wasn't bothered by the two combatants, whose deadly exchanges were splitting the very sky apart. "The man who will carry me must be more valiant and confident than any other if he is to carry me as purely as he should. I cannot be taken to any vile, or sinful, place. He who would put me in such a place will be the first to regret it, but if he takes proper care of me, he can go everywhere safely." The two exchanged several more blows before Surtur backed away and raised his sword high before slashing it downwards. "Die Aenarion," Surtur roared as he unleashed the flames of destruction that he had gathered towards the fighting armies on the ground, for he knew that William would not allow his attack to kill any of his comrades. Just as he expected, William did reappear in front of the flames he let loose to the world, but this time, the half-elf faced his attack fearlessly. "The man who has me at his side cannot be vanquished as long as he is girded with the belt from which I hang. Let no one be so bold as to remove this belt. No man is authorized to do so now, or in the future. It can be removed only by the hands of a woman, daughter of a king, and queen." Behind his back, the images of the 8 deadly sins, heavenly virtues, his wives and lovers appeared. Estelle and Princess Sidonie rested their hands over William's right hand, as the half-elf held the wooden staff, and made an unsheathing motion as if he was removing a sword from its scabbard. When the sword appeared, Estelle and Princess Sidonie let go of the sword's handle, and that role was taken over by Celeste, whose hands overlapped with William's, allowing the half-elf to wield the sword in his hands. William used the sword in his hands to block Surtur's attack, moving backwards ever so slowly as he held the fire giant's blow at bay. The voice filled with divinity continued to speak, but this time, his tone was no longer solemn, and was replaced by a teasing tone, which made Celeste's image flinch for a brief moment. She will replace it with another belt made from the thing on her person that she values the most. And, it is important that the young woman be a virgin for life, both in desire and in deed. If she loses her virginity, let her be assured that she will die the most vile death that a woman can suffer. The young woman will call the sword by its rightful name, and me by mine, something no one will be able to do until that time, but I will make an exception this time, so we can skip the dying part. If not for the seriousness of the current situation, William might have slapped the sword in his hand silly for saying such ominous things. However, since he was busy fending off the fire giant's attack, he just let it slide for the time being. The sword glowed faintly, and Surtur's attack was nullified, making the god of destruction look at the half-elf in disbelief. "He who will praise me the most will blame me more in my time of need than he might imagine. And, I will be the most cruel to him, to whom I should be most helpful. This will only happen once, for that is as it should be." Finally, the sword in William's hand took its true form, shining in a silver radiance, bathing the half-elf with the power it possessed. William slashed his sword towards the fire giant, creating a crescent blade that flew towards Surtur, who blocked it with his sword. However, William's attack was so strong that he was pushed upwards and passed through the red portal that led to the void. The half-elf also flew towards the red portal and followed his enemy into the void, for it is the only place where he could unleash the full power of his sword, without fearing his homeworld getting destroyed. "What you're doing is a sin," Surtur stated as he faced the half-elf in the vastness of space. "Death and rebirth are two sides of the same coin. What you're doing is breaking the natural cycle of the universe. The world behind you has reached its end, and therefore must be destroyed to give birth to new worlds." William hovered in the sky, with the world of Hestia behind him serving as a backdrop. It was a beautiful blue world, and if someone were to look at it from space, they wouldn't think that it was a world that was about to meet its end. What I'm doing is a sin. I'm fine with that, William replied with a devilish smile on his face. Just like you said earlier. Both of us are playing a role. My role is to kill you and the gods of destruction. Your role, on the other hand, is to try and stop me. Very simple, right? Surtur growled after hearing the half-elf's snarky reply to his statement. Earlier, he had the upper hand in battle, but now, William's power matched his own. No, they were no longer evenly matched. The half-elf had already surpassed him. Yes, my husband is a very sinful man. Princess Sidoni's image appeared behind William and caressed the side of his face lovingly before glancing at the fire giant in the distance. Do you know why? Because he carries the sins of the world on his shoulders. William then held the handle of the majestic sword with both hands as he took a fighting stance to finally settle the scores with the god of destruction, who had killed him, his wives, and destroyed Asgard thousands of years ago. Now, Surtur, time for you to feel the sin of pride, Superbia said as she rested her hand on the blade of the sword, imbuing the power of her divinity in it. Feel the power of greed as well, Lilith stated as she, too, placed her hand on the blade. The other sinful ladies also rested their hand on the blade, channeling the power of their divinity inside it. Lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth. Shannon, who was the last of the 8 deadly sins, also rested her hand on the blade and shouted her sin for everyone to hear. Despond. Half of the blade blazed in dark flames, representing the 8 deadly sins of the world. Now it's our turn, Shayna shouted as she rested her hand on the sword in William's hand. By the power of prudence, justice, Ephemera declared, as she followed her sister's action. Temperance, Lyra announced. Fortitude, faith, charity, chastity. The one who placed her hand last on the blade was none other than Kathy, who gave her sisters a playful wink before saying her virtue. Hope. The other half of William's sword now burned in white flames, representing the power of the heavenly virtues. Suddenly, the black and white flames merged together, making the sword in William's hand shine brighter than the sun. Surtur knew that the moment of truth had come, so he also gathered all of his divinity, and channeled it to his sword, which went by the name Entrusted. The two exchanged a glance for a few seconds before taking that step to clash against each other, and end their 1,000-year history, once and for all. Chapter 1462, Eternal Glory END. From within the void, a world-shaking explosion erupted, as the two combatants fought tooth and nail. We will not be stopped, Surtur roared as he and the half-elf locked blades with each other. We cannot be stopped. It was at that moment when Elliot's playful voice reached William's and Surtur's ears. Oh, but you will. A small angelic familiar appeared on William's left shoulder and gave the god of destruction the middle finger. A second later, 3 more familiars appeared, with Conan standing on William's right shoulder, and Chloe and Claire hovering above the half-elf's head. Kekaki, Will, let's finish this once and for all, Conan said. I'm getting a bit hungry. Let's murder this giant, Will. Chloe raised her little fist high up in the air as if pumping herself to fight against Surtur by herself. Yes, we must end his tyranny once and for all, Claire stated. William smiled as he moved at the same time as Surtur, in order to put an end to their 1,000-year battle. Your world will be destroyed, alongside your hopes and dreams, Surtur declared as all the powers he had gathered earlier made his entire sword blaze with the flames of destruction. None will remain, including all of you who dared to get in the way of the cycle of life. William also prepared to unleash the power he had gathered in his blade, carrying the burden of the entire world on his shoulders. We will not be defeated, Elliot shouted as William flew towards Surtur, holding the sword whose radiance shone like the biggest star in the sky. We fight for honor, Conan shouted. For friendship, Claire stated. And for love, Chloe announced. Our names will go down in history, Elliot declared. This will be our eternal glory. Surtur brandished his sword with the intention of destroying William, as well as the world of Hestia from the void. He put every ounce of his strength behind this attack because he knew that this was the only way he could put an end to the battle. Understanding that William would not dodge his strongest blow because the world of Hestia was behind him, the god of destruction put everything in the line, including his pride and name, for one final gambit. Raise the world into oblivion, Surtur roared. Vanquish all who stand before me with the flames of destruction. Ad finem interitus. William also didn't hold back as he raised his sword, calling out its true name. Strike with all the power of the sins and virtues of the world, William declared as he charged towards Surtur, facing the giant head-on. Cut through time and space. Sword of the strange hangings. The moment the hellish sword and the radiant sword collided, all sounds disappeared from the universe. In that one moment in time, everyone that was fighting in Hestia, including all the gods, looked up in the sky and saw a radiance that illuminated the entire world. Everything became peaceful, as if everyone had lost the ability to speak, and only used their eyes to look at the radiance that would decide the outcome of the war. When the light receded, they saw two things falling from the sky. Surtur's sword, Entrusted, was cut in half. Half of the blade embedded itself in the land, while the other half fell not far from it, creating a crater. While this happened, the world was still void of sound. This silence was broken by a soft sigh that escaped James' lips, as dark red mists in the sky disappeared, and the world of Hestia slowly regained its colors. "Pass me the banner, Helen," James said softly. "This war is won." Helen, who was the Valkyrie that served directly under Odin's command, passed the All-Father's flag to James with tears streaming down her beautiful face. She had waited for those words for thousands of years. Now, seeing James raise the banner high up in the air, the feelings of sadness, happiness, and bitterness all rose to the surface, making the proud and courageous Valkyrie cover her lips as she wept tears, not of sadness, but tears of pride, knowing that their 1,000-year crusade had finally ended. "For Asgard and the 9 realms," James shouted as he raised his banner high up in the air, showing everyone his triumphant face, which was crumpled a bit due to the manly tears that fell from his eyes. "For Asgard," Owen shouted as he raised his staff into the air. Ildan, who saw this scene, can't help but smile, as he too tried to raise the warhammer in his hand. However, he had sprained his hand in the battle earlier, so he could not raise it anymore. "We won't lose to them, old man," Swiper said as he held Eldon's right hand, which was carrying his warhammer, and raised it high up in the air. Ildan chuckled because he understood what Swiper was trying to say. The dwarf then took a deep breath before shouting loud and proud. "For the Alliance," Ildan roared. "For the Alliance." Kasaganaga looked at the old bandit before shifting his gaze to the old dwarf in the distance. He then jumped on top of Urchatu's head, and used the microphone in his hand to make his declaration. For the Horde, the denizens of the underworld also raised their hands high up in the air as they too chanted their Lord Kazo's words of triumph. For the Horde, Gavin, Lily, Issei, and David looked at this scene with smiles on their faces. They then shifted their attention to Yaldabaoth, who was the true leader of the gods of destruction. The lion-headed serpent was still looking up in the sky, as if making sure that Surtur was truly gone for good. A minute later, a sigh escaped his lips before shifting his gaze towards the mortals who fought him, and his army, with everything they had. However, before he could give out an order, an 8-winged half-elf appeared in front of his face, holding the radiant sword in his hand. "Still here?" William asked in a challenging tone. Yaldabaoth narrowed his eyes as he looked at the half-elf who had transformed from an ordinary mortal to a god within the span of time that they had descended into the world of Hestia to destroy it. "Surtur?" Yaldabaoth asked back. "Dead," William replied. Yaldabaoth closed his eyes because losing Surtur was a great blow to his army. "We will take our leave," Yaldabaoth stated before opening his eyes to look at the half-elf in front of him. "However, we will return. It may not be tomorrow, or the next day, or perhaps not in the next 1,000,000 years. But, rest assured, we will return." William nodded. "That's fine. 1,000,000 years from now, and it will no longer be my problem." "And whose problem will it be then?" "The problem of the future generation, of course." Yaldabaoth chuckled after hearing the half-elf's reply. "How irresponsible. Aren't you worried that they will be defeated and this world will finally meet its doom?" "Like I said, that's their problem," William insisted. "By then, I'd probably be somewhere over there." William pointed at the sky, earning another chuckle from Yaldabaoth's lips. "I hope we never meet again, William," Yaldabaoth stated as its giant body floated in the air. "You're the type that doesn't die even if you are killed." The surviving giants also started to fly towards the sky as the god of destruction recalled each and every one of them. There was no longer any point in continuing to fight because, if they did, they would just gain more losses in a battle that was already over. The other gods of destruction, namely, Erlik, Nergal, Owo, and Kakia also rose up towards the sky, and entered the red portal that Yaldabaoth had created. Ahriman glared at William one last glare before flying towards the portal in the sky. However, when he was only halfway there, a golden lasso wrapped itself around his foot. "Just where do you think you're going?" William asked with a devilish smile on his face before pulling the former god of chaos and darkness out of the sky, making the ladder crash towards the ground, creating a small crater. Why you? The fight is already over. Ahriman shouted. I know, William said. My grudge with the army of destruction is over, but our grudge with you has not been settled yet. The half-elf sneered as he pierced Ahriman's chest with his clawed hands, and pulled his soul out from his body. Release me, Ahriman shouted as his soul struggled from William's grasp. I am Ahriman, the primordial god of chaos and darkness. You cannot treat me in this manner. Shut up. William's voice that was filled with killing intent made Ahriman's soul flinch, and stopped all of his movements. I wanted to torture your soul for over 1,000 years, but I made a promise with someone to hand you over to them. Who are you planning to give me to? Ahriman suddenly felt anxious because he knew how much William hated him. If the half-elf was going to give him away, it meant that there was someone whose hatred far surpassed the half-elf's, and that didn't sit well with him. It was at this moment when a black obsidian throne descended from the sky. Seated on it was an otherworldly beauty, whose face could only be seen by the gods, as well as the half-elf who was holding a struggling soul in his hand. Nyx, Ahriman hissed. It's you. Shut up, Nyx said in a cold and deadly voice, as she lightly patted the back of the baby she was holding in her arm. If you wake up this child, I'll torture your soul for 1,000,000 years. Ahriman immediately shut up as he looked at the primordial goddess of darkness, whom he had contended against since time immemorial. William's son, as well as Celine's firstborn child, Seal, slept peacefully in the primordial goddess' embrace. Since everyone was going to war, they wanted to leave Seal in a safe place where no one would be able to harm him. Because of this, William decided to ask Celine's patron goddess, Lisa, to take Seal to the primordial goddess, so that the latter could keep him safe. If things ended up in the worst-case scenario, then, at least, his child would survive and be able to continue to live. The primordial goddess was more than happy to take care of William's baby, and promised to keep him safe. Now that the battle was over, it was now time for her to return Seal to his parents. Seeing her child, Celine returned to the real world, and appeared beside William. She then bowed respectfully to the primordial goddess in order to take her baby back, and the latter nodded her head. Although the goddess was reluctant to part with the adorable child, there was still some business that she needed to attend to that required her undivided attention. Nyx grabbed the soul in William's hand and gave Ahriman a disdainful smirk. Come, Ahriman, Nyx said as she lightly squeezed the soul in her hands, making the god of chaos and darkness scream. We have a lot of catching up to do. Without another word, the obsidian throne disappeared, leaving no traces of the otherworldly behind. Now that he had kept his promise to Nyx, the half-elf raised his head to look at the red portal that the last members of the army of destruction were passing through. Yaldabaoth still hadn't entered the portal because he was making sure that the survivors of his army would not be attacked by the half-elf. As for Ahriman, he wasn't originally part of his army, so he didn't care much for him. When the last giant had entered the portal, Yaldabaoth gave the mortal armies of Hestia one last glance, as he took the scene into his memory. This was his first ever defeat since he had founded the army of destruction, and it left a bitter taste in his mouth. However, there was nothing he could do but to lick his wounds and allow his army to recover. At that moment, a beautiful goddess appeared in front of the god of destruction, and the latter acknowledged her with a light nod. Goodbye, Hestia, Yaldabaoth. See you again in 1,000,000 years. Can you make it 1,000,000,000 years? Hestia asked back with a smile on her face. Yaldabaoth snorted. You wish. Without waiting for Hestia's reply, the god of destruction returned to the void, leaving the world of Hestia behind. William looked at this scene before breathing a sigh of relief. He could have also tried to kill Yaldabaoth, but he didn't want to do that. Just like the natural cycle of life and death, destruction and rebirth also went hand in hand. Without destruction, there would be no rebirth, and the multiverse would become stagnant. This was why he didn't go after the survivors of the army of destruction, and allowed them to leave, for they also had their roles to play in the world. Since the battle was now officially over, the 8 deadly sins, the 8 heavenly virtues, and William's other wives and lovers, all left his spiritual world and appeared before him. The last ones to appear were Elliot, Conan, Chloe, and Claire. Congratulations, Will, Elliot said with a smile. You managed to win our revenge match against Surtur. Kekeki, that oversized baboon had it coming, Conan chuckled. But that also means that our roles are finally over. Elliot's and Conan's body faintly glowed, as particles of light slowly rose from their bodies, which alarmed the half-elf. However, before William could even say anything, Elliot raised his hand to stop him. "Will, isn't this world beautiful?" Elliot asked as he made a gesture towards the setting sun in the distance. "It is," William replied before biting his lip as he looked at the angelic familiar that had a peaceful expression on his face. "It is a world worth fighting for," Conan comments as he crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the sunset together with Elliot. "I have seen many beautiful sunsets, but this sunset is the most beautiful of them all." Chloe looked at the two familiars and lowered her head. Claire, who understood what her twin was feeling, wrapped her arms around her to give her a hug, making Chloe bury her face in her shoulder, as her body shook, trying to hold back the tears that were dangerously close to falling. "I don't have any regrets in this life, maybe I do have one," Elliot said as he glanced at William, giving the latter a playful smirk. "And that is to die a virgin. Does it ring a bell?" "Kahahaha," Conan laughed at the side, while holding his tummy. "What are you laughing at?" Elliot asked. "You are also a virgin. Now that I think about it, you are right." Conan stopped laughing as he scratched his head. However, his smile never left his face. That was one of the things that William liked about Conan. You could see his true feelings on his face. Unlike Elliot, who hid everything, including his sadness and pain behind an angelic smile. "Will, please, take care of everyone," Elliot said as the glowing particles that were flying towards the sky continued to rise, making his body become more transparent. "Wherever we may be, we will always be supporting you with everything we have." "That's right, Will," Conan commented as he looked at the half-elf's face that was covered in tears. "We will always be watching over you, and always remember this." "You are the beginning of a letter," Elliot said softly. "The contents of a poem," Conan smirked as he gave a peace sign to William. Elliot then pressed his palms together as if in prayer. "And the ending of a fairy tale." Conan chuckled. "And what a good ending it is. The best ending ever." Elliot and Conan held hands with each other as the final embers of their life burned brightly. "See you later, Will." Elliot waved his hand as the angelic smile on his face crumpled a bit, not masking the single tear that slid down the side of his face. Conan chuckled as he gave the angelic familiar a hug before winking at Will. "Don't worry about Elliot, he's just weak when it comes to saying goodbyes," Conan said. "Goodbye, Will, may you live happily ever after." After saying these parting words, the two familiars who supported William till the bitter end took their place amongst the stars, watching over him until he no longer had tears to shed. The end. Chapter 1463. After Story 1, Two Gluttonous Godmothers. 3 years had passed since the great battle between the army of destruction and the defenders of Hestia. On a bench inside the beautiful gardens of the Ainsworth royal palace, 3 pink-haired girls sat by side, as they spent the afternoon talking about random things. "She kicked," Maple said with an excited look on her face as she pressed her left ear against the bulge of Chiffon's abdomen. "There's another one." Cinnamon heard it too. Cinnamon commented while her right ear was pressed over Chiffon's tummy. The pink-haired mommy smiled sweetly, as she lightly caressed the head of the 2 little girls who had suddenly come to visit her while she was admiring the flowers that were in full bloom inside the royal garden. "When will they be born?" Maple asked as she raised. "Will they be born soon?" Cinnamon also raised her head to ask a question. Chiffon smiled as she lightly pinched the 2 adorable girls' cheeks, making the 2 giggle at her. "Perhaps after 3 to 4 months, Chiffon replied. The gestation period for dwarves usually lasted up to 12 months, but since William was a half-elf, and Chiffon was a half-dwarf, they believed that Chiffon would give birth between 9 to 12 months. Right now, Chiffon was 6 months pregnant, and she was carrying twins, just as everyone expected. 3 to 4 months, Maple said softly as she gently caressed the bulge on Chiffon's tummy. "Yes," Chiffon commented, "I can't wait to see them." "I can't wait to see them too. Cinnamon also wants to see them." Chiffon giggled as she looked at the 2 pink-haired girls, who made her heart melt with so much love, that sometimes she wondered if she was dreaming. "I have an idea," Maple said. "How about we become their godmothers when they are born? We will give them lots and lots to eat." Cinnamon thinks that this is a good idea. Cinnamon nodded her head. "I want to become a godmother as well." Chiffon looked at the 2 adorable girls who were looking at her with sparkling eyes, making her unsure of how to reply to them. Fortunately, William chose that time to appear because he had decided to look for Chiffon, if she was still in the garden. The half-elf was not alone because he was walking with his firstborn son, Seal, who was already 2 years old. For some reason, Seal was born as a full-blooded elf with red hair. With that said, he was the only elf in the world of Hestia with red hair, and had become a popular topic among the elves in the Silvermoon continent. Seal was a very adorable boy with chubby cheeks. He also had a peculiar trait, and that was that his eyes changed colors from purple to green and back to purple, depending on his mood. When he was happy, or in a good mood, his eyes would be purple. However, when his favorite toy was taken from him, or when he was crying, his eyes would become green. He could also say a few words, and was very intelligent for his age. Because he was William's firstborn, the half-elf's other wives would often kidnap him, so that they could kiss, hug, and squeeze him to oblivion. Seeing that her beloved was approaching, Chiffon decided to ask for his help and let him handle the request of the two little girls, who were adamant about becoming her children's godmothers. I want to be the godmother of Chiffon's babies. Cinnamon also wants to be a godmother. William blinked once then twice after hearing the two pink-haired girls' demands. Becoming the godmother of their younger selves. Just what kind of situation was this? If this was what it meant to love oneself, wasn't this taken to the next level? The half-elf looked at his wife for her opinion, but Chiffon simply pressed her hands together as if pleading for William to handle this matter himself. After pondering for some time, William decided to agree to their request, but on one condition. The two of you can become godmothers, but it will not be to Chiffon's babies. We want to be the godmother of Chiffon's babies. Maple pouted and her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel that had packed their cheeks with nuts and berries to eat at a later time. Cinnamon wants to be godmother. Chiffon also pouted and looked at William as if he was a big bully. William chuckled as he crouched down to present Seal to the two adorable girls, who were looking at him with a face filled with injustice. His name is Seal, William said. How about you become his godmothers instead? Seal. Maple blinked. He looks just like Big Brother when he was young. What do you think, Cinnamon? Cinnamon thinks that he looks like Big Brother, too, Cinnamon replied. Just smaller and cuter. Seal, who was now being stared at by two girls older than him, just looked at Maple and Cinnamon with innocent eyes. Big sis, Seal said as he gazed at the two pink-haired girls whose faces were just a foot away from his face. He called me Big Sis. Maple exclaimed. No, he called Cinnamon Big Sis. Cinnamon denied Maple's claim. Big Sis, Seal repeated as he reached out towards the two pink-haired girls who each grabbed one of his hands. Do you want me to be your godmother? Maple asked. Do you want Cinnamon to be your godmother, too? Cinnamon inquired. Seal nodded his head, making the two girls' eyes sparkle. I am Big Brother's godmother. Maple said. Cinnamon is Big Brother's godmother too. Cinnamon commented as she patted Ciel's head. Good boy. Oh, me too. Maple also patted Ciel's head, ruffling the elf boy's hair, making it look like a bird's nest. William and Chiffon chuckled when they saw this scene. Although they didn't know what would happen in the future, the two pink-haired girls becoming Ciel's godmothers was still better than becoming the godmothers of their worlds Maple and Cinnamon, who would be born in a few months' time. Chapter 1464. After Story 2 Devilish Heartbreaker. A young man with short black hair and red eyes looked peacefully at the lake's waters while holding a fishing pole in his hands. The young ladies who happened to pass by him couldn't help but give him a second glance because although the young man didn't go out of his way to wear fashionable clothes or style his hair, he still looked devilishly handsome. He was just like one of those lone vagabonds who traveled the world, meeting new people and seeing different places, as they looked for a place that they could call their home. As for his eyes, they thought that he was just using colored contacts, which they thought matched his overall appearance. Some of the bolder, and more courageous, young ladies even approached the young man in order to initiate a conversation. To their surprise, the devilishly handsome young man replied to them in a polite and friendly manner, making their faces turn beet red. His words were not refined like a gentleman, but his easygoing attitude, and his childlike laughter, that was like the pealing of bells, made them want to take him back to their homes, and keep him there forever. Why don't we go to that cafe over there? The girl pointed at the cafe located at the opposite side of the lake. We will treat you to some food or drinks. Right, girls, of course, we'd love to. Please join us for an afternoon snack. I would love to hear your stories. The young man looked at the young ladies with an apologetic look in his face and told them that he was waiting for two people to come and pick him up. However, the young ladies had no intention of leaving because, after talking to him, they found him very endearing and pleasing to their hearts and eyes. Soon, More young ladies decided to approach the young man, and before he knew it, he was surrounded by pretty young ladies, who were asking about his hobbies, the types of food he liked to eat, as well as what kind of qualities he was looking for in a girl. The young man answered their questions, and for the questions he didn't know the answer, he just scratched his head and gave an innocent chuckle, melting the hearts of the single ladies who had marked him as their target. I knew this would happen. A voice filled with exasperation was heard by the young man, as well as the ladies that were surrounding him. Well, he's not doing it on purpose. He just doesn't know better, a young lady's voice filled with helplessness said. Conan doesn't understand these things. He is just being polite and friendly like he is with everyone. That's the problem, he doesn't know that he can make any girl fall for him because of his carefree ways. Alright, calm down, we're taking him home. Conan, as well as the young ladies who were surrounding him, turned their heads to the side and saw two drop-dead gorgeous ladies, who were looking at the devilishly handsome young man with a helpless expression on their beautiful faces. Aisha, Claire, these kind ladies are inviting me to have an afternoon snack with them, Conan said. Can I go? No, Aisha replied bluntly. You're coming with us before you leave these young ladies heartbroken. Everyone, I'm sorry but he is already married, Claire said. We're his wives, and we've come to pick him up. We're married. Conan blinked innocently as he looked at the two beautiful women, who gave him the, just nod your head like the obedient boy you are, gaze, making Conan scratch his head. Are you married, Sir Conan? One of the ladies beside Conan asked. Not yet, but they are my fiancés. We are planning to marry after a year, Conan replied. They are also the people that I am waiting for. The young ladies looked heartbroken as they looked at the two beautiful ladies who surpassed them in looks in at least 3 sizes. They could only watch helplessly as Conan took Claire's hand and walked away, hand in hand, with her and the other beauty who had come to pick him up. We should have chosen a place with less people, Aisha said with a sigh. Conan is simply too defenseless. He just doesn't know how to say no. I know, right, Claire replied. What a troublesome fiancé. Aisha looked exactly like Ash. The only difference between them was that Ash had light blue hair, while Aisha had light brown hair. She was none other than Isaac, who was Ian's twin, when they were still trapped in the bodies of young boys before William lifted the curse on their bodies. Claire, who was Chloe's twin, intertwined her fingers with Conan's, making sure that the latter wouldn't wander off anywhere and make girls fawn over him needlessly. Actually, the night when William made love with Celeste and took her chastity, her divinity entered William's spiritual world and made the hearts of his two dead familiars beat once again. However, they were still too weak to do anything, and were in a comatose state. When the war started, the two divinities that had been given to William by the lowly goddess Lily and by the harem king, Issei, merged with Elliot and Conan, becoming the spark that rekindled their consciousness and the powers that were sleeping inside them. In short, the lollipop and the king chess piece became Elliot's and Conan's secondary hearts, similar to the gem in William's chest that was given to him by Ash in order to save his life. During the battle, they had used 100% of their full powers, making them also use up the power of the two divinities. The two of them returned to the graveyard of the familiars, but to the surprise of the god of familiars, Elliot's and Conan's hearts were still beating inside their chests. The two of them were in a half-dead, half-alive state within their soul crystals. However, just to be sure, the god of familiars didn't tell this news to William right away. He waited a year to see if there was any further development because he didn't want to give the half-elf any false hope. Finally, after a year, the god of familiars summoned William back to the topmost floor of the Tower of Babylon and had him take a look at Elliot's and Conan's soul crystals, making him become ecstatic. He returned them to his spiritual world once again, and a month later the soul crystals broke apart, allowing Elliot and Conan to once again open their eyes. However, this time, both of them were different. They could now freely transform into their teenage version of themselves, and even if they used their full powers, they would only return to a comatose-like state for a month before reviving again. The god of familiars also shared this ability with Chloe and Claire, allowing Claire to transform into her teenage form, similar to Chloe when she became the half-elf's lover. Elliot, Conan, Chloe, and Claire looked like they were only in their late teens, and their youthful appearance could easily make anyone's heads turn to look in their direction. As for how Aisha and Claire became Conan's fiancés, Claire already looked at Conan favorably and, since Chloe had already married William, she felt that it was also time for her to have a partner as well. Because of this, she took the initiative to tell Conan her feelings, but was surprised when someone beat her to the confession. Aisha had somehow fallen in love at first sight when she saw Conan's adult form, and perhaps due to her sister marrying William, Aisha also felt that there was nothing wrong to marrying the devilishly handsome young man, whose innocent laughter and carefree attitude made her feel like he was the one for her. Claire wasn't fazed about having someone confess to Conan first. Since Conan was William's familiar, and the half-elf had over 30 wives, and was on the brink of surpassing 40, Claire didn't mind sharing the devilish familiar with another woman. However, she insisted that Conan make a promise to her that he wouldn't follow his master's ways of having many women as his wives. Not wanting to make Claire and Aisha sad, Conan promised that he would not have a harem like William. With the half-elves, Celestes, and everyone's blessings, Aisha and Claire became Conan's fiancées. The three of them had decided to start their relationship as friends, and now, they had reached a stage when they were confident to say that they truly loved and cared for each other. The next day, Conan opened his eyes, and found himself locked in the embrace of two naked ladies on his left and right side. Perhaps, due to what happened in the lake, Aisha and Claire became jealous, and decided to make love to the devilishly handsome young man, who allowed the two girls to take the lead. Conan looked at the faces of his two beautiful fiancées, and softly planted a kiss on their foreheads before pulling them closer to his chest. "I love you, Aisha, Claire," Conan said softly before closing his eyes to enjoy the softness and the warmth that his two fiancées brought to his life. Aisha and Claire didn't open their eyes, but their hands moved to hold Conan firmly in their embrace, locking him in place. He was their man, and they had no intention of sharing him with any other lady. It would only be the two of them, who would love him, just as much as he loved them. Chapter 1465. After Story 3, Wishing for Babies. Medusa and Cherry walked side by side while carrying 6-month-old babies in their arms. These adorable babies didn't belong to them because they were the children of Titania and Loxos. The two girls would often take care of William's children, while their mothers were busy. The half-elf had a very big family, and the two of them were more than happy to watch over the little ones because all of them were so cute. Titania's firstborn was a girl, while Loxos' firstborn was a boy. Titania's baby girl, Aurora, had hair as red as a rose and green eyes, while Loxos' baby boy, Leon, also had red hair and golden eyes. Truth be told, they were Medusa's and Cherry's favorites among all of William's kids, and they would often take a stroll while carrying the two well-behaved children in their arms. As the two strolled the picturesque flower field of Asgard, they found a half-elf and a half-ling sleeping in the green grass. Aranis rested her head on William's left arm, while the half-elf's right hand rested on the small bulge of her abdomen. The half-ling was currently 4 months pregnant, and she was the third to become pregnant with William's child, among the 7 ladies who represented the virtue of hope. The first one to get pregnant was Haleth, and the second one was Pearl. Currently, the beautiful Hal-elf was 7 months pregnant, while Pearl was 6 months pregnant. As for the remaining 4, they said that they wanted to wait until Haleth, Pearl, and Aranis gave birth before they considered having children of their own. In truth, if William wanted all of them to get pregnant, he would just make love with Kathy with the intention of getting her pregnant. However, he didn't do this because Kathy said that all of their babies were her babies as well, so there was no need for her to hurry up and give birth to William's child. The half-elf also understood that Kathy's circumstance was a bit complicated. If she really wanted to give birth to William's child, the 7 ladies would have to be merged together for a year, in order to allow her to give birth on her own. Since this was not possible at this time, Kathy decided to wait, and let the other ladies go first. "Must be nice," Cherry said softly. "I want to have a baby too." "That's right," Medusa nodded. "I'm sure that my baby will be cute as well." The two girls then looked at the 2 sleeping people in front of them. William and Aranis were sound asleep, and the 2 of them looked so peaceful that Medusa and Cherry wondered if sleeping on the grass really felt that good. However, since both of them were holding babies in their arms, they decided to just sit on the grass and take a short break. The gentle and refreshing breeze blew past them, making the babies in their hands sleepy. Cherry hummed a lullaby, which made the 2 babies yawn. A minute later, Aurora and Leon fell asleep, and the 2 girls looked at them with tenderness and affection. A while later, they noticed that William had woken up and was looking at them with a smile. "Both of you will make great mothers someday," William said to the 2 who had discovered that he was observing them. In truth, William had woken up soon after Cherry had started humming a lullaby for his kids. Because he didn't want to disturb her, he simply watched over them. The half-elf was about to say more, but the words he planned to say became stuck in his throat after hearing Cherry's sudden outburst. "Will, give me a baby," Cherry said as she looked at the half-elf who almost choked on the words he was about to say. "I want one with red hair and golden eyes like Leon." The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at the young girl who just turned 15 a month ago. "We have had this discussion many times already," William replied. "You're still too young. Just wait 3 to 5 more years." "You're so unfair," Cherry pouted. 5 months from now you are going to marry Big Sis Aelin Superbia, Ingrid Invidia, Audrey, Princess Eowyn and Rebecca. Why didn't you add mine and Medusa's names to the list?" William chuckled after hearing Cherry's complaint. Unlike her current looks, Medusa was actually older than the half-elf by a few years. However, since she was treated like a little sister by her big sister Gorgons, she always had the mindset of a child. Although this mindset had started to change over the years, being with Chiffon, Cherry, and Aranis still made Medusa think that she was of the same age as them. As for Aelin and Ingrid, since there was no man better than William, they decided to choose him as their husband. Audrey had this same train of thought as well. Aside from Cherry and her, all of their sisters were now married to the half-elf. Truth be told, Audrey was surprised that William was able to take such good care of the many women that surrounded him at any given time. She also saw how passionate William was with his wives, and knew that if any of them were to get hurt, he would ensure that whoever was responsible would suffer his wrath. Because of this, she felt that marrying him wasn't so bad after all, especially after she witnessed how hard William tried to protect everyone when Surtur started targeting them. Audrey knew that William would love her just as much as her sisters, and she would be safe with him. As for Princess Eowyn, her marriage with him was more of a political one. Although William had already married Acedia, Selene, and Celeste, the Elven royal family, as well as the newly formed Elven Council, still felt that they needed to have a member of the royal family marry the half-elf, so that they would be joined at the hips for life. William felt a bit sorry for the princess, so he decided to agree to the marriage. However, he also promised that he would put great effort in nurturing their feelings for each other and make her happy. As for Rebecca, she and the half-elf had a long talk in Lont before the war started. They both agreed that they would wait until the war was over before they tackled this question again. But, right after the war ended, Lawrence, Rebecca's grandfather, dragged James to a drinking party and pestered the old bandit about honoring the agreement they had made in the past. The old fox insisted that since it was James and him who had settled on the marriage agreement, that other parties didn't have the right to break his granddaughter's engagement. James also felt a bit guilty because he was the one who had come up with the idea in the past, so he promised Lawrence that he would talk to William about it, on the condition that it would be the half-elf who had the last word. What the two of them didn't know was that William and Rebecca had already talked after the war ended and decided to start their relationship as friends. In the past 3 years, their relationship had progressed from being friends to lovers. Now, this childhood fiancé had truly become his fiancé, and would be married to him in 6 months' time. "I can marry Master anytime I want," Medusa said, "but I want the two of us to marry him together, Cherry. Since Master said that you're still too young, I decided to wait until you're old enough to marry. That way, you won't be lonely when you go to the altar." "Medusa, you're the only one who understands me," Cherry said as she looked at the little Gorgon with a teary face. Aranis opened her eyes and giggled after hearing the exchange between her two best friends. Truth be told, she also looked forward to the day where she would share her beloved with the two people whom she also loved dearly. "Let's go back," William proposed as he helped Aranis stand up. "It seems that Tiana and Loxos have returned." Medusa and Cherry looked in the direction William was looking and they saw 2 ladies flying towards them. The little Gorgon and the virtuous young lady of Charity returned their adorable babies to their rightful mothers, who gave them kisses, and thanks for taking good care of their children, while they were away. Cherry then moved to hold William's arms and pestered him to set a date for their marriage. After nearly 10 minutes of negotiations, both agreed that William would marry Medusa, and Cherry when the latter turned 18. What they all didn't know was that a few years in the future, Cherry would give birth to triplets, making her the only one among William's wives who had more than 2 children. But this is a story to be told at another time. Chapter 1466. After story 4. Do you want to have some tea? Call me Big Sis. Sis. Ah, you're so cute. Belle's best friend, Paula, squealed as she hugged Belle's daughter, Stella, who was only a year and a half old. The black-haired beauty's other best friend, Hannah, wasn't able to stop herself and also hugged Stella, who still had a calm expression on her face, despite the fact that two pretty ladies were fawning over her. "Can I take her home?" Paula asked. "Of course not," Belle replied. "Just find a good man to marry and raise your own baby." Paula snorted as she looked at her best friend while hugging the adorable Stella in her arms. "Easy for you to say." Paula glared at Belle, who was looking at her with a mischievous smile. "All the good-looking men are taken. I wouldn't be able to find one even if I looked. Can you introduce us to some nice guys from Hestia?" Hannah asked. "It doesn't matter if they are not that rich. As long as their character is good, I'll be fine with it." "Yes, introduce us," Paula commented. "Make sure they are good-looking as well. I'll see what I can do, but no promises." Belle relented after being pestered repeatedly by her best friends who dreamed of marrying a charming prince who came from another world. The three girls were currently inside a cafe and taking a short break from their shopping. As for how the black-haired beauty managed to go to Earth, it was all thanks to the Bifrost Bridge. Belle could travel to Earth using the Bifrost Bridge anytime she wanted now, because the foundation that was placed by Kathy several years ago was now stable. She would often visit her parents, and allow them to spend some time with their granddaughter, which made Raymond and his wife, Adele, extremely happy. Even though she already had a daughter, Belle still looked like a fashion model in her early teens, making her best friends very jealous of her. "By the way, why isn't William with you?" Hannah asked. "How can he allow you and Stella to travel here on your own? He is a celebrity here, and as his wife, you are a celebrity as well. Isn't he afraid that some bad guys might take this opportunity and kidnap the two of you?" "That's right," Paula nodded. "Stella is so cute. What will happen if some random thug kidnaps her?" Belle could only giggle after hearing her two best friends' worries. If there was someone who was stupid enough to mess with a pseudo-god like her, they would definitely be kicking a steel plate, and that would be their end. "If I see him, I'll give him a piece of my mind," Paula stated. "He should at least assign some bodyguards to you." "Don't worry, nothing will happen to M." Belle wasn't able to finish his words because several armed men entered the cafe and pointed guns at the staff, ordering them to crouch down on the floor with their hands on the back of their heads. While this was happening, 5 people walked towards Belle's table and pointed their guns at the black-haired beauty, and her two best friends, Paula and Hannah, took a defensive stance to protect Stella that was currently in Paula's hands. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Hannah asked as she stood in front of Paula and Stella, shielding the two of them from the armed men who were wearing masks to cover their faces. "Don't you know who she is?" Hannah pointed at Belle, who was still casually taking a sip of her lemon tea as if what was happening around her was nothing to be concerned about. "I know who she is," the leader of the masked men replied. "She is Belle Von Ainsworth, wife of William Von Ainsworth, who is currently treated as a VIP in this country." "Since you know, then why are you doing this?" Hannah asked. "Do you really want to anger someone who can summon lightning bolts at will?" The leader of the masked men laughed as he pointed the barrel of his gun at the back of Belle's head. "What can he do?" the masked man asked. "As long as we use his wife and daughter as hostages, he can't do shit." Belle calmly placed the glass of lemon tea on the table, and was about to show the masked man what she can do, when suddenly, the sound of door chimes spread inside the cafe. Everyone looked at the direction of the door and found an angelic young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing fashionable clothes that brought out his good looks, and the silver cross that dangled from his right ear made him look like one of those famous idols who were part of a boy group. Immediately, one of the masked men pointed his gun at the handsome teenager and shouted, "Crouch down on the ground with your hands behind your back," the masked man ordered. "As long as you are obedient, none of us will beat you up and destroy your good looks." The young man looked around the cafe in a casual manner as if he didn't hear what the masked man was saying to him. When his gaze landed on Belle, the young man smiled and walked towards her. "Will said that he reserved a family dinner at that fancy restaurant that just opened up at 6 in the evening," Elliot said. "He asked me to tell you to invite your family as well. Right now, he is in a meeting with the Prime Minister of Country C and will be here as soon as their talks have ended." Belle nodded. "Thank you, Elliot. I'll go to my parents' house after this." The masked men glanced at each other before one of them walked towards Elliot with the intention to smack the back of the handsome teenager's head with his gun. However, before the masked man could even do what he intended, his body shook crazily before falling down on the ground face first. "He's one of those revengers," the leader of the masked men shouted. "Kill him." Immediately, all the masked men pointed at Elliot and prepared to shoot. But, before they could even pull the triggers of their guns, all of them were electrocuted. Their bodies shook crazily until their eyes rolled up in their sockets. One by one, they fell on the ground, twitching like dying insects. After making sure that all the masked men were unconscious, Elliot took out his cell phone and called for the police, telling them of what happened inside the cafe. Half an hour later, all the members of the criminal group were arrested, and the owner of the shop profusely thanked Elliot for not destroying his shop when he subjugated the masked men who intended to kidnap Belle and her daughter, Stella. "Elliot, I'll take Stella and go to my parents' house," Belle whispered. "Can you escort my friends back to their homes? I think they're still suffering from trauma." "Okay," Elliot nodded. "Don't worry, I'll make sure that they get home safe." After bidding goodbye to her friends, Belle flew into the sky carrying Stella in her arms. The little girl waved at Paula and Hannah, who both had dumbfounded looks on their faces. They didn't know that Belle could fly, and it made them feel as if many things had happened to their best friend since the last time they saw her. However, they were broken out of their daze when Elliot approached them and told them that he would escort both of them back to their houses. "You know, you look just like William," Paula said as she gazed at Elliot with a blush on her face. "The only differences are your hairstyles, and the color of your hair and eyes. But everything else looks exactly the same." "That's right," Hannah commented. "Are you perhaps his cousin?" Elliot chuckled. "I'm not his cousin, I'm his family. I am part of his family." Paula and Hannah then exchanged a glance before the two of them grabbed Elliot's left and right hand, and looked at him as if their lives depended on it. Then, "Are you single?" Paula asked. "I'm single," Elliot replied. "My parents are on a business trip," Hannah said as her face slowly turned beet red. "Do you want to have some tea at our place?" "Tea?" Elliot smirked as he looked at the two pretty girls who were looking at him with an expression that they might die if he declined their offer. "Sure, I have time to have some tea." "Great," Hannah said happily. "Let's go, my house is not far from here." Paula and Hannah exchanged a knowing glance with each other. Since the hunk that both of them were holding hands with was single, they would definitely not allow him to escape their grasp. What the two pretty ladies didn't know was that Elliot was also smiling in his heart. He knew that the two ladies were planning to eat him once they arrived at Hannah's home. What the two girls didn't know was that the angelic young man, who looked as if he was the coolest and nicest guy in the world, was in fact a wolf in sheep's clothing. An hour later, the two ladies were lying on the bed naked with satisfied looks on their faces, as they hugged the angelic young man in their arms. Their bodies were covered with kiss marks, showing every place that Elliot had kissed and bitten them. Although they already planned to eat him, they didn't expect that their roles would be reversed, and they would be the ones that were eaten instead. A week after that incident, Paula and Hannah became Elliot's girlfriends, which surprised not only Belle, but also William and Conan. The most surprising part was that Elliot didn't look for any other girls aside from them, and treated the two pretty women with love and respect, until he was finally able to make their parents agree to allow the two girls to marry him in Hestia. Paula had 3 children with Elliot, while Hannah had 2. They lived happily within the Ainsworth Empire, and settled in a villa in the countryside, surrounded by their adorable children, which made Elliot feel as if his life was finally complete. Chapter 1467. After Story 5 live every moment, laugh every day, and love beyond words. "It's finally done," William said with a smile as he looked at the monument that he had built at the center of the Ainsworth Empire's capital city, which had been demolished by the giants during the war. On an elevated marble platform, the words, "The patron gods of the Ainsworth Empire," were written in bold letters, informing everyone of the identities of the marble statues that stood above it. In the center of the platform, 5 marble statues with different posts could be seen, towering above everyone who walked past this landmark. William's patron god, Gavin, stood in the middle of the marble statues with his arms crossed over his chest, looking straight ahead, as if he was looking at a bright future. On his right, was an adorable girl, who was doing a double peace sign with a sweet smile on her face. Naturally, this little girl was none other than Lily, the lowly goddess, who had done many things for William behind the scenes. On Gavin's left was the harem god, and William's sworn brother, Issei. The handsome god had a confident smile on his face, and his hands were making a gesture of the finger heart that was now becoming popular on Earth. Beside him was none other than the god of shepherds, David. The old man had a friendly smile on his face as he held a staff in one of his hands, as if using it as a support in order to stand. Finally, behind these 4 statues, was a 5-meter-tall marble robot. With his arms spread wide, encompassing the 4 smaller figures, he was none other than Truck-kun. Originally, he didn't plan to add the isekai specialist to his masterpiece. But, after thinking about it a lot, he finally decided to add Truck-kun as one of the patron gods of the Ainsworth Empire. The reason for this was quite simple. If Truck-kun hadn't appeared back then and sent his soul spiraling towards the red portal, which was the world of Hestia, William might have reincarnated in a different world, and wouldn't be able to reunite with his lovers from his past lives. He would have missed the chance to keep the 1,000-year promises that he had broken in the past, and probably would have lived a life quite different from the one he had lived so far. Perhaps it was fate, William muttered as he stared at the 5 statues with his arms crossed over his chest. Fate, a playful voice sounded behind William. Do you really think so? The half-elf turned around and his eyes widened in shock when he saw 3 beautiful ladies smiling back at him. William had seen all 3 of them in a distant past, and his eyes teared up because he never thought he would see them again. We meet again, Pendragon, the lady with long golden hair said with a smile. Congratulations on saving this world, as well as having many beautiful wives. It's nice to see you again, William replied before he looked at the 3 ladies that he shared a special bond with. Will the 3 of you erase my memories like you did last time? The youngest of them all, Skuld, giggled after hearing William's words. Well, it depends on our mood, Skuld stated. So, make sure to say the right things and we'll let you keep your memories this time. You're as cute as ever, Skuld. Flattery won't get you anywhere, but I won't deduct any points for telling the truth. The 3 ladies were none other than the Norns who weaved the fates of all the people in the world. Sometimes, they helped people in their trials. Other times, they gave counsel, so they wouldn't lose their way. Verdandi the present, and Skuld Represten the future. The 3 ladies who were said to control the fate of people's lives appeared in front of William to talk to him one last time. Will, right now, are you happy? Verdandi asked. She who lived at the present already knew the answer to this question, and yet, she still asked it because she wanted to hear it from William's own lips. Yes, William replied, I am very happy right now. Skuld grabbed hold of William's hand and swung it side to side, acting like a spoiled child. You know, I can no longer see what the future holds for you, as well as the people around you, Skuld said with a pout. It's unfair, you know. I want to see spoilers, but I can't. There was a time that I even tried to bribe the spoiler god, but he just told me no spoilers. Isn't he mean? William chuckled after hearing the little girl's complaints. Elliot once told him that the ability to see the future was both a curse and a blessing. The angelic familiar added that sometimes, he didn't wish to see the things he saw, and yet, he didn't regret seeing them because it allowed William to overcome the obstacles that were presented to him during his dire moments. Elliot complained a lot to William, when he, Conan, and Elliot, had a drinking party with just the 3 of them, about the hardships he had in the past. Also, the angelic familiar also asked for relationship advice, which surprised the half-elf and Conan back then. This was during the time when Hannah and Paula had made their move on Elliot. Although the angelic familiar could just walk away and treat the incident as a one-time thing, he didn't do that, and decided to give the 2 pretty girls a chance to have a proper relationship with him. The half-elf then looked at the eldest among the 3, who seemed to want to tell him something. Even though I am someone who dwells in the past, I also look forward to seeing what kind of future you will create, Will, Bird said with a smile. I'm sure that I, as well as those who will be able to read the story of your life in the days to come will say that it has truly been a rollercoaster ride. William smiled bitterly. If possible, I just want to live a calm and peaceful life from now on. I've fought enough battles to last me a lifetime. Well, I can't refute that, Verdandi chuckled. But, since we are in the present, I guess it is safe to say that no world-ending calamities will happen in this world in the next 1,000,000 years. This is why we need spoilers. Skuld continued to pout. William patted the energetic little girl's head. I never think of the future. It will come soon enough. Boo, Killjoy, you're just too spoiled, Skuld. Bird sighed as she rested her hand on Verdandi's shoulder. Time's up, Bird said. Verdandi nodded, and Skuld reluctantly let go of William's hand before walking towards her sisters. The time had come for them to say their goodbyes, and even though the time they spent together was short, this fleeting moment was memorable in its own way. William had already noticed that the moment the 3 goddesses appeared, time came to a complete standstill. The people around him, the birds flying in the sky, as well as the other minute things in the world were frozen in time. The Norns were powerful goddesses, and those who saw them often forget their faces. "Goodbye, Will," Erd said. "And remember, when the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. However, you don't have to worry about this," Verdandi added. "At the present, your wives, family, and friends will keep that light burning for a very long time. Even though I can't see your future, I am certain that it will be a good one," Skuld said as she patted her chest with confidence. "The best way to predict the future is to create it." Verdandi clasped her hands together and gave William a smile filled with a promise. "Live every moment," Verdandi said softly. "Laugh every day, and love beyond words." The three Norns exchanged a glance with each other before their bodies slowly rose up towards the sky, waving at the half-elf, who also waved back at them. "We will always be with you, whether it is the past, present, and future. Goodbye, Will." As soon as those last words were spoken, the world around the half-elf started to move once again. Time had stopped for everyone but him, allowing him to talk to the three ladies, who rarely interacted with mortals. The half-elf looked around him and saw many pointing at the statues that William had erected in the plaza, and were amazed at how realistic they looked. William looked at the heavens and smiled. This time, the fates allowed him to keep his memories of them, making him feel incredibly blessed. As if waiting for that moment, a rainbow suddenly appeared above the Ainsworth Empire, telling the half-elf that even though they might not meet each other again in this lifetime, they would always be watching him, from the halls of UDR, and wishing that he, and those who supported and witnessed his journey from start to end, would be blessed with all the happiness this world had to offer. Chapter 1468. After Story 6. When that time comes, make sure to love me a lot. Everything is so peaceful. A lady, whose age couldn't be discerned, sipped her tea as she gazed at the scenery from her temple grounds. The Ainsworth Empire had recovered after the war and was now thriving more than ever. William had built several teleportation gates a mile outside the city, which allowed the nations from all over the world to visit his empire directly from wherever they were, making the Ainsworth Empire the hub of the entire world. A place where people of different cultures could interact with each other and trade, allowing everyone to prosper. "Haleth, Pearl, and Aranis are going to give birth soon," the lady said with a smile. "After them, the others will follow and, soon, all of them will give birth to cute and adorable babies." The lady sighed as she thought of holding the children of the ladies that were part of her persona. "When all of them had given birth, I guess it will be about time to give Will another surprise." The lady chuckled at the thought of surprising the handsome half-elf, who had embraced her just a night ago. Just as the lady was thinking of how to break the news to the half-elf, a beautiful teenage girl with red hair appeared at the corner of her vision. "In 2 or 3 years, Eve will start to bloom like a rose," the lady thought as she looked at the high priestess of the Ainsworth Empire, who was walking in her direction. "I pity the boys who will try to court her. If James doesn't manage to kill them, William definitely will." The lady chuckled internally as she looked at her disciple, who had grown from a little girl into a young lady who was revered within the Ainsworth Empire and the Demon Continent. "Master, I'm done with my studies," Eve said as she gave her master, Ariadne, a respectful bow before sitting on the chair next to her. "Good," Ariadne replied as she patted Eve's head. "Master, please stop treating me like a child." Eve pouted. "I'm all grown up now." Ariadne giggled before she stopped patting the head of her disciple, who had already caught the attention of all the princes of the different kingdoms of the world. In fact, there had been several suitors and matchmakers who tried to ask for Eve's hand in marriage already, but James and William declined all of their offers, telling them that Eve was still too young to start a romantic relationship. Naturally, there were princes who were quite bold and tried to form a connection with the treasure of the Ainsworth family personally. Eve treated these people warmly, which made them bolder, thinking that she was a naive girl who didn't know what love was. Unfortunately, after she was forced to become Ahriman's high priestess, as well as participate in the war in the central continent, the young lady was similar to a veteran warrior who had seen countless battles. Although she treated others warmly and respectfully, as how a high priestess of a god should do, she was far from naive, and fully understood the intentions of the people who tried to ask her hand for marriage. The persistent and annoying ones among her suitors were dealt with by the ducklings and the white goose, who didn't hesitate to bite their family jewels, making these princes and high-ranking nobles shriek in pain. Naturally, they tried to guilt-trip Eve, but the six-eared macaque was always there to put a stop to their delusions. After the pseudo-god, whose strength was similar to Sun Wukong's, turned them into monkeys for an entire day. They no longer pestered Eve, and looked for other beauties to prey on. Are the preparations for William's third marriage finished? Ariadne asked in a teasing tone. Eve nodded. Invitations have already been sent to the various nations. It seems that the Silvermoon continent is preparing a grand feast as tribute since their princess is marrying into our family. Ha, it's all politics. Well, I'm sure that William will treat Princess Éowyn with love and respect after they are married. I agree. It's too bad that Big Brother is family, or else I would have married him as well. Ariadne giggled because she knew that Eve was just joking. Unfortunately, your future lover needs to survive your grandpa's and William's extensive screening before you and him will be able to walk hand in hand under the sun, Ariadne stated. It's not easy being the only girl in the family. Eve smiled after hearing Ariadne's words. She wasn't really in a hurry to have a relationship with anyone. For the time being, she was fine with her current role as the high priestess of the god of shepherds and the god of all trades, who were two of the 5 patron gods that watched over their empire. For the time being, William decided to not make Eve the high priestess of the lowly goddess, the harem god, and the isekai specialist, because these 3 religions might make a mess of the world of Hestia, if they were to become official. Master, somehow, you feel different today. Eve tilted her head as she looked at Ariadne. Although her master was strict, she was very kind and truly cared for her. However, the feeling she was getting from Ariadne right now was so casual, it was as if she was just talking to Medusa, Cherry, and Aranis, who had become her best friends. I'm just in a good mood today, Ariadne replied. Don't worry, I will return to being your strict master in a few short hours, so you'd better be prepared when that happens. Master, I actually like the current you right now, Eve said honestly as she smiled at Ariadne. I hope that you are always in a good mood. Ariadne giggled at the young beauty's reply, which made her pinch Eve's cheeks. Suddenly, Eve's master raised her head towards the sky and saw a half-elf flying in their direction. A playful thought appeared inside her head as she looked at William, who was about to land beside them. Good afternoon, ladies, William said as he patted Eve's head before sitting on the chair next to her. Can I join you girls for an afternoon snack? Eve glanced at her master, and Ariadne simply shrugged as if saying that she didn't mind having more company. Are you perhaps running away from one of your lovers? Ariadne asked in a teasing tone. It must be nice being popular. I'm not running away, William replied with a smile. I am simply doing my best to ensure that I am looking after all the ladies who love me. Oh, then what are you doing here? It's because one of my girls is here. Ariadne arched an eyebrow after hearing William's words. What do you mean? Ariadne asked. Are you telling me that you are making moves on my disciple? William smirked and looked at Ariadne. You know, I've always wondered why your face changed every time I saw you, and would forget about it as soon as I took my eyes off you. Now, I understand the reason why. Ariadne picked up her teacup and took a sip as she looked at William with an amused expression on her face. What did you understand? Ariadne asked. You're similar to Nisha, William replied as he gave the oracle a knowing smile. Ariadne's body froze after hearing William's words. A few seconds later, she placed her cup on top of the table and was about to refute the half-elf's words, but before she could do that, William had already sealed her lips with his own, making Eve's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected scene. Half a minute later, the half-elf pulled back and returned to his seat, leaving a dazed Ariadne and a dumbfounded Eve frozen where they were. Eve, can you leave the 2 of us for now? William said. I'd like to talk to your master in private. Eve nodded and hurriedly left the scene. What she saw caught her completely by surprise, and for some reason, she didn't want to be there when William talked to her master. You know, what you did back then was mean, William said when he was sure that Eve was already a good distance away from them. You were the one who first offered me blood, after I became a half-vampire. Naturally, I shouldn't have forgotten what your blood tasted like, but since I was weaker than you back then, you erased this memory from my head. Now that I am stronger than you, this memory came back, and I realized that your blood, and the blood of my carefree wife was similar. Ariadne pretended that she didn't hear William's words, as she continued to sip her tea. Kathy, don't you think it's time for you to come clean? William asked. Nisha is Nyx's avatar, while Ariadne is your avatar, right? A sigh escaped the oracle's lips as she placed her teacup back on the table. How did you know? Kathy asked. You only drank my blood once, and I make sure to only descend into Ariadne's body when you're not around. My senses encompassed the entirety of the Ainsworth Empire, William replied. I was with Aranis just a few minutes ago when I felt your aura. Since she was with me, it was impossible for you to appear, which was the piece I needed to connect the dots together. I knew I should have left when I had the chance. Kathy rubbed her face with both of her hands. Just so you know, I can only descend into this body once a week. I can't always use Ariadne as my vessel because, just like Nisha, she also has her own thoughts and way of life. I'm just borrowing this body for a while. William nodded. I understand, but I wish you would have told me this beforehand. I was planning to tell you when everyone had given birth, Kathy replied. But, you ruined my surprise. Kathy glared at the half-elf, but the latter only chuckled at her displeased expression. Clearly, he was finding joy in ruining his ninth wife's plans. Last night, we weren't able to spend a lot of time together because you can't stay in that merged state for a long time due to Haleth, Pearl, and Aranis being pregnant, William stated. Next time you descend into Ariadne's body, make sure to give me a heads up so we can spend some time together. You will need to ask for Ariadne's permission first, Kathy replied. After all, this is her body. I know, I'll ask her later. Kathy stood up from her seat and hugged William from behind. I look forward to the day when I can give birth to your baby as well, Kathy whispered in William's ears. When that time comes, make sure to love me a lot, okay, Papa? Okay, William replied before turning his head to the side to kiss Kathy's lips. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the half-elf was happy to know that his wife, who could not always be with him due to her current circumstances, was always watching over him, and continued to help him in more ways than one. Chapter 1469. After Story 7, A Life Worth Living For. Arwen looked at the setting sun as she rested her head on her husband's shoulder. Maxwell was able to create an avatar now, similar to the homunculus that Arwen had made for Acedia when she went to the southern continent to enroll at the Helen Royal Academy. This avatar was something that he had nourished inside the world tree for the past decade, recreating the body that he had lost long ago. William is going to get married again in a few months, Maxwell said. He's going to marry Princess Eowyn this time around. It seems that the royal family is serious in forming bonds with our family. Arwen nodded against his shoulder. How many wives does he have now? I stopped counting after it went past 20, Arwen replied. Also, I'm sure that this won't be the last time he is going to marry. Maxwell chuckled. My son is living the life. He has so many beautiful wives. I'm so envy-o-hiok. The handsome man wasn't able to finish his words because Arwen had delivered a strong punch to his gut, making him keel over. Dear, what did you say again? Arwen said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I think I misheard it. Why you misheard it? Maxwell replied with a pained expression as he rubbed his stomach. I said I'm so envious because you went to his wedding, and I didn't. This time, I will go and meet my daughter-in-laws. Arwen nodded her head and caressed the side of Maxwell's face. If you flirt with anyone at the wedding, I'll cut it off, okay? Maxwell subconsciously shuddered after hearing Arwen's subtle threat. He had painstakingly created the body he had now over the last 10 years, and one mistake would make him an eunuch for life. Arwen, what do you think Will's reaction will be after we tell him the good news? Maxwell asked in order to change the topic. His wife was the Saintess, and was beautiful beyond words. However, when she got angry, even he, as the former Dungeon Conqueror, felt as if his million-beast army would not be able to save him from her wrath. Arwen's expression softened after hearing Maxwell's words. She then lightly touched her abdomen with a smile as she imagined William's reaction after he found out that he would be a big brother in a year's time. I'm sure that he will be surprised, Arwen replied. But, since both of us agreed that we will not check its gender, I wonder if he will have a little brother or a little sister. I hope it's a boy, Maxwell said. And why do you want it to be a boy? Arwen asked in curiosity. Because I don't want to start killing people when she becomes a teenager. Just thinking about my future daughter getting courted by someone makes me want to start a genocide. Quote. You know, that is the problem with your niece, Eve. William and James seemed hellbent to feed any of her suitors to the fishes, making her unable to find someone to marry. The poor child. You Ainsworth sure are overprotective of your girls. Maxwell smirked. But of course, every lady in our family is precious. We won't just hand them over to some random guy without trying to kill them first. Arwen shook her head helplessly because William had said the exact same thing to her when she had gone to the Ainsworth Empire to visit her grandkids. When the image of her grandkids appeared inside her head, Arwen's heart melted because all of them were extremely adorable. I miss them, Arwen said. How about we visit the Ainsworth Empire tomorrow? Tomorrow. Maxwell rubbed his chin. Sounds like a good plan. This is my first time visiting my grandkids. Should I prepare gifts for them? Just some snacks will do. They're still too young for anything else. Snacks? Okay. I'll give them the sap of the world tree. They can add it to their cookies and bread to make it taste better. Arwen nodded in agreement with her husband's proposal. Truth be told, the sap of the world tree was very precious and it was used by the elves to create an elixir that could cure almost every kind of disease. The Saintess of the world tree collected the sap and gave it to the Elven Council, so that they could distribute it to the major elven clans. However, the quantity of the sap was always limited, allowing all families to only get a small bottle each. However, what they didn't know was that the world tree produced a lot of this extremely precious sap. Arwen just didn't want everyone to have more than what was needed, so she strictly regulated the distribution of the sap every year. I'll give Will 100 bottles, Arwen commented. Only 100, how about we give them 1,000? Maxwell stated. The sap is also good for pregnant mothers because it gives the child inside their body plenty of nutrients. It helps their body become stronger, and it also guarantees safe childbirth. You're right, let's give them 10,000 bottles. After making their plans, the two returned to the sacred grove and began filling up bottle after bottle of the honey-like sap of the world tree that almost all of the elven families craved. If they knew that the son of the Saintess would get 10,000 bottles of the sap of the world tree, they would definitely choke in anger because of the one measly bottle they got once a year. The next day in the Ainsworth Empire. Grandma, this is for you, Seal said as he handed a violet flower to a young lady with light blue hair. Thank you, Seal, Ella replied with a smile as she took the flower from the 3-year-old boy's hand, and placed it on her ear, making William's firstborn smile. I'll go pick another flower for you, Grandma. Okay, but don't go too far. Seal waded through the flower field in search of the most beautiful flower that he could give his grandma. While the red-headed little elf was busy, Ella also busied herself in creating a crown of flowers for the black-haired little girl that was sitting in front of her. It's done, Stella, Ella said as she placed the wreath of flowers on top of the little girl's head. Thank you, Grandma, Stella smiled sweetly before kissing Ella's cheek as payment for the flower crown on her head. I want a flower crown, too. A 2-year-old girl with sun-kissed skin and red hair said as she hugged Ella from behind. Okay, Razel, Ella replied. I'll make you one as well. Yay, the little Amazon jumped up and down before running away to chase butterflies. Ella giggled as she looked at the very energetic little girl, who would always accompany her on her strolls. After making sure that Seal and Razel weren't going too far from her, Ella glanced at the sleeping beauty that was a few meters away from her. Acedia lay in the field of flowers, with her hair serving as a cushion to allow her baby girl, Rena, to sleep comfortably. Unlike the other red-headed children in William's family, Rena had golden hair just like her mother, and green eyes just like her father. Just like her mother, Rena liked to sleep, so she was always with Acedia. Even when William was around, the little baby would just look at him for a few seconds before closing her eyes to sleep. Almost all the ladies that William had married were either pregnant or had given birth to children. Wendy and Estelle had conceived a bit late, but they were about to give birth in a few weeks, according to Titania's assumption. Princess Sidonie had just given birth a month ago, and she named her beautiful daughter, Callista, which translates to most beautiful. The succubus princess was currently visiting her family back in the southern continent, to allow her father and her brother to see her adorable baby. Princess Aila had also successfully given birth, and her baby boy was now 4 months old. To everyone's surprise, her child was a purple-haired half-elf, whom she named Hyacinth. Ella was more than happy to take care of William's children. This reminded her of the time when she was raising the half-elf, who had somehow become the most influential man in the world of Hestia. She had always liked taking care of children, so for her, William's children were her children. Whenever their mothers were away, and the kids were hungry, she would often let them drink her milk, just as she had for their father, many years ago. Right now, William's wives banned him from drinking Ella's milk, which made the half-elf scratch his head. Of course, he was already way past that stage where he would drink Ella's milk, but in order to make sure that he didn't do it, the other pregnant ladies, like Celeste, would allow William to drink their breast milk while their babies were still in their wombs. This misunderstanding left William helpless, but in order to give his wives some peace of mind, he just simply went with the flow and drank their milk on a nightly basis. Ella found this whole situation very funny. She knew that her adopted son's wives were still wondering if her relationship with William was more than that of a mother and her son, so she didn't do anything to cause any misunderstandings. William and Ella treated each other as family, so there was no romantic relationship between them. They only had familial love for each other, but since they would exchange kisses on the cheeks from time to time, the people around them always thought that Ella would one day become the half-elf's wife as well. Ella hummed as she made a crown of flowers for Razel, while Stella laid her head on her grandma's lap. The heavenly goat who had sacrificed her divinity to allow William's soul to enter the cycle of reincarnation, smiled as she looked at the heavens. High above the sky, several stars twinkled in reply. The constellation that had watched over William's many reincarnations glowed faintly, continuing its vigil to ensure that this time around, the soul that she had saved would live a happy and blessed life, surrounded by family and friends, and the people who held him dear in their hearts. Chapter 1470. After Story 8, The Art of Pleasing a Woman. Celeste lovingly held the back of William's head as the latter suckled her right breast, drinking her breast milk. She only needed to wait for a month or two before her baby was born, but she felt uncomfortable whenever her breast milk would leak out from her breast and stain her clothes, creating wet patches whenever she was taking a stroll around the castle. She was not the only one that had this problem, but William's other wives as well. Because of this, they had asked him to drink their milk to solve their problem. They also did this to ensure that the half-elf wouldn't go and look for Ella for the same reason. For them, the half-elf could not drink anyone else's milk aside from their own. "All of you really smell like milk," William commented after releasing Celeste's pink from his mouth. "It's your turn, Aranis." "Okay." Aranis nodded as William kissed the bulge of her abdomen before moving towards her chest that had grown a little bigger due to her pregnancy. This had become the half-elf's regular routine around bedtime, as well as anytime his wives needed his help. One by one, he made sure that not a single drop was left, allowing them to feel more comfortable as the date of their childbirth neared. "Thanks for your hard work, Will," Pearl said as she lovingly kissed the half-elf's lips, which now tasted and smelled like milk. "You too, Pearl," William replied as he lightly caressed the bulge of the beautiful elf's abdomen. "Thanks for your hard work." Pearl blushed because she understood what he was trying to say. If she could go back in time and tell her past self that she would be marrying the half-elf whom she hated, she was certain that her past self wouldn't believe it. Even now, she couldn't believe that she actually married William and was about to give birth to his child now. "Life is full of surprises," Pearl said softly as William laid beside her. "I agree," William replied as he continued to caress Pearl's abdomen. "Do you regret it?" "I don't. I have grown to love you, Will. Please, love me for the rest of your life." The half-elf kissed his elf wife before closing his eyes to rest. In less than 2 months, he would be marrying again, further increasing the number of wives he currently had. Surprisingly, his wives didn't oppose his decision to marry, and when he asked Belle if she was really fine with him having more wives, the latter only gave him a helpless look and said, "Isn't it a bit late to be asking me this question?" Belle asked, "I stopped caring after you got married the second time. Adding a few more won't make a difference." His other wives also said similar answers when he asked them this question, and he knew that he was at fault for forgetting his promise with Belle. Even so, he didn't regret it. All of his wives and lovers were important to him, so he decided to take responsibility and marry all of them. Still, he never thought that he would have a harem as big as the one he had now. Back then, Wendy had confessed to him, and that was the beginning of it all. It was when his heart slowly opened up, allowing him to love again and break free from the shackles that bound him in the past. Issei even jokingly said that William was lucky to have Donger with him. If not, the chances of William reaching the age of 30, despite being a long-lived half-elf, as well as a powerful pseudo-god, was very unlikely due to the nightly activities that he would have with his wives, sapping him of his strength and stamina. The half-elf couldn't agree more with the harem god's comment because he simply couldn't satisfy all of his wives without Donger's help. A few minutes later, the half-elf was sound asleep as he was embraced by his wives, who were pregnant with his children. Since their term was very near, the half-elf ceased all lovemaking activities in order to not endanger the children in their wombs. Somewhere in the southern continent, should we send our wedding invitation to Big Brother? Brianna asked her fiancé, who was currently the crown prince of the Helen Kingdom, Ernest Louis v. Helen. The adorable girl that William had met in the Corinter Mountain, had now grown up to be a beautiful young lady, whose bright gray eyes made all the noblemen in the Helen Kingdom, as well as the other 3 kingdoms in the southern continent, look at her fondly. If not for the fact that Ernest knew that Brianna was loyal and loved him very much, he would definitely not allow her to meet other guys, whose eyes always sought her out whenever he appeared in important gatherings. Of course we should invite him, Ernest replied. He is our benefactor. If not for him, you would have been forced to marry someone you didn't love, and this kingdom would have perished due to the elven invasion that happened several years ago. Brianna nodded her head as she allowed Ernest to hug her closer to him. I knew that Big Brother was special, but I never thought that he was that special, Brianna commented. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I didn't meet him back then. Ernest kissed his fiancée's forehead before hugging her tightly. It's no use thinking of what ifs, and what might have beens, Ernest said. What we need to do right now is to think of what we should do from here. Oh, you want to talk about the future? Brianna smiled sweetly before resting her head on Ernest's shoulder. How many children should we have? Brianna asked, then watched as a deep blush crept up Ernest's cheeks. Unlike William, who was now a veteran in love, Ernest was still very innocent and didn't know much about the activities that lovers did. The most he did with Brianna was kiss, hug, and hold hands. 2 is fine, Ernest said after pondering for a time. I heard that childbirth puts a toll on a woman's body. So having 2 children is the ideal. Brianna giggled, but she too thought that having 2 children was good. Although she didn't mind giving birth to more, she decided to take things in stride and go with the flow. Your big sister gave birth to an adorable daughter, Brianna stated. I hope that my daughter will be just as cute as her. You don't have to worry about that, Ernest smiled as he lightly squeezed Brianna's left hand, which was intertwined with his right hand. Our children will be the most adorable in the world. Brianna squeezed Ernest's hand back because the latter had become very eloquent in using words as part of his statecraft. If he had developed the same skill in love-making, I'm sure that I would be pregnant by now, Brianna thought. Maybe I should write a letter to Big Brother, asking him to teach Ernest a thing or two. Since he has so many wives, he must be very proficient in doing it, right? A few minutes later, Brianna decided that she would not write William a letter, but visit him personally instead. Naturally, she would also drag her fiancé, the crown prince, along with her with the excuse that they needed to see William in order to form stronger connections between their 2 nations. A few days later, Ernest cried bitter tears after learning the real reason his fiancé brought him to see William in the Ainsworth Empire. However, after seeing how serious Brianna was, the crown prince decided to tough it out and ask the half-elf for help. Naturally, William had no problems giving Ernest some advice because he didn't want the crown prince to make Brianna, whom he treated as his little sister, to suffer due to Ernest's lack of understanding towards lovemaking. Of course, although William had many wives, he didn't think of himself as master of the arts. Because of this, he decided to ask the true expert, and took Ernest to the floor of Asgard, where Owen was currently staying. Naturally, Owen was more than happy to impart his knowledge to those who needed it, allowing Ernest to fully understand the hundreds of ways he could please the woman he loved. Several months later, Brianna and Ernest were officially married, which also heralded a new era of prosperity within the Helen Kingdom, due to their wise king and benevolent queen making sure that the mistakes of the past didn't happen again. Several years later, Ernest's eldest son tried to court one of William's daughters and was almost fed to the fishes by the half-elf and James, whose overprotectiveness knew no bounds. Of course, this was a story of the future, and would be told another time. Chapter 1471, After Story 9 Lover's Night, Part 1. The faint sound of kissing was heard inside the room, as William tried to calm down Princess Éowyn, who was feeling nervous on their first night together. The half-elf had married her, Aelin Superbia, Ingrid Invidia, Audrey, and Rebecca a few hours ago, and it was time for them to consummate their marriage. The first one that William would make love with was Princess Éowyn because she, and the other ladies that the half-elf just married, drew lots the day before their wedding to determine the order on which they would make love to him. Unfortunately, Princess Éowyn got the short end of the stick, and now her husband was doing his best to make her feel less nervous as he showered her with gentle and soft kisses, which made the elven princess feel good. "Have you managed to calm down?" William asked after pulling back a bit to look at the flushed face of his wife. Quote. Yes, Princess Éowyn replied, still in a daze after being kissed by the half-elf. You're a very good kisser. Really. The corner of the half-elf's lip rose slightly as he caressed the side of Princess Éowyn's face. Well, I'm glad that I satisfied you, Éowyn. The other ladies that were on the bed together with William and Princess Éowyn were observing the two with beet red faces. All of them had just taken a bath together and were wearing seductive nightgowns that the sinful lady of envy, Ingrid, had chosen for them. William kissed Princess Éowyn again on the lips as his hand moved to untie the strings that held her nightgown in place. Soon, the lacy lingerie dropped down on the elf princess's waist, baring her upper body that was as white as cream, and tender with youth. Her body shuddered when she felt William's hands move to cup her breasts. He gently played with them until the pink tips at their center slowly hardened from his touch. The half-elf then slowly laid his wife down, as he kissed her neck, collarbone, and breasts, before suckling her, making the elf princess gasp due to the sensations that she was feeling for the first time. William teased the hard pink tip inside his mouth with his tongue before lightly biting it. His right hand then moved downwards, caressing her body, until it reached her lower abdomen, making Princess Éowyn's body tremble from his touch. When William's finger caressed the entrance of her, the elf princess knew that it wouldn't be long before the innocence she had protected for the past few years of her life would be given to her husband, who was now the most influential person in the world. Although their marriage was a political one, William assured her that he would not treat her like a tool, and a means to an end. Princess Éowyn believed him because she knew how much the half-elf cared about his women, and now, she was one of them too. One of the women who belonged to the red-headed young man, whose tender kisses and gentle caress ignited the flames of passion that Princess Éowyn thought she'd never have. A few minutes later, William buried his face on Princess Éowyn's, as he used his expertise to make her unable to hold back her pleasure-filled moans, which now reverberated inside the room, making the ladies watching her, and their husband, blush even more. The elf princess's hands held the half-elf's head, as the latter licked and kissed the entrance of her, making her feel a pleasure that she had never experienced before. Several minutes later, Princess Éowyn's body shuddered as she climaxed for the first time, making her pant for breath. Her beautiful naked body, which all the elven nobles had dreamed of having was now ready to become one with her husband, who parted her legs in order to consummate their marriage. Ready? William asked. His voice was a little hoarse, and tinged with masculinity, which made Princess Éowyn realize that she was able to make the half-elf, who was surrounded with beautiful women, yearn for her. This realization made her gain a little bit of confidence not only as his wife, but as a woman, who thought that she would just be another member of his harem, decorating his bedroom. Yes, Princess Éowyn, make me yours, Will. Giving her consent, the half-elf plunged his manhood deep inside her, making Princess Éowyn clutch the bed sheets, as the painful, yet sweet sensation of her deflowering washed over her senses. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would, Princess Éowyn thought after half a minute of their union. As William continued to move his hips, hitting her deepest parts, the elf princess's pleasure-filled voice echoed spread inside the room, as she lost herself to the feelings that made her unable to think properly. The half-elf's techniques were simply too good for her, who was discovering the carnal pleasures for the first time. A few minutes later, Princess Éowyn's body shuddered again, as William released his seed deep inside her, making her feel as if her womb was melting due to how hot and powerful his release was. William was a bit worried because his wife's body twitched from time to time, as the final throes of pleasure racked her body. After he had released everything inside of her, the half-elf kissed Princess Éowyn's forehead, and applied some life magic on her. The elf princess had lost consciousness, so she wasn't able to see the seed that overflowed from her, soaking the bed sheets with faint traces of red, which signified that the half-elf had taken her chastity, and made her his woman. When William pulled out his member from Princess Éowyn's, Ingrid took it in her soft and delicate hands before giving it a kiss. It was still wet and sticky, but the sinful lady of envy didn't care. She licked and kissed it before putting it inside her mouth to clean it properly. She and William had known each other for a long time, and she had even offered her blood to the half-elf countless times in order to gain some merit points that she used to sustain her hobby of buying fashionable clothes. Before their wedding had even taken place, Ingrid had already given her maidenhood to the half-elf in one of their sessions that had gotten out of hand due to the lust that overcame their senses. For some reason, It felt right to do that at that time because she and William had already done so much together that it felt natural for them to take that last step together, and become one. Originally, Ingrid didn't plan on marrying William because she thought that it would be troublesome. She was fine with just being friends with him, and occasionally dallying with each other in order to sustain her hobby. But William wasn't someone who treated women as a one-time thing, so he asked Ingrid to become one of his wives, and the latter said that she would think about it. Perhaps, due to the half-elf's constant pestering, the sinful lady of envy finally relented. Also, she found William the most ideal husband for her because he had money, power, and influence. After getting her answer, the half-elf went to Earth and struck a deal with the founder of Vicky's Secret, allowing Ingrid to open one of their branches under her name. The beautiful lady was touched by this gesture of love from William, and decided to stay with him forever. Since the handsome young man had done so much for her, she would gladly hold onto his thigh for life. After making sure that William's manhood was cleaned properly, Ingrid pushed the half-elf down and sat on his stomach. "Don't move," Ingrid said with a flushed face tinged with lust. "I'll be the one taking the lead this time." The half-elf nodded, and looked up at his green-haired wife, who now had a mischievous smile on her face. A moment later, Ingrid's appearance changed. As the sin of envy, she had the ability to change her appearance at will. There were times when she used this skill of hers to play pranks on William, as well as his other lovers, causing trouble from time to time. The half-elf's body shuddered when Ingrid guided his manhood inside of her, while having the face of a blue-haired lady that was very close to William's heart. A satisfied sigh escaped Ingrid's lips, as she looked down on the half-elf who had a conflicted look in his face as he stared at her current appearance. Ingrid was feeling mischievous, so she decided to play a prank on her husband as they made love on their wedding night. "Don't move," Ingrid said when William's hands went to hold her waist, in an attempt to break free from her. "It's still me inside, so you don't have to worry about anything." "Does this look give you a sense of immorality?" "Yes," William replied. "Ingrid, I don't think this is a good idea." The half-elf gave his wife a pleading look, which made the latter smile sweetly. She then lowered her head to kiss William's lips, as they stayed connected with each other. When the kiss ended, Ingrid pulled back, and this time, she had returned to her original appearance. She had always wondered what the half-elf's reaction would be if she made love with him using Ella's face, but after seeing his pained expression, Ingrid felt that it wasn't worth it to make her husband suffer, so she decided to end her prank early, and make love with him using her own appearance. As one of the sinful ladies of the world, her beauty was top tier, and didn't even need to be changed in order to make the men around her look at her with lustful gazes. "Love me, Will," Ingrid said as she started to move her hips up and down, while her hands rested on William's chest as support. "Fill me up with your love." The half-elf replied to her words in kind, and did his best to satisfy her. Unknown to the other ladies around them, the half-elf came inside Ingrid twice as the latter straddled him. Even after he came the first time, Ingrid continued to move her hips until his second load filled her up to the brim. With a satisfied look on her face, Ingrid kissed the half-elf's lips, before moving away to give his other wives the chance to experience what it was like to be embraced by the man that had captured, not only her body, but her heart as well. Aelin, Superbia, Audrey, and Rebecca glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. All three of them then worked together to clean Williams, in preparation for what was about to come. Just like Princess Éowyn, all of them were still chaste maidens who had never been touched by any other men in the past. Since they were now married to the half-elf, they were also looking forward to learning more about the pleasurable feeling that was evident on the faces of Princess Éowyn and Ingrid, who had just finished making love to the red-headed young man, whose libido was second to none. Chapter 1472, After Story 10 Lover's Night, Part 2. Never in her wildest dreams did Audrey think that she would be embraced by the person that she was ordered to kill several years ago. Together with Lyra and Ephemera, they went to hunt the half-elf under the Pope's orders. Unfortunately, this order backfired on them, and Lyra and Ephemera were caught after facing off against William. They were not aware that when his two sisters returned, their wombs had already been tainted with William's seed, bearing his mark. After Lyra and Ephemera, Melody was the next one to fall. Her sister, who was one of the kindest people she had met in her life, fell in love with the half-elf, and was soon conquered by him as well. As for Shayna, the virtuous maiden of Prudence became William's collaborator and looked after her sisters, who had already sided with him. After thinking back, she realized that it was only her and Cherry that sided with the Pope until the latter betrayed their trust. After the war ended, she found herself without any life goals, and couldn't help feeling uncertain about what the future held. Because of this, her sisters worked together to get her and William to become good friends. Cherry was the one that suggested that she should just marry the half-elf because she planned on marrying him as well when she grew up. Cherry was just 14 years old when she told this to Audrey, and the latter thought that the youngest among her sisters was just following the trend of marrying William because her other sisters had become his lovers. Audrey didn't hate William, in fact she even admired him, but it wasn't strong enough for her to agree to become his wife. Perhaps, knowing that she was one tough cookie to break, Xianxia, Ingrid, as well as Lyra, decided to put an aphrodisiac in the wine Audrey liked to drink before she went to sleep at night. The three mischievous girls set it up, so that William would appear on the balcony of Audrey's room, with the excuse that the virtuous Lady of Fortitude wanted to have a talk with him in private. When William arrived, Audrey was already under the influence of the powerful aphrodisiac, and was already pleasuring herself. Without batting an eye, the half-elf used his life magic in addition to giving Audrey a potion to drink in order to counter the aphrodisia's effect, allowing the latter to regain her sanity. Audrey felt very ashamed because William had seen her in such a state, but the half-elf assured her that it wasn't her fault. An hour later, William rounded up the three troublemakers, tied them up, and hung them upside down in Audrey's room, as punishment for what they had done to her. To make matters worse, the half-elf tortured Lyra, Xianxia, and Ingrid by tickling their feet, making the three girls laugh non-stop. Audrey found the whole thing very silly, but she also joined the half-elf in torturing the three girls as revenge for what they had done to her. It was at that moment when Audrey's relationship with William progressed to the next level, and a year later, the two of them became lovers. William didn't take Audrey's maidenhood because the latter was a staunch believer that only married couples could do the act that she believed was sacred. The half-elf had no problem with this, and was fine with going out on dates with Audrey, giving her hugs and kisses which made the latter feel loved. Now that they were finally married, nothing was stopping the two from taking that final step, to become one with each other. "If you like, we can do it when it's just the two of us," William said as he held his manhood and lightly parted the pink petals of Audrey's, which were already wet with desire. He knew that deep inside, Audrey was a shy maiden, and he didn't know if she was comfortable being seen by others as William took her chastity. "No need," Audrey said with a flushed face. "I've been waiting for this day for so long. Please, Will, I can't wait any longer." As if proving that she had no intention of running away, Audrey wrapped her legs over William's hind legs, holding him in place. Seeing that she had resolved herself for what was about to come, the half-elf no longer held back and lowered his hips to become one with her. Unlike the others, Audrey bit her lips, preventing any words from coming out as the half-elf broke through the last barrier that protected her chastity. When the deed was done, she was suddenly filled with an understanding that she had been born for this moment, making her wrap her arms around William's back, pulling him closer to her. The half-elf was surprised by this sudden act from Audrey, but he didn't resist it. Soon, her soft lips found his, and the two of them kissed, while their bodies were still connected. When the kiss ended, the half-elf wiped away the tears that fell from his wife's face before planting a kiss on her forehead. A moment later, he resumed moving his hips, with the intention of taking his beloved to the peak of pleasure, and dyeing her womb with his color. Just like Princess Éowyn, Audrey had forgotten to hold back her seductive voice, which leaked out of her lips due to the pleasure that she was feeling for the first time in her life. The pain had already subsided and was replaced by a euphoric sensation that was similar to the feeling she felt when William drank her blood. When William came inside of her, Audrey subconsciously bit onto his shoulder and scratched his back with her nails. The half-elf's release was so powerful and hot that she couldn't believe that it was already his fourth time doing it. The two panted for breath before sharing another kiss as proof of their love. Rebecca, who was right beside them, placed her hands on William's back and used a bit of healing magic to cure the wounds that Audrey had subconsciously given him when they reached the peak of pleasure together. Aelin Superbia, on the other hand, licked the bloodstains off William's back because for her, anything that belonged to the half-elf was precious, including his blood. Superbia was the sinful lady of pride. For her, only the strong had the right to become her mate. She would not take anything less and, right now, William was the strongest man in the world that was close to her age. She was even the one that took the initiative to ask the half-elf to marry her. After coming to know the reason why she wanted to marry him, William only laughed and teased Aelin for using strength as the standard for marriage. However, after finding out how serious the sinful lady was, he decided to take her seriously as well. A few years later, they were finally married, and were about to consummate their marriage for the first time. I know I've already said this in the past, but you sure like breasts, Aelin said as William suckled her right breast like a baby, while taking a short rest to recover. Rebecca giggled on the side because she also found this fact quite funny. Unlike the others, her breasts weren't that big, so she was worried that William wouldn't find pleasure in making love to her. However, the half-elf assured her that it wasn't the breast size that mattered to him, but who they belonged to. Rebecca's breast size was modest, but it was still bigger than Chiffon's, Medusa's and Aranis, which gave her a bit of confidence since Chiffon and Aranis were William's wives, while the little Gorgon had become his fiancée. Medusa was only waiting for Cherry to grow up so that they could marry the half-elf together. However, William had a feeling that when Aranis turned 18 years old, she would be a lot taller than the little Gorgon, whose height seemed to remain the same even after several years had passed. "What are you giggling at?" William asked as his naughty right hand began to tease Rebecca's, which was already quite slick and wet, after watching him make love to the ladies whom she now referred to as his sisters. Don't. Rebecca tried to pry away William's hand, but since the latter was stronger than her, she was unable to push him away. Also, his touch felt so good that she didn't move away from her spot, making it so she was unable to escape his grasp. Aelin chuckled after seeing that Rebecca was under William's mercy, so she decided to help her out by pinning William on the bed, and sitting on top of him, just like Ingrid had done before her. "I'll also take the lead this time, so just lay there and enjoy yourself," Aelin said with a confident smile. "But, this is your first time," William frowned. "Are you sure? I always like being on top. At least, tonight, I'll be taking the lead, okay?" William knew better than to argue with his purple-haired wife, who bore the sin of pride. Her eyes, which were the same color of her hair, looked down at him with a hunger that was similar to a beast in heat, who had found the perfect mate for her. Aelin then guided the half-elves to her entrance, which was now more than ready to accept him, before lowering her hips. Inch by painful inch, the half-elf felt a tightness that clamped around his manhood as it went deeper inside of his proud wife, who didn't show a painful expression on her face. Aelin only stopped moving when the entirety of William's shaft was firmly embedded inside of her. She didn't move right away, but simply stayed in that position for a full minute. Clearly, she was enduring the pain of her first time, but didn't want to show any sign of weakness to the man whom she had chosen as her mate. "You did well, Aelin," William said as he held Superbia's hands, intertwining them with his own, and locking them in place. "You're lucky, Will," Aelin replied as soon as the pain she felt subsided. "I chose you among the countless men in this world. This is an honor that only belongs to you. Yes, I'm lucky to have you as my wife, Aelin. I love you." What a cheesy line, but, just this once, I'll play along. Aelin then lowered her head to kiss William's lips. When the kiss ended she whispered something in the half-elf's ears, which only he could hear. "I love you too, Will," Aelin whispered before starting to move her hips to pleasure the man she had chosen. Although her movements were clumsy, the half-elf didn't mind and enjoyed Aelin's attempt to make him feel good. However, since it was Superbia's first time, she got tired midway, prompting the half-elf to take over. "Now, it's my turn to make you feel good," William said with a devilish smile on his face. "Bring it on," Aen replied in a challenging tone. Her purple eyes stared at her husband, as if daring him to make her have a debauched expression, similar to what Princess Éowyn and Ingrid had after he had made love to them. William chuckled internally after hearing Superbia's challenge. It had been a while since someone dared to challenge him in bed, so he decided to teach her a lesson that within the bedroom, he alone reigned supreme. Half an hour later, Aelin lost consciousness with a debauched, yet satisfied look on her face, as William came inside of her. Many times, staining the bedsheets with the overflow from her. Rebecca, who saw this scene from start to end, subconsciously gulped when William's predatory eyes landed on her smooth and youthful body, which would soon bear his mark, just like the other ladies around her, who had now had their fill of his love. Chapter 1473. After Story 11. If fate wills it, let us meet again. Be gentle, okay? Rebecca said with a flushed face as William gently laid her down on the bed. "I will," William replied before kissing her lips. Among the ladies who had become William's wife in his current lifetime, Rebecca was the very first one he had met after he reincarnated. He wasn't even a year old when James decided to play matchmaker and arranged a wife for him when he grew up. Their first meeting was similar to the novels that William had read back on Earth, with his fiancée visiting him to break their engagement because his and her standings were worlds apart. The half-elf could still remember that scene as if it had just happened yesterday. Rebecca was quite an adorable girl back then, and William even thought that being engaged to her wasn't a loss on his part. Unfortunately, she thought that it was a loss on her part, so after her master, Lady Eleanor, intervened to break their engagement, the half-elf decided that the drama wasn't worth it and agreed to it. However, Rebecca's father, the old fox, Lawrence, didn't want their relationship to end, so he tried to save it by letting William and Rebecca meet after 7 years at the peak of the Misty Sect, where they would once again face each other, and the winner got to decide how their relationship was going to end. William won that battle, and he set Rebecca free to love whoever she wanted to love. Many years had passed since then, and this time, fate was the one that played matchmaker, tying the knot between them after the two slowly built their relationship from friends to lovers. The half-elf's touch made Rebecca's body heat up. This was a very natural reaction, especially after seeing her other sisters make love to the handsome half-elf, who was now kissing her in a way she liked very much. This wasn't the first time that Rebecca and William kissed. They had kissed countless times already in the years after the War of Destruction ended. William's hands lightly kneaded Rebecca's modest chest, while his fingers played with the hardened tips that had long been aching for his touch. After witnessing him make love with his wives, the proud genius of the Helen Kingdom no longer needed any foreplay because her most important place was already yearning to feel his fullness inside of her. However, William didn't want to take her then and there. He wanted to tease her for the sake of teasing her. William shallowly inserted his finger inside of her entrance, and pulled it in and out, making Rebecca feel helpless. He also kissed her, sometimes gently, sometimes rough, and even ordered her to stick out her tongue, so he could suck on it, making Rebecca almost lose her mind. It didn't end there. William then began to kiss her neck, leaving kiss marks behind. He continued to leave his mark downwards, and playfully left a circle of red marks around her tender breasts, making Rebecca gasp each time the half-elf left his mark on her body. The half-elf didn't relent and left a trail of kiss marks going down her belly button, which continued to her lower abdomen. Rebecca thought that William would stop once his kisses reached the entrance of her, but to her surprise, the half-elf purposely avoided that place, and continued to leave kiss marks on her thighs, her legs, down to the soles of her feet. Clearly, William planned to mark every part of her body, making sure that Rebecca understood that she now belonged to him. This continued for several minutes until Rebecca finally had enough and pinched the half-elf's waist, making the latter chuckle. "Stop, bullying me," Rebecca said hoarsely because she truly was on the verge of pinning down the half-elf on the bed in order to take the initiative to give her own chastity, just as Aelin had done earlier. Seeing that Rebecca had truly reached her limit, he finally relented and parted her legs to look at the pink and beautiful flower, whose petals were very wet with lust and anticipation. After rubbing the tip of his manhood at her entrance for a few seconds, William plunged it deep inside of her, catching Rebecca by surprise. She had expected it to be very painful, but her deflowering was quite smooth, and the pain she felt was very minimal. It just proved that William's method of preparing her for their union worked perfectly, making her earlier worries melt away as the half-elf moved his hips, and leaving her feeling good with every thrust he made. Soon, Rebecca's moans that were tinged with bliss spread inside the room. To the half-elf's surprise, Rebecca had a very sensitive body, which multiplied the pleasure she was feeling from his love-making. Slowly, but surely, the entrance of her womb slowly descended as it prepared to accept William's seed. The half-elf could tell that Rebecca was ovulating right now, and her chances of becoming pregnant were very high. Knowing this, William's desire to make her conceive made his movements a little rougher, which made the moans of his beautiful wife louder. With one final thrust, the half-elf pushed the tip of his shaft against the entrance of her womb and released his seed with such force that it made Rebecca think that her insides were burning. She was well aware that it wasn't her safe day, and her body was ready to conceive, so she wrapped her legs around William's waist, and pulled him closer to her, preventing any of his essence from spilling out. Several minutes later, Rebecca lost the strength in her legs, at the same time the half-elf finished his release. William panted as he rested his body over Rebecca's, and the latter welcomed his weight, wrapping her arms around his body. The two of them stayed connected, as their wildly beating hearts started to synchronize with each other. "You might have gotten me pregnant." Those were the first words that Rebecca said after she regained her composure. "I sure hope so," William replied as he pressed his forehead over hers. "I want you to give birth to my children. I'm sure that they will be born as beautiful as you if they were a girl." "And if it is a boy?" Rebecca asked. "Then they will become as handsome as me." PFF'd. Rebecca giggled after hearing William's words, but she couldn't refute them. Seal might be young, but she could already tell that he would grow up to be a handsome boy, which also made her look forward to the child that she would give birth to. She didn't really care if it was a boy or a girl. Regardless of their gender, she will love them with all of her heart. Perhaps, due to their talks about pregnancy, William's member, which was still inside Rebecca, slowly regained its vigor. The half-elf and the brown-haired beauty stared at each other for a few seconds before once again pressing their lips together. The night was still young, and William, and his wives, decided to make love over and over again, until they could no longer move their bodies. William stood on a mountain overlooking the Ainsworth Empire. All of his wives had either given birth to his children, or were currently pregnant with his child. One could say that he was the idol of every man in the world, and some of them wished that they could be as peerless as him. The half-elf then summoned his wooden staff and looked at it with nostalgia. The staff had been with him before he had reincarnated, and had followed him to the end of his journey. Suddenly, 4 beings appeared behind him. The half-elf didn't even need to turn around to know who they were because he could identify them even with his eyes closed. "Are you sure of this?" David asked as he stood beside the half-elf who was looking at the wooden staff in his hand. "Yes," William nodded. "The gift I got from you has served its purpose. It is now time to pass it on to those who are worthy to receive it." David smiled because he didn't think that the half-elf had this side of him. Although it was a gift that he had given to William in the past, it belonged to him and he was free to do whatever he wanted to do with it. "This is what you call leaving a legacy behind, right?" Gavin asked as he also stood beside William, looking at the empire that was continuing to prosper. The half-elf smiled and nodded his head. "Well, the staff doesn't make the person," Lily said as she squeezed between William and David and hugged the half-elf's waist. "It is the person that makes the staff. Only those who can bring out its true form can wield its power. But, even then, they still need to have the resolve to use it well," Issei commented. "I look forward to the next person that will be able to wield your legacy." William caressed the wooden staff whose true form he had only seen twice in his lifetime. Each time the sword of the strange hangings revealed itself, it gave him the power to overcome the foes that stood before him. After giving his silent thanks to the weapon that followed and protected him all those years, the half-elf pressed his lips over it, giving it a kiss of farewell. The wooden staff then transformed into the plain-looking sword that William had used against his battle with Lancelot and Surtur. In its current form, no one would know how much power it possessed because of how plain it was. William then used the sharp blade to lightly wound his palm in order to draw blood. He then wiped his blood over the surface of the blade, making it glow brightly. "To whoever holds this weapon, if he is worthy, let him possess the power to overcome the obstacles in his way," William said softly. "If his heart is true, and fights for the weak and helpless, make sure to be there to light his way." The sword gave a faint hum, as if telling William that it acknowledged his words, and would see to it that it is done. A second later, it transformed back to a wooden staff and lightly hovered in front of the half-elf whom it had served since he had been born in the world of Hestia. "Farewell, old friend," William said as he caressed the wooden staff one last time. "If fate wills it, let us meet again." The wooden staff then playfully bumped William's forehead with its handle before slowly rising towards the sky. "And meet, we shall. I also look forward to the day when we reunite, Will. Until then, please, be happy." After saying its parting words, the wooden staff transformed into a beam of light and shot towards the heavens. Particles of light, similar to snowflakes, fell upon the Ainsworth Empire, blessing them with its wishes for the future. The sword of the strange hangings then traveled through space and time, looking for the fated person who would be worthy enough to wield its power for the sake of everything he held sacred in his life. A single tear escaped William's eyes, as he looked at the completion of his fairy tale. It had been one heck of a journey, but he knew that the happiness he was feeling right now was only the beginning of a brand new story, which would be written in the pages of history, in a world where love and adventure roamed wild and free. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, one cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.